Ned Stark stood on the battlements of Winterfell one crisp morning, watching his breath turn to pale mist in the cold northern air. The rising sun bathed the ancient castle in soft gold, melting the last traces of frost that clung to the stones. Summer was lingering, but this far north, the mornings could still carry the promise of winter. He was alone, wrapped in a dark cloak trimmed with fur. The wind toyed with his hair, which had begun to show strands of silver, and he wore the solemn expression of a man weighed down by countless responsibilities. Lord Eddard Stark, Warden of the North, took slow steps along the battlements, his gaze drifting across the familiar courtyard below. On most days, his mind might be fixed on the condition of the crops, the training of young soldiers, or the many demands of ruling so vast a territory. But that morning, he was consumed by thoughts of a different nature. Marriage, alliances, and the precarious state of the Seven Kingdoms. In his chambers the previous night, a raven had arrived with a message from the Reach. Lord Mace Tyrell proposed a match. One of his daughters, his precious Margaery, was of marriageable age. The Tyrells, second only to the Lannisters in wealth and influence, sought to tie themselves to the great northern house. While it was common for powerful lords to arrange such unions to solidify alliances, the letter hinted at something more significant. The Tyrells, keen to display their loyalty and fortify their position in the face of growing unrest throughout the realm, had expressed an earnest desire to connect with House Stark. After all, the Tyrells had once stood with House Targaryen during Robert's rebellion, only to be spared harsh penalties when King Robert ascended the throne. Their loyalty now was meant to be unwavering, but the future of Westeros was always in flux. Ned had read Lord Mace Tyrell's flattering words with mild surprise. He knew the Tyrells to be ambitious, but he also knew them to be proud. For them to solicit a union felt indicative of carefully calculated intentions. Normally, a match might be sought with Robb, Ned's oldest trueborn son and heir to Winterfell, but the letter specified a different groom, Jon Snow. The prospect had startled Ned so thoroughly that he had read the letter a second time in the glow of a dimming candle, certain he must have misunderstood. Jon was a bastard, Ned's bastard, and never before had Ned considered him in such a way. It was unconventional to match a highborn lady like Margaery Tyrell to a man with no true claim to a great house's name. But the letter strongly implied that this match would be a path toward goodwill and an unprecedented bond between the North and the Reach. Ned understood the reasons lurking beneath the surface of the proposal. House Tyrell might see it as a cunning move, tie the favored but allegedly illegitimate son of Eddard Stark to their family, and in doing so, extend their influence into the North without any direct challenge to House Stark's line of succession. Perhaps they even believed there was more to Jon's parentage than Ned had let on. Whispered rumors had always abounded regarding the circumstances of Jon Snow's birth. It was said by many that Ned's honor was too rigid for him to have sired a bastard in the way that was believed. But no matter the truth, Ned had never confirmed nor denied any rumor. He carried his secrets in stony silence. All the same, the letter was persuasive, hinting at the generosity of the Tyrells and the mutual benefits for the two families. The marriage could pave the way for bountiful trade, a vital supply of grain from the fertile lands of the Reach during hard winters, and an overt gesture of unity that might keep the Lannisters wary. The times were uncertain, with King Robert Baratheon's rule becoming more strained by the day. The crown was in debt, tensions with the Targaryen exiles across the narrow sea were not as quiet as some might think, and rumor after rumor fluttered around the capital like crows. If a time of crisis came again, House Tyrell wanted a friend as steady as the North. Yet, as a father, though not legally recognized as Jon's father in the eyes of many, Ned felt torn. He was protective of Jon, worried for his bastard son's future, and anxious about thrusting him into the viper's nest of southern politics. And Margaery Tyrell was no mere girl. She was, by all accounts, clever, graceful, and destined for a high place. Offering her to Jon could either be a blessing or a trap. Ned was not so naive as to ignore the complexities. Still, the potential gains were immense, both for Jon and for House Stark. The alliance might strengthen the North's standing and bolster Jon's acceptance. Above all, Ned longed to see his son respected and safe in a world that often cast bastards aside. Jon Snow was training in the courtyard later that morning, sparring with Robb, Theon Greyjoy, and a few other young men. Despite the crispness in the air, Jon's skin glistened with sweat beneath his worn practice leathers, his dark hair clinging to his forehead. He moved with a grace that belied his stocky build, deftly blocking blows and returning them with speed and precision. When Ned made his way down to observe, he stood silently at the edge of the yard, arms folded, eyes flicking between the two half-brothers as they clashed wooden swords. Jon had an intensity about him that morning. He was quick to volunteer for any extra chores or additional sword drills. Perhaps he was trying to prove himself, to be worthy of something more than the label bastard of Winterfell. Ned watched him move, careful, relentless, determined. It was not lost on Ned that Jon's discipline and sense of honor mirrored his own. Whatever the realm's gossip might say, he knew, deep in his bones, that Jon was the finest young man in Winterfell. Seeing him, Ned felt both pride and a gnawing pang of guilt for all he had withheld from him. The wooden swords clattered, and Robb laughed as he stepped back to wipe his brow. "You're relentless today, Jon. Have you grown tired of me winning?" He grinned, and Jon rolled his eyes good-naturedly, leaning on his practiced sword. "If you call that winning, brother, I'd be happy to show you the difference," Jon replied, though he smiled too. Ned stepped forward, clearing his throat. "You both did well," he said, nodding approvingly. His eyes lingered on Jon. "Come, Jon, walk with me a while." Robb, Theon, and the others paused to watch, curiosity flickering among them. Jon nodded, setting aside his wooden sword. He followed Ned across the courtyard, boots crunching lightly on the gravel. The morning sun was rising higher, bringing soft warmth to the stony grounds. They walked in silence, passing under the gatehouse and out into the training yard proper, where stable boys hurried by, leading horses out to graze. At last, Ned led Jon around a corner, away from prying eyes, to a secluded spot near an old oak that had stood within Winterfell's walls for generations. Jon looked at Ned with quiet respect. "You wish to see me, my lord?" The formality in Jon's voice stung Ned a little, as it always did. He placed a hand on Jon's shoulder and studied him with careful thought. "I have received a letter," Ned said. "It concerns you and a proposal that was not what I expected." Jon's brows knitted, confusion mingling with a hint of anxiety in his dark gray eyes. "Me, my lord." He stood straighter, almost defensive, as though expecting some new slight. Bastards were not often the subject of positive tidings. "A marriage proposal," Ned clarified. "Lord Mace Tyrell of Highgarden has offered his daughter, Margaery, to wed you." Jon's surprise was immediate. His mouth parted, but no words came out. He shook his head slightly, as if he had misheard. "His daughter? Margaery Tyrell. She's highborn. And I—" He trailed off, eyes flitting downward. "I am a bastard." Ned cleared his throat, glancing away for a moment. "It's not the usual arrangement, no. But the Tyrells see something in you, or see something in House Stark's favor. This could be a path toward an alliance that binds the North and the Reach. It would elevate your station, Jon, and it would secure our ties to one of the most powerful families in Westeros." An uncertain silence fell between them. Jon stared at the ground for a moment before daring to meet Ned's eyes again. "But why me? Why not Robb?" There was no malice in his tone, only genuine confusion. He had always been taught to know his place. Ned let out a slow breath. "Lord Tyrell specified you, Jon. The letter hinted at a desire for mutual benefit without complicating succession. And there may be other reasons," whispered rumors. "Regardless, I won't force you to accept something you do not want. But I must tell you that I am inclined to consider this offer." Jon swallowed. He could scarcely believe what he was hearing. He had dreamed of belonging, of recognition, but he had never once imagined anything on this scale. Marriage to a daughter of Highgarden, a lady famed for her beauty and charm, a scion of one of the richest houses in the realm. Part of him wondered if this was some cruel joke. "I will do whatever you command, my lord," he said at last in a quiet voice. "But I do not see how Margaery Tyrell would want to be tied to a—" "You are my son," Ned said firmly, placing both hands on Jon's shoulders. "No matter what the world might say, you are my blood. If the Tyrells see fit to recognize that, I will not stand in the way. Think on it. This alliance may serve more than just politics." Jon's lips pressed into a thin line, and he nodded. He did not feel worthy, but he would not openly defy an arrangement that his Lord Father believed important. If anything, he would strive to prove himself. "Yes, father," he managed, the word father escaping him so rarely in public. "I'll think on it." Ned squeezed Jon's shoulder, then gave a nod. "Good. I will write to Lord Tyrell. We will see what terms might be reached. Until then, speak of this to no one else outside the family. We must be cautious." They parted ways. Jon went back to the training yard, but his heart was no longer in the sparring. He felt as though the entire world had shifted beneath him. Every time he swung his wooden sword, the image of some unknown southern lady with flowing brown hair and bright eyes hovered in his mind. Margaery Tyrell, the name itself was nearly mythic, spoken of in hushed tones around the castle by those who admired her rumored loveliness. Jon felt as though he were in a dream, uncertain whether he would soon be roused back to reality. Over the following weeks, letters flew between Winterfell and Highgarden, crisscrossing the realm on swift-winged ravens. Ned kept the discussions private, conferring only with Catelyn, who listened with a stony mask that betrayed little. She was polite enough not to speak ill of Jon, though she had never hidden her discomfort with his presence in her home. But she was also astute. She recognized that a bond with the Reach could prove more beneficial to her trueborn children as well, ensuring security for the entire family. If Margaery Tyrell was truly content with the match, perhaps this arrangement would help quell the never-ending tension around Jon's station. Eventually, a final message arrived, sealed with a golden rose. Lord Mace Tyrell's words were buoyant. He accepted the terms Ned had suggested, which included a substantial dowry, the promise of trade routes that would provide Winterfell with grain during harsh winters, and a future seat for Jon in a small estate near the border of the Reach and the Crownlands should the alliance require a watchful presence. Moreover, Margaery Tyrell herself would be escorted north, so that she and Jon might meet before final vows were spoken. It was all to be done under King Robert's blessing, of course, for marriages between great houses required royal approval. But Mace Tyrell had already secured the king's informal support by appealing to Robert's desire for stable alliances in his realm. Ned read the letter to Jon and felt the boy's tension grow. Excitement and trepidation danced in Jon's eyes. He had never thought to walk such a path. Neither had he dared to dream that the king himself would lend his blessing to his marriage. But so it was. As news spread quietly at first through Winterfell, Robb offered his half-brother heartfelt congratulations. Sansa, enthralled by the notion of any lady's marriage, especially one so grand, peppered Jon with questions about whether Margaery truly looked like the stories said. Arya, on the other hand, rolled her eyes at the fuss. Bran and Rickon were too young to grasp the full implications, but they knew enough to sense excitement when they saw it. Catelyn watched with a measured courtesy, as though waiting to see how this bold arrangement would unfold. She kept her distance from Jon, not wishing to dampen his spirits nor betray the carefully maintained peace in the castle. Still, from time to time, Jon felt her eyes upon him, and he wondered if she feared the ramifications of his ascension in station. But he did not dwell on it. Far more pressing in his mind was Margaery Tyrell herself. At last, word came that the Tyrell party would arrive at Winterfell before the new moon. An entire train of knights, ladies, servants, and armed men would make their way north, carrying the Lady Margaery in a grand litter. The day approached with a mixture of exhilaration and dread. On the morning they were expected, Winterfell bustled with activity. Servants rushed to prepare extra chambers, cooking fires roared in the kitchens, and the great hall was readied for a feast. Ned and his family, Jon included, stood in the courtyard, waiting to receive their honored guests. Snow did not yet fall, but the air was cool, a reminder that the northern autumn could be as chill as a southern winter. They spotted the Tyrell banners first, the golden rose on a field of green, rippling in the wind. The columns stretched along the winding road, bright with the colors of the Reach. Those who had never traveled south felt as though a piece of a warmer, more fertile land was rolling up to their gates. Knights in shining armor, horses draped in green and gold, ladies in flowing gowns embroidered with roses, and wagons carrying goods for trade and gifts for the Starks. It was a grand display of wealth and power. At the head of the procession rode Ser Loras Tyrell, famed as the Knight of Flowers, whose skill with a lance and sword was said to rival the best in Westeros. He wore a half-helm adorned with plumes and carried himself with regal grace, a living testament to the Tyrell name. Next to him, encased in a lavish litter drawn by sturdy northern horses, rode Margaery Tyrell. Jon tried to catch a glimpse but could only see the flutter of green and gold curtains. When at last the column entered the courtyard, squires rushed forward to help the riders dismount, while stable hands moved to care for the horses. Ser Loras emerged first, his gleaming armor reflecting the northern sun. He swept off his helm and bowed to Ned Stark with a flourish. Despite the grandeur, there was a politeness and an earnestness in the young knight's face. "My lord," he said, his voice carrying easily through the courtyard. "I am Ser Loras Tyrell, here in service of my father and to escort my sister. We thank you for your hospitality." Ned inclined his head. "Welcome to Winterfell, Ser Loras. We are honored by your presence." Then, as the litter's curtains were drawn back, Ned and the assembled Starks watched as Margaery Tyrell stepped out. She was dressed in a gown of soft green velvet, embroidered with golden roses along the bodice and sleeves. A matching cloak, lined with fur for warmth, hung gracefully around her shoulders. Though the chilly northern air brought color to her cheeks, she carried herself with composed elegance. Her hair was the rich brown color of warm honey in shadow, loosely curled and partially pinned back to reveal a graceful neck. From every angle, she exuded a gentle confidence. She smiled, and that alone seemed enough to thaw the cold northern morning. Margaery curtsied before Ned. "My Lord Stark," she said, her voice melodic yet firm. "It is an honor to visit your home and the lands of the north." Jon stood a half-step behind Ned. He felt his heart thudding in his chest. He had heard that Margaery Tyrell was beautiful, but words scarcely did her justice. There was something more than mere beauty in her face, an intelligence in her eyes, an earnest warmth in her smile. He realized with a jolt that his mouth had gone dry. Ned spoke formal words of welcome, inviting Margaery and Ser Loras inside. Then, gently, he stepped aside so Jon could be presented. Jon approached, feeling every inch the awkward youth he feared he might be. He bowed, hoping he did not look foolish. "My lady," he said quietly, "it is a pleasure to meet you." Margaery regarded him closely, her head tilting just so. She offered a warm smile and extended a hand. "Jon Snow," she said, letting his name linger softly in the air. "I am pleased to make your acquaintance." He took her hand lightly, aware of the curious eyes upon them. Margaery's hand was cool but steady. For a moment, Jon wondered if she might be as nervous as he felt, but she did not show it. I hope your journey was smooth," he managed, feeling a wave of self-consciousness. "It was long but pleasant," Margaery replied. She glanced around the courtyard, taking in the austere walls of Winterfell. "I must say, I have never traveled so far north. Already, I see beauty here that I could not have imagined." Her voice carried the trace of a courtly courtesy, but Jon sensed genuine curiosity behind her words. He found himself nodding in agreement, though it felt strange to hear his home described as beautiful by someone accustomed to the flowering fields of the Reach. Servants hurried forward to escort Margaery's retinue to their quarters. Ned invited Ser Loras to join him in a brief tour, while Margaery was shown to the suite of rooms prepared for her. Jon lingered, uncertain of his place. A short while later, though, he found himself in the great hall with Robb, Theon, and Sansa, all discussing the arrival of the Tyrells. Sansa was nearly breathless with excitement. "She's every bit as lovely as I imagined," Sansa gushed. And she dresses so finely. I've never seen a cloak with such rich embroidery. Have you? Robb shook his head. Never. But let's not act like starstruck children, Sansa. We should be gracious hosts. Sansa rolled her eyes at her older brother. I'm being perfectly gracious, she insisted. Then she turned to Jon. And what did you think, Jon? She seems kind, does she not? Jon felt warmth rush to his face. Yes, he said. She seems very kind. He could sense Theon smirking behind him, but for once Theon kept his jesting to himself. An alliance with the Tyrells was no trivial matter, and even Theon Greyjoy recognized that for House Stark to secure the friendship of the Reach could be momentous. That evening, the great hall was filled with the comforting aromas of spiced meats, fresh bread, and hearty stews, mingling with the tang of burning wood in the large hearth. The entire Tyrell party joined the Starks at the high table, their laughter and conversation a stark contrast to the more somber Northmen. Ser Loras spoke charmingly of Highgarden's splendors, from its famed tournaments to the gardens where every manner of flower bloomed year-round. Margaery contributed colorful anecdotes about life in the south, describing feasts filled with music and dancing under starry sky. Jon, seated beside her, tried his best to engage in conversation. She asked him about the North, its traditions, the stories of the old gods, the training regimen of the young soldiers. He did his utmost to answer without stumbling over his words. At one point, she gently touched his hand to emphasize a question about the weirwood trees in the Godswood, and Jon's heart hammered in his chest. He had no experience with courtly flirtation, and he found her attentiveness disarming. Over the next few days, Margaery settled into Winterfell's rhythms with surprising ease. She rose early, often visiting the courtyard to watch Jon and the other young men train at arms, her curious gaze falling on archery sessions and sword drills. She strolled through the castle's stone corridors, accompanied by a small entourage, but she seemed genuinely captivated by what she saw, pausing to inquire about details of northern architecture or glimpses of the Stark family's long history. It did not take long for the castle's inhabitants to warm to her. She made small gestures of kindness, praising the kitchen staff for their excellent meals, chatting warmly with septas, even showing interest in some of the simpler aspects of daily life in Winterfell. After only a few days, Sansa idolized her entirely. Arya, though more aloof, grudgingly admitted that Margaery was not as insufferably prissy as she had anticipated. More importantly, Margaery and Jon spent increasing time together. At Ned's subtle encouragement, they walked through the Godswood, where the ancient weirwood's red leaves whispered in the chilly wind. Jon pointed out the carved face in the white bark, and Margaery listened with hushed awe as he spoke of how the Starks believed their ancestors' spirits watched over them through the weirwoods. Jon felt more at ease speaking in those quiet moments, away from prying eyes. He showed her the crypts beneath Winterfell, though he hesitated to go too far in the dark halls of the dead. She asked about his upbringing, what he loved most about the North, and whether he had any desire to travel the wider world. He answered honestly, though he felt a twinge of shame each time he considered his bastardy. One afternoon, they paused by a small pond in the Godswood, the surface partially frozen. Margaery drew her cloak tighter and looked up at Jon. "Why do you hesitate when you speak of your family?" she asked gently. "You love them deeply. I can see that in your eyes. But you speak as if you are separate." Jon swallowed, glancing at the ground. He did not wish to seem self-pitying. "They are my family," he said quietly. "But I am a bastard. That is how the world sees me, how many of them see me. I have always been on the outside." Margaery studied him with empathy in her dark eyes. "Yet, Lord Stark cherishes you. Your brothers do as well. Would you say that is not so?" He shook his head, managing a faint smile. "It is so. I know they care for me and I for them. But there are certain lines that I cannot cross, certain claims I cannot make. I learned that young. Yet here we are," Margaery said, her voice thoughtful. "You, a bastard of Winterfell, and I, a daughter of Highgarden, meant to be betrothed. The realm may whisper, but I have come to see that whispered words do not dictate the truth of what can be." She reached out to gently take his hand. Her skin felt cool in the northern air. "I do not fear your birth, Jon Snow. If we are to be wed, we shall define our own course." Jon felt an odd mix of relief and wonder at her boldness. He searched her face, trying to discern if it was merely politeness or something deeper. But Margaery Tyrell was adept at letting the warmth of her sincerity shine through her courtly graces. He felt, for the first time, that she might truly mean what she said. Over the weeks that followed, their interactions grew more comfortable. Jon found that conversation came more easily, especially when it centered around practical matters rather than the formalities of nobility. He guided Margaery through Winterfell's library, showing her ancient tomes and genealogies. She delighted in hearing stories of Brandon the Builder, the White Walkers, and the savage knights of the Long Night. In turn, she told him about Highgarden's fabled history, of its founding by Garth Greenhand, and the many legends of the Reach. Both of them shared a love for the histories of the Seven Kingdoms, though each viewed them through different lenses. Of course, courtly life was not without its intrigues. The Tyrell retinue included older lords and ladies who exchanged knowing glances whenever Jon and Margaery spent time alone, their whispers trailing through the corridors. Jon felt their eyes on him, weighing him, assessing if he was worthy of the Tyrell rose. He could not deny feeling self-conscious, but Margaery rarely seemed bothered by it. Whenever she caught a whiff of disapproval, she countered it with courtesy, or a charming compliment that left her critics momentarily disarmed. Eventually, the day arrived for the official betrothal ceremony, a simpler affair than a full wedding, but important nonetheless. Ned had arranged it to be held in the Great Hall before a modest gathering of nobles, bannermen, and key members of the Tyrell entourage. King Robert's written approval had been sent north, sealed with the royal stamp. He had no apparent objections to the match. Most likely, it suited him fine to keep the Tyrells content, and if House Stark was in favor, all the better for peace in the realm. The Great Hall was adorned with both the dire wolf of House Stark and the golden rose of House Tyrell. Torches crackled along the walls, casting flickering light across the stone floors. The hall was warm, the heat from the great hearth battling the northern chill outside. A hush fell as Ned, standing at the head of the chamber, beckoned Jon and Margaery to step forward. Jon's heart throbbed in his chest as he guided Margaery forward on his arm. She was garbed in a deep emerald gown, embroidered with subtle silver thread to honor House Stark. It was a subtle statement, unity between the North and the Reach. Margaery's hair was arranged with delicate braids, and a single silver rose pin adorned the side. Jon wore his best clothing, a dark tunic bearing the sigil of House Stark, though smaller than the one Robb might wear. The idea had been to show respect for Jon's heritage without overstepping. Ned, with Catelyn at his side, spoke solemn words about honor, duty, and family, referencing the old gods as well as the faith of the Seven to reflect the union of the two houses. As Ned read out the terms of the betrothal, the crowd listened intently. Robb stood near his father, his expression proud and supportive, while Sansa all but glowed at the romance of it all. Arya looked half fascinated, half exasperated by the ceremony. Bran and Rickon squirmed a little but tried to watch quietly. Ser Loras stood behind his sister, a calm smile on his face, though Jon thought he caught a flicker of concern in the knight's eyes, as if he was thinking about the complexities of politics. When the moment came for Jon to speak his vow, he felt the weight of 100 gazes on him. He inhaled, voice steady. "I, Jon Snow, do solemnly pledge my troth to Margaery Tyrell. I will honor her, protect her, and stand by her side, as our two houses become one, by the grace of the old gods and the new." Margaery's voice rang softly but clearly through the hall. "I, Margaery of House Tyrell, do pledge my troth to Jon Snow. I will honor him, support him, and uphold the bonds between our houses, before gods old and new." Ned took their hands and wrapped them in a strip of cloth bearing both sigils, tying them together lightly. "By the will of the gods, and by the witness of men, House Stark and House Tyrell are now bound by this betrothal. May the union bring prosperity and unity to both our lands." A gentle applause rippled through the hall. Margaery glanced up at Jon, a soft smile curving her lips. For a moment, all the politics and intrigue receded, and Jon felt only the warmth of her hand in his. A wave of relief and contentment washed over him, tempered by the knowledge that challenges would undoubtedly come. But for that moment, he allowed himself a rare sense of hope. Afterward, there was a small feast, a celebration of music, dance, and conversation. The hall rang with laughter and the clinking of cups, the roasting meats and fresh bread devoured amid talk of the future. Ser Loras led Margaery out to the floor for the first dance, a graceful turn that brought murmurs of approval from the guests. Then, Loras guided Margaery to Jon, stepping aside so that the two betrothed might share a dance. Jon's chest tightened with nerves. He was not known for his dancing. Margaery, noticing his hesitation, whispered, "It's just a few steps, Jon. Don't worry. I'm not so strict a teacher." Jon offered a self-conscious half-smile and placed one hand on her waist while holding her hand in the other. The music was soft, a gentle lilt that the minstrels had likely practiced for days. Though Jon was far from an accomplished dancer, Margaery guided him subtly, and he managed to keep pace. There was something intimate about being so close, the swirl of her dress brushing against his legs, her perfume faintly floral in the air. His heart hammered, but he kept his composure. Margaery's eyes shone with encouragement, and he gradually relaxed. They spoke only a few words, light banter about the dance, the feast, the watchful eyes upon them. But the moment felt monumental to Jon. He caught glimpses of Sansa beaming, of Robb clapping in time to the music, and even Arya offering a grudging nod of approval. The dance ended to polite applause, and they took their seats again, breath slightly quickened. Once the formalities were concluded, the real test began. How would Winterfell and the North adapt to Margaery's presence? And how would the Tyrell envoys adjust to the cold realities of life beyond the Neck? The weeks stretched into months as the final details of the wedding were planned, though no firm date was set yet. It was decided that Margaery would remain in Winterfell for a while, to learn the northern customs and to give Jon and her time to truly know each other, a courtesy not always granted in highborn marriages. The Tyrell contingent would come and go, ensuring that news traveled back to Highgarden, but Margaery and a small retinue stayed behind. Over those months, Margaery became a familiar sight in the castle's corridors. She learned the names of many servants and guards, won them over with genuine conversation and small acts of kindness. She spent hours with the Septa in the small sept of Winterfell, praying and reflecting, though she also visited the Godswood, quietly curious about the old gods and the ancient ways of the North. At mealtimes, she conversed with the Stark children, encouraging Sansa's interest in courtly manners and exchanging quips with Arya that ranged from archery contests to the best ways to bake bread. Even Catelyn, who maintained a measured distance initially, seemed to soften under Margaery's thoughtful gestures, like inquiring politely after Catelyn's father, Lord Hoster Tully, or praising the tapestries that Catelyn had overseen in the castle. Jon found himself in an unusual position, no longer simply the watcher from the sidelines, but the center of many people's attention. He would walk with Margaery around the battlements, discussing the daily workings of Winterfell, or they would ride out together near the Wolfswood, accompanied by a small escort, to show her the rolling hills and scattered pines of the northern landscape. On these rides, they sometimes stopped at small villages, where Margaery would greet the locals with a mix of southern charm and earnest respect. The small folk were intrigued. They had never seen a lady from the south quite like her. Jon could see how deftly she navigated these interactions, never condescending, always polite, and it made him admire her all the more. In private moments, they spoke of the future. Margaery asked about Jon's aspirations, whether he could see himself ruling a keep or forging alliances in King's Landing. Jon hesitated. He had never dreamed such ambitions. He had once thought of joining the Night's Watch, a path his uncle Benjen had walked, largely because he believed no other respectable path was open to him. Now, that future was cast aside by this betrothal. He confessed to Margaery his uncertainty. She listened intently. "Perhaps you can do both in a way," she suggested one evening, as they sat in a quiet corner of Winterfell's library, the glow of candlelight illuminating dust motes in the air. If you wish to fight for the realm, to serve with honor, that can be done in many ways. You needn't wear black to be honorable, Jon. He studied her face, the flickering candlelight dancing across her features. I've never known what else to do, he admitted softly. Now, my life has changed so abruptly. Margaery reached out, gently taking his hand. Sometimes the gods, old or new, lead us down unexpected roads. Perhaps it was meant to be. Then she leaned forward, her voice softening. I know that when we marry, our responsibilities will shift. We will have to represent House Stark and House Tyrell, keep the peace, see to matters in both the North and the Reach. But in that, we can find our own purpose. There is goodness in you, Jon, and I suspect there is greatness, too. Her words lingered in Jon's mind long after he left the library. It felt like a heavy mantle placed upon his shoulders, but a mantle he might one day wear with some measure of pride, if she was there to share the burden. Yet not all was idyllic. Whispers from the south began to reach Winterfell that tensions in King's Landing were rising. Lord Tywin Lannister was rumored to be displeased at the Tyrells' growing influence. The crown's debts to the Iron Bank of Bravos were mounting, and rumors circulated about Daenerys Targaryen across the Narrow Sea, possibly forging alliances of her own. Even in Winterfell, occasional ravens brought updates that gave Ned cause for concern. Jon saw his Lord Father's brow crease more frequently, and though Ned tried to shield his children from the darker tidings, Jon was now drawn into more council discussions than ever before. One day, after receiving an ominous raven from King's Landing, Ned emerged from his solar, face grim, and asked for Margaery and Jon to join him. They gathered in Ned's private chambers, with only Catelyn and a couple of trusted advisors present. Ned laid out a parchment on the table. King Robert's hunts have been growing more extravagant, Ned said, voice tinged with frustration. He empties the royal coffers as if they were a bottomless well. Lord Tywin is pressuring the crown for repayment of borrowed gold. And now, I hear that Lord Renly Baratheon is entertaining thoughts of his own claim should the throne be contested. Margaery listened intently, her expression composed but serious. My father wrote that the tensions between the Tyrells and the Lannisters are quiet, but not absent. Cersei Lannister likely disdains the idea of a Tyrell ally so close to the north. Ned nodded. Yes, and so we must move wisely. Our alliance must be strong, not just in name but in deeds. There is talk that King Robert wants to visit Winterfell again for another grand hunt. If that comes to pass, we must be prepared for the weight of the crown's gaze upon us. And possibly the Lannisters as well. He turned his steady gray eyes to Jon. This betrothal was a calculated step, but the stakes have risen. If war or strife threatens, the North and the Reach must stand firm together. Once you are wed, your bond will be more than symbolic. It may be the foundation of alliances that stave off chaos. Jon glanced at Margaery, seeing the determination in her eyes. They had grown closer these past months, developing a tentative but genuine affection. He realized that the realm's politics could place them both on a perilous path. If the Lannisters perceived the Tyrells as a threat, if any conflict erupted over the throne, their marriage would be a rallying symbol for both houses, and possibly a target. Margaery drew a steady breath. Then we must ensure the wedding is a declaration of unity. The North and the Reach together. My father will be eager to display his power and wealth, of course. But it must also honor Northern traditions. That will send a message that we are truly joined, not just in name. Ned's gaze flicked to Catelyn, who nodded in agreement. I will help you plan, Catelyn said quietly. We will find a balance between the old gods and the new. The entire realm will see that House Tyrell is not overshadowing House Stark, nor vice versa. Jon listened, heart pounding in his chest. The weight of the realm's politics felt heavy indeed. Yet, a part of him found solace in the presence of Margaery at his side, someone who shared the burden of bridging two great houses. He had never expected to find such partnership in this arranged betrothal, but there it was. And though he still grappled with doubts about his place, He reminded himself that he was not alone. Winter slowly tightened its grip on the north, the days growing shorter and the winds sharper. Snow came late that year, flurries dusting Winterfell's battlements and drifting into the courtyard. Margaery's cheeks became rosier in the chill, and she switched her light cloaks for thicker, fur-lined ones. Yet she scarcely complained, remarking instead on the stark beauty of a snow-covered landscape. One evening, she and Jon stood atop a tower, gazing out over the white-blanketed fields beyond the castle walls. Pale moonlight illuminated the snow, giving it a silvery sheen. From that vantage point, Winterfell looked both imposing and serene. The flickering lights in the windows below spoke of warmth amidst the cold. Jon took in a breath of icy air, letting it fill his lungs. He turned to Margaery. "You've grown accustomed to the cold," he remarked softly. "I remember how you trembled that first morning you arrived." She smiled, hugging her cloak closer. "I won't pretend it's easy, but there's a purity to the North's chill. In Highgarden, everything is lush and warm, but sometimes it feels too easy, too soft. Here, one must be strong, and it shapes the people who live here." He nodded. "You speak like one of the Northerners now." Margaery's smile grew wistful. "I've come to love it here, Jon, and I'm not afraid for the future." He studied her in the moonlight, the subtle shadows on her face. For a moment, he allowed himself to imagine a life with her, whether in Winterfell or some keep under his command. A shared life of duty, yes, but perhaps also of warmth and partnership. "Margaery," he murmured, stepping closer. "There's something I wish to say." She turned her gaze fully on him. He could see the curiosity and anticipation in her eyes. He hesitated, uncertain of how to find the words. He was no poet, no graceful knight with silvered tongue. But he summoned courage. I know this marriage was arranged for reasons of state," he began, "and we have followed the steps expected of us. But I want you to know that I do not see you as just a political partner. You have shown me kindness, understanding, and I care for you." He paused, swallowing, uncertain if he had said it right or if it was too blunt. Margaery's expression softened. She reached up, gently touching his cheek with a gloved hand. "Jon Snow," she said, voice tender. "You have been more than I ever expected. I see the honor in you, the goodness. Though we were brought together by our families, I do not regret it. I too care for you." A delicate silence hung in the frosty air. Before Jon could overthink it, Margaery leaned in, pressing her lips to his in a gentle kiss. He startled at first, the warmth of her mouth a sudden contrast to the cold wind. But then he returned the kiss with quiet longing. For a few heartbeats, the world narrowed to just the two of them standing on that tower, snow swirling around them like silent witnesses. When they parted, his breath caught in his throat, and Margaery's cheeks were flushed. Later, Jon would reflect that that moment was when he truly began to see Margaery as his match in every sense. A woman who understood duty but also possessed a heart capable of genuine affection. He felt a stirring of protectiveness for her, mixed with an unaccustomed sense of joy. Bastard or not, he was allowed this, a connection that transcended the circumstances of his birth. Yet, beneath the moonlight kisses and blossoming affection, the specter of politics loomed. Letters from Highgarden arrived, urging the wedding date to be set, eager to showcase the union to the entire realm. King Robert's court was abuzz with rumors that the king himself planned to visit the north again, possibly to confirm the wedding in person. Lord Tywin Lannister sent polite, measured congratulations but made no mention of any gifts. In the shadows, Ned's northern bannermen speculated on what it meant to have a Tyrell lady so close to the Stark heir, bastard or no. Tensions simmered as the path to the wedding began to crystallize. The wedding was proposed for early spring, when the roads might be passable enough for southern guests to arrive, and the northern snows receded at least a little. Margaery's family wanted a grand display that would reinforce the alliance's significance. Ned, practical as ever, insisted that the festivities not exceed what Winterfell and the local towns could reasonably support, mindful of not straining resources as winter's edge still lingered. Amid these preparations, Margaery expressed a desire to truly see more of the North. She gently insisted that any wedding in Winterfell must reflect the land's spirit and the old gods that Jon so revered. Jon, intrigued by the notion, proposed a short journey to nearby holdfasts under Winterfell's domain. They would not stray too far, as the roads were increasingly treacherous, but enough to visit some of Ned's bannermen, gather their sentiments, and let Margaery observe more of northern customs firsthand. Ned agreed, seeing the wisdom of such an endeavor. If Margaery was to be the lady of a keep in the north, possibly even Winterfell itself should something happen to Robb in the far future, she must understand the land and its people. And if they visited the Umbers, the Boltons, the Karstarks, or others, she would gain valuable insight into how the North truly functioned. So it was arranged that Jon and Margaery, accompanied by a small retinue, would travel to a few select locations north of Winterfell for a couple of weeks, paying visits and delivering tokens of the alliance. Robb and Theon would remain behind to assist Ned with matters in Winterfell, while a handful of guards and maesters accompanied the betrothed couple. The roads were icy and conditions harsh, but Margaery insisted she could manage. Setting out on horseback, Jon rode by Margaery's side. She wore a thick fur cloak, and her mare was sturdy, bred for northern terrain. Jon led Ghost, his direwolf, alongside them, the great white beast padding silently through the snow. Margaery had only met Ghost briefly, but she had not flinched from the direwolf's size. In truth, she seemed fascinated by Ghost, gently holding out her hand to let him sniff, though the direwolf was characteristically reserved with strangers. Still, he tolerated her presence, which was more than could be said for many others. Their first stop was a modest holdfast belonging to a minor house sworn to House Stark. The yard was muddy where the snow had partially melted, and the wooden palisade walls were old, but well maintained. The local lord greeted them respectfully, providing a hearty meal of stewed venison and dark bread. Though not a place of shining beauty, Margaery treated their hosts with the same courtesy she would have shown a lord in Highgarden. She listened to their concerns, asked about their families, and expressed genuine interest in how they endured the colder seasons. Each place they visited, Margaery's graciousness won hearts. Lords and ladies alike appreciated her sincerity. Small folk recognized her warmth. Jon could see them wondering about the match, why a lady of the Reach would wed a northern bastard. But he also saw them accepting her, bit by bit, as if the entire North was slowly extending cautious approval. One chilly afternoon, as they traveled toward a watchtower near the last river, the snowfall intensified, large flakes drifting down to clothe the world in white. The group had to slow their horses, the wind picking up and howling across the plains. Ghost stayed close, sniffing the air warily. Jon sensed the change in weather and signaled the party to halt in the shelter of a copse of pine trees. "We should wait here until the wind dies down," Jon told Margaery, raising his voice over the gale. He pointed to the pines, their thick branches providing some protection from the worst of the blowing snow. Margaery nodded, gripping her reins. Her cheeks were flushed from the cold. "You know best," she called. Despite the biting chill, she managed a smile. "Though I must say, I did not expect such sudden fury from the northern skies." They guided their mounts beneath the pine canopy, forming a rough circle. The guards dismounted, helping tie the horses and build a small fire. Jon and Margaery huddled near Ghost, whose thick fur seemed unbothered by the weather. "Is it always like this?" Margaery asked, pulling her cloak tighter. Jon shook his head. "Northern weather can be unpredictable, but this storm came quickly. We'll be safe here. Once it passes, we can continue, or find a nearby village to shelter for the night." The wind howled, rattling the branches above. Snow fell in swirling patterns, the world beyond the pines becoming a gray-white blur. For a moment, Margaery closed her eyes, letting the cold wash over her. Then she turned to Jon. "I'll cherish this memory," she said softly. "Someday, when I'm in Highgarden or King's Landing under a scorching sun, I'll recall the day we sheltered together in a snowstorm under pine trees." Jon smiled, a small but genuine grin. "You might be the only Southerner who would cherish such a memory." She laughed softly, leaning her head on his shoulder. The storm raged around them, but within the shelter of pines and their small fire, Jon felt a sense of peace. The men-at-arms bustled about, ensuring the horses were calm and the fire stoked. It was, in many ways, an ordinary inconvenience of northern travel. Yet, sharing it with Margaery made it feel more like an unexpected adventure, a moment of intimacy that bound them together more than any formal ceremony could. They waited until twilight, when the wind finally eased, and then pressed on carefully to the next village, guided by Jon's knowledge of the land. By the time they arrived, the locals were shutting their doors against the cold, but the sight of Stark banners earned them quick entrance. They spent the night in a cramped but warm hall, dining on simple fare. Margaery showed no complaint, earning the locals' admiration. She listened to their stories of hardships, offered words of encouragement, and praised the resilience of the North. Such experiences repeated throughout their short journey. It was not glamorous by Southern standards, no ornate feasts or tournaments, but it was authentic. Jon saw Margaery's determination, her willingness to adapt, and her compassion for those living in harsher circumstances than any she had ever known. In turn, Margaery witnessed Jon's deep respect for the people, his quiet sense of duty, and the calm leadership he displayed in ensuring everyone's safety. They were forging a bond far stronger than any parchment could decree. When at last they turned back toward Winterfell, they had been gone nearly 2 weeks. The heavy clouds broke on the final day of travel, revealing a pale sun that glinted off snowdrifts. Winterfell's gray walls appeared on the horizon like a sentinel of stone, a welcome sight for weary travelers. As they rode under the gatehouse, they were greeted by guards and stable hands who rushed forward to assist. They found Ned in the courtyard, arms folded in a posture of mild concern. He relaxed visibly when he saw them return unscathed, though he noticed the tiredness in their eyes and the dusting of snow that still clung to their cloaks. Margaery dismounted with Jon's assistance, and the two made their way to Lord Stark. "Welcome home," Ned said, a hint of warmth in his reserved tone. "I heard the snows were heavier than expected. I trust you both are well." Margaery bowed her head respectfully. "We are, Lord Stark. Jon guided us safely. He's quite the capable leader." Ned looked at Jon, pride in his gaze. "Good. Go inside, warm yourselves, and we'll speak of your travels. Your mother." Ned paused, carefully selecting his words. "Lady Stark will want to see you both." Jon nodded, not missing the slight shift in Ned's expression. In time, perhaps, that tension would fade, though he doubted it. For now, he was simply relieved to be home. He glanced at Margaery, who offered him a small smile of shared understanding. That evening, in the warmth of the great hall, Margaery recounted their journey to an attentive Catelyn, Robb, Sansa, and the other Starks. She spoke of the generosity of the small folk, the stark beauty of the northern hills, and the trust she felt blossoming between their houses. Sansa listened with rapt attention, occasionally stealing glances at Jon and Margaery that suggested she had grand romantic notions swirling in her mind. Once their meal was done, Jon excused himself to check on Ghost and ensure the direwolf was settled. Margaery followed a few minutes later, slipping out of the great hall to find him in the courtyard. Snow drifted gently in the lamplight, and Jon stood beside Ghost, running a hand through the direwolf's thick fur. "Needed some air?" she asked, her tone light. Jon turned, nodding. "Something like that. Ghost doesn't like the noise of the hall sometimes." She stepped closer, wrapping her cloak around her. "It's understandable. Even I find the hall overwhelming at times." Jon smiled faintly. "I never thought I'd hear a Tyrell say that." Margaery let out a soft laugh, the sound echoing off the courtyard walls. She reached out and placed a gentle hand on his arm. For a moment, they stood like that, quietly taking in the falling snow. The alliance that had begun as a letter from the Reach was now shaping into something meaningful. A real connection between two people who had once been strangers from very different worlds. They had no illusions. The realm's politics were unstable, and war or betrayal could lie ahead. But for that single, snow-dusted moment in Winterfell's courtyard, the future felt open with possibilities. and standing together, they found warmth that outshone the biting cold of the north. In time, the wedding date would be set. Lords and ladies would converge on Winterfell, or so Margaery's father intended, bearing gifts, wealth, and their own hidden agendas. The crown would watch with interest, as would the Lannisters. But Jon Snow and Margaery Tyrell would walk into that uncertain future with the beginnings of a genuine bond, born of shared trials, honest conversations, and kindness that bridged the gap between a bastard of the North and a Rose of the Reach. And perhaps, with that bond, they might weather whatever storms the realm had yet to unleash upon them. Winter's icy grip tightened on the north as the final stretch of snow-coated weeks passed. Winterfell, with its ancient walls and steaming hot springs, stood firm against the cold, a beacon of warmth amid a harsh landscape. And within those walls, the betrothal of Jon Snow and Margaery Tyrell continued to spark conversations, hopes, and the occasional flash of intrigue among lords, ladies, and servants alike. Ned Stark had seen many of his children grow under this roof, watched them chase each other in the courtyards, taught them the meaning of duty and honor in the Godswood. But not once had he envisioned a Tyrell living under his roof, let alone betrothed to his bastard son. The strangeness had slowly faded, replaced by a mounting realization that this union might well be a cornerstone in the realm's future. Margaery Tyrell was a calming presence, her lively wit and gentleness marking her as distinctly southern but no less admirable in the North's eyes. In the weeks following Jon and Margaery's return from their short travels to outlying holdfasts, life at Winterfell settled into a different rhythm. More letters began to arrive from the south, some from Mace Tyrell, some from King's Landing, and yet others from Ned's own sister-by-law, the Queen. Cersei's correspondences were always impeccably polite, laced with compliments and bland assurances that the crown looked forward to hearing of the marriage's success. But there was an undercurrent to her words that set Ned's instincts on edge. Cersei's gaze was upon the north, and Ned did not trust her. Meanwhile, Margaery spent part of each day conversing with Catelyn, Sansa, or Maester Luwin, learning the intricacies of the North's customs and needs. She was fascinated by local traditions, whether it was the emphasis on honoring the old gods by leaving offerings at the Weirwood tree, or the ceremonies marking the changing of seasons. She asked innumerable questions, soaking up every detail. More than once, Catelyn had to stifle a reluctant admiration for Margaery's diligence and charm. Tension still lay between Catelyn and Jon Snow, an unspoken line that had existed since the day he arrived at Winterfell as an infant. But if there was one woman who could pour oil on troubled waters, it seemed to be Margaery Tyrell. Jon, for his part, occupied a strange space between duty and longing. He continued to train with his half-brothers and Theon, studying at Maester Luwin's side to better understand the administrative tasks required of a minor lord. His mind churned with the realization that his future might be nothing like the lonely path he had once envisaged. In quiet moments, he often found himself recalling those nights of conversation with Margaery under the pine trees, or the hush of their shared travels through the snowy roads. She had become real to him, not just a betrothal arrangement, but a partner who recognized his worth despite his bastardy. He felt a surge of gratitude and a hint of awe whenever he allowed himself to believe it. Yet, as the day of the wedding approached, the realm's tensions grew. Whispers from King's Landing spoke of mounting debts, of Lord Tywin's displeasure, of King Robert's continued indulgences. There were rumors of Targaryen intrigues across the sea, of Sellsword companies forming around the exiled Prince Viserys and his sister Daenerys. But to most in the north, these concerns remained distant, intangible. The eyes of House Stark and of Jon Snow were fixed on the immediate future, forging a strong alliance with House Tyrell and sealing it with sacred vows. When the roads grew marginally passable in the New Year's spring thaw, still cold, but not so bitter as to deter southern visitors, the first envoys arrived at Winterfell. Knights of the Reach, wearing cloaks of green and gold, rode in with small retinues. Old Lord Randall Tarly, stern-faced and imposing, came to represent the martial backbone of the Tyrell bannermen. Lady Alice Beesbury, a distant cousin of the Tyrells, arrived in a clatter of carriages carrying rolls of fine cloths and barrels of wine from the arbor. The courtyard grew full with unfamiliar faces from the south, mingling with the North's own lords and ladies. Taciturn men of House Glover, hardy riders of House Ryswell, and lesser-known bannermen who had never ventured so close to southern grandeur. Margaery greeted the newcomers with courteous warmth. She made a particular effort to introduce them to the northern lords, bridging the gap of suspicion that sometimes flared in cold glances or stiff bows. Jon looked on, marveling at how naturally she navigated these courtesies. Through small compliments, sincere smiles, and well-timed acknowledgments of northern traditions, she lessened the tension that might otherwise have crackled between such disparate cultures. In the midst of these arrivals, the king's own heralds appeared. King Robert Baratheon would come north to attend the wedding, or so they declared. Queen Cersei would accompany him, along with a train of Lannister men and courtiers who rarely let the royal family out of their sight. The message carried both cheer and caution. The presence of the king would lend the wedding an undeniable importance, but it would also drape the event in more layers of politics and potential danger. No one knew what mood King Robert might be in when he finally arrived. Celebratory, wrathful, or bored out of his mind. Robert was as mercurial as the storms he adored. Ned immediately prepared for the king's arrival, summoning more provisions from the surrounding farms, ensuring that Winterfell's great storerooms were ready for a feast that might last days. The king's entourage was known to be large, extravagant, and possessed of appetites both for food and amusement. In the great hall, servants hung banners of Baratheon stags alongside the dire wolf of Stark and the rose of Tyrell. The sense of an impending grand occasion pervaded every corner of the castle. The day King Robert Baratheon at last arrived was clear but cold, the sun bright overhead, the wind snapping the banners in the courtyard. The king's party was vast. Golden-armored guards, high-born ladies in ornate carriages, men-at-arms sporting the crowned stag on their livery. At the head rode King Robert himself, a massive figure who had once been famed for his prowess in battle and tournaments. Now he was heavier, his face touched by too many cups of strong wine and countless feasts, but his presence was still formidable. Beside him rode Queen Cersei, her golden hair tucked under a jeweled hood, her emerald eyes scanning Winterfell's courtyard with cool assessment. Ned Stark waited at the steps of the Great Keep, Lady Catelyn at his side, and their children arrayed nearby in formal attire. Robb stood tall, wearing the Stark colors. Sansa and Arya were present as well, Sansa practically trembling with excitement at the sight of the royal retinue, while Arya's expression was more restless curiosity than awe. Bran and Rickon peered out from behind them, though their mother kept them from stepping too far forward. Jon stood slightly apart, his posture stiff with uncertainty. Near him, Margaery was poised, wearing a beautifully simple gown of gray and green, a nod to both House Stark's somber tones and her own Tyrell heritage. Robert dismounted heavily, a broad grin splitting his beard. He wasted no time striding up to Ned and crushing him in a bear-like embrace. "Ned, you old dog," he boomed, laughter shaking his large belly. "It's been too long." He turned to Catelyn, greeting her with more politeness, though still jovial. "My lady, I trust you've kept him in line?" Catelyn inclined her head, maintaining a calm courtesy. "I do my best, your grace." Robert turned his attention to the assembled Starks. He ruffled Robb's hair, commented on how tall the boy had grown, then boomed at the sight of Sansa, declaring she looked every bit the lady. Arya drew a faint scowl from the king for standing with her shoulders back like a small soldier, but Robert let it pass with a shrug and a grin. He greeted each child with a hearty friendliness, if somewhat superficial, and then his gaze fell upon Jon. The king's jovial expression flickered. He glanced at Ned with a question in his eyes, recalling full well the rumors surrounding this black-haired boy. Everyone in the courtyard seemed to notice, a brief hush falling across the proceedings. Jon felt his cheeks burning, but he bowed low. "My king," Jon said quietly. Robert studied him a moment longer before offering a curt nod. He did not speak to Jon directly, only looked back at Ned with an unreadable expression that might have held confusion, disapproval, or simply curiosity. Then his eyes slid to Margaery, whose presence he acknowledged with a broad, if somewhat leering, smile. "And here she is," Robert said, extending a hand to Margaery, who curtsied. "The bride-to-be, Tyrell's own rose in the north. You must be half-frozen, my lady. Our Ned always did love dragging fine folk up into this endless winter." Margaery rose with a gracious smile. "The north has a beauty all its own, your grace, and warmth, too, in the people who call it home." Her voice was confident, her manner calm. She might have been standing in the sunlit courtyards of Highgarden for all her composure. Robert laughed, seemingly pleased by her answer. He turned to the queen, beckoning her forward. Cersei descended from her carriage, the swirl of her gold-trimmed gown trailing behind. Her face was an exquisite mask of polite interest. She offered a thin smile to Margaery, then took the king's arm. "How lovely," Cersei said softly, her voice carrying to those nearest. "I have heard so much of Lady Margaery. The stories do not exaggerate." Margaery dipped her head in respect. "Your Grace, you honor me with your presence. The wedding will be all the grander for the crown's blessing." Cersei's emerald eyes flicked to Jon. Margaery noticed it. There was the faintest twitch at the corner of Cersei's lips, as though she were fighting the urge to smirk or sneer. But, in a well-practiced motion, the queen offered a courteous nod, sparing Jon little more than a passing glance. The tension in the courtyard loosened as servants and guards stepped forward to attend the king, stable his horse, and usher the royal party inside. Ned led Robert and Cersei into Winterfell's great hall, where a small welcoming feast had been arranged, just enough food and drink to refresh them after their travels, with promise of a grander affair that evening. Margaery and Jon stayed close by, exchanging only a brief glance. Jon could sense Margaery's resilience, the subtle way she kept her bearing despite the weight of so many strangers' eyes. He admired it more than ever. That night, the great hall was alive with music and conversation as the northerners and southerners mingled. Tables groaned under roast boar, venison, pies, bread, and flagons of ale and wine. King Robert seemed in high spirits, calling for more drink, demanding stories of old battles, clapping Ned on the back so hard that the North's lord nearly spilled his cup. The queen sat more quietly, occasionally murmuring with her brother Jaime, who had come as part of the royal guard, and her younger brother Tyrion, who made sardonic quips about the northern climate. Tyrion eyed Jon and Margaery with curiosity, but made no immediate approach. Jon found himself seated at the high table, as befitted the bridegroom, though he remained toward the far side. Next to him was Margaery, resplendent in a gown of shimmering dark green, embroidered with gold thread at the sleeves and neckline. The color echoed House Tyrell's rose, yet she wore a subtle direwolf pin, Sansa's gift to her, wrought by Mikken the blacksmith. That small, shining wolf's head felt like an acknowledgement of her efforts to belong in this northern stronghold. Between mouthfuls of food and cautious sips of wine, Jon responded to well wishes from both northern lords and southern knights. Some were clearly sincere. Hally's Hornwood offered a hearty congratulations and a promise that House Hornwood would stand by the new alliance. Others were more guarded, like Lord Tarly, who eyed Jon's bastard name and said little beyond the bare minimum of pleasantries. Margaery, ever the diplomat, steered conversations smoothly, turning away any barbed remarks. On the dais, King Robert alternated between regaling them with stories of old conquests and complaining about the cold. Eventually, as the night wore on and more wine flowed, his voice grew louder, his laughter more raucous. When he rose from the table, goblet in hand, the hall quieted. Robert was about to make a toast or pronouncement of some kind. Jon felt his stomach clench in apprehension. "I have come to see a wedding," Robert boomed. "And not just any wedding, but a marriage between the proud house of Stark, my dear friend Ned's house, and the fair roses of Highgarden. A brilliant match, they say, though I must admit I never expected to see old Mace Tyrell so eager to make peace with the North." He guffawed, glancing around. "But these are strange days. I say we drink to the future of this union, to Jon Snow and Margaery Tyrell. May the gods, old and new, bless them with children enough to fill half the North." A wave of laughter swept through many in the hall, though a few faces reddened at the king's bluntness. Jon gripped the table's edge, trying to keep his composure. Next to him, Margaery raised her own goblet, the faintest of smiles on her lips, as though she took no offense. Ned, from across the table, gave Jon an encouraging nod. Robert drained his goblet in one mighty swallow, then leaned forward on the table, eyeing Jon more closely. "So, bastard, is it? Well, no matter, nobler men have come from less. Your father is Ned Stark, after all. You treat this lady right, boy, or I'll have your head." The king's booming laughter echoed again, though the threat in his voice was framed by a half-drunken grin. A ripple of uncomfortable mirth passed through the crowd. Jon forced a tight smile and managed to raise his cup. "You need not worry, Your Grace," he said quietly. "I will do all that is in my power to honor this alliance." Robert stared at him for a moment, then seemed satisfied. He slapped Ned on the shoulder. "He's a serious one, this boy," he said, turning to the rest of the hall. "Just like his father when we were young." He belched, waving off the tension, and dropped back into his seat, calling for yet another refill. Cersei, all the while, maintained a distant smile. She rarely addressed Jon directly, though Margaery caught her watching with a calculating gaze more than once. The Queen's presence unsettled many in the north who had heard rumors of her ambitions and the manipulations of House Lannister. But for that evening, at least, no confrontation arose. The feast continued well into the night, guests peeling away only when the wine ran low or the music quieted. In the small hours, Jon and Margaery slipped away from the hall to find a moment's peace. They walked together through the dim corridors, candle sconces throwing flickers of orange light on cold stone. At length, they reached a balcony overlooking the courtyard, nearly deserted at that late hour. Snow had begun to drift again, soft flakes catching in the torchlight before settling onto the worn flagstones. Jon let out a breath. "That was intense," he murmured, leaning against the stone balustrade. Margaery nodded, pulling her cloak tighter around her shoulders. "King Robert can be rather overwhelming." Her voice was carefully neutral, though a hint of tension showed in her features. "And the Queen, I'm not sure what to make of her. She seems to watch everyone as though deciding where the pieces on a board should go." Jon glanced at her, seeing the exhaustion etched around her eyes. "Are you well?" She let out a small sigh. "I am, but it's a different sort of game up here than in the Reach. In Highgarden, there's warmth, greenery, music, dancing. I was raised in a world of courtesy. Here, the courtesy is sharper, more suspicious. It's not as easy to glean men's intentions." "We can handle it," Jon said, though he felt the old flicker of doubt within himself. "Our families see our marriage as a symbol. We just have to live up to that." Margaery turned her gaze to him, the hint of a smile curving her lips. "We will. I have faith in us." Gently, she placed a hand on his. "But I need to rest. Tomorrow we'll have more visitors, more toasts, more planning. And soon, the wedding itself." Jon breathed in the cold night air, feeling the chill through his cloak. "It's only a few days away now," he said, glancing up at the night sky. "I suppose we had best prepare for whatever storms come." She nodded, and they lingered side by side for a moment, gazing at the silent fall of snow. In that quiet hush, their thoughts drifted, both to the wedding and to the uncertain future that would follow. When dawn broke, Winterfell hummed with renewed activity. The king's men roamed the courtyard, demanding directions to the butts for archery practice, or seeking the mead stores. The Lannister guards lounged near the stables, close to the Queen's carriage and the golden-armored Kingsguard. Jaime Lannister was a striking presence with his regal bearing and quicksilver tongue, always near the Queen, though occasionally stepping away to sharpen his sword or practice with the men. Tyrion Lannister, dwarfed by the towering Northerners, moved about quietly, studying Winterfell's architecture and libraries, sometimes chatting with Maester Luwin about the history of the North. Ser Barristan Selmy, another Kingsguard knight, greeted Ned Stark politely. He carried the gravity of years in royal service. Ned exchanged brief words with him, reminded of the old days before Robert's rebellion, when honorable men walked a finer line. This was the swirl of figures that filled Winterfell in the days leading up to the wedding. Lords of the Reach, some of the Crown's advisors, Lannister men, and the Starks and their bannermen, each with their own agendas, each a thread in the tapestry of the Seven Kingdoms. Amid it all, Margaery and Jon were seldom left unoccupied. The wedding had to be planned with near-military precision. The ceremony, the prayers, the feast, the seating. Ned and Margaery had agreed to include elements of both the old gods and the faith of the Seven. The North's acceptance of the new gods was tenuous, but Margaery believed it essential that the Southern guests see their faith respected. So, the plan was set. The initial vows would be spoken in the Godswood by the Heart Tree in the presence of the old gods. Then, a septon, brought north with Margaery, would conduct a short faith of the Seven Blessing in the castle's small September. It was an unusual arrangement, but perhaps fitting for such a union of North and South. For attire, Margaery had chosen a gown that blended the stark, clean lines favored in Winterfell's more subdued tradition with the rich embroidery and graceful drape reminiscent of Highgarden fashions. She had even requested fur trim around the hem, a practical nod to the chill. Jon, as the groom, would wear dark gray and silver to honor House Stark's colors, with a single embroidered rose near his left shoulder, a subtle mark of House Tyrell. Some might find it strange, a rose near a direwolf's paw, but Margaery insisted it was a sign of unity. Jon had agreed, albeit with nervous humility. On one of the final days before the wedding, an unexpected meeting occurred that shaped Jon's perspective. He had gone to the library tower, seeking a moment of quiet among the shelves of old tomes. The hustle and bustle of the castle weighed on him, and he found solace in the dusty corners where ancient books lay. As he thumbed through a volume on regional customs, he heard soft footfalls behind him. He turned to see Tyrion Lannister standing there, examining a shelf with a lantern in hand. The dwarf gave Jon a thin smile. "My apologies if I startled you," Tyrion said, inclining his head. "I didn't expect anyone else here at this hour." Jon shook his head. "No apology needed, my lord." "Not my lord. I'm but a humble Lannister," Tyrion said wryly, stepping closer. He set the lantern on a table, illuminating his sharp-featured face. "You're quite the topic these days, Jon Snow. A bastard of the North, marrying Margaery Tyrell, the Rose of Highgarden. Oh, how the realm loves a curiosity." Jon tensed a fraction. "I'm sure they find it unusual," he said, attempting to keep his tone polite. "But I don't much care what they say. The alliance was made for good reason. Indeed, reasons of state, no doubt, and your father's, pardon me, your alleged father's honor." Tyrion paused, stroking his chin. "You do understand that in King's Landing, whispers swirl about your true parentage, yes?" Jon's jaw clenched. He had heard those rumors in passing. He had no real desire to dissect them with a Lannister, especially not with King Robert and Queen Cersei within earshot. "I'm aware. Rumors are common enough in the South. But I trust Lord Eddard's word." Tyrion's mismatched eyes flickered in amusement. "A wise stance. Still, it's interesting that House Tyrell is willing to wed their precious daughter to you, a man lacking name or claim. Makes one wonder what they suspect. Or know." Jon's pulse quickened. He spoke carefully, not wishing to betray any hint of the inner conflict he carried. "Lady Margaery has been gracious beyond measure. I'm sure her father saw an opportunity to strengthen ties to the North." Tyrion said. "No doubt. And the king himself is enthralled by the idea, though perhaps enthralled is the wrong word. He's more curious, as am I. You see, I have a fondness for outsiders. Cripples, bastards, broken things." His lip curled in a faint grin. "But I also see how precarious your position might be, caught between the king, the Tyrells, and the Starks." Jon studied Tyrion warily. "Are you offering counsel, my lord?" "Counsel?" Tyrion chuckled. "Perhaps. Consider that the Lannisters love to keep their eyes on new power blocks. If your marriage to Margaery cements the bond between the North and the Reach, you might one day rival the crown's influence, especially if the king's line continues to falter." He spread his hands. "Just be aware that some will see you as a threat, or a pawn to be used. Navigating such waters is dangerous, especially without a name. But you do seem to have the support of Ned Stark, and that is no small thing." Jon exhaled, feeling the weight of Tyrion's words. "I appreciate the warning." Tyrion shrugged, picking a book off the shelf. "Think of it as friendly advice. I bear you no ill will, Jon Snow. In fact, I rather like you. You seem far more straightforward than most of these preening lords." He tapped the tome lightly. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I came here to read about the northern legends of giants. Fascinating if half of it is to be believed. Good day." With that, Tyrion departed, the soft glow of his lantern bobbing as he walked away. Jon stood there a moment longer, heart still pounding. Tyrion's words pointed to everything Jon had suspected but rarely allowed himself to think about. The realm's endless political currents that might carry him somewhere he never intended to go. He felt both exposed and strangely bolstered. If a Lannister, of all people, acknowledged his precarious but significant position, it meant that House Stark and House Tyrell truly had created something that others would watch closely. Returning to Margaery's side, Jon chose not to share every detail of Tyrion's remarks, but he hinted that the Lannisters were undoubtedly studying them. Margaery was unsurprised, though she took the information seriously. "We must tread with care," she said, reaching for his hand. "But we won't cower." The day of the wedding dawned clear and cold. A light frost clung to Winterfell's stone walls, and thin streams of early sunlight slipped through the gathering clouds overhead. Servants bustled about from the earliest hours, piling fresh rushes in the great hall, arranging flowers. Even in the north, Margaery had insisted on flowers, though they were fewer and more subdued than the vibrant blooms of Highgarden. The courtyard, too, was swept and decorated with subtle hangings that blended the Stark direwolf and the Tyrell rose. Despite the challenges, Margaery's ladies-in-waiting, along with Winterfell's staff, had managed to procure enough greenery and color to lend the day a festive air. The ceremony would unfold in two parts. First, the betrothed couple, accompanied by their families and a small gathering of onlookers, would proceed to the Godswood. The ancient weirwood stood silent and watchful, its carved face an ever-present witness to the vows of the North. After that, the party would move to the Sept, where a septon, brought north specifically for this occasion, would perform the faith of the Seven Blessing. It was unconventional, bridging two faiths in one wedding, but it suited the symbolic nature of this alliance. Jon stood in his chamber early that morning, staring at himself in a polished metal mirror. Robb helped him adjust the cloak, a thick, charcoal-gray fabric with a subtle lining of green. The embroidered rose near Jon's left shoulder was a small but significant flourish. Ghost watched from a corner of the room, ears perked, as if sensing the gravity of the day. Jon turned to Robb. "Does it look all right?" Robb's grin was immediate, bright with pride. "You look every inch a Stark, and a Tyrell, if that's possible. How do you feel?" Jon swallowed. His stomach felt like it held a nest of vipers. "Nervous," he admitted. "My entire life is about to change." Robb clapped him on the shoulder. "You're not the only one who feels that way, I'd wager. Besides, you've got all of us behind you. You'll never stand alone." A small knot of emotion formed in Jon's throat at the warmth of his brother's words. However tenuous his station, however complicated his relationship with Catelyn, he had siblings who accepted him without question. "Thank you," Jon managed. Sansa appeared, knocking lightly at the door and poking her head in. She was dressed in a lovely gown of deep blue, her hair intricately braided. "They're ready for you," she said, smiling nervously. "You look handsome, Jon." He tried to return her smile. "Thank you, Sansa. You look beautiful yourself." She bobbed a small curtsy, then turned to hurry back down the corridor. Robb gave Jon one last pat on the back. "Shall we?" They made their way through the halls, where a hush seemed to reign. Everyone was in position or rushing to get there. Servants, lords, and ladies alike paused to watch as Jon passed, bowing or curtsying with a mixture of curiosity and respect. He felt like an intruder in a dream, wearing fine clothes and heading to wed the daughter of a great southern house. At last, Jon reached the courtyard, where Ned Stark waited with a line of northern bannermen. Margaery was not yet visible. Tradition demanded the bride appear separately. The sun was higher now, the crisp morning air nipping at exposed skin. Some of the southern visitors shivered and drew their cloaks tighter. King Robert stood off to one side, flanked by the Queen and her brothers, a sour expression hinting that he would rather be feasting than attending formalities. Yet he had arrived for the spectacle, to show the realm that the crown supported this union. Ned gave Jon a steady nod, eyes filled with a father's quiet pride. "Are you ready?" he asked. Jon inhaled. "As ready as I'll ever be." A trumpet sounded, only a brief note, for this was not a tournament but a wedding procession. The watchers turned as Margaery Tyrell emerged from a side corridor, flanked by her ladies-in-waiting. She wore a gown of layered gray and green silk, trimmed with silver fur at the collar and cuffs, and a delicate belt shaped like entwined roses and direwolves. Her hair was partially bound, dark curls cascading around her shoulders, and a soft white veil framed her face. Despite the chill, her posture was as composed as if she walked through Highgarden's mild spring. The courtyard hushed. Even King Robert seemed briefly caught by the sight. Margaery's gaze swept over the crowd, then found Jon. She smiled, a genuine, gentle expression that sent warmth flooding through Jon's chest. One of her ladies handed her a small bouquet of winter roses, pale blue blossoms grown, with some difficulty, in the glass gardens of Winterfell. She held them carefully, as though they were precious tokens. At a signal from Ned Stark, Jon stepped forward, meeting Margaery at the center of the courtyard. She curtsied lightly. He bowed, capturing her hand in his. The hush deepened, and they turned as one toward the open gate that led toward the Godswood. The procession moved quietly through Winterfell's corridors, past watchers who stood aside in reverence. Snow dusted the stone pathways outside. The air smelled of pine and cold earth. Behind Jon and Margaery walked their families. Ned and Catelyn, King Robert and Queen Cersei, Ser Loras Tyrell, Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon. Lords and ladies followed in their wake, forming an orderly line. Soft chatter and the shuffle of cloaks punctuated the otherwise silent morning. The Godswood greeted them with a hush of wind through the dark red leaves of the weirwood. A thin layer of snow blanketed the grass, and the little pond near the heart tree was partially iced over. The carved face in the weirwood's trunk seemed to watch them with ancient, knowing eyes. This was where the North had always wed under the old god's witness. Simple ceremonies, solemn vows. Today, though, it was attended by more finery and far more spectators than the quiet copse was accustomed to. They came to a stop near the heart tree, where a space had been cleared of snow. Ned Stark stood forth as the Warden of the North, a father giving away his son, even if that son bore the name Snow. Silence draped the gathering. The only sound was the rustle of cloaks and the distant caw of a crow. Margaery and Jon turned to face each other, hands clasped. Ned spoke in a low, resonant voice. "We stand here before the old gods, to witness the union of Jon Snow and Margaery of House Tyrell. Let all here bear witness to the vows they will speak, and may the old gods watch over them." He stepped back, inclining his head to Jon. Jon swallowed, feeling the gaze of the entire realm upon him, but he forced his voice to remain steady. "Margaery," he began, "I take you as my wife to stand by your side, to honor you, to protect you, and to cherish you. I swear by the old gods that I will keep you safe and keep our vows, so long as we both live." A hush fell. Margaery's eyes glistened, though whether from emotion or the cold was hard to say. She spoke in a clear, measured tone that carried in the quiet wood. "Jon Snow, I take you as my husband, to stand by your side, to honor you, to support you, and to cherish you. I swear by the old gods to keep our vows, so long as we both live." Ned gestured for them to face the heart tree. Jon and Margaery turned to it, letting silence fill the moment. Many of the Northmen lowered their heads, lips moving in silent prayer to the old gods. The southern guests watched with curiosity. Then Ned stepped forward once more. "Under the eyes of the old gods, I proclaim you man and wife." A beat passed, stillness, reverence. Margaery looked at Jon, and a soft smile curved her lips. Jon squeezed her hand gently, nearly overwhelmed by the realization that the vow was now a living bond between them, recognized before the oldest powers of the North. Then, in an echoing hush, the gathered crowd began to move, filing out of the godswood. The second part of the ceremony would take place in the small sept, a symbolic nod to the faith of the Seven. Margaery's hand slid into Jon's arm, and they followed the king, the queen, and the rest through Winterfell's corridors once more. Inside the sept, candles flickered on a modest altar. The stained glass windows were nowhere near as grand as those in the Great September of Baelor, but a soft rainbow of light still washed over the stone floor. A septon in pale robes waited, a warm expression on his face. Margaery and Jon approached, with Ned, Catelyn, and Margaery's brother Loras standing as witnesses. The septon raised his hands. "We stand now before the Seven, who guide us through their aspects. Father, mother, warrior, maiden, smith, crone, stranger. Margaery of House Tyrell and Jon Snow seek their blessing upon the vows they have spoken." Margaery spoke first this time, repeating a concise vow to uphold her duties as a wife under the Seven, to be guided by the mother's compassion and the maiden's virtue. Jon followed suit, speaking words of loyalty and protection, guided by the warrior's strength and the father's judgment. The septon then offered a short prayer, calling upon the Seven to sanctify their union. A final swirl of candlelight flickered around them, and in that gentle illumination, the septon nodded. "By the will of the gods, old and new, and by the witness of these assembled, I bless this union." With that, the ceremony was complete. No one spoke for a long moment, until the king clapped his hands in a sudden burst of enthusiasm. "Well, that's done then," Robert boomed, making some of the southern ladies jump. A ripple of relieved laughter spread through the congregation. Margaery and Jon turned to face the watchers. Her cheeks were flushed, perhaps from the cold or the significance of the moment, while Jon felt a mix of exhilaration and solemnity. They walked out of the sept as husband and wife, stepping into a corridor where well-wishers began to gather. Loras Tyrell smiled warmly at his sister, leaning in to kiss her cheek. Sansa beamed, practically dancing on her toes to catch Margaery's eye. Arya lingered near the back, looking simultaneously impressed and disdainful of all the ceremony. Ned patted Jon's shoulder, pride etched in his features. Even Catelyn managed a small, courteous smile, though there was still an undercurrent in her eyes, an uncertainty about the shift in Jon's status. A wave of cheers greeted them in the courtyard when they emerged fully. Robb led the throng of northern men shouting their congratulations. The Tyrell knights added their voices, lifting the golden rose banners high. King Robert bellowed for more wine. Servants scurried to and fro, beginning preparations for the grand feast that would overtake Winterfell for the rest of the day and well into the night. Bards tuned their lutes and harps, jugglers practiced cartwheels, and cooks rushed to the kitchens to begin roasting entire boars and side after side of venison. Jon and Margaery, at last, found themselves briefly alone in a small alcove off the great hall. Servants bustled past, carrying trays of freshly polished cups, but none intruded on the bride and groom. Margaery exhaled, leaning her back against the cool stone wall, the faint tremble of excitement still in her posture. "We're married," Jon said softly, a wonder in his voice. Margaery's lips curved into a bright smile. "We are. How do you feel, husband?" Jon let out a breath that misted in the chilly air. "I never expected this in my life, but I'm glad. I truly am." She reached out, threading her fingers through his. "As am I. Let's hope the rest of the day is less daunting than the ceremony." They shared a quiet laugh. Then Margaery glanced toward the hall. "We should go. Our guests will be waiting." Jon nodded, but before they turned, he gently lifted her hand and pressed a kiss to her knuckles. Their eyes met, and in that shared moment, they both sensed the enormity of what had just occurred. However uncertain the realm's future might be, they were bound now, two people from distant corners of Westeros, forging a path that might reshape the alliances of great houses. Jon felt a swirl of pride, protectiveness, and tentative joy all mingled in his chest. They entered the great hall to the sound of applause. Torches blazed along the walls, and the dais table was resplendent with gold and silver dishes. Minstrels struck up a lively tune as servants poured wine into tall goblets. The feast had begun. The wedding feast at Winterfell was a spectacle seldom seen in the north. Tables were laden with food enough to satisfy even the king's appetite. Roast swan, honey-glazed hams, spiced sausages, trencher bread filled with thick stews, baked apples dusted with cinnamon, and a variety of pies, pigeon, pork, turnip. Casks of ale and mead were tapped, and lordly vintages of wine from the arbor flowed freely. The hall echoed with laughter and chatter, the clink of cups, the swirl of dancing couples to the minstrels' tunes. Jon and Margaery were seated at the high table, placed between Ned and King Robert. On Margaery's other side sat Catelyn, while next to Ned stood Queen Cersei, wearing a fixed smile that rarely reached her eyes. The newlyweds endured a steady stream of toasts, from Robb, from Ser Loras, from Lord Tarly, from various northern bannermen, and from Robert himself, who was already well on his way to being drunk. Despite the noise and the demands of polite conversation, Jon felt buoyed by Margaery's presence at his side. Whenever she sensed his discomfort, at a crude jest by a tipsy lord, or the pointed stares of certain guests, she intervened with a deft word or a gentle change of subject. Each time, Jon was reminded how formidable an ally she was in these political waters. More than once, Ned caught his son's eye and nodded approval, as if to say, "This is why we accepted this match." Partway through the feast, the king insisted on a demonstration of skill. "Let's see some sport," Robert roared, slamming his goblet down so hard that wine sloshed over the rim. "Bring in the boar spears, or have the archers show their mettle." Ned rose, trying to smooth the king's wishes into something feasible indoors. "Your Grace, we can arrange a small contest of archery in the courtyard, if it pleases you." Robert clapped his hands. "Excellent, and perhaps that direwolf pup could chase a hare for us." Jon frowned, feeling a surge of protectiveness for Ghost. But the king was in high spirits, so Jon spoke calmly. "Ghost isn't fond of performing, Your Grace. He's a bit independent." Robert waved dismissively. "Bah, so be it. Let us watch the archers instead. You'll see, my sweet queen." He turned to Cersei. "The northerners can loose an arrow even with half-frozen fingers." Cersei merely smiled with thin politeness, though Tyrion, seated further down, snorted quietly into his wine. The brief contest was arranged quickly, with a few targets set up in the courtyard outside. Some of the lords and knights, slightly inebriated, braved the cold to show off. Ser Loras Tyrell demonstrated impressive skill, striking near the bullseye from a considerable distance. Robb Stark proved no slouch, landing his arrows in tight grouping as well. Theon Greyjoy shot wide once but recovered with a skilled final shot. King Robert bellowed encouragement and half-stumbled about, calling for more wine. Meanwhile, Margaery watched from a vantage point near the steps, politely applauding each shot. Amid the amusement, the sun sank lower, the northern twilight lengthening. Servants lit torches around the courtyard, illuminating the drifting snow. Eventually, the crowd drifted back into the warmth of the great hall, where the feast continued unabated. As the evening wore on, the custom of the bedding ceremony loomed. It was a tradition in many parts of Westeros, though one that House Stark did not always practice. Margaery had read about it, and while she found it a bit uncouth, guests drunkenly undressing the bride and groom before sending them to bed, she also knew it was often considered part of a grand wedding. She braced herself for it, determined not to show discomfort. But Ned stood near the dais when the time came, raising a hand to quiet the rowdy shouts. "The North has its own ways," he began, voice carrying. "Tonight, we will forgo the bedding ceremony. Let the new couple retire in peace and dignity. We are not a house known for prying eyes." A few drunken lords grumbled in disappointment. Lord Umber, already half swallowed by ale, loudly protested that a bedding was a vital part of any wedding. But Ned's word was law in Winterfell, and Margaery cast him a grateful glance. Across the dais, Robert only shrugged, too deep in his cups to care. Cersei's expression remained unreadable. Margaery felt a subtle shift of relief. She had been prepared for the worst, but she appreciated that Ned would extend such courtesy. If anything, it reinforced her respect for the North, and for Jon's father, who quietly shielded them from the rowdier Southern tradition. When it became clear that the newlyweds would be allowed to depart without the humiliating spectacle, well-wishers came forward in a more orderly manner to bid them good night. Robb clasped Jon's forearm, a grin lighting his face. Sansa embraced Margaery, whispering congratulations with an almost sisterly affection. Arya hovered uncertainly before Margaery, then offered a small nod that might have been her version of thanks for not letting the day descend into pure Southern excess. Bran and Rickon scampered around, wide-eyed at the noise and festivities, though Catelyn gently guided them aside so that Jon and Margaery could slip away. Thus, at last, Jon Snow and Margaery Tyrell, now Snow in name though she retained her own as well, were escorted to the bridal chamber. Two of Margaery's ladies giggled behind her as they helped gather her gown's trailing fabric. Jon felt his heart hammering in his chest, a mixture of anticipation and nerves. His entire life had changed in a matter of hours. He was a husband, joined to one of the most significant houses in the realm. And beyond that formal bond, he cared for Margaery more than he dared admit. They stepped into the chamber, a cozy room in one of Winterfell's towers, warmed by a crackling fire. The bed was layered with thick furs. A few candles glowed on the table, and a jug of mulled wine stood on a small stand. Once the door closed behind them, the noise of the feast faded, replaced by the gentle snap of burning logs. Margaery set down her bouquet of winter roses, removing the veil from her hair. She turned to Jon, a slight smile curling her lips. "We've done it," she said softly, stepping closer. "We've truly done it." Jon could only nod, a shy smile tugging at his mouth. He reached for her hand. "I'm grateful," he whispered. "Grateful to have you as my wife." She leaned in, resting her brow against his. "And you as my husband." Jon eased his hands up to cradle her face, and they kissed. A gentle, unhurried meeting of lips that carried the weight of all the day's ceremony. In the quiet hush of the chamber, they found a tentative tenderness, a moment of peace after the swirling tumult of the wedding feast. Margaery's hair smelled faintly of lavender, a southern fragrance that seemed foreign in the north. But Jon welcomed it, as he welcomed the warmth of her arms around him. They spoke a little in hushed tones about the day, the sight of the king's drunken grin, the tension in the queen's eyes, the archery in the cold courtyard. They shared a small laugh at the memory of Lord Umber's booming protest about the bedding ceremony. In that quiet talk, they settled the last of their nerves. Eventually, they let the day's exhaustion wash over them. The door's latch fell into place, sealing them in a private world that was theirs alone. The next morning, Winterfell stirred later than usual. Many of the guests nursed sore heads from too much wine, and the king himself did not rise until well after sunrise. When he did, his mood was sour, complaining of the meager southern sunlight in the north. But the day was bright enough for all that, the sun glinting off patches of snow and shining on the towers. Jon and Margaery emerged from their chamber to greetings that were by turns polite and boisterous. Some lords slapped Jon's shoulder, congratulating him with winks and ribald jests. Ladies of the Reach murmured compliments to Margaery on her poise and grace. Sansa hovered, eager for every detail, though she contained herself with decorum. Arya rolled her eyes at the fuss, more interested in practicing with a wooden sword in the courtyard than indulging in wedding gossip. Ned had planned for the king to remain in Winterfell a few days longer, to finalize discussions about the realm's state of affairs. Robert seemed little interested in governance, more eager to hunt or eat or drown in mead. But Ned pressed him gently, describing the North's needs, the cost of the king's visit, and the possibility of forging new trade routes with the Reach. Meanwhile, Margaery's father, Mace Tyrell, had sent a message that he might journey north as well, though not immediately. He claimed pressing matters in Highgarden. Whether that was to avoid the northern cold or to maintain plausible deniability in case the wedding faced any hidden opposition, none could say. In those days following the wedding, Jon and Margaery began to settle into a routine of shared duties and quiet companionship. Together, they visited the library to speak with Maester Luwin about potential expansions of farmland in the north, fueled by the new alliance with the Reach. Grain shipments might flow north more reliably. In exchange, the north would send more pelts, timber, and minerals south. Margaery, with her deft political sense, suggested that the Tyrells also consider investing in northern roads, ensuring easier passage for goods year-round. Jon listened, contributing his own knowledge of the terrain, while Luwin took notes with keen interest. Outside, in the courtyard, Margaery sometimes watched as Jon sparred with Robb and Theon. She found herself impressed anew by Jon's skill, the quick reflexes and calm focus that belied his intense nature. Meanwhile, she devoted time to learning more about the castle's day-to-day management, advising the steward on meal plans for the king's entourage, working with the stablemaster to ensure the southern horses were properly cared for in the cold, and ensuring supplies of feed were not unduly strained. She often crossed paths with Catelyn Stark in those responsibilities. The air between them remained somewhat cautious, but Margaery's unassuming courtesy and genuine desire to help the castle function gradually eased Catelyn's wariness. One day, they stood together in the storeroom, examining the inventory of salted fish and dried meats. Winter was receding, but no one in the north was foolish enough to waste a single resource. Margaery asked questions, gleaning how the Starks managed provisions in the face of unpredictable weather. Catelyn answered with guarded politeness, but at length she offered a small piece of praise. How Margaery's suggestions about rotating older stores to the front of the usage list were sensible. It was a humble moment, but it felt like a small step toward acceptance. Occasionally, the new couple would steal quiet moments to themselves. Small walks by the wall, visits to the Godswood, or just hushed conversations in a window seat overlooking the courtyard. If any servants whispered about how quickly they seemed to find comfort in each other's presence, neither Jon nor Margaery took offense. After all, this was the heart of a political marriage that had, somehow, begun to blossom into genuine closeness. But a shadow loomed in the form of the king's continued presence. Robert's mood varied day by day. Sometimes he was jovial, recounting tales of battles, praising Ned, and expressing curiosity about the north. Other times he was sullen or argumentative, snapping at his squires, ignoring the queen, and complaining about trifles. Cersei remained a poised, golden statue at his side, polite in conversation but unyielding in her closeted judgments. On the fourth day after the wedding, Robert declared he would go on a hunt in the nearby Wolfswood. The day was crisp and bright, perfect for riding, he said, and he wanted to see some northern game worth spearing. Ned looked uneasy, remembering all too well the last time Robert had visited Winterfell years ago, and the disasters that had followed in King's Landing. But he agreed, offering an escort of Stark men to guide the king through the forest. Jon and Margaery watched from the gatehouse as Robert, clad in thick furs, rode out with a small retinue that included the ever-present Jaime Lannister, a handful of Lannister guards, and a few men of the north. The queen remained behind, citing a headache, though her cold glance over the courtyard suggested she simply had no interest in tramping through the snow. As the hunting party vanished beyond the walls, Margaery turned to Jon with a faint smile. At least the castle will be quieter. Perhaps we can accomplish more in his absence. Jon nodded, exhaling. I can only hope he returns satisfied. I've seen hunts in this region go poorly when men underestimate the beasts that roam our woods. She slipped her arm through his, leaning in. He may be reckless, but he's still king. Let's trust the old gods to keep him safe. They retreated inside, intending to spend the day reviewing letters from Highgarden and discussing future plans with Ned. But soon after they settled in Ned's solar, a messenger arrived with news that could not be ignored. A raven from Castle Black, reporting unsettling activity beyond the wall. Whispers of wildlings gathering in unusual numbers. Strange sightings in the deep forest. Ned read the note with a furrowed brow. "It seems your Uncle Benjen has reported an influx of wildlings," Ned told Jon. "They're pushing south and the Watch is worried. One of their rangers claims to have seen, well, monstrous things, but it's likely just wildling raids." Jon's face tensed at the mention of his uncle. "Should we send aid?" Ned set down the parchment. "Winterfell's resources are stretched with the king's visit, but I'll consider dispatching a few more men to the Night's Watch once the king departs. Let us hope it's only an exaggerated rumor." A silence fell, broken by Margaery's thoughtful voice. "If there is trouble beyond the wall, wouldn't it be wise to ensure the new trade routes we're establishing don't suffer from raiding wildlings in the future?" Ned looked at her, slightly surprised that she would think of such a thing. "Yes, my lady, you're correct. The safety of the roads is paramount." She offered a small nod, stepping back to let Ned and Jon consider the details. Jon glanced at her gratefully. This was part of why he admired her. She thought ahead, never just reacting to immediate issues. Over the next 2 days, the king's presence was felt only in the distant echo of horns as his hunting party ventured out and returned intermittently for fresh supplies or to deposit whatever game they'd caught. Robert seemed to enjoy the hunts, though he complained about the cold. Then, on the 3rd day, near sunset, horns blew from the gatehouse. King Robert's party was returning, but with an air of urgency. Men scrambled in the courtyard to greet them, and Ned descended from his solar to see what the commotion was about. Jon, Margaery, and other members of the household followed in a tense group. Robert rode in, slumping in the saddle, face pale and twisted with pain. Blood stained his furs. A boar's tusk had torn into him in a brief moment of carelessness. Jaime Lannister held the king's reins, guiding the horse as carefully as possible. Behind them, 2 other knights carried the carcass of a massive boar, tusks glinting with dried blood. Cersei, who had come to the courtyard with a retinue of her ladies, pressed a hand to her mouth in horror, though her green eyes flashed with something unreadable. Ned rushed to Robert's side, helping Jaime lift him from the horse. Robert let out a groan of pain, staggering to keep his feet. "Damn beast came out of nowhere," he wheezed, sweat beading on his brow. We were at the edge of the woods. I drank too much wine." His words slurred as the men-at-arms carried him into the castle, rushing to lay him in a large guest chamber where the maester was summoned at once. The boar had gored the king's side, and though the wound was not immediately fatal, it was deep, oozing blood and threatening infection. Maester Luwin set about cleaning and stitching, administering potent milk of the poppy to quell Robert's pain. The entire castle buzzed with alarm. If the king died in the north under Ned's roof, the ramifications could be monumental. Lannister men glowered in the corridors, while Queen Cersei remained at Robert's bedside, pale and silent. Jaime and Tyrion consulted in hushed tones near the door, tension carving lines on their faces. Ned stood watch, worry etched into every crease. Jon and Margaery lingered at the fringes, powerless to help. When Ned emerged from the chamber, brow beaded with sweat, he let out a heavy breath. "The maester says the wound is serious, but the king may yet recover if the infection doesn't spread. We must wait, and we must keep the castle calm." That wait stretched into several days. Robert drifted in and out of feverish consciousness, calling sometimes for Ned, other times for a drink, and occasionally muttering the names of his old friends or lovers in his delirium. Cersei rarely left his side, nor did Ser Barristan Selmy. Tyrion Lannister took up a vigil in the library, reading quietly, though now and then he emerged to speak in low tones with Jaime or the Queen's handmaidens. Rumors flew, that the king was dying, that he'd be dead by dawn, that he was improving, that the gods had cursed the north. No one knew the truth for certain, and tension mounted in every corner of Winterfell. Margaery found herself pulled between her new role and the swirl of court politics that accompanied a king's incapacitation. She did her best to maintain calm among the southern knights who questioned her, but she had no official authority. Jon felt a frustration simmer. He was a newlywed husband, yet powerless to affect the realm's direction should Robert die. He confided his concerns to Ned one evening, the two standing in a deserted corridor lit only by a single torch. "If King Robert passes, the throne would pass to his son Joffrey," Ned said grimly. "But that boy is no friend to the north, and his mother's ambitions are well known." Jon nodded, anxiety gnawing at him. Then war could come. The Lannisters will want to tighten their grip, the Tyrells might see an opportunity, and the north could be caught in the middle. Ned's lips pressed into a thin line. "Exactly. I pray Robert recovers. For all his faults, he has at least kept the peace. In the meantime, keep your wits about you. The Lannisters are watching, as is everyone else." Over the next 2 nights, Robert's fever finally broke. Maester Luwin announced cautiously that the king was showing signs of improvement, though he was far from well. Relief spread through the castle, though it was tempered by caution. Robert would need time, weeks perhaps, to recover enough to travel. In the meantime, Winterfell remained crowded with courtiers and knights, all of whom had to be housed and fed. Margaery did her utmost to ensure the supplies didn't dwindle, conferring with the stewards about distributing rations. She even suggested that some of the Lannister guard might relocate to a nearby holdfast or pitch tents in the yard to reduce strain on the castle's rooms. The queen, when approached, refused to send her men outside, citing concerns for their comfort in the north's cold. So the tension festered. At last, with Robert's health no longer in immediate danger, he was able to speak more coherently. Ned visited him in the chambers, only to find Cersei present, watching with hawk-like wariness. Robert, propped up on pillows, beckoned Ned closer. "Ned," he rasped. "The huntsman says the boar was massive, biggest he's seen. I told him we'd mount those tusks in the Red Keep." He managed a weak laugh, then grimaced as pain bit him. "Damn me, I should have listened to your warnings about the drink." Ned placed a hand on Robert's uninjured shoulder. "You'll recover, Robert, and you'll return to the capital soon enough." Robert grunted, looking around as though noticing the chamber for the first time. "I'll need to. Rumor has it the Targaryen girl across the sea is stirring up trouble. But for now, you'll remain here, with your new alliances." "Yes." His words slurred a touch, eyes drifting to Cersei. She pressed her lips together. Ned nodded. "Jon Snow has wed Margaery Tyrell. The alliance is set. We'll do our part for the realm, as we always have." "Good," Robert said, then closed his eyes with a groan. "Just keep those Tyrells from swallowing half the kingdom. I'll not see the rose overshadow the stag." A wave of exhaustion overcame him, and his eyes slid shut. Cersei watched Ned from across the bed, her face unreadable. As Ned turned to leave, she spoke in a low tone, just loud enough for him to hear. "Your new family connections may give you illusions of strength, Lord Stark. Be cautious that your illusions do not lead you astray." Ned paused, a flash of anger stirring in his chest. He turned back to Cersei. "My lady, you forget yourself." "Do I?" she replied coolly, adjusting one of Robert's pillows. "I am queen." For a moment, the tension in the room crackled. Then Ned exhaled, turning away without further retort. He was not a man for petty arguments, and Robert's weakened condition made confrontation unwise. Still, he felt a dark, foreboding settle in his gut. Days stretched into a week, and King Robert's health improved enough that he could sit up and drink light broths, though he was still unable to walk unaided. The queen grew impatient, wanting to return south before the roads turned muddy. She insisted that if Robert was well enough to ride in a litter, they should depart for King's Landing at once. Robert, stubborn and prideful, refused to leave until he could mount a horse on his own 2 feet. So the stalemate continued, and Winterfell remained host to the uneasy presence of the crown. During this time, Margaery and Jon attempted to live out their newlywed days in relative calm. Their private moments were precious respites from the swirling politics. In the mornings, they broke fast together on simple fare, warm bread, boiled eggs, and sometimes a side of bacon. Margaery often teased that she missed the lavish spreads of Highgarden, but she never truly complained. Jon enjoyed hearing her talk of the Reach, describing orchards in bloom and gardens bursting with roses. He, in turn, told her the old stories of the first men and the children of the forest, of how Winterfell's walls were said to be warmed by hot springs that had been channeled by Brandon the Builder. As their bond grew, so too did the acceptance of the Northmen. If, in the first weeks, some of the lords had resented the idea of a bastard forging such a grand match, those doubts began to fade when they saw Margaery's respect for northern ways and Jon's continued humility in dealing with them. Jon remained the same conscientious young man they had known, only now with a quiet confidence he had lacked before. He had, at last, a place that felt truly his, a partner at his side. Yet, news from the south never ceased. Ravens brought word of tensions in Dorne, murmurs of conflict brewing in the Stormlands, and the uncertain movements of Viserys Targaryen in Essos. Ned spent long hours with his advisors and wrote countless letters, hoping to keep the North stable if the rest of the realm fractured. Jon occasionally sat in on these discussions, learning more about the responsibilities that might befall him should war come. One gray afternoon, with the clouds hanging low over Winterfell's towers, Catelyn approached Margaery in the library, her posture stiff but her eyes carrying determination. They had rarely been alone since the wedding. Servants or other ladies were often present, or they crossed paths in corridors where they exchanged courtesies and parted. "My lady," Catelyn said softly, glancing around the quiet room. Shelves of old tomes lined the walls, their spines cracked from centuries of use. Margaery rose from a chair by the window, setting aside a book of northern ballads. "Lady Stark," she replied, giving a respectful nod. "Is there something I can help you with?" Catelyn's lips parted, then pressed into a fine line, as though she weighed her words carefully. "I wanted to speak to you about Jon." Margaery tipped her head, heart fluttering slightly. Of all the subjects Catelyn might wish to discuss, Jon was likely the most fraught. "Yes, of course." Catelyn's blue eyes flicked to the open door, then back to Margaery. She moved closer, lowering her voice. "I know you two have formed a bond. I see it. The North sees it. And I would be blind not to acknowledge that you care for each other." Margaery offered a small, cautious smile, unsure of what Catelyn intended. "Yes, my lady, we do." Catelyn exhaled, clasping her hands in front of her. "Jon has always been an uncomfortable reminder for me. He is Ned's blood, but not mine. She paused, as though the words cost her. "I have not always treated him fairly. My children adore him as a brother, but for many years, I let bitterness cloud my heart." Margaery listened intently, compassion stirring in her. "Lady Stark, you owe me no explanation, but Jon never spoke ill of you. He respects you." A flicker of conflict passed over Catelyn's face. "That is Jon's way. He is honorable like Ned. Came to say, I can see how happy he is with you. I will not stand in the way of that happiness." The admission seemed to weigh heavily in the air. Margaery reached out and gently touched Catelyn's arm. "I understand it must be difficult for you. I only hope I can ease any burdens between you." Catelyn met Margaery's gaze, and something like relief glimmered there. "I suppose we shall see. But I wanted you to know, I will not oppose this union, for what my word is worth." Her tone softened, and she lowered her eyes. "Welcome to the family, Lady Margaery." In that moment, Margaery recognized the depth of the gesture. Catelyn Stark was not a woman who easily let go of grudges or pain, but for the sake of her family's future, she was trying. Margaery gave a slight nod, warmth touching her expression. "Thank you. I value that." They parted soon after, each sensing that too many words might spoil the fragile accord. But as Margaery left the library, her footsteps were light. She felt as though the final barrier in Winterfell had begun to yield. Catelyn Stark's acceptance was not total or unreserved, but it was a step. That evening, when she recounted the exchange to Jon, he listened with eyes wide, and his lips curved in a grateful smile. It was a piece of peace he had never expected. After almost 3 weeks at Winterfell, King Robert's condition improved to the point where he could walk with the aid of a cane. Muttering curses about boars and northern chill, he announced his intention to depart within a day or two, determined to reach King's Landing before any further mishaps befell him. He summoned Ned to a private audience, where Robert again hammered home the need for the North to remain vigilant and to keep the Tyrell alliance under control. Ned navigated the conversation as best he could, extracting half-promises from Robert about repaying the costs of his extended stay, though the king brushed off specifics. On the day of departure, the courtyard was a flurry of activity. Servants loaded wagons, squires readied horses, and knights checked their gear. The queen, arrayed in rich crimson and gold, supervised the loading of her personal carriage. Jaime Lannister stood by, scanning the surroundings. Tyrion was nowhere to be seen, having left earlier on some separate business or personal journey. No one seemed certain. Meanwhile, King Robert had insisted on mounting a horse himself, though he winced with every movement. Cersei approached Margaery briefly, offering a tight-lipped smile. "My father will be interested to hear about this union. I trust you will remain cooperative with the crown." Margaery inclined her head calmly. "House Tyrell and House Stark remain loyal to the throne, Your Grace." "Indeed," Cersei said, gaze flicking to Jon. "And your new husband, well, let us hope he proves worthy of the honor bestowed upon him." With that, she swept away, not waiting for a response. Jon, standing by Margaery's side, tensed, but Margaery lightly placed a hand on his arm, guiding him away from conflict. Robert offered a last round of hearty farewells and curses at the cold, then led his procession through Winterfell's gates, the Lannister banners trailing behind. With thunder of hooves and creak of wagons, they vanished down the King's Road, leaving only a swirl of dust and half-melted snow in their wake. In the sudden quiet of the courtyard, Ned, Catelyn, and their household let out a collective sigh of relief. Robb turned to Jon, grinning. "That was quite a stay. The king knows how to liven things up. I'll give him that." Jon breathed a laugh, though it was tinged with weariness. Margaery exhaled beside him, her eyes following the last hint of banners in the distance. "That was my first prolonged meeting with the crown," she murmured. "It was illuminating." Ned stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back. "Now that they're gone, we can turn our energies to truly securing this alliance. Trade agreements, the flow of goods, the management of any potential conflicts, and we can begin to see to our own houses." He looked at Jon and Margaery. "You have done well. Both of you." Margaery dipped her head. "Thank you, Lord Stark." Jon nodded in quiet gratitude. For a moment, he sensed the magnitude of what had transpired. They had weathered a royal visit, cemented a wedding that bound the North to the Reach, and escaped the worst of potential political calamity after the king's injury. But this was only the beginning. The Seven Kingdoms were restless, and storms brewed on every horizon. Lannister ambition, Targaryen claims, wildling unrest, and the threat of winter's eventual arrival. Despite the swirl of uncertainty, there was a flicker of hope. Jon Snow, once just the bastard of Winterfell, now stood at the start of a new chapter with Margaery Tyrell, now Margaery Snow in the north, by his side. Their union, however unlikely at first, had already begun to shape fortunes across the realm. And as they walked together from the courtyard back into the familiar halls of Winterfell, hand in hand, they clung to that hope. Whatever battles lay ahead, they would face them together, forging a future where the wolves of the north and the roses of the Reach might stand as one. They walked hand in hand into Winterfell's great hall. Outside, the last of the royal procession had vanished into the swirling dust on the King's Road, taking with it the clamor of gilded armor, Cersei's half-veiled glances, and Robert Baratheon's boisterous shouts. The courtyard felt oddly calm now, as though the castle itself exhaled in relief. Winterfell's gates were closed once more, and the bustle that had marked Robert's stay eased into something closer to the measured pace of northern life. Yet the hush brought an awareness of what they all faced next. The marriage between Jon Snow and Margaery Tyrell was sealed, and King Robert, wounded but recovering, had returned south. The realm's tensions might simmer anew, beyond the Stark walls. And within Winterfell's own heart, there would be fresh challenges. for it was no small thing to bring the Rose of Highgarden into the domain of the direwolf. Jon and Margaery reached the relative quiet of a side corridor. The stone walls loomed tall and ancient, lit by the warm glow of torches. Motes of dust drifted in the light. Jon led her toward the solar, where Ned Stark and the rest of the household would soon gather to discuss matters that had been set aside during the king's convalescence. Margaery's hand was warm in his own, and a faint smile curved her lips. Despite everything, the worry over Robert's health, the Lannisters' watchful presence, the pressures of her new position, she carried herself with a steady grace. They parted at the solar's door, where Margaery excused herself to speak with the stewards about the day's needs. Jon stepped in to find his father and Robb bent over a map spread across a large table. The room smelled faintly of parchment and candle wax. The floor was scattered with missives from across the north, urgent or otherwise, neglected in the swirl of royal events. Outside the tall windows, the overcast sky hung low, promising more cold to come. Ned straightened. "Jon," he said by way of greeting, beckoning him closer. "We were just discussing the state of the eastern roads. Lord Serwyn's last letter suggests heavy rains south of the Dreadfort. They fear the roads are nearly impassable for caravans." Jon took a place by the table's edge, glancing at the older documents. He saw a mention of the carhold, shipping out furs, a note on shipments from White Harbor, and a scrawled letter from an innkeep near Moat Cailin complaining about bandits. Here were the small but constant burdens of the north: logistics, roads, harvest yields, fortifications. He inhaled quietly, aware that these might one day be among his duties, especially if he and Margaery took on a role overseeing a region or traveling south to handle negotiations with the Reach. Robb tapped a spot on the map. "I told Father we might send a small crew of laborers to clear the drainage paths, but we don't have enough men to spare if we want to keep the roads near Deepwood Motte in good condition as well." Ned folded his arms. "We'll have to prioritize. If trade caravans are blocked near the Dreadfort, we'll see fewer goods making it here for the rest of spring. With the king's visit behind us, we still need to replenish certain stores. The last thing we want is a shortage, especially if the next winter proves harsh." Jon studied the map. He had traveled some of these roads with Margaery to the minor holdfasts, but many more were merely names he'd heard in the Great Hall's routine. "My lord," Jon ventured, "maybe we can coordinate with House Tyrell soon. Margaery's father might be open to sending some coin north, or laborers who are skilled in building. They have resources that might help." Ned's gaze flicked to him, thoughtful. "You believe they would send workers all this way?" "Perhaps not in large numbers," Jon conceded. "But Margaery has spoken of her father's interest in seeing the North become a reliable partner in trade. If roads block our goods, that hurts the alliance. It's worth discussing." Robb nodded, mulling it over. "Coin from the Tyrells, perhaps, if not men. But we must be careful not to appear dependent, or they'll think the North weaker than it is." Ned rubbed his jaw. "Alliances walk a fine line between cooperation and reliance. Still, Jon is right that a certain measure of aid could strengthen both sides. Let us consider drafting a letter to Lord Mace. Polite, direct, and open to negotiation." They went on discussing the details: which roads needed the most urgent repair, what workforce might be spared without weakening critical defenses, how best to frame the request so it felt like an exchange of mutual benefit. Jon took mental notes, determined to learn. This was the daily slog of governance, lacking the glory of the battlefield or the romance of a king's feast. Yet, he realized it was the backbone of any stable realm. Wars might be won with swords, but prosperity was won with quills and diligence. At last, Ned motioned for the documents to be collected. "We'll finalize the letter tomorrow," he said. "For now, get some rest. There will always be more tasks awaiting us." Jon and Robb moved to follow, but Ned caught Jon's arm gently. "A moment, if you please." Robb gave a curious glance but left the solar. Ned waited until the door shut. Candlelight gilded his features, highlighting the silver in his hair that had grown more pronounced in recent years. His face was kind but lined with care. "Jon," he said softly, "I want you to know that I'm proud of how you and Margaery have handled things. The king's wound, the Lannisters. It was a great deal of pressure for newlyweds to endure. Jon lowered his eyes, a spark of both gratitude and humility flickering within him. "Thank you, father. I only hope I can continue to serve our house." Ned's hands came to rest gently on Jon's shoulders, a rare gesture of open affection. "You do. You will. And in time, this alliance might give you a place of your own. Perhaps a keep nearer the south, or some arrangement that allows the Tyrells to expand their influence while keeping you and Margaery close to the Starks. We must be prepared for all possibilities." Jon's heart thrummed. A keep of his own. That was something that had never seemed more than a daydream. He recalled the old plan to join the Night's Watch, how that path had once seemed his only honorable future. Now everything had changed. He nodded, though he felt the weight of the unknown. Ned gave him a final, measured look and then released him. "Go on. Margaery's likely waiting. Enjoy the rest of your day." Jon thanked him and stepped out. Down the corridor, he caught sight of Margaery speaking with one of her ladies-in-waiting, Gwyneth, a soft-spoken young woman from the Reach who had acclimated poorly to the North's cold. Margaery had a gentle hand on Gwyneth's arm, offering some reassurance. When she saw Jon approach, she excused herself and turned, cloak swirling lightly around her ankles. "My husband," she said, letting the word rest on her tongue with a tiny smile. Even weeks into their marriage, it still felt new to say. Jon warmed at the greeting, though he glanced around out of old habit to ensure no one stared too intently. The bastard of Winterfell, he thought, now walking the halls as a wedded man. It never stopped surprising him. "You were speaking with Gwyneth?" Margaery nodded. "She's worried about returning to Highgarden. Her father is ill. She wants to go back, but I told her it might be best to wait until we're certain the roads are safe. I've offered to send a raven to her family." Jon's expression grew thoughtful. "That might be wise. I've just come from Father's discussion about the roads. Travel is uncertain, especially near the Dreadfort. We can't risk sending someone alone." She sighed. "I feel for her, though. She longs for the warmth of home, both the weather and her own household." Jon tucked his arm around Margaery's, leading her down the corridor. "Highgarden's warmth is a far cry from Winterfell's walls of stone and ice. Not everyone adapts as well as you have." She gave him a sidelong smile, letting her head rest against his shoulder for a brief moment. "I've tried. Even if I can't say I love the cold, I do love what I found here. The sense of resilience, the unity in adversity." Her voice grew softer. "And you?" Jon's cheeks tinged red, but he guided them onward. It still felt strangely bold to be so open about affection. He coughed lightly. "Perhaps we can do something to help Gwyneth. A small escort if the road's clear. Or we see if House Serwyn can host her en route." "That's an idea," Margaery agreed. "We'll talk to your father, and see if the Tyrell household could spare a guard or two, if any remain behind." They paused near a narrow window, the sky visible through rippling glass. Snow flurries drifted in the courtyard below. Margaery watched them in silence a moment, then turned to Jon. "Do you ever regret this arrangement?" she asked softly, surprising him. "Regret?" He shook his head, startled by the question. "Why would I?" She searched his face. "I know it was not your choice initially. It was arranged for you by your father, by my father, all for political ends. We've made it work, but I sometimes wonder if you feel you lost your freedom, your chance to choose your own path." Jon considered it, recalling how he had once longed to join the Night's Watch. "Before you came, I only saw one path. At least that path was my choice, or so I thought. But meeting you, marrying you, it gave me a life I never imagined. A place of respect I never expected to find." "No," he said firmly, taking her hand. "I don't regret it." She pressed her lips together, relieved. "Good, because I found I care for this life more than I expected as well. I wouldn't trade it away, even if it means letting go of some illusions." He bent to kiss her knuckles, a soft and fleeting gesture. Just then, they heard footsteps. They broke apart, turning to see Sansa approaching, her face bright. She gave a small curtsy. "Jon? Margaery?" Mother wanted me to ask if you'll be joining us for the midday meal. She said we're all to gather in the hall." "We will," Margaery said, smiling at Sansa. "Thank you." Sansa beamed and hurried off, clearly relishing the small duties that let her feel involved. Jon and Margaery followed at a more measured pace, reflecting on the swirl of responsibilities and small joys that now marked their days. Life at Winterfell found its equilibrium in the following weeks. The initial rush of the wedding and the royal visit gave way to daily tasks: overseeing the castle, planning trade routes, writing letters to southern lords. The snows still clung to the north, but the promise of a mild spring teased them with occasional rays of sunshine. Margaery adapted to wearing heavier cloaks and thicker boots, but she never lost her fascination for the stark beauty of the northern landscape. Jon continued to train in the yard, sometimes with Robb, other times with the guard. He caught glimpses of Margaery watching from the gallery, and whenever their eyes met, a reassuring warmth passed between them. One morning, just as the bells tolled for breakfast, a raven arrived from Highgarden. It bore the seal of House Tyrell. Margaery took it to her chambers to read privately, then emerged wearing a thoughtful expression. Jon met her gaze. "What does it say?" She unfolded the parchment. "It's from my father. He congratulates us again on the wedding. Hopes King Robert's injury didn't disrupt too much. But there's also—" She trailed off, scanning down the page. "He asks if we can come to Highgarden for a visit. He suggests it would be good for us to show the realm that our union is recognized not just in the north, but in the Reach as well." Jon frowned slightly. "Travel all the way to Highgarden? That's quite a journey." Margaery nodded. "It is. And I suspect my father wants to display us to his bannermen, to reassure them that this alliance truly exists. Possibly also to glean whether you and I are firmly aligned with his interests." Jon saw the complication. They were Starks in the north, but Margaery's father might want to ensure they didn't forget the Tyrell perspective. "What do you think?" She folded the letter carefully. "It might be wise. If we're going to make this alliance work, we can't just stay in Winterfell forever. The Lords of the Reach are curious about me, about you, about what all of this means. But we'll need your father's leave, and it could be complicated." Jon exhaled. "We should talk to father. If we do go, we must ensure it won't look like we're deserting the north, or that we're ignoring the tasks we have here." They brought the matter to Ned later that day, in the privacy of his solar. Ned listened quietly as Margaery explained the gist of Mace Tyrell's letter. At length, Ned nodded. "It was inevitable that House Tyrell would want you both to visit. Showing their new son by-law to the southern courts will be a statement, and it might ease some tensions. I don't disapprove if it's managed properly. The journey is long, but we can spare a suitable escort." Jon hesitated. "But do we want to leave Winterfell with matters unsettled? We still have concerns about bandits, about the roads near the Dreadfort." Ned gave him a faint, understanding smile. "Those matters are ongoing. Robb and I can handle them. As for you, Jon, you have a new role now. Part of that role is representing the North in the South. No one else can do that for you save your wife." Jon cast a glance at Margaery, who offered a small, resolute nod. "Very well, we'll prepare, though I'd want to ensure the roads are passable." "A few more weeks of mild weather might help," Ned said. "We can aim to depart after the worst of the snow melt, perhaps in early spring." They agreed. A reply was drafted, politely accepting Mace Tyrell's invitation and stating that Jon Snow and Margaery Tyrell would make the journey once conditions allowed. The Raven took flight the next morning. Margaery's gaze followed it from the courtyard, a swirl of curiosity and anticipation in her expression. Jon wondered what Mace Tyrell truly wanted. Was it pure courtesy, or were deeper intrigues at play? Word spread slowly around the castle. Jon Snow and Lady Margaery would head south soon, possibly accompanied by a small retinue of Stark men and some of Margaery's ladies. Reactions ranged from excitement among the household. Some of the younger servants had never traveled so far, to quiet apprehension from the older folk, who distrusted the southern roads. Theon Greyjoy teased Jon about entering a land of soft songs and sweet wines, while Robb tried to mask his own envy. "Send me a letter describing the feasts," Robb joked, "and maybe how the knights fight. I might learn something new." Jon and Margaery prepared in what ways they could. Margaery directed her ladies to gather suitable garments for warmer weather, though she advised them to keep a few heavier cloaks for the journey over the neck, where the climate could still be chilly and damp. Jon oversaw the gathering of supplies for a modest escort, a handful of guards, enough to ensure safety without seeming a challenge to the Tyrells. Ghost would go as well, of course. Jon would not leave the direwolf behind. Arya seemed particularly intrigued by the notion of traveling so far. She cornered Margaery one afternoon in the courtyard. "You'll see the Mander, right?" Arya asked, eyes bright with curiosity. "And Highgarden's towers, and maybe the seat of the Tarleys?" Margaery laughed gently at Arya's barrage of questions. "Yes, we'll likely see the Mander, and I'm sure we'll pass near Horn Hill. Perhaps we can even greet Lord Tarley if Father arranges it." She leaned in conspiratorially. "I'll bring back stories for you." Arya grinned. "Someday I want to travel like that. I want to see the world outside Winterfell. No offense to my home, but there's more out there." "Yes, there is," Margaery agreed, though she cast a glance at Jon's half-sister with a touch of concern. Arya's restless spirit was well known. "For now, though, you must be patient. The realm can be dangerous." Arya nodded, her expression sobering. "I know, but I can handle danger." Margaery, thinking of the men who would not hesitate to harm a Stark girl on the road if it suited some plot, felt a pang of protectiveness. "Then learn all you can, and perhaps one day the time will be right." Arya gave a firm nod and bounded off, leaving Margaery with a mixture of fondness and worry for the girl's future. But she admired Arya's boldness too. It reminded her that not all ladies had to be docile. The North had a quiet strength, and sometimes that manifested even in its youngest daughters. The snows melted in a steady thaw, leaving the courtyard a mix of slush and mud. Servants mopped the floors constantly, vainly trying to keep the corridors from turning into slick hazards. Outside Winterfell's walls, the winter-brown fields gave way to patches of new grass, and the wolves would drip with meltwater. Ravens from various corners of the north brought news of the break in the weather, along with the usual petty squabbles. A stolen horse at a village near Long Lake, a dispute over a boundary stone near the rills, a drunken fight among small folk at a roadside inn. With each passing day, the roads grew more passable. Finally, the day came to depart. A crisp morning greeted them, the sky a pale blue streaked with wisps of cloud. The wind carried a hint of spring, though a chill lingered in the shade. Jon, clad in practical riding leathers beneath a cloak of sturdy gray, stood in the courtyard with Ghost at his side, surveying the retinue. Margaery wore traveling attire of dark green wool, simpler than her usual gowns, with a short train she could tuck up when riding. Her cloak was lined with fur, a testament that winter's breath might still linger. Behind them, a small cluster of Stark guards prepared horses, loading saddlebags with provisions. Two of Margaery's ladies were present, Gwyneth and an older companion named Eleanor, who had served the Tyrells for decades. Eleanor was a steady sort, unflappable even in the North's climate. Ned and Catelyn stood by to bid them farewell. Robb, Theon, Sansa, and Arya were there too, along with a scattering of other onlookers. Bran and Rickon craned their necks from a distance, calling their goodbyes. Margaery stepped forward to embrace Sansa, who looked torn between excitement and sorrow at their departure. Arya hung back a moment, trying to look indifferent, but ended up exchanging a quick hug with Margaery before scurrying away. Jon clasped Robb's arm, meeting his brother's gaze. "Look after Winterfell," Jon murmured, "and train hard. I might need you if I get in trouble down south." Robb laughed. "I'll come running if you do. Just watch yourself with all those knights and lords. And remember, you're a Stark, no matter what name they give you." Jon nodded, a lump forming in his throat. "I will." Ned approached, placing a hand on Jon's shoulder, then turning to Margaery with a respectful inclination of his head. "Safe travels. Let Lord Mace Tyrell know we remain grateful for his hospitality and open to future collaboration. And Be mindful of your surroundings. The roads can be perilous, especially near the riverlands, with the tensions that never fully die there. Margaery thanked him, while Catelyn offered a quieter farewell. Her expression remained that polite mask, but she squeezed Margaery's hand once in genuine parting. At last, they mounted their horses. Jon swung into the saddle, Ghost pacing beside him, ears alert. Margaery sat astride her mare with a practiced ease, though she adjusted her cloak against the wind. Then, with a final wave, the small procession clattered out of Winterfell's gate, heading south along the King's Road. The journey began under gentle sunshine, a relief after the recent cold. Still, pockets of snow remained along the roadside, and the nights brought sharp frosts. The group kept a moderate pace, pausing each evening at inns or minor holdfasts that recognized the Stark banners. Margaery, familiar with the custom of courtesy, presented small tokens or gold to the hosts who received them, ensuring goodwill. Jon noticed how deftly she navigated these interactions, always choosing a kind word for the local families. Even among the modest taverns of the north, she never acted above them. It won her quiet admiration. Once they passed Moat Cailin, a fortress that loomed over the neck with its half-ruined towers. The climate began to change. The damp swamps of the neck tested their patience with biting insects and treacherous ground. Twice they had to dismount and lead the horses through boggy patches. Ghost prowled ahead, at times returning with brackish mud on his paws. But eventually, they cleared the neck and emerged into the flatter lands of the Riverlands, a place of wide fields and meandering streams that carried faint echoes of old battles from the time of the Targaryen Wars. They took rest at a larger inn near the crossroads. The inn sign showed a weathered stag, though the writing beneath was nearly illegible. Word traveled fast that a young couple from the north, bearing the Stark sigil and a golden rose pinned to the lady's cloak, had arrived. Local villagers peered in curiosity. Gossip circulated about who these travelers might be. Some recognized the Tyrell rose, and whispers abounded of the wedding that had made the bastard of Ned Stark into a southern lord, at least in rumor. Jon tried not to bristle at hearing himself called a bastard in hushed voices. He reminded himself that the realm would always see him that way, no matter how many alliances were forged. Margaery, noticing his unease, quietly took his arm in the common room one evening. "They'll always find something to whisper about," she said gently. "Let it pass. We have more important matters ahead." He nodded, subdued. "I know. Still, it bothers me more now, somehow. Before, it was just me. But now I worry about how it reflects on you." Margaery smiled softly, though her eyes were serious. "Don't. I chose this. Let them whisper what they will. We'll show them what we can accomplish." Her words steadied him more than she knew. He found himself drawing on her calm as they rode on, crossing into the wilder expanse of the Reach's northern borders. The land grew greener, dotted with flowering shrubs and farmland. Even in early spring, the difference from the north was stark: warmer air, gentler breezes, the sweet scent of blossoms carried by the wind. Gwyneth, Margaery's young lady-in-waiting, nearly wept with relief to see the soft hills of home again. Their escort remained watchful, though. The roads near the borders of the Reach could harbor brigands, and alliances with the Crown did not guarantee safety. Once, they heard rumors that a band of outlaws had attacked a caravan on a side path, but after sending a pair of scouts, they found no sign of immediate threat. Nonetheless, Margaery insisted on vigilance. "I refuse to be an easy target," she said quietly. At last, one afternoon, they crested a gentle slope and beheld the Mander winding through a broad valley. Beyond it, rising from a lush tapestry of gardens and fields, stood Highgarden. Even at a distance, the castle was splendid. Tall white stone walls overlooking terraced gardens that spilled down toward the river. From each turret flew the golden rose. The sun caught windows of stained glass, sparkling like gems in the afternoon light. Margaery breathed a quiet sigh of emotion. "Home," she murmured, her voice carrying relief and a pang of nostalgia. Jon observed it all with wonder. He had heard countless tales of the grandeur of Highgarden, how its gardens were unrivaled in beauty, how even the air seemed perfumed by flowers. Seeing it now, he felt the weight of those stories. There was a lightness to the land that contrasted so sharply with the North's rugged austerity. They followed the road toward the main gates, passing farmland where peasants paused in their labors to stare at the arriving riders. The fields bloomed with early spring buds, pale pink blossoms, rows of vegetables, grapevines just beginning to sprout. Rows of apple and peach trees lined the approach, though not yet in full bloom. Margaery's face lit with recognition, pointing out certain orchard groves and meadows to Jon. He listened intently, smiling at her excitement. At Highgarden's walls, guards wearing the rose sigil called out in greeting. Seeing Margaery Tyrell approaching, they sprang to open the gates, and the travelers passed through into a wide courtyard paved with pale stone. Instantly, servants hurried forward, stable boys rushing to take the horses. Margaery dismounted gracefully. Jon followed suit, feeling a swirl of emotions as his boots touched the courtyard's warm stones. A herald in Tyrell livery stepped forth, bowing low to Margaery. "My lady, we've awaited your return. Welcome home." His gaze flicked to Jon, uncertain, but Margaery gestured with composure. "This is Jon Snow, my husband," she said, voice resonant with authority. "Please inform my father that we have arrived." The herald snapped upright, murmuring acknowledgement, and rushed off into the castle. Margaery's ladies, Gwyneth and Eleanor, tried to hide smiles. Jon overheard one stable boy whisper to another, "The Northern Lord. They said he was a bastard." Another stable boy shushed him. Jon's jaw tensed, but he forced himself to remain calm. Already, the difference between the open acceptance of the North and the sometimes more subtle judgments of the South felt tangible. Margaery touched his arm lightly. "Come," she whispered. "Father will see us in the main hall. Let's be gracious." He nodded, exhaling. They crossed the courtyard. Jon noticed everything. The marble statues of knights and ladies in nooks along the walls, the stands of rare flowers curated in decorative planters, the bright livery of guards. Even the breeze smelled sweeter here, tinged with 1,000 blooms. Felt like a different world. Inside, they were met by a swirl of motion. Servants bearing trays of lemon water, pages scurrying to fetch Margaery's baggage, and a few southern knights wearing Tyrell colors. At the hall's entrance, Margaery's father stood in full finery. Lord Mace Tyrell, portly and ruddy-cheeked, wearing a robe of green and gold. By his side stood Margaery's grandmother, the Lady Olenna Tyrell, diminutive in stature but formidable in presence. A subtle hush fell as Margaery and Jon stepped forward. "Margaery, my dear child," Mace Tyrell exclaimed, hurrying forward with arms outstretched. He enveloped her in an effusive embrace, then turned to Jon with a wide smile that did not entirely reach his eyes. "And welcome, welcome, Lord Snow, yes? Or shall we say Stark Snow now? He gave a booming laugh that sounded just a shade forced. "We're so delighted you've come." Jon felt his cheeks warm. The question of his name was always precarious, but he inclined his head politely. "Thank you for receiving us, Lord Tyrell. It was a long journey, but we are glad to be here." Mace clapped Jon's shoulder, a gesture that wobbled Jon slightly. Yes, we shall see you well-fed, well-rested, and introduced to the wonders of Highgarden. Come, I've had quarters prepared for you, and tomorrow we shall hold a feast in your honor. Let all of the Reach see the union that binds us to Winterfell." Margaery offered a courteous nod, her posture poised. "We're grateful, Father. How is Loras? I expected him to greet us." Mace waved a hand. "Off on a hunt or practicing the joust or some nonsense. That boy never can sit still. He'll be back by evening, I'm sure." As Mace spoke, Lady Olenna Tyrell stepped forward, cane tapping lightly on the floor. She was dressed in a high-collared gown of turquoise, her face framed by a matching headdress. She peered at Margaery with sharp, hawkish eyes, then transferred that keen gaze to Jon. "So," Olenna said in a clipped tone, "this is the North's answer to forging alliances, is it? Handsome enough if a bit pale. A bastard, but it's all the rage these days from what I hear." "Welcome to Highgarden, Jon Snow." Jon inclined his head, uncertain how to respond to such directness. Olenna Tyrell's reputation for bluntness preceded her. "Thank you, my lady," he managed, trying not to show discomfort. Olenna sniffed. Well, we've always had an appreciation for strong stock in the Tyrell line. The North is rumored to breed hardy people. Let's see how you fare in the South's heat, shall we?" Margaery gently slid her arm through Jon's, a subtle show of solidarity. "Grandmother," she said in mild admonishment, though her tone remained respectful, "we are tired from the journey. If you'll excuse us, we'd like to settle in." Of course," Olenna replied, her expression unreadable. "Go rest, but come see me in my solar tomorrow. I'm curious about your doings in the North. There are so many rumors swirling." With that, Mace Tyrell beckoned a steward to lead them to their quarters. As Jon and Margaery followed, they exchanged a brief, wry smile. Highgarden was every inch the grand seat of the Reach, from the polished floors to the tapestries depicting heroic knights and fabled gardens. But beneath that beauty lurked the subtle tensions of a powerful, politically minded family. Jon realized with a sinking feeling that these next days would be yet another trial of courtesy and composure. Their assigned chambers overlooked a sweeping garden terrace. The windows stood open to admit warm breezes, carrying the fragrance of roses and lavender. The room itself was lavish by Jon's standards, with a large bed draped in silk, plush chairs arranged around a low table, and intricately woven rugs. A side door opened onto a small balcony with climbing vines. Margaery smiled wistfully as she took in the familiar scents. "This was my mother's solar once," she said softly. "I remember her braiding my hair by that window when I was a child." Jon glanced around, sensing the weight of memories. He thought of how different his own childhood had been: winter-chapped cheeks, a simpler bedchamber in the ancient corridors of Winterfell, the occasional kindly words from Ned or Robb, but always overshadowed by his bastardy. Here, Margaery had grown up with every comfort, yet she'd lost her mother at a young age. They both carried scars of a sort. He laid a hand on her shoulder. "It suits you," he said quietly. "Warm, welcoming, filled with flowers. Like you." She laughed softly, turning to draw him into a gentle embrace. "You're too kind. I only hope you won't feel ill at ease in such luxury." "I'm not used to it, but I'll manage," Jon replied, glancing at the thick tapestries. They depicted scenes of knights besting mythical beasts, of golden roses entwined with banners. "I might miss the simpler stone of Winterfell after a while." Margaery's eyes softened. "And I might miss the hush of the godswood. But let's see how we fare. I'll show you my favorite corners of Highgarden. Places less gilded, more real. If they still exist after all these years of renovations." Jon nodded. Before either could say more, a pair of servants entered discreetly, carrying ewers of warm water and fresh linens, ready to assist them with bathing or changing clothes. Margaery signaled her thanks, and the servants moved about the chamber, setting everything in place. Jon watched them with a flicker of unease. He was used to Winterfell's staff, who respected personal space, whereas these southern servants seemed more forward in offering to help him remove his boots or unbuckle the dusty straps of his cloak. He politely waved them off, preferring to do it himself. A short while later, dressed in fresh tunics, they were summoned to a light supper with Margaery's father and grandmother to welcome them properly. This supper, held in a small dining room, was far less formal than a feast in the Great Hall, but still sumptuous by Jon's standards. The table groaned with roasted duck, fresh greens drizzled with honey, crusty bread, and carafes of wine from the arbor. Mace Tyrell, in his element, expounded on the wonders of his domain, boasting about the yield of the vineyards and the skill of his knights. Olenna sipped her wine, offering barbed commentary now and then. Midway through the meal, Ser Loras Tyrell strode in, clad in a simple tunic unadorned by armor, his hair slightly disheveled as though from recent training. At the sight of Margaery, he broke into a bright smile. "Sister," he said, crossing the room to kiss her cheek. Then he turned to Jon. "Brother," he added, the word spoken lightly but not without warmth. I'm glad to see you again. Jon rose, clasping Loras's offered hand. It's good to see you, Ser Loras. I hope your training went well. Loras nodded. Always, and I apologize for missing your arrival. Father neglected to inform me of the exact day. He shot Mace a mild glare, but Mace only waved a dismissive hand. I trust the journey wasn't too taxing? Jon exchanged glances with Margaery. The roads were fair enough. We had a few slow passages in the neck, but otherwise it was uneventful. Good, Loras said, taking a seat. I imagine you'll find Highgarden quite different from Winterfell. Let me know if you wish to train with any of our knights. Perhaps a friendly spar. Jon inclined his head. I'd like that, thank you. Margaery watched the exchange with relief. Loras was an important figure in the Tyrell household, respected for his prowess, idolized by many, and a close confidant to Margaery. If he and Jon could grow to trust each other, it would ease many potential strains in the alliance. She sipped her wine and changed the conversation, inquiring about how the orchard fared this year, whether the apple blossoms had begun. They passed the meal in a mixture of light banter and subtle politics. Olenna asked pointed questions about King Robert's state. Is he half crippled now, or was it merely a flesh wound from that boar? And about the Lannisters' influence in the north. Margaery parried these queries with careful answers, deferring to Jon when needed. Jon, still adjusting to the pace of Tyrell conversation, did his best to respond without revealing anything that might cause friction. All the while, Mace Tyrell gloated about the upcoming tournaments in the Reach, and Loras listened with a half-smile. By the time they retired for the night, Jon felt both exhausted and strangely invigorated. In his chamber with Margaery, he confessed, "Your grandmother is formidable." Margaery laughed, beginning to remove her jewelry. That's a kind way to put it. She's more than formidable. She's cunning, unafraid to say exactly what she thinks. Be prepared for more of her pointed remarks. Jon sighed. I'll keep my guard up. But I suppose it's refreshing that she's direct rather than hiding everything behind pleasantries. She does that too in her own way, Margaery said wryly, hanging up a delicate necklace. But in the end, if she sees value in us, our marriage, she'll support it. Jon crossed to the window, looking out at the moonlit gardens. Lanterns glowed in the orchard below, illuminating winding paths and neat rows of trimmed hedges. It was a world away from the rugged, shadowy godswood of Winterfell. I hope we can prove that value, he murmured. I don't want to be seen as some northern upstart who'll vanish when the snows call me back. Margaery came up behind him, slipping her arms around his waist. You're not an upstart. You're a true partner in this alliance. Show them your worth, your honor, your dedication to House Stark. It will speak for itself. He placed a hand over hers, grateful. I'll do my best. They lingered there, letting the warm night breeze brush over them. Far below, they heard distant laughter from the guards or stable hands, the hum of life in a castle that rarely slept. Margaery eventually led him away from the window, reminding him that tomorrow would bring its own challenges, from greeting lesser lords to meeting with her father about the trade negotiations. Jon followed her with a calm acceptance. If this was their path, he would walk it with unwavering resolve. In the days that followed, Highgarden revealed its facets like a flower unfolding in sunlight. Margaery guided Jon through the winding gardens, pointing out rare blooms that thrived in the mild climate of the Reach. Golden roses that matched the Tyrell sigil, vibrant reds and pinks, exotic blossoms brought from Essos by traveling merchants. Well-tended fountains sparkled in the courtyards, and peacocks strutted across clipped lawns. Servants bustled about in cheerful efficiency, while visiting knights strolled in pairs, discussing the next tournament or the local gossip. Jon marveled at the scale of it all. For him, gardens had always been a modest patch of Winterfell's courtyard where hardy northern herbs and vegetables grew. The only color in the north's cold months was the crimson leaves of the weirwood tree, or the subdued greens in the glass gardens. But here, in Highgarden, color was a constant tapestry. Even the castle's corridors were adorned with bright tapestries depicting flowering meadows, heroic battles under sunny skies, and legendary knights receiving garlands from ladies fair. Yet, beneath the aesthetic splendor, Jon sensed the subtle currents of ambition. The Tyrell knights and lords who lingered in the castle often cast appraising glances at him, some curious, some doubtful. He was Ned Stark's son in blood if not in name, and Margaery's husband, but many questioned how far that connection could elevate him in a southern hierarchy that prized lineage above all else. Jon could practically hear the silent question. Why wed the Rose of Highgarden to a bastard? Olenna Tyrell, true to her word, summoned Margaery and Jon to her solar. It was an airy room overlooking a portion of the gardens, with large windows thrown open to the breeze. Lady Olenna reclined in a cushioned chair, nibbling sweet biscuits as she surveyed them. A handful of attendants hovered near, but Olenna soon dismissed them with a wave of her gnarled hand. "Sit," she commanded, pointing her cane at two chairs. Margaery and Jon obeyed, exchanging wary glances. Olenna wasted no time. "I hear King Robert nearly got himself killed on your watch. A boar, was it?" Jon cleared his throat. "Yes, my lady. It was a grave injury, but he recovered enough to return to King's Landing." "Pity," Olenna muttered, biting into a biscuit. "The realm might be better off if that drunken oaf were replaced by someone with more sense. Not that I wish him actual death, mind you, only a forced retirement if you understand me." She shot Margaery a sharp look. "And what of the Queen? That golden-haired lioness must have eyed your marriage with suspicion." Margaery inclined her head. "She was polite to our faces, though we felt her watching. She left after the king healed." Olenna snorted. "Polite to your faces, but scheming behind your backs. Typical Lannister. And you, Jon Snow, how did you find King Robert? Was he wary of you or too drunk?" Jon shifted. "He seemed mostly curious, my lady, though he did call me a bastard in front of the assembled lords. He gave his blessing to the marriage, but I can't say he seemed to like me." Olenna waved her cane dismissively. "He doesn't like anything that demands more of his empty treasury. The Tyrells, the Starks. He sees us as a means to keep the realm from crumbling under his debts. Well, at least you're forging alliances beyond the Lannisters' control. That might keep things in balance for a time." Margaery spoke carefully. "Grandmother, we do wish to see the realm stable. House Tyrell's resources could benefit the North, just as the North's produce. Timber, furs, can benefit us." Yes, you speak that line well. Your father wants me to ask if you've gleaned any new advantage from the Starks for the Tyrell cause." Margaery's cheeks colored slightly. "We are not using Jon's family, grandmother. We want a genuine alliance, not a parasitic arrangement." Olenna arched an eyebrow. "Parasitic, is it? Perhaps not. But let us not be naive. There are always two sides to every trade. We give something, we get something. The question is, do you, dear granddaughter, intend to remain more loyal to your northern husband or to your father's southern ambitions?" Jon stiffened at the directness of the question, but Margaery lifted her chin. "I refuse to frame my loyalties as if they must oppose each other. I serve both House Stark and House Tyrell." Olenna's gaze lingered on Margaery, then flitted to Jon. A ghost of a smile curved her lips. "Good answer, child. Let us see if reality proves so accommodating. In any case, you have my blessing for what it's worth. I find it amusing, if nothing else, that you two have broken the mold." She waved the biscuit in Jon's direction. "You boy, continue to hold your head high. We might not love your lack of a proper name, but if you prove capable, you'll find admirers enough in this castle. Especially if you can best a few of our knights in a friendly match." She eyed his physique. "You do look sturdy." "I appreciate the advice, my lady," Jon said, uncertain whether to feel relieved or uneasy. Olenna leaned back. "Off with you now. I grow tired, and my biscuits are nearly gone. Margaery, fetch me a new supply from the kitchens, will you? These ones are too bland." Margaery rose, curtsying as gracefully as she could. "As you wish, grandmother." Jon followed suit, bowing before they withdrew. Outside, Margaery let out a breath, wearing a half-amused, half-exasperated look. That went as well as it could. She's being charitable in her way. Jon rubbed the back of his neck. She's certainly not shy, but I sense she's testing us. She wants to ensure we're not naive. Margaery nodded. My grandmother always tests. She sees the realm as a chessboard. Every move must be deliberate. She paused, gazing down a corridor lined with vases of fresh roses. Come, let's walk the eastern terrace. The feast for us is tomorrow night, and we'll need a plan to handle Father's showmanship. The promised feast arrived with all the flair Mace Tyrell could muster. Highgarden's great hall was bedecked with garlands of flowers, fresh roses, lilies, and other blossoms woven into intricate patterns that draped from columns and archways. Long tables groaned under the weight of roasted meats, fresh fish from the mander, salads bursting with color, sweet pastries shaped like roses, and an endless supply of arbor wine. Musicians played lively tunes, their notes dancing across the vaulted ceiling. Margaery wore a gown of pale green and gold, matching the Tyrell colors, while Jon donned a finely tailored doublet in deep gray with delicate green embroidery around the cuffs. A nod to both Stark and Tyrell. They entered arm in arm, greeted by polite applause from the assembled guests. Local lords, knights, and ladies who had come to see this new union in person. Ser Loras escorted them to the high table, where Mace Tyrell sat like a king at the feast, Olenna on his left, seats reserved for Margaery and Jon on his right. Mace raised a golden goblet as soon as they were seated. My friends, he boomed. We gather to honor my beloved daughter, Margaery, and her husband, Jon Snow, who unites the North and the Reach in bonds of friendship. May our houses flourish together. A cheer echoed through the hall. Jon stiffened slightly at the sudden attention, but he forced a confident smile. Margaery lifted her own goblet, acknowledging the toast, and the hall resumed its clamor. Servants poured wine, platters were passed, and the feast began in earnest. Minstrels sang songs of chivalry and romance, and a few bold jugglers performed with colored balls that matched the Tyrell sigil. Early in the feast, a stout man with a bristly mustache approached the high table, bowing deeply. Lord Tyrell, he said respectfully, I bring greetings from House Tarly. My Lord Randall regrets he cannot attend this evening, being called away on pressing business, but he wishes to convey his congratulations to your daughter and her husband. Mace beamed, though his eyes flicked to Jon. Excellent, excellent. We appreciate House Tarly's courtesy. Perhaps they'll join us for the tournament soon. The messenger bowed again, then turned to Jon, offering a smaller bow. Lord Snow, House Tarly extends its compliments. May the Seven bless this union. Jon, feeling slightly awkward, returned the bow. Thank you, he said. We respect House Tarly's martial prowess. We hope to see them soon. As the messenger departed, Olenna leaned over, tapping a finger to her chin. Interesting, she muttered. Randall Tarly is as proud as a peacock and rarely acknowledges alliances that don't directly bolster his standing. Your father must have coaxed him to send even that token greeting, Margaery. Margaery sipped her wine, non-committal. It's a start. Lord Tarly has always valued strength, so perhaps he sees some advantage here. Olenna's only response was a faint harumph before turning back to her meal. Below them, in the center of the hall, couples began to dance as the music shifted to a courtly tune. Mace prodded Jon and Margaery, urging them to take the floor and demonstrate the union of North and South. Margaery rose gracefully, extending a hand to Jon. He accepted it, nerves flaring. He was no expert dancer, but Margaery had patiently taught him the steps for a few southern dances. They descended to the open space, joined by other pairs. Margaery placed one hand on Jon's shoulder, guiding him with subtle pressures, and they began to move. The music's rhythm was lively yet elegant, and Margaery flowed through it with ease. Jon kept his focus on her, relying on the muscle memory of their practice. He stepped carefully, pivoting when needed, trying to ignore the hundreds of eyes upon them. To his relief, it went smoothly enough. Margaery's confidence lent him poise, and as they spun, he glimpsed genuine smiles among the watchers. A mix of curiosity, approval, and perhaps some envy. For a moment, the tension in his chest loosened, replaced by a sense of shared joy with the woman who had become his partner in more ways than one. When the dance ended, applause rippled through the hall. Jon and Margaery returned to the high table, where Mace Tyrell pumped Jon's hand. "Well done. You see, the North can learn our graceful ways after all." He laughed, though Jon wasn't sure if it was an attempt at kindness or condescension. Olenna merely inclined her head, though there was a faint twinkle in her eye. Over the course of the evening, more guests approached, offering congratulations and seeking introductions. Margaery remained poised, leading conversations, bridging the gap between Jon and these southern lords and ladies. Jon recognized a few from stories: House Caswell of Bitterbridge, House Florent of Brightwater Keep. Each meeting was a test of courtesy. Some were polite, a few openly warm, and others a touch condescending, their compliments thinly veiled interrogations about Jon's station. Jon's shoulders grew taut as the feast wore on, but Margaery's presence tempered his frustration. When a certain Lady Alice Beesbury chirped, "And do you find your new husband refined enough for your tastes, dear Margaery?" Margaery responded with a cool but gracious smile, proclaiming that Jon's honor and kindness outshone any superficial measure of refinement. Lady Alice retreated, suitably chastised. Jon's gratitude to Margaery deepened, mixed with admiration for how deftly she navigated these snipes. At last, the feast began to wind down. The music softened, the dancing slowed. Drowsy guests filtered out or settled into quieter corners with cups of wine. Margaery excused herself, stepping aside to speak with a cluster of her lady friends. Olenna had also withdrawn, citing fatigue, leaving Mace Tyrell to doze in a large chair, a nearly empty goblet in hand. Jon sank onto a seat near the dais, letting out a long breath. The night had tested him at every turn, and he was worn. He felt a presence at his shoulder. Turning, he saw Ser Loras standing there, arms folded, a faint grin on his lips. "You survived," Loras remarked, eyeing the half-empty hall. "Congratulations." Jon chuckled wearily. "Barely." Loras seated himself beside Jon, calling for a servant to bring 2 cups of watered wine. "Feasts here can be intense. You handled yourself well. My sister's presence likely helped." Jon nodded, swirling the wine in his cup. "She's incredible. I'd be lost without her tonight." Loras studied him. "You genuinely care for her, don't you?" The direct question caught Jon off guard. He met Loras's gaze. "Yes, I do." For a moment, Loras said nothing. Then he inclined his head, as though coming to a decision. "I'm glad. She deserves a partner who sees more than her beauty or her family name. I confess, I wasn't sure what to expect from the bastard of Winterfell. But I see you're honest, at least, and you respect her." Jon's throat constricted slightly with unexpected emotion. "Thank you, Ser Loras. I mean that. I know how important you are to Margaery." Loras looked away, a trace of melancholy flickering across his face. "We lost our mother when we were young, and our elder brothers in infancy. It's always been Margaery and me, enduring father's puffery and grandmother's maneuvers. She's precious to me." Jon watched him carefully. "I understand. I have siblings I'd do anything to protect. Your sister means the world to me as well. Then perhaps we'll find ourselves on the same side in the days to come," Loras said quietly, sipping his wine. "There are rumblings, beyond this feast. King Robert's fiasco only heightened tensions in King's Landing. The crown's debts are mountainous, and the Targaryen exiles across the sea. Some say they're forging alliances with Dothraki hordes. War might come again. We must be ready." Jon felt a chill run through him, despite the warm hall. "Ned, my father, suspects as much, though he tries to maintain peace. The Lannisters, we can't trust them. And if a Targaryen truly returns to claim the throne, all the realm may be thrown into chaos." Loras nodded. "Which is why House Tyrell forging bonds with House Stark could be crucial. My grandmother sees it. Father sees it too, though he might deny it. You and Margaery are our link to the north. When trouble comes, we might need your help just as much as you need ours." Jon considered that. "If it's for the good of the realm, I'll do my part. But I'm no lord of Winterfell. My father and brother Robb hold greater sway." "Perhaps," Loras said. "But your marriage to Margaery ties you directly to Highgarden. The Lords of the Reach will look to you if you prove yourself worthy. And if House Stark stands behind you, well, it could shift the balance of power." Jon set down his cup, grappling with the weight of those words. He remembered what Tyrion Lannister had said in Winterfell's library, that some might see him as a threat or a pawn. Now, Loras was suggesting a similar idea, that his position was far more pivotal than he ever intended. "We'll see," Jon murmured. "I never sought this power or this role." Loras smirked. "Those who never sought power often handle it better than those who crave it. Just be mindful. Even in Highgarden's sweet air, plots can bloom like weeds." Jon found no answer to that, and the silence stretched until Margaery returned, noticing their subdued expressions. She laid a gentle hand on each of their shoulders. "What grave matters have you two been discussing?" she teased, though concern lit her eyes. "Only the future," Loras said, rising from his seat, "and how we might shape it." He bowed lightly. "Sister, Jon, enjoy the rest of your evening." He slipped away, leaving them alone. Margaery watched him go, a shadow of worry on her face. "He told you about the rumblings of war, didn't he?" Jon nodded, resting a hand over hers. "He did. Are you worried?" She hesitated, then nodded. "Yes, but not just about war. I worry about how quickly the realm would tear itself apart. When lords smell weakness in King's Landing, alliances can shatter. Our marriage might be tested." Jon's grip on her hand tightened. "Then we stand firm. We can't solve everything, but we can keep our houses bound." She offered him a soft smile. "Yes, let's go rest. This feast has drained me." They slipped away from the hall, weaving through the scattered revelers, servants cleaning up spilled wine, and a few drunken knights boasting about their next tourney. The corridor leading to their chambers was blessedly quiet. Outside, the night sky stretched clear and star-filled over Highgarden's towers. The scent of nocturnal blossoms wafted through open windows, a gentle reminder that the Reach's beauty still lingered even after the hall's fanfare faded. In the privacy of their chamber, they shed the trappings of the feast. Margaery gently set aside her ornate cloak, removing pins from her hair as she sank onto a cushioned seat. Jon watched her with a mix of tenderness and admiration. He thought of how she had steered him through the evening's trials, handled Lady Beesbury's veiled insult, curtsied to her father's pomp, and smiled at knights who might hold doubts about him. She had faced it all with unshakable poise. He stepped behind her, resting his hands on her shoulders. "Thank you," he murmured, voice low, "for everything tonight." She tilted her head back, eyes meeting his. "We're in this together, Jon Snow. It's as much your victory as mine." He bent to kiss her hair, exhaling a breath that carried the tension of the feast away. "I just hope we can keep winning. Sometimes I feel like I'm walking on a thin edge between two worlds." "We both are," she said softly, reaching up to squeeze his hand. "But I'd rather walk it with you than face it alone." He slipped around to face her, gently lifting her chin. Their gazes locked in the dim light of the chamber's candles. The rest of the world, with its intrigues and threats, receded for a moment. In that hush, they reminded themselves of what bound them together beyond politics, beyond names. A quiet trust, a bond forged in the snows of Winterfell and the perfumed gardens of Highgarden alike. He leaned in, and she met his kiss, soft and lingering. The day's exhaustion ebbed away, replaced by the warmth of closeness. They stayed like that for a time, each drawing strength from the other, until at last they doused the candles and slipped into bed. The night held no more feasts or dances, no prying eyes. Only two souls who had found a fragile unity amid the fractious tides of Westeros. In the days following the feast, the swirl of Highgarden's social life continued. Margaery and Jon spent mornings conferring with Mace Tyrell about trade proposals. The prospective deal was straightforward enough. The Reach would offer shipments of grain, fruit, and other produce to the north in exchange for furs, iron, and timber, particularly valuable for building new ships and reinforcing keeps. Jon, drawing on Ned's instructions, suggested a stable arrangement of caravans that would run seasonally, taking advantage of the less perilous road conditions in the warmer months. Mace was enthusiastic, though he kept hinting about possible expansions or new markets, especially if the crown floundered under debt. Afternoons were often filled with tours or visits to the local villages, allowing the new couple to show themselves to the small folk. Margaery insisted on greeting them in a cordial, friendly manner, listening to any complaints or well wishes. Jon, though initially uneasy at so many southern faces turned his way, found that the small folk appreciated a Stark presence. The North's reputation for harsh but fair governance seemed to precede him, and the mention of Ned Stark's name elicited cautious respect. Margaery's presence smoothed out any wariness, her southern grace bridging the gap. Slowly, the sense of novelty around the northern husband transformed into acceptance, at least in the outer ring of Highgarden's domain. During these outings, Ghost often trotted behind them, drawing gasps from villagers who had never seen a direwolf. Children shrank back at first, only to edge forward curiously when Ghost remained calm at Jon's side. Margaery sometimes knelt to stroke the wolf's thick fur, explaining that he was a loyal companion from the far north. A few brave souls ventured a touch, marveling at the powerful creature's presence in the land of roses. Evenings brought smaller dinners, sometimes with local lords, sometimes private moments in the gardens. Occasionally, they encountered Lady Olenna, who peppered them with questions about their progress on the trade agreements. She seemed generally satisfied that Mace was being less of a buffoon than usual, no doubt thanks to Margaery's careful coaxing. Amid this routine, Jon found an unexpected solace in training at Highgarden's practice yard. Ser Loras had arranged for a group of knights to spar with Jon, testing his skill in swordsmanship, archery, and even jousting. Jon was no accomplished juster. He'd had little practice with lances in the north, as the terrain and cost made such tournaments rarities. But Loras insisted, lending him a suitable horse and guiding him through the technique. Jon's first attempts were rough. His seat was strong, but his lance control wavered. More than once, Loras unhorsed him with a skillful strike, sending Jon tumbling into sand that had been laid down in the yard. Onlookers snickered or clapped politely, depending on their sympathy. Jon, battered but determined, kept rising to try again. Over a few days, he improved incrementally, enough to land a glancing blow on Loras's shield. The Knight of Flowers offered praise, though it was tempered by the knowledge that Jon had far to go. Sword combat, on the other hand, was where Jon felt more at home. Though the southern style emphasized elegance and flourish, Jon's training at Winterfell gave him a firm foundation in direct efficiency. In practice bouts, he managed to outmaneuver a few lesser knights, forging a small measure of respect. When word got around that the northern bastard could hold his own in the yard, the mocking chuckles lessened. One late afternoon, after a series of sweaty practice matches, Jon found himself alone in the yard with Loras, both leaning on practice swords, breathing heavily. The other knights had departed, leaving the two to cool down in the lengthening shadows. "You're improving," Loras said, wiping sweat from his brow. "You might not dazzle the crowds in a tournament, but you're solid in a fight." Jon managed a half-grin. "I'd rather be solid in a real fight than dazzle in a tourney." Loras chuckled, sheathing the practice blade. "Fair enough, but you've proven yourself more than capable, Jon. Many here have taken note. My father might posture, but he's pleased to see you can handle yourself." Jon nodded, letting out a slow breath. "Thank you, Ser Loras, for training with me, and for not going easy." "Where's the fun in going easy?" Loras asked with a smirk. Then his expression turned more serious. "Listen, I'll be heading to Brightwater Keep soon for a short visit. House Florent is hosting a minor tourney. If war does come, we'll need to keep alliances with the lesser houses strong." Jon thought of the endless array of houses he'd met at the feast, each with its own pride and agenda. "Let me guess, you'll be competing?" "Of course," Loras said, as though it were obvious. And winning if I can help it. He tapped Jon's shoulder with a friendly pat. In the meantime, you and Margaery should continue building goodwill here at Highgarden. If you need anything, resources, introductions, just let me know before I go. Jon appreciated the offer. I will. Safe travels to you when you depart. They parted ways. Jon lingered a few moments, gazing at the practice yard. The sun's gold light slanted across the dusty ground, catching the edges of a row of training swords racked on a wooden frame. Somewhere beyond the castle walls, a singer's voice rose in a distant ballad, telling some story of old knights and star-crossed lovers. He closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the southern air on his skin. The world was shifting, both within Highgarden and beyond it. He could sense the tension like a barely audible hum, even amid the castle's superficial cheer. He turned and headed inside, seeking Margaery's company. She had once told him that even if everything else felt strange, they would stand together. It was a thought he clung to as he navigated these foreign halls. The next significant test came not from a southern house, but from a raven carrying news from the north. It arrived on a hazy morning, the sky veiled in clouds that threatened summer rain. The bird bore the stark sigil, and the letter was addressed to Jon and Margaery jointly, with Ned's neat, unadorned handwriting. Jon read it in Margaery's chambers, his brow furrowing. She hovered anxiously, noticing his sudden tension. "What does it say?" she asked. Jon cleared his throat. "Father says there's been an increase in wildling raids near the wall. The Night's Watch is requesting more men, and there are unsettling rumors of strange creatures, sightings in the far north. Most of the Watch dismiss them as tall tales, but Father wants to stay vigilant." He exhaled slowly. He also mentions that tensions in King's Landing have flared again. Lord Tywin Lannister is pressuring the crown for debts, and King Robert's mood is increasingly erratic. Margaery pressed her lips together. "How bad is it?" "Bad enough that Father suggests we remain in Highgarden until further notice," Jon said, scanning the next lines. "He's not summoning us back. He says the roads near Moat Catelyn and the Neck might soon be dangerous, if bandits realize the realm is in turmoil. He also thinks we can do more good here, forging stronger ties with the Reach." She nodded, thoughtful. "Your father is wise. He senses that if the realm collapses into war or chaos, we'll need all the allies we can get. And from the sounds of it, the crown is on shaky ground." Jon set the letter aside. A part of him had hoped to return to the north soon, to see Winterfell and reassure himself that all was well. But Ned's message made it clear that the best move was to remain in the south, prepared for any shift in the political winds. "I wonder if I should send some men to the wall, offer any help we can." Margaery's eyes searched his. "That's a noble thought, but we can't dispatch men from the Reach to the wall without your father's direct arrangement. It might look suspicious, Tyrell men in the north or even a coalition from our retinue. Besides, the Night's Watch might not welcome unfamiliar southern knights." Jon looked away, frustration gnawing at him. He recalled the vow he nearly took to serve the Watch, how that path had once defined his destiny. Now, faced with their growing plight, he felt powerless to assist from so far away. "I know," he admitted, "but it feels wrong to stand idle if the Watch is in trouble." Margaery moved closer, resting a reassuring hand on his arm. "We can help the Watch indirectly. Perhaps your father can negotiate with the Tyrells for supplies, grain or coin for recruits. The North alone can't staff the Watch enough if the problem is truly dire." Jon grimaced. "That's a good idea. My father might have already considered it. I'll send him a response, suggesting that the Tyrells might be open to contributing to the Watch's cause in exchange for trade privileges. Father would handle the details." She nodded, proud of his pragmatic turn of mind. "Let's do that. Meanwhile, we'll keep an ear to the ground for any news from King's Landing. If Robert truly loses his grip, the realm could fracture. Your father's instincts are to keep us here to help gather strength." He inhaled, steadying himself. "Yes, I'll see to it right away." They crafted a careful response. Margaery's scribe penned the words in clear script under Jon's guidance. expressing concern for the wildling raids, offering to coordinate a potential arrangement of supplies or volunteers if House Tyrell was amenable, reaffirming their readiness to remain in Highgarden, forging alliances and standing for the realm's peace. Once the letter was sealed with the wolf's head for Ned and the Tyrell rose pressed in wax, they handed it to the Raven Keeper, who promised to send it north immediately. After the Raven took flight, Margaery turned to Jon. "It's unsettling," she said, echoing his earlier worry. "The realm feels like a tinderbox." Jon thought of the swirling rumors, Targaryens across the sea, Lannisters pressing for power, a possibly unstable king, and the creeping darkness beyond the wall. He recalled the words of House Stark, "Winter is coming." They had always seemed more than a literal season. They were a warning of gathering storms, of perils that came from the edges of night. "Then we must be the steady flame in the dark," he said quietly, meeting her gaze. "For our families, for the North, and for the Reach." She nodded, determination lighting her eyes. "We will." The summons came from Mace Tyrell a week later. He requested Jon and Margaery join him in the Solar, along with several prominent bannermen from lesser houses around Highgarden. The message was brief, but the tone was clear. Negotiations. Jon and Margaery arrived to find Mace already seated in a large chair, a table spread with maps and scrolls. Two bannermen stood to one side, Lord Mullendor, a thin man with a sharp nose, and Ser Colin Fossaway, a robust knight with auburn hair. Olenna Tyrell was present too, perched in a corner chair, tapping her cane on the floor impatiently. Mace beckoned them forward. "Ah, there you are. Come, come. We've had some intriguing news from the crown. Apparently, they're short of coin again." He let out a theatrical sigh. "And they want to increase taxes on certain lords to make up the difference. Ridiculous, of course, and we, as good subjects, must politely refuse or renegotiate." Margaery took a seat, Jon beside her. "The crown is taxing the Reach more heavily? So it seems," Mace said, drumming his fingers on the table. "Specifically, they're targeting the wine and grain exports, an easy way to line the royal coffers. But it's an affront to us, especially when we already feed half of Westeros." Lord Mullendor spoke up, his voice reedy. "We believe it's the Lannisters' doing, applying pressure to make the Tyrells pay more, likely to settle the crown's debts to Lord Tywin. A cunning move, if a blatant one." Olenna sniffed. "Cunning, yes, but we can outmaneuver them if we have the right alliances. We have the North now. Perhaps we can open alternate trade routes that bypass the crown's oversight. Less profit for the Lannisters, more for us." Mace nodded vigorously. "Exactly. If the Starks are willing to formalize new trade deals that funnel goods through White Harbor or Eastwatch, we could avoid some of the tolls the crown imposes near the capital or the sea routes around King's Landing." Jon leaned forward, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. "So you're suggesting we ship goods directly between Highgarden and northern ports, circumventing the crown's heavier taxes?" "Yes," Olenna said curtly, "though we must do it carefully. The crown might cry treason if it notices a dramatic drop in taxable shipments. But if we label it as a local exchange for the North's benefit, grain for timber, wine for iron, then we can claim it's essential for both regions." Margaery considered the ramifications. This would strengthen the bond between the North and the Reach, but it might anger the king, or the Lannisters, if they realize we're circumventing the official tax routes. Mace shrugged theatrically. "Robert's never had much head for details, as long as he has enough coin for his hunts and feasts. And Cersei might sniff around, but we can pay lip service to compliance, just not so much that we impoverish ourselves." Jon frowned. "My father would want to avoid a direct conflict with the crown. He's loyal to King Robert. We must ensure we're not openly defying royal law. Perhaps there's a middle ground. Some shipments go through official channels, while others remain local." Olenna gave an approving nod. "Prudent. We need the Stark's official stance before we commit. Write to your father, explain the situation, and gauge how far we can push. If he's on board, we proceed. If not, we find another strategy." Lord Mullendor and Ser Fossaway exchanged glances. Fossaway spoke up. The lesser houses will follow House Tyrell's lead, but we do want assurances that if the crown retaliates, we won't stand alone. Jon felt the weight of their collective gaze. He chose his words carefully. House Stark has no intention of leaving the Reach defenseless if the crown acts unjustly. But I cannot speak for all the North. My father must decide how we proceed. Mace Tyrell looked satisfied, as though expecting no less. Good. Then let us craft a letter that expresses our mutual desire for a fair trade arrangement that doesn't cripple us with taxes. Olenna, will you see to it that we phrase it so we don't sound like we're threatening open rebellion? He laughed, though the undertone hinted at real caution. Olenna rolled her eyes but nodded. I'll ensure it's readable. I can't promise you won't sound like a pompous windbag, Mace. The meeting ended with general agreement. Jon and Margaery left the Solar with a sense of the precarious line they were walking. On the one hand, forging direct trade routes would strengthen the Northreach alliance and allow them to circumvent the Lannisters' grasp. On the other, it could provoke the crown if done too openly. Margaery squeezed Jon's hand as they walked down the corridor. Sooner or later, she said softly, this tension with the crown might erupt. Are we ready? Jon let out a breath. We must be. The alternative is to let the Lannisters dictate everything. My father won't let that happen, and neither, it seems, will your grandmother. They exchanged a small, wry smile. Together they would navigate the labyrinth of politics, even if each step threatened to set off new conflicts across the Seven Kingdoms. Time slipped by in a swirl of negotiations and garden walks, dancing lessons and letters home. Highgarden's routine became familiar to Jon. The sunrise gilding the castle's white stone, the midday bustle of courtiers, the lively dinners with Mace's endless chatter. He came to know certain lords, like Ser Rowan, a quiet but honorable man, and certain ladies, like Lady Meredith Crane, who admired Ghost from a distance. Each connection was a small thread, weaving him deeper into the fabric of the Reach. But for every bond formed, he felt a faint tug of longing for the North. As the days grew warmer, he wondered how Summerfell looked in the newly thawed season, how Robb fared training new recruits, how Arya and Sansa passed their days. Margaery sensed his mood, occasionally drawing him aside to remind him that they would return, when the time was right. One late afternoon, as they strolled the orchard paths, Margaery suddenly paused. A faint rustling in the branches overhead caught her attention. She stepped closer, drawing aside a bough of blossoms to reveal a tiny bird's nest. Inside, 3 small eggs nestled, pale and speckled. Margaery's face lit with gentle delight. "Look," she whispered to Jon, pointing. He leaned in, smiling at the fragile beauty. "Spring in the Reach," he murmured. "Seems so different from the North's new season. There, the snow only just melts, and everything is soaked with cold water." She nodded, carefully releasing the branch. "Here, life bursts forth in color, even in small things like a bird's nest." Turning, she gazed at him in the hush of the orchard. "Thank you for adapting so well, Jon. I know this must sometimes feel alien." He touched her cheek lightly. "It's not so alien now, with you beside me. Sometimes it's overwhelming, but I'm learning." They continued their walk, the orchard's heady scent enveloping them. As they rounded a bend, they spotted a figure standing near a flowering pear tree. Lady Olenna, leaning on her cane, apparently lost in thought. She glanced up at their approach, the sunlight framing her in an almost ethereal glow. It struck Jon as unusual that Olenna would be alone. She normally had an attendant or two. "Young ones," Olenna greeted curtly. "Enjoying the orchard?" Margaery inclined her head. "We are, grandmother. The blossoms are particularly lovely this year." Olenna waved her cane. "Yes, yes, as they always are in Highgarden. Though men would squander all this beauty in war if they had the chance." She paused, considering them both. "I came here to think about the future, ironically. Not much time left for me, so I must plan carefully." Margaery stepped closer, concern on her face. "Don't speak like that, grandmother." "Ha! I'll speak as I please," Olenna retorted, though not unkindly. "Time is precious, child. Now, I have a suspicion that events in the realm are moving faster than we realize. I've had letters from old friends at court. They say the king grows more unpredictable, and the Lannisters are tightening their grip. There are rumors, unpleasant rumors, about the legitimacy of the royal children. If that scandal comes to a head, the entire monarchy might collapse. Jon's heart thudded. Are you certain? Olenna shrugged. As certain as one can be in the Game of Thrones. But I trust my sources more than I trust the official word from King's Landing. If war breaks out, if Robert Baratheon falls or is toppled, the Tyrells must decide where they stand. Will we back the Lannisters? Unlikely. Will we try to seat Renly Baratheon or Stannis? Possibly. Will a Targaryen land with an army? Gods know. Margaery's expression turned grim. And what do you want us to do, grandmother? Olenna eyed them both. Keep your ears open. Build alliances quietly with those who share our interests. If there's to be a war, I'd rather see it avoided. But men are fools. They fight over crowns as crows fight over corpses. Highgarden must not be caught off guard. She shifted her cane, gazing at Jon. You young man, have a role too. The North respects you, and you have a bond with the Starks. If the day comes when lords declare for one claimant or another, we may ask you to help sway the North in our favor. Jon's mouth went dry. My father would decide for the North, not me. He might, if he's still alive to do so. War is unpredictable. We must be ready for all contingencies. Olenna's voice softened. I like you, Jon Snow. You have a good heart. But hearts can be tested severely. Don't let misguided loyalties ruin what you and my granddaughter have built. Margaery slipped her hand into Jon's. A quiet show of unity. We'll remember, grandmother. Olenna nodded, satisfied for now. Good. Now leave me to my orchard. I'm old enough to enjoy a bit of solitude among the trees without hearing more chatter about the damned monarchy. Margaery smiled a little, drawing Jon away. They continued along the path in a thoughtful silence until they reached a low stone bench near a small fountain. Seated there, they let the warm breeze brush over them, the gentle trickle of water soothing. Both felt the weight of Olenna's words. She's right, Margaery said quietly. War could come from many angles. King Robert's children. If that rumor about their parentage spreads, it'd be an explosion. Jon thought of the bleak possibility. And if it does, the realm will be torn. My father would likely try to maintain order, but he's only one man, even if he has the entire North behind him. She nodded. And the Tyrells would pick a side. Grandmother and father would never let the Lannisters gain full control if they can help it. Jon squeezed her hand. Then we stand at the center of it all, bridging the North and the Reach. Whatever side we choose, we must choose it wisely and together. Margaery leaned her head on his shoulder, her voice low. We will, no matter what storms come. They stayed that way, two figures in the orchard's calm, while across the realm, powers moved unseen. Cersei Lannister and her secrets, Robert Baratheon and his failing strength, the Targaryens across the narrow sea, the stirrings beyond the wall. All of them loomed like gathering clouds on the horizon. But in that moment, in the serenity of Highgarden's blossoming orchard, Jon Snow and Margaery Tyrell found a measure of peace and a quiet promise that they would face whatever came, hand in hand. They lingered in the orchard a little while longer, savoring the last hush of that secluded path. Once they returned to the main wing of Highgarden, the warm corridors and the constant motion of servants reminded them that life would not slow, no matter how they might wish it. Margaery, taking Jon's arm, guided him past a row of tall, arched windows, the late afternoon light spilling through in gilded rectangles. Each step echoed a truth they could not avoid. They belonged to two great houses caught in the swirl of a kingdom on the brink. Yet within that swirl, they found moments of quiet purpose. When they paused near a vine-draped window, Jon peered over the sill. The gardens below spread in a tapestry of vivid color. Peach blossoms, new roses, and the bright green creepers that curled along sculpted hedges. He remembered the far starker line of Winterfell's courtyard, with its rough stones and looming, snow-swept battlements. Despite missing home, he felt a gentle sense of wonder. The realm contained such contrast, the dire landscapes of the north and the lavish brilliance of the Reach. He hoped they might come to understand each other better, forging unity where division usually thrived. Margaery touched his sleeve lightly, drawing him away from the window. "Shall we see what my father wants this evening?" she asked softly. "He mentioned wishing to speak with us about the possibility of entertaining some special guests." A note of caution laced her tone. She knew all too well how Mace Tyrell used guests and feasts to further intrigues. Jon's lips tightened, but he nodded. Together, they descended a wide stair toward the solar. They found Mace inside, perched on a cushioned seat at a round table stacked with a map, half-finished letters, and a large decanter of Arbor gold. He turned at their entrance, smiling broadly. "Ah, there you are. Please, come sit." He gestured grandly as if holding court. Margaery took a place with practiced grace, while Jon stood a moment longer, scanning the items on the table. Ghost, padding softly, settled near the doorway. "We've letters from several houses," Mace began, flipping through the stack. "House Hightower, of course, but also a curious communication from Storm's End. It seems Lord Renly Baratheon contemplates traveling north, perhaps a leisurely tour. His letter is full of pleasantries, but I suspect he has deeper motives." He tapped the parchment. "He might seek the Tyrells' favor, should anything befall his royal brother." Jon exchanged a glance with Margaery. They both recalled Lady Olenna's warnings. With King Robert's stability in question, men might rally around Stannis or Renly, each claiming Baratheon blood. It was no small matter if Renly arrived, smiling and full of charm, to court Highgarden's backing. Margaery folded her hands in her lap. "Father," she asked, "how do you plan to receive him if he comes?" Mace gave a theatrical shrug. "We will be courteous, of course. The Tyrells always greet the king's kin with open arms. But your grandmother believes we should not commit to any southern candidate until we see how the wind blows. The same goes for forging ties with the Lannisters. We feed the realm, but we don't want to feed a losing cause." Jon frowned slightly. He could imagine how this might appear in the north, playing all sides until the last moment. That was not the Stark way. And yet, he also knew the Tyrells had always maneuvered carefully. Their survival depended on it. "You want Margaery and me to be here when Lord Renly arrives?" Jon asked, careful not to sound accusatory. "To represent the alliance between House Tyrell and House Stark?" Mace rubbed his hands together, eyes gleaming. "Exactly. We want to show Renly that the Tyrells and the Starks are united, but without promising him anything rash. Just enough to make him consider courting our friendship. That might give us leverage later. The North stands strong. The Reach is wealthy, and together, we would be formidable." Margaery's expression stayed composed. "Of course, Father, we can be gracious hosts, but we should inform my grandmother of everything we learn. Jon and I will not lie for the sake of pleasing Renly." Certainly, Mace agreed. "Olenna will keep our path clear. In the meantime, consider how best to entertain him. Perhaps a small tournament on the castle grounds. Ser Loras would be delighted to test him." Mace let out a hearty laugh, swirling the wine in his goblet. The king's younger brother might think himself a skilled knight, but Loras always welcomes a challenge. Jon inclined his head politely. "We'll do what's needed to maintain courtesy." "Will Lord Renly be traveling with a large retinue?" Mace shrugged. "He hinted at a small group, but I wouldn't be surprised if a dozen knights or more appear at our gates. Keep an eye on any Lannister men who try to slip among them. We don't need prying eyes looking for ways to undermine us." His tone turned conspiratorial. Margaery nodded, mind clearly racing. "We'll be vigilant. When do we expect his arrival?" "Within 2 or 3 weeks if he sets out soon," Mace said. "Until then, I suggest you rest and prepare. Keep building ties among our bannermen. Let them see you as part of House Tyrell's family. That will strengthen our position if a time comes to choose sides." They parted with formal courtesies. Jon felt a swirl of emotions as he and Margaery headed back toward their chambers. The entire realm seemed perched on a precipice, and here they were, asked to smile and play host to one of the king's ambitious brothers. Margaery's face was calm, but he sensed the tension beneath. She had grown adept at wearing that mask, a skill learned from early youth in a house that teemed with political cunning. When they returned to their quarters, Margaery removed her light shawl and draped it over a chair. "Do you think Lord Renly will push for our open support?" she asked quietly, crossing the room to the window. The orchard below rustled in the evening breeze. "He's known for being charming, but that can hide ambition." Jon approached, resting a hand on her shoulder. "He might. He could even float the idea of you or your family backing his claim, should King Robert die without a stable heir. But we must tread carefully. My father would want to avoid entangling the North unless the realm truly breaks." She nodded slowly. "Let's gather what information we can. Perhaps we should speak to Ser Loras before he departs for Brightwater Keep. He might have some insight on Renly's personal inclinations. They've been friendly in King's Landing before." Jon recalled hearing rumors of Renly's closeness to Loras, though details were always vague. "Yes, that might help. And if we can gauge how sincere Renly is, it might guide us in politely keeping him at arm's length." A faint smile tugged at her lips. "We have a plan, then. Let's see how well it serves us once he arrives." She leaned against him, taking a moment's comfort. Outside, the last rays of sunlight gilded the high spires of the castle. Jon closed his eyes, inhaling the faint scent of roses that lingered in the warm air. He hoped the illusions of peace could last a little longer. They passed the next fortnight in a bustle of quiet but determined preparation. Margaery arranged a modest practice joust, enough to show hospitality to any visiting knights, while Jon oversaw improvements to the training yard. He quietly requested that the steward of Highgarden ensure security was bolstered at the gates. Ghost roamed the grounds at dusk, prompting uneasy glances from the stable hands but serving as a silent reminder that the North had teeth. Whenever the local lords invited them to dinners, they accepted, building alliances that might matter in more tumultuous days. Word came that Loras Tyrell had left for Brightwater Keep, presumably to test his skill and to reaffirm ties with House Florent. The departure felt like losing a valuable ally within the castle, but Margaery took it calmly. "He'll be back soon," she told Jon one morning as they strolled along a balcony. "And I trust him to watch for any new scheming. The Florents are famously proud. If they sense war brewing, they'll want a prime position." Jon nodded. "I heard your grandmother call them peacocks with too few feathers. She has a colorful way of describing everyone." Margaery laughed, a bright sound that warmed him. "Indeed she does. Let's hope she remains sharp enough to guide father. He means well, but he can be rash when flattered by powerful men." Her laughter faded. "Renly Baratheon is known for flattering those he needs." Finally, on a sultry afternoon, a herald clattered through Highgarden's gates, announcing that Lord Renly Baratheon would arrive by sundown. Servants rushed to prepare. Tapestries were hung in the main hall, new flowers added to the entrance, and Margaery personally selected the meal's courses to demonstrate the Reach's bounty without appearing ostentatious. Jon oversaw security arrangements with the castle guard, politely ensuring everyone understood that this was a formal but cautious welcome. They gathered in the courtyard an hour before dusk. Margaery wore a gown of pale yellow, embroidered with subtle green vines, while Jon dressed in subdued gray with a single rose pin at his collar, a measured statement of unity with House Tyrell. Ghost stood at Jon's side, quiet but vigilant. Mace Tyrell, resplendent in green velvet, fidgeted with the signet ring on his broad finger. Olenna, perched in a litter carried by attendants, surveyed the scene with her usual hawkish gaze. The sun touched the castle walls with gold by the time a column of riders appeared down the road. Leading them rode Renly Baratheon, clad in a fine doublet of deep blue and gold. He wore no crown. King Robert still lived after all, but his posture carried a kingly ease. The men behind him displayed banners of the stag in various forms, though they were fewer than expected, perhaps a dozen knights and attendants. Jon felt his wariness spike. A smaller party often meant more mobility and less scrutiny. As they dismounted, Renly approached Mace Tyrell with a brilliant smile. "Lord Tyrell," he declared, sweeping off a feathered hat in a theatrical bow. "Your welcome warms my heart after the roads we've traveled." Mace nodded effusively. "We are honored by your presence, Lord Renly. Welcome to Highgarden. May you find rest and cheer in our halls." Then he introduced each family member in turn, finishing with Margaery and Jon. Renly's gaze flicked briefly over Margaery, glinting with appreciation, then shifted to Jon. "I've heard much of you, Jon Snow," Renly said. His tone was amiable, though Jon sensed an undercurrent of curiosity. A union of the North and the Reach, quite the talk of courtiers in King's Landing. "You do look every bit the Stark." Jon bowed politely. "Welcome to Highgarden, my lord. We hope you'll enjoy the hospitality here." Renly nodded. "I thank you. It's good to see a shared cause between these regions." Lord Eddard Stark was always known for his integrity. "No doubt you carry that forward." He glanced at Ghost, surprise flickering in his eyes. "That beast, a direwolf?" "Yes," Jon answered. "He's no threat unless threatened." Renly smiled, though it seemed less than genuine. "I look forward to our conversations, then." He turned back to Mace. "Shall we proceed inside? My men are weary, and I'd relish a flagon of your famed Arbor Gold." With that, they entered the castle in a careful procession. The hall had been readied for a small but elegant reception, the long tables laden with fruit tarts, roast game, and fresh bread. Servants bustled to pour wine, while courtiers from the Reach mingled. Renly's knights, dusty from the road, looked relieved by the abundance of comforts. Jon and Margaery stood near Mace as Renly sampled the wine, offering hearty praise. "Your father's vineyards produce a delightful vintage," he told Margaery, flashing that charming smile. "It competes well with anything in King's Landing." She tilted her head, returning a polite smile. "We're pleased you approve, my lord. The Arbor's produce has always been a pride of this region." She deftly deflected any overt flattery, aware that Renly was known for using charm as a tool. "Will you be staying long?" Renly took a thoughtful sip. "A few days, if I may impose. I have business to discuss with Lord Tyrell. Matters of the realm, you see." His gaze flicked momentarily to Jon. "But I'd also enjoy the chance to know you both better. The alliance you represent intrigues me." Margaery nodded, her voice unwavering. "We'll make time to speak. Let us first settle you and your men." Renly and his escort were led to guest chambers. Throughout the evening, Margaery and Jon answered courtesies and queries from various southern lords, each curious about Renly's intentions. Jon kept his responses polite and non-committal, mirroring Margaery's approach. He saw Olenna watch Renly's every move, as if seeking cracks in his polished exterior. Mace, delighted by the Baratheon's visit, laughed heartily at every mild joke Renly made, perhaps hoping to appear indispensable. Later, Renly re-emerged in a fresh tunic, joining a select gathering in a smaller dining chamber. Among the attendees were Mace, Olenna, Margaery, Jon, and a handful of knights close to Renly. The conversation began lightly enough, praise for the food, mention of the orchard's beauty, but soon shifted to talk of the realm's uncertainties. Renly's tone grew earnest. "I'm sure you've heard rumors about the crown's finances," he said, swirling wine in a goblet, "and of King Robert's poor health. If the realm is to remain stable, certain measures must be taken. I've come to Highgarden hoping to garner advice from you, Lord Tyrell, and from your esteemed relatives." Margaery studied Renly's expression. "And what measures do you propose, my lord?" Renly shrugged, feigning modesty. "Simply a more prudent approach to governance. The king's hand does his best, but even Ned Stark can't cure all of Robert's vices. If the realm's great houses unite behind a strong plan, perhaps an alternative leadership, then we might avoid disaster. I seek your father's counsel on how best to accomplish that." Mace's chest puffed out. "We stand ready to aid the crown, of course," he said, choosing words that veered close to boasting. But the Tyrells will not commit blindly. We have many responsibilities. Perhaps you'd share more about this plan? Renly's eyes drifted across the table. I propose no immediate rebellion if that's your concern, he assured them. Yet we must face reality. If King Robert can't rule effectively, the realm might collapse under its debts. The Lannisters aren't a philanthropic sort, and Lord Tywin expects repayment. Meanwhile, there's talk of Targaryens stirring across the sea. If we don't ensure a strong leader stands ready, we risk chaos. Olenna tapped her cane, her voice clear. You speak of a strong leader yourself, I presume? Renly offered a wry smile. If the time comes and the realm requires someone of Baratheon blood to step forward, I would consider it my duty. But I'd never move without proper support from the likes of House Tyrell, House Stark, and others. A hush followed. Jon saw Mace Tyrell pressing his lips together, weighing the possibilities. Olenna gave a slight sniff. Margaery broke the silence, her tone carefully diplomatic. We appreciate your candor. For now, we trust the king's hand and the lords loyal to the crown to address the realm's needs. But should matters worsen, we might discuss solutions. Renly inclined his head. Fair enough. I'll remain for a few days, hoping to speak further on these concerns. And if a small tourney or demonstration of arms can be arranged, I'd relish the chance to see the prowess of Highgarden's knights. Mace, always eager to showcase glory, seized upon that. We've prepared a modest joust for tomorrow. Perhaps you'll honor us by taking part. Renly feigned reluctance, then grinned. I'd be delighted to test my skill, though I've heard your Ser Loras is away. Pity. I'd have enjoyed crossing lances with the Knight of Flowers. Jon suppressed a thoughtful frown. He knew Loras's absence might be strategic on Olenna's part, to keep him free from undue entanglements with Renly's cause. The conversation wound down, and soon they retired. As they walked back to their chambers, Jon and Margaery exchanged quiet glances. Renly had made his intentions fairly plain. If King Robert's reign faltered, he would present himself as a candidate. The Tyrells had neither accepted nor refused him. It left a sense of precarious tension in the air. That night, Margaery and Jon spoke at length behind closed doors. She perched on the edge of the bed, absently unpinning her hair while Jon stood near the window, the moonlight silvering his dark curls. He summarized his impressions. Renly was clever, but he might be underestimating the Lannisters' ruthlessness. Margaery agreed, adding that her father's naive eagerness to please could lead them into an uncertain promise. We must ensure we don't get locked into supporting him prematurely, she murmured, setting aside the last pin. Her hair spilled around her shoulders. But we also don't want him as an enemy if he gathers enough power. Jon leaned his palms against the windowsill. If only we knew what Robert's true condition was. My father's letters were guarded, but I suspect Robert is slipping more each day. That means Renly's timeline might move faster than we expect. He paused. For now, we do what your grandmother said. Keep our ears open. She nodded, crossing the room to stand by him. The orchard below lay in hushed darkness, the faint glow of lanterns revealing the shapes of hedges and statuary. He laced his fingers with hers, inhaling the gentle perfume that clung to her skin. Whatever happens, we face it together, he said softly. Margaery's gaze met his, warm despite the tension. Always, she promised. They slept only fitfully, each haunted by the day's undercurrents. By dawn, the castle was astir with preparations for the promised joust. Servants hurried to erect a small set of stands in a grassy courtyard. Knights polished their armor, and the stable hands fussed over the horses. Margaery and Jon dressed for the spectacle, choosing comfortable but dignified attire. They arrived to find Renly Baratheon already joking with a cluster of Reach knights. His own men readied lances and shields bearing the stag emblem. The joust was small, just a handful of participants. Still, Mace Tyrell insisted on spectacle. Bright banners fluttered in the mild breeze, and a small crowd of local onlookers gathered, curious to see how a Baratheon performed against their own. Olenna watched from a cushioned seat, her cane leaning within arm's reach, expression unreadable. Margaery and Jon took places beside her, greeting lords who approached. Renly's first tilt was against a lesser knight of House Mullendor. He unhorsed the man cleanly, demonstrating impressive skill with the lance. The crowd cheered, though the knight rose, wincing. Renly paraded back to the line with a courteous wave. His second tilt, against Ser Colin Fossaway, was more challenging. Fossaway had a sturdy seat, and in their first pass, both shattered lances without dislodging the other. On the second pass, Renly scored a glancing blow, while Fossaway struck his shield with enough force to rock him. The tilt ended in a near draw, but Renly was declared the victor on points. "It seems Lord Renly truly can joust," Jon observed, speaking low to Margaery. "He's not simply a courtly dandy." Margaery gave a slight nod. "He's physically capable, and he knows how to play to an audience. Look at how he salutes the stands." Indeed, Renly made a show of bowing toward Olenna and Mace, eliciting polite applause. When Renly offered to face any new challenger, Jon noticed a hush descend. Ser Loras was absent, and others seemed wary of humiliating themselves. After a beat, one of Renly's own knights stepped forward, challenging him to a friendly pass. They exchanged a few spirited tilts before deciding to end the bout in a draw. The crowd dispersed, and Mace Tyrell declared the event a success. Renly climbed off his steed and joined Jon and Margaery, cheeks flushed with exertion. "A fine morning's entertainment," he said, removing his helmet. "Though I regret Ser Loras is not here. Someday, I'll face him properly." Margaery smiled demurely. "He would be honored to have such a chance, I'm sure." "Perhaps next time," Renly replied, handing his lance to a squire. "Now, how about a luncheon? I'd love to hear more of this famed Tyrell cuisine." He offered his arm, and Margaery took it lightly, though she glanced at Jon. The three walked side by side into the castle, accompanied by a cluster of attendants. Over a modest meal in a bright solar, Renly steered conversation toward King's Landing. He described the political climate in near caricature. A king grown bored and reckless, a queen growing ever more watchful, lords circling like vultures. He painted himself as a voice of reason, but Jon couldn't help suspecting he emphasized Robert's failings to bolster his own prospects. After the meal, Renly asked to stroll the gardens with Margaery, under the pretext of admiring the famed roses. Jon was invited but saw Mace Tyrell's subtle gesture. Mace wanted a private talk with Renly and Margaery, so Jon excused himself, stepping away. The sense of being sidelined pricked him, but he knew Margaery could handle Renly's flatteries. Instead, Jon sought Olenna Tyrell, who was returning to her personal apartments. He caught up with her near a stone archway, where she paused to gather her breath. Two attendants hovered, but she waved them aside when she saw Jon approach. "A word, boy?" she said, not unkindly. "Come, walk me to my rooms." Jon nodded, offering his arm. Olenna leaned on her cane with one hand and on his arm with the other as they moved slowly down the corridor. "You looked none too pleased to be excluded from that garden talk," Olenna observed, her tone dry. "But you must learn that sometimes political dance requires stepping aside. Margaery is adept at these conversations." He exhaled. "I trust her. Still, I worry Renly might press her for a commitment. I don't want us entangled prematurely." Olenna's mouth curved. "Yes, that is precisely the concern. Margaery will deflect him unless father or grandmother, myself, decides otherwise, and we have no reason to commit to his cause yet. He's lacking certain essential qualities to truly seize power from Robert or the Lannisters. So fear not, but keep your eyes open. If he tries to corner us, I want you close enough to intervene." They reached her apartment door. Olenna patted his arm once more. "Good day, Jon Snow. Keep learning. You might prove more valuable than you know." With that cryptic remark, she disappeared inside, shutting the door behind her. Jon walked back into the main corridor, a swirl of thoughts in his mind. He decided to head to the practice yard. Perhaps a few rounds with the sword would steady him. Ghost ambled along, tail swishing, At the yard, he found a couple of bored knights idly training. When they saw him, one asked, "Fancy a bout, my lord?" Jon nodded, removing his doublet's outer layer to free his arms. He picked up a practice sword, the weight familiar in his grip. Sometime later, he'd broken a light sweat, parrying strikes and countering with a disciplined focus. The clash of wood-on-wood cleared his head. After the first bout concluded in his favor, he nodded thanks to his partner. Another stepped up, eager to test the northern man who'd begun earning respect in these sessions. Meanwhile, Margaery strolled the gardens with Renly, trailed by Mace and a discreet retinue. She guided him along paths lined with climbing roses and trickling fountains, letting him marvel at the floral abundance. He lavished praise on the scenery, occasionally letting his gaze linger on her, as though she were part of that beauty. Margaery responded graciously, careful never to hint at more interest than polite courtesy demanded. Eventually, Renly steered the conversation toward personal matters. "Lady Margaery," he said, halting near a trellis of white roses. "You must know the kingdom discusses your match with Jon Snow, some with surprise, others with admiration. How do you find wedded life with a northerner?" She smiled softly. "He is honorable, devoted, and willing to learn the ways of the Reach. Cannot ask for more. Our houses benefit from our union." Renly leaned against the trellis, adopting a casual pose. "Yes, it certainly strengthens the bond between two formidable regions. But I wonder, do you ever yearn for a husband more entrenched in southern courts? One who might champion your ambitions at court?" Margaery arched a brow. "My ambitions, Lord Renly, revolve around peace and prosperity for our families. Jon and I share that goal. Where we stand is less about personal gain and more about preventing the realm from fracturing." Renly's smile twitched. "Laudable indeed. I only ask because the future is uncertain. If chaos spreads, alliances may shift. I'd hate to see a lady of your talents constrained by northern caution. The South can be quite vibrant with the right leadership." Sensing the subtext, Margaery maintained her composure. "I appreciate your concern, but the North is not the only region that practices caution. House Tyrell weighs every step. We do not leap into any arrangement. Just as you, I suspect, weigh your own path carefully." Renly dipped his head. "Well said." He stepped away from the trellis, glancing at Mace, who hovered at a distance pretending to admire the fountains. "Should Robert's reign falter, I will remember those who can guide the realm forward. The Tyrells have always been wise. Let us hope we remain on the same side." They parted with shared pleasantries, leaving Margaery feeling relieved that she'd avoided any direct pledges. Mace seemed thrilled, convinced that Renly's overtures meant potential greatness for House Tyrell. Margaery, however, was not so easily swayed. Later, she confided in Jon that evening, describing how Renly circled around the topic of a future claim. Jon listened gravely, suspecting that Renly might push harder once he'd tested every angle. Renly stayed 2 more days, sampling Highgarden's famed orchard produce and engaging in further private talks with Mace. He sparred in the yard, politely declined to face Jon in a formal match, citing courtesy toward a new ally, and spent hours recounting tales from the capital. His knights mingled with the Tyrell bannermen, forging quiet relationships that might prove useful if war arose. At last, he departed with effusive thanks, promising to keep in close correspondence. Mace Tyrell saw him off in grand style, and once he was gone, a collective exhale seemed to ripple through the castle. "That's a risk averted for now," Jon remarked to Margaery as they watched Renly's retinue vanish down the road from a balcony. "But if the king weakens, we haven't heard the last of him." Margaery rested a hand on the stone railing, the breeze teasing a stray lock of her hair. "No, we haven't. Father might be enthralled by the idea of supporting Renly if it means the Tyrells rise high. Grandmother is more skeptical. As for us, we're trapped in the middle, forced to play along until we see how events unfold." Jon gazed at the horizon. "My father's letters suggest no improvement in King Robert's temperament. The tension with the Lannisters only grows. Maybe we should prepare to travel north soon, if things reach a breaking point." Margaery nodded, eyes distant. We might. Or we might have to remain, ensuring the Tyrells don't commit to a disastrous cause. Either way, we must be ready. Their days settled back into a semblance of routine, negotiating trade deals, exchanging letters with Ned Stark, practicing martial skills, and hosting the occasional lesser lord seeking favor. Mace Tyrell tried to engage Jon more directly in the local politics of the Reach, hoping to strengthen the illusion that the new union anchored powerful alliances. In truth, many were still unconvinced a northern bastard, however honorable, had real clout. But Margaery's steady endorsement helped smooth the way. One bright afternoon, news arrived that Ser Loras was returning from Brightwater Keep. The messenger claimed Loras had triumphed in the local tourney, besting several knights, and forging an understanding with the Florents. Margaery looked pleased. At least he's had success, she told Jon. He'll return brimming with confidence. Sure enough, Loras rode in 2 days later, wearing a half-smile. He greeted Margaery warmly, clasping Jon's arm in friendly fashion. The Florents remain proud, but they're wavering on which side to favor if King Robert's health fails, he reported. Still, they respect me enough not to dismiss the Tyrell stance. What of things here? I heard Renly visited. Margaery confirmed it, explaining his overtures. Loras nodded, a fleeting shadow crossing his features. I suspected as much. He's fond of winning hearts as well as justs. Keep an eye on him, but if you do choose to stand with him eventually, you could do worse. He's less ruthless than the Lannisters. Jon folded his arms. That's not necessarily high praise, Ser Loras, but we'll heed your insight. Loras shrugged. Just an observation. If Robert dies, Renly's claim won't be simple. Stannis stands ahead in the line of succession, but he's no charmer. Some might prefer a more agreeable Baratheon. Anyway, I'll be staying in Highgarden for the time being, unless Father sends me on another errand. Let's train again soon, Jon. I'm curious how your skills have improved. Thus, the days continued. Jon sparred with Loras in the yard, sometimes drawing small crowds. Margaery oversaw the household with a deft touch that impressed even Olenna. At times, they all dined in relative harmony, though the lurking tensions never fully subsided. Another letter arrived from Ned Stark, mentioning that Robert had gone on another hunt, ignoring the crown's financial woes. Tensions in the capital rose. Margaery read it with dread, while Jon felt the stirrings of frustration at being so far from home. One starlit night, after a modest dinner, Margaery suggested a walk outside Highgarden's walls, just beyond the outer courtyard. We seldom see the farmland up close, she said, eyes shining. I want to feel the open air beyond these gardens for a time. Jon agreed wholeheartedly, eager for an escape from the constant politics. They left the castle with a small escort, 2 guards trailing at a respectful distance, and took a narrow footpath that led down a gentle slope toward the fields. Night insects chirped among rows of half-grown crops, and the soft hush of wind caressed the land. Overhead, the sky gleamed with countless stars, unblemished by city lights. Margaery breathed deeply. So different from the stony vistas near Winterfell, she whispered. But it has its own beauty, doesn't it? Jon nodded. It does. And there's a peace here that sometimes the castle lacks. He gazed across the farmland, tidy furrows that carried the promise of the next harvest. The small folk labor to feed us all. I hope we don't drag them into war. She touched his hand. If we can help it, we won't. But the decisions made by lords in distant halls often weigh heavily on those who toil in these fields. They walked on, guided by moonlight, until they reached a low fence marking the edge of a field of barley. The guards stood a short distance away, scanning for threats. Margaery leaned against the fence, gazing outward. I used to wander these outskirts as a child. It's changed, fewer wildflowers, more cultivated plots, but the air still smells of new growth. Jon felt an affectionate warmth at the wistfulness in her voice. You're still that child in a way, he teased gently. Only now you're a woman who balances politics and courtesy. But inside, you still have that love for the land. She smiled. Perhaps. Sometimes I want to fling off these courtly roles and just wander. But we both know that's not possible. Our responsibilities are too great. They lingered for a few more moments in companionable silence. The hush of night enveloped them, and for a short time, they could forget the intricacies awaiting them at Highgarden. Finally, though, the guards cleared their throats, reminding them it was unwise to tarry too long under the open sky. With a last, regretful glance at the starlit fields, they returned up the slope, re-entering the realm of polished halls and subtle maneuvering. Upon passing through the outer gates, they found an unfamiliar messenger waiting, accompanied by a page of House Tyrell. The man, dusty from travel, bowed to Margaery and Jon. "I bear urgent news," he said, voice taut with fatigue. "A raven from King's Landing arrived at Bitterbridge, addressed to Lord Tyrell. I was told to deliver the tidings at once." Jon and Margaery exchanged worried looks. She gestured for the messenger to follow, leading him into a side chamber. There, beneath the flickering torches, he produced a sealed parchment bearing the royal sigil. Margaery broke the wax. The guard and page stood back as she and Jon read by the shifting light. The letter was brief but staggering. King Robert Baratheon was gravely injured on a hunt. Again. This time, the wound was mortal. Rumor said he'd insisted on too much wine, taunted a massive boar, and paid the price. Many believed the Lannisters had manipulated events. Yet the letter insisted all lords remain calm, pledging that Prince Joffrey would succeed to the throne without incident. A final line suggested a swift coronation was imminent. Margaery's eyes widened, and Jon felt his stomach twist. They both knew this spelled trouble. If Robert died, Joffrey's claim would place the Lannisters at the pinnacle of power, overshadowing any reasoned governance Ned might attempt. The realm could fracture under the strain. They stood silent for a moment. Then Margaery turned to the messenger. "Thank you. Go find lodging and food. We shall inform Lord Tyrell." The man bowed gratefully and left. Margaery and Jon exchanged grim glances. "We must speak to father," Margaery said, "and to grandmother. This changes everything." They found Mace and Olenna in the Solar, along with Loras, discussing some minor estate matter. The hush that descended when Jon and Margaery burst in told them the atmosphere was fragile. Olenna stiffened, reading the alarm on Margaery's face. Mace, oblivious at first, asked what was the matter. Margaery passed him the letter. He scanned it, color draining from his cheeks. "Robert, dying?" Mace stammered. "Prince Joffrey to ascend? The Lannisters, unstoppable." He slumped onto a chair, ringed fingers trembling. Olenna plucked the parchment from him, reading with narrowed eyes. Loras hovered at Margaery's side, tension emanating from him. When Olenna finished, she exhaled sharply. "So the fools have done it. One way or another, the king is finished. We must decide quickly where House Tyrell stands. If Joffrey ascends under Lannister control, do we bend the knee? Or do we back another claimant? Perhaps Renly? Or even Stannis?" Mace looked flustered. "But we only just entertained Renly. He seemed eager, yet he's not the elder brother. Stannis is the rightful heir if Joffrey is discredited. But can we discredit the boy? Rumors swirl about his parentage, but who dares speak them aloud?" Olenna tapped her cane on the floor. "Eddard Stark might. If the rumors hold truth, Ned Stark will never support a bastard on the throne. That could ignite a war, unless enough lords rally behind him. Or behind Stannis or Renly. The Lannisters won't stand idle. Blood will be spilled." Loras stepped forward, face set. "We cannot let the Lannisters strangle the realm. They'd crush any who defy them. But if we move in time, we might give Renly the upper hand. He's already courting the Tyrells." Jon's voice was firm. "My father's letter indicated Robert's health was failing, but he never anticipated it would be this sudden. He won't bow easily to a Lannister puppet. The North may rise, but only if the truth about Joffrey's parentage is proven." Margaery placed a hand on Jon's arm. "We must confirm if Robert truly is beyond saving. Perhaps we should dispatch a small party to King's Landing. Even if the Lannisters block them, we'll at least learn more. Time is crucial. Mace nodded shakily. Yes, yes, a party. I'll not go myself, someone else. Loras? Or you, Margaery? He looked torn. We must handle this delicately. Olenna scowled. Sending Margaery would be a risk, especially if the Lannisters suspect we might side against them. Better to send someone less critical. Loras might fight his way in, but that's hardly subtle. Another agent could glean information quietly. Jon exchanged a glance with Margaery. I'll go if that's your wish. I have cause to see my father. The Lannisters won't consider me a direct threat. Yet. But if a fight breaks out, I can hold my own. Margaery's hand tightened on his sleeve. It's dangerous. He offered a small smile. I know, but if we remain ignorant, we risk forging the wrong alliances. I might get the truth from my father directly. Then we can act without flailing in the dark. Loras gave Jon a measured look, then nodded. He has a point. Ned Stark would trust Jon. The Lannisters might not see him coming. But be wary. If they sense your mission, they could detain or kill you. Olenna exhaled. Brave, but uncertain. Still, it might be the best option. Let me think. She pursed her lips, mind racing. Then she rapped her cane. All right, we'll send you with a small escort of Tyrell men who can fight, but we'll keep it minimal to avoid suspicion. You'll travel under the pretense of visiting the capital to deliver House Tyrell's formal condolences or something of that sort. Mace seemed relieved to have a plan form. Yes, yes, we can draft letters. I'll sign them. We must appear loyal or at least neutral. Meanwhile, you find Ned Stark. Learn the real situation. If Robert is indeed dying, we must confirm who truly holds power. If the rumors about Joffrey are true, war might be inevitable. Jon's heart thudded at the enormity of it all. Still, he remained steady. Agreed. We'll move quickly. I'll write a letter to my father as well, letting him know I come in peace. We must coordinate if the North and the Reach are to stand together. Margaery gazed at him, eyes reflecting concern and pride. Then we must prepare. I'll gather supplies and help organize the escort. Please be careful, Jon. He gently clasped her hand. I will. And if war comes, I'll return as soon as I can. We face it together. Thus, the next day saw a flurry of activity in Highgarden's courtyard. Jon packed lightly, choosing practical attire beneath a Tyrell cloak that signified House Tyrell's sponsorship. 5 knights loyal to Mace Tyrell and Lady Olenna were assigned to accompany him, each skilled but discreet. Margaery insisted they carry enough coin for bribes, if necessary. Loras contributed a few strategy suggestions, routes to avoid potential safe-ins. Olenna supervised the drafting of official letters, ensuring the mission seemed purely diplomatic. Before he departed, Jon stole a private moment with Margaery in a secluded garden alcove. She wore a plain gown, her face solemn. We've not been parted since we came to Highgarden, she murmured. I wish I could go with you, but grandmother is right. It's too risky. He reached out, cupping her cheek. I'll do everything in my power to return safely. Keep House Tyrell prepared. My father might need your support if the realm tears apart. She nodded, tears gleaming unshed. Remember everything we've built. Don't let the Lannisters or anyone else silence you. The North needs your voice. He kissed her gently, lingering in the hush of the vines. I'll remember. Wait for me. They parted with a final embrace. Moments later, the group left Highgarden's gate, the sun rising over fields that seemed too peaceful for a land on the cusp of upheaval. Jon rode near the front, Ghost padding at his side. Each hoofbeat on the road felt like a step into the unknown. He hoped Ned Stark still lived, that Robert's last days might not bring total chaos, that he could glean truth before swords were drawn in earnest. For Margaery, the days following Jon's departure crawled slowly. She busied herself with duties, mediating local disputes, revisiting trade negotiations, ensuring the orchard gleaners had what they needed. But her mind never strayed far from the roads leading north and east to King's Landing. Would he arrive unseen? Would he find Ned in time, or be trapped in the Lannisters' web? Each evening, She stood on a balcony that overlooked the southwestern horizon, longing for any sign of Raven-delivered news. None came immediately. Olenna guided Mace in daily strategy sessions. She grilled every messenger for updates from the capital. Loras paced the corridors, restless, occasionally sparring in the yard to vent frustration. They all felt the weight of ominous tension. If Joffrey took the throne, the Lannisters would push to crush potential rivals. The Tyrells had wealth and numbers, but the Lannisters had cunning and the seat of power. Meanwhile, the North, if spurred by Eddard Stark's sense of honor, might refuse to accept Joffrey as rightful king. Civil war became increasingly likely. Half a fortnight passed. Then a messenger arrived with a sealed note from an inn near the Rose Road. The messenger explained it came from Jon Snow. Margaery tore it open, reading hungrily. Jon had reached the outskirts of the Crownlands, but the roads were heavily patrolled by gold cloaks loyal to the Lannisters. He was being cautious, moving slowly to avoid detection, and had sent this letter by a trusted intermediary. He hoped to slip into the city soon and make contact with Ned Stark, or with men loyal to him. Margaery's relief was palpable. At least he still traveled unharmed. But tension mounted each day. Whispers from King's Landing suggested Robert was on his deathbed. Some said he had already passed, and that Joffrey was preparing for a coronation. Others spoke of Ned Stark challenging the succession in the Red Keep. Rumors abounded of a conflict that might erupt within days. Margaery, anxious, spent hours with Olenna, trying to glean which rumor to believe. Without direct word from Jon or Ned, they felt unmoored. Then one evening, as a pinkish twilight gave way to the hush of night, another messenger stumbled into Highgarden's courtyard, exhausted and pale. Margaery and Loras rushed out to meet him. He handed over a sealed scroll. "From an ally in King's Landing," he gasped. He said, "Read quickly." Margaery cracked the seal. It was from a merchant who sometimes did business with the Tyrells, an old contact of Lady Olenna's. The letter stated that King Robert had died. Joffrey was proclaimed king. Eddard Stark had refused to swear fealty, presenting what he claimed was proof Joffrey wasn't Robert's true son. A confrontation ensued. Rumors said Ned Stark and some of his men were arrested for treason. Violence broke out around the Red Keep. The Lannisters took control. The letter didn't mention Jon specifically, only that the city was perilous for anyone allied to House Stark. Margaery pressed a hand to her heart, dread pounding in her ears. Where was Jon? Had he found his father or been captured too? Loras read over her shoulder, cursing under his breath. Together, they brought the news to Olenna and Mace. The shock was immediate. War seemed all but guaranteed. If the Lannisters held King's Landing, they might force the realm to accept Joffrey. But the North would surely rebel if Ned Stark was imprisoned or executed. Mace wrung his hands, uncertain which side to choose. Olenna's expression hardened. "If Joffrey is a bastard, we'd be fools to bow. But if we resist openly, the Lannisters may march on us with the Crown's forces." Margaery's voice wavered. "We must find out about Jon. If he's within the city, he could be in grave danger. We can't abandon him." Loras nodded fiercely. "I'll go with a force of knights. We'll demand his release if he's captured." Olenna pursed her lips. "Calm yourself. Charging into King's Landing now would be suicide. The Lannisters hold the gates, the gold cloaks, the Red Keep. We need a better plan. Perhaps we should contact Renly. He might already be moving to claim the throne if Ned Stark's revelation is true. Or we approach Stannis. But time is short." Margaery stood straighter, adrenaline chasing fear. "Let me think. If we send a covert rescue party, the Lannisters will see it as a direct challenge. We must gather more information first. Another letter from Jon might come. We must hold on." She loathed doing nothing, but a rash attempt could ruin any chance of freeing him if he was imprisoned. Night fell heavily on Highgarden, suffused with worry and dread. Margaery roamed the corridors, her thoughts spinning. She paused at an open window, gazing into the darkness. Was Jon out there, hiding among the city's shadows, or locked in a dungeon? She prayed silently to both the old gods and the new for his safety, recalling his promise to return. An ache grew in her chest. Days passed in a blur of tension. More ravens arrived, each bearing tidings of the realm's collapse into chaos. Joffrey's coronation proceeded under Lannister watch. Supposedly, Ned Stark languished in a cell, accused of treason. Some whispered that Sansa Stark was trapped in the Red Keep, Arya missing. The North erupted in anger, proclaiming Robb Stark as the king in the North if Ned was executed. War lines began to form. Mace Tyrell dithered, unsure whether to side with Joffrey or an upstart monarchy in the North. Olenna scolded him harshly for his indecision. Margaery felt each sunrise sharpen her despair. No word from Jon, no sign of his fate. She forced herself to function, to maintain composure as lesser lords arrived in Highgarden, begging guidance or offering alliances. She wrote letters to White Harbor and smaller houses in the Riverlands, hoping someone had seen or heard of him. Nothing conclusive returned, just bleak accounts of violence on the roads and fear of Lannister reprisal. One afternoon, a battered man in Tyrell livery limped through the gates. The guard recognized him as one of the knights who'd accompanied Jon. He was wounded and half delirious. Margaery ran to the courtyard with Loras and Olenna, hearts pounding. The knight collapsed, gasping for water. Servants rushed to aid him. Lady Olenna commanded a maester's presence. Once his wounds were tended, the knight mumbled about gold cloaks attacking them near a side gate of King's Landing. Some of the Tyrell men fell, others scattered. He last saw Jon fighting alongside Ghost in a narrow alley. Then everything blurred. A cold dread sank through Margaery. The knight couldn't confirm Jon's fate, only that he fought bravely, giving them a chance to flee. Tears burned Margaery's eyes, but she held them back. Olenna's face was pale with controlled fury. Loras clenched his fists, cursing the Lannisters again. Mace wrung his hands, stammering about how they'd never intended a real conflict. "There must be more," Margaery insisted. "Someone else must have escaped or hidden. Jon is resourceful. He might still be alive, in hiding." The wounded knight coughed weakly. "Perhaps, if he didn't fall to the gold cloaks, or if they took him captive." "I'm sorry, my lady." She thanked him, turned away, and pressed her knuckles to her mouth, struggling to keep calm. If Jon had been captured, they could threaten him as a pawn against the Tyrells or the North. If he'd been killed, she refused to finish that thought. Olenna approached, setting a hand on Margaery's shoulder. "Child, I know this is grievous, but we must be strong. War is nearly upon us. The Lannisters will not release hostages lightly. We must plan accordingly. I suspect we'll soon have an offer from them, or we may hear from Renly or Stannis." Margaery blinked back tears, forcing herself to think. "If they have Jon, they'll use him as leverage, but my father's indecision might hamper everything. We have to do something." "She's right," Loras said fiercely. "If they hold him, we can't just wait for them to make demands. We should rally our banners." Mace looked helplessly at Olenna, who shook her head. "We can't rush into a war we might lose. The Tyrell host is large, but the Lannisters have the crown's resources, the gold cloaks, and possibly alliances with the Freys or others. Let me think of a more cunning approach." But cunning might not save them if the Lannisters refused any negotiation. Margaery realized the hopelessness seeping through the castle's corridors. People whispered of the unstoppable power that lurked behind Joffrey's coronation. Weeks crawled by with no letter from Jon, no direct approach from the capital. Meanwhile, the North marched, led by Robb Stark, determined to rescue his father or avenge him. Margaery feared each new raven might bring final news of Ned and Jon's executions. She poured her energies into convincing Mace to coordinate quietly with any southern lords who disliked the Lannisters. Dorne was rumored to be simmering with old resentments. The Stormlands might back Renly. If an anti-Lannister coalition formed, perhaps they could force a negotiation to save the hostages. Margaery invoked everything she'd learned in Winterfell about loyalty and duty, hoping to evoke in Mace a sense of moral responsibility. Olenna used sharper tactics, chastising him as a buffoon if he let the Lannisters grow too strong. Slowly, Mace seemed to waver, penning cautious messages to possible allies. Then, in the midst of these efforts, a raven came from an unexpected source. The seal was plain, the script inside terse. Jon Snow lives, imprisoned in the Red Keep. Fate uncertain. Stand ready. No signature, no explanation, just that single statement on a folded scrap of parchment. Margaery's heart thumped wildly as she read it. Relief that he was alive battled with dread for his captivity. Olenna studied the scrap, lips pursed. Loras read it twice, cursing the Lannisters anew. Someone within King's Landing must have smuggled this out, Olenna mused. They risked much to reassure us. Probably the same ally who's been feeding me small bits of news. Or perhaps a Stark loyalist. Margaery closed her eyes. He was alive but imprisoned. The news helped her breathe again, even as it renewed the agony. If only she could find a way to free him. But storms of war threatened to break over the entire realm, overshadowing individual rescue attempts. She resolved to hold faith. Jon was strong, cunning, and honorable. If there was a path to survive, he would find it. Meanwhile, she had to ensure House Tyrell did not betray the cause that might keep him alive. In the weeks that followed, a chain of events shook Westeros. Robb Stark's host defeated a Lannister force at Riverrun, proclaiming him king in the north. Renly Baratheon crowned himself king in the south, amassing an army from the Stormlands. Stannis raised his own banner at Dragonstone, claiming rightful succession. The War of the Five Kings had begun. Joffrey, Robb, Renly, Stannis, and even rumors of Balon Greyjoy's ambitions. Highgarden stood at a crossroads, courted by Renly, uncertain whether to declare openly. Mace Tyrell hesitated still, but Olenna worked behind the scenes to push him toward supporting Renly. They reasoned that a southern king allied with the Tyrells might stand a better chance than a boy puppet of the Lannisters. Margaery quietly supported that move. If House Tyrell helped Renly unseat Joffrey, they might force a prisoner exchange. Jon and Ned Stark could be freed. The North might ally with Renly if Joffrey's bastardy was proven. Yet everything was speculation. She felt the realm fracturing, each side preparing to hurl armies at the others. The once peaceful orchard in Highgarden now saw war horses being trained, supplies stockpiled, and smiths hammering day and night. At last, after many entreaties, Mace Tyrell agreed to formally side with Renly, provided that Renly recognized House Tyrell's prerogatives. A marriage was proposed, to unite the Tyrells and Renly in the strongest possible bond. Shock flickered through Margaery when she learned Renly wanted her as his queen. The notion seemed impossible. She was already wed to Jon Snow. But Mace argued that if the realm recognized Joffrey's bastardy, might they not likewise question Jon's standing? Olenna's voice hammered back, calling such talk monstrous. Margaery felt sick, refusing to abandon Jon. Yet the pressure mounted. Renly insisted he needed a queen from a great house, and Margaery was the prime candidate. Whispers pervaded Highgarden that the easiest solution was to quietly set aside her marriage to Jon. If the faith did not recognize the bastard's union as inviolate, it could be annulled. Margaery reeled at the cruelty. Her father seemed enthralled by the prospect of his daughter as queen. Olenna resisted, but how far could she push? Desperate, Margaery confronted her grandmother in private. "I won't do it," she said, voice trembling. "I won't abandon Jon. War be damned, we took vows before gods old and new. I love him." Olenna's gaze was sharp with sympathy. "I know, child, but Mace and Renly see a bigger game. They think this marriage cements a kingdom. They might consider your current match a trifling arrangement that can be undone." Tears blurred Margaery's vision. "Then help me stop it. I'd sooner face ruin than betray Jon." Olenna's hands clasped her cane. "I will do what I can. The lords want power, but I'll remind them that forcibly annulling a union with Stark blood is no small matter. The North might see it as betrayal. Also, your father fears losing face with the Starks, who are formidable. But we must be subtle. Renly grows more insistent by the hour." While the Tyrell leadership argued behind closed doors, Margaery wrote feverishly to any contact in King's Landing. seeking a means to rescue Jon or confirm his status. No reply came, only rumors that highborn prisoners might be used as bargaining chips. She prayed the Lannisters wouldn't harm Jon. A flicker of hope burned. As long as he lived, she had a reason to stand firm. Eventually, news broke that Renly had assembled a vast host, planning to march north toward King's Landing. He expected House Tyrell to join him, forging an unstoppable southern coalition. A marriage alliance with Margaery would seal that pact in the eyes of the lords. Torn between the cause of dethroning the Lannisters and her vow to Jon, Margaery sought Olenna once more. They spoke late into the night in Olenna's chambers, candles guttering. Margaery's voice shook as she repeated that she would never break her vows. Olenna sighed. Then we must find a pretext to delay. If we can drive the Lannisters into negotiations, perhaps we can secure Jon's release and see where it leads. If Ned Stark is still alive, he might confirm Joffrey's illegitimacy more publicly. That could unify Renly and the North, negating the need to sever your marriage. Time is our ally, albeit a fickle one. Margaery clung to that slender thread of hope. She let Olenna manage Mace with clever words, whispering that rushing a second marriage while the first existed would reflect poorly on House Tyrell's honor, that the North might join Stannis if offended. Mace wavered. Renly pressed for an answer. War churned the land, devouring entire villages. Soldiers drilled day and night in Highgarden's fields, awaiting the final command to march. Then, in the midst of this perilous stalemate, a hooded stranger appeared at Highgarden's gates, claiming urgent news for Lady Margaery alone. The guards hesitated, but the stranger produced a small token engraved with the dire wolf of House Stark. Word reached Margaery. She rushed to meet the stranger in a side courtyard, with only Loras for protection. The figure pulled back a hood to reveal a lean-faced woman with a scar across her cheek. Her eyes shone with grim resolve. "I bring tidings from King's Landing," she said in a low voice. "Jon Snow is no longer in the Red Keep. He escaped with help. Our group smuggled him out, but in the chaos we were separated. He intended to reach the river near Rosby, hoping to slip away. He told me to tell you he lives, and he will come for you." Margaery gasped, tears springing forth. "He escaped? Where is he now? Is he safe?" The woman shook her head. "I can't say for certain. The Lannisters are hunting him. We parted ways to draw them off. But he was determined. He had his direwolf and some loyal friends. If he evades capture, he might make for the north or for any safe haven. I risked my neck coming here." Margaery clutched the woman's arm, overcome by gratitude. "Thank you. You bring hope. Please come inside. We'll keep you safe." The stranger gently extricated herself. "I must keep moving. The Lannisters have spies. But know this, Jon fights to reach you or to find the North's host. Stay strong." She pressed the token into Margaery's hand, then disappeared into the shadows before Loras could protest. Shaking with relief, Margaery turned to Loras. He looked equally stunned. "He escaped?" she repeated, half disbelieving. "He's out there trying to reach safety." Loras exhaled. "That changes everything if we can confirm it. Perhaps we can stall Renly's marriage demands. If Jon reappears, we can unify the Tyrells and the Starks against the Lannisters, or find a compromise. This is a ray of light." They ran to Olenna, who read the token with narrowed eyes, then smiled for once. "The gods old and new must favor you, child. If Jon truly escaped, the Lannisters' hold on him as a hostage is gone. That means they can't force House Tyrell to break your bond. Now we simply have to ensure we do not commit you to Renly in the meantime." Margaery felt her heart lighten, though worry lingered. Jon was free but on the run, pursued by enemies. She prayed for his safe arrival, whether to the north or to Highgarden. At least she could face the Tyrell lords with more confidence, refusing to consider an annulment. For the first time in weeks, she slept with a measure of relief. As dawn lit the gardens, Mace Tyrell stormed into Olenna's rooms, demanding Margaery's presence. He'd learned that a rumor circulated of Jon Snow's escape from King's Landing. "Is it true?" Mace asked, eyes wild. "If so, we must decide. Renly's messenger arrived again this morning, pressing for an answer on the betrothal. Margaery forced herself to remain calm. It is true. I received word. Therefore, I remain committed to my lawful husband. The North is sure to fight the Lannisters. We should not anger them by discarding the alliance. Let us coordinate with Renly in other ways, but not with another marriage. Mace spluttered, uncertain. Olenna pinned him with a glare. Yes, dear boy. Pushing for bigamy or annulment would wreck our ties with House Stark. That could be disastrous if they crush the Lannisters. Or if Ned Stark's revelations unite half the realm. Don't be a fool. Caught between his mother's scorn and his daughter's unwavering stance, Mace relented for the moment. Then we must find a different bride for Renly. Perhaps I can suggest one of your cousins. That might suffice to seal the alliance. Olenna snorted but made no objection. Margaery felt a wash of gratitude. She couldn't bear the thought of betraying Jon, especially now that he was out there, risking his life. If Renly demanded her specifically, she would stand firm. War might come anyway, but she would not break her vows. Time would tell if Jon survived to return, or if Renly's ambitions clashed with the other kings. Yet the flicker of hope remained. Margaery Tyrell, once certain that politics defined her every choice, had discovered a greater loyalty in her heart. She would wait, forging alliances carefully, determined that House Tyrell not be manipulated into casting aside what honor they had left. If the future held battles and blood, she would endure, trusting that the bond she'd made with Jon Snow would withstand the storms of war. So ended the uneasy chapter at Highgarden's threshold, with Margaery anchored by hope of a reunion. Far beyond the orchard's blossoms, thunder rumbled on every horizon, heralding battles that would reshape the Seven Kingdoms. But through it all, one truth held. She and Jon, parted by politics and peril, still bound themselves to each other in love and loyalty. And in the troubled days that followed, that loyalty would shine brighter than any rose in bloom, forging a path they could only walk together, even across the fires of war. Margaery Tyrell stood in a small, lamplit alcove off Highgarden's main corridor, cradling the token that had confirmed Jon's desperate flight from the Red Keep. Despite the swirl of fear in her chest, the knowledge that he lived, that he was no longer in Lannister chains, was the single solace keeping her from despair. Overhead, the vaulted ceiling bore golden vines etched in relief, illusions of endless summer. But in truth, the realm was locked in a brutal winter of the spirit, each day bringing new tidings of bloodshed and betrayal. She inhaled, pressing the cool metal token to her lips, wishing she could whisper encouragement to him across the vast miles that separated them. So often, she recalled how fragile he'd seemed upon first arriving in the Reach, cautious, a bit odd, wearing his northern heritage like a shield. Yet, he'd carried that quiet strength that made him stand apart from southern courtiers. And with time, Margaery had learned the depths of his devotion. Despite all the political scheming, despite his status as a Stark bastard in the eyes of the realm, he had shown unwavering kindness, a humility that allowed him to adapt to Highgarden's courtesies while never losing his own sense of honor. In the gloom of that alcove, Margaery closed her eyes, remembering the warmth of his final embrace before he'd set out to find answers in King's Landing. Now he was out there somewhere, hunted by gold cloaks, clinging to the knowledge that she, too, would never yield to those who wished to sever their bond. At the far end of the corridor, Lady Olenna's voice rose, sharp with impatience. Margaery gathered herself and stepped forward. The Tyrell matriarch was conferring with half a dozen lords from the southern marches, each pressing to know whether House Tyrell would officially declare for Renly Baratheon. A rumor had recently floated that Stannis, older than Renly, also claimed the Iron Throne, while the North recognized its own new king in Robb Stark. Every day brought fresh confusion, new lines drawn in this war of 5 kings. And Margaery knew the stakes were far higher than a single crown. If the Lannisters crushed all resistance, they might stamp out every alliance, leaving the realm subjugated to Joffrey's wrath. Olenna glimpsed her granddaughter's approach. The old woman's eyes, dark with calculation, flicked over Margaery's face. "There you are, child," Olenna said, dismissing the lords with a curt wave of her cane. Go on, go on. She and I must speak. We'll send for you when we've decided something useful." Grumbling but cowed, the southern lords backed away. Olenna turned, beckoning Margaery closer. "So, we still have no news on precisely where your Jon might be, only that he escaped the city and parted from his escort. I trust you're holding up." Margaery pressed the token to her palm, taking courage from its weight. "I am, grandmother, but the uncertainty gnaws at me. Each rumor of a Lannister band scouring the roads, each mention of travelers seized, makes my heart pound. I keep praying the old gods and the new watch over him." Olenna's mouth tightened. "Perhaps they will, or perhaps the gods do nothing at all. Meanwhile, we have politics to manage. Renly's emissaries grow more insistent by the hour. They want an immediate pledge of fealty and a wedding to seal the bargain. But I've stalled them, as we agreed, citing your existing union." Her gaze flicked toward Margaery's hand. "Mace is dithering, of course. He dreams of a southern throne for you, but I remind him daily that flouting your marriage to Jon Snow would anger the North to no end." Margaery nodded. "Yes, we must not make the North an enemy. Grandmother, do you think Renly's cause truly stands a chance against the Lannisters? If he expects the Tyrells to raise a great host, we might inadvertently start a protracted war, only to find the Lannisters too entrenched." Olenna shrugged her bony shoulders, but her eyes were coldly logical. "If Renly can secure enough allies, Riverrun, Storm's End, even Dorne, perhaps he could outmaneuver the Lannisters before they can fully entrench Joffrey's rule. But these are uncertain times. Stannis lurks at Dragonstone, proclaiming he's the rightful heir, and the North fights for Robb Stark. The realm may fracture beyond repair, so we must choose carefully." A hush fell. Margaery tried not to let hopelessness seep into her voice. "I only wish we had time. Time for Jon to return. Time to negotiate in good faith. Time to avoid bloodshed." Olenna's cane tapped the stone floor. "Wishing for time rarely yields it, my dear. We must act with what we have. Now, come, I've summoned your father to the Solar. We'll unify our stance before Renly's men appear again." Leaning on Margaery's arm, Olenna led the way down the corridor, passing servants who bowed and skittered aside. Courtiers parted for the Queen of Thorns even more swiftly now that war threatened. Her name alone carried an aura of foreboding wisdom. In the Solar, Mace Tyrell stood by a tall window with Loras at his side. Both men turned as Olenna and Margaery entered. Mace's expression wavered between excitement and anxiety, while Loras merely nodded in greeting. News of Jon's escape had not swept away the demands from Renly. Indeed, the younger Baratheon brother had pressed more vigorously, insisting Margaery become his bride to legitimize his new claim. But so far, Olenna had refused to finalize anything. Loras's arms were folded, his shoulders tense. "Mother," Mace said, glancing from Olenna to Margaery. "Renly's messenger awaits outside. He's asked me again to finalize an alliance. He seems sure that if we join him, we can swiftly march on King's Landing and take it before the Lannisters regroup. He suggests that, with proper timing, we might even rescue Eddard Stark if he's still alive. And we have the matter of your, marriage, Margaery. The messenger is quite insistent on a union to bind hearts forever." Margaery suppressed a shiver of revulsion. Renly's boldness in demanding she cast aside Jon grated her, though she also knew the impetus. Renly needed a powerful bride to rally the entire Reach. "Father," she said calmly, "I made it clear we cannot break my current vow. Such an act would earn us the North's hatred. Surely the messenger must see reason." Mace shifted uncomfortably, tugging at his doublet's embroidered lapel. "Yes, well, he says we might arrange an annulment if House Stark is rumored to set aside the alliance, or if we can claim the marriage was not fully recognized by the faith. But your grandmother insists we do nothing hasty." He forced a laugh that died quickly. "Renly is quite charismatic. If I refuse him much longer, he might seek allies elsewhere. We risk losing a prime chance to unseat the Lannisters." Loras exhaled a sharp breath. "And if we discard Margaery's current marriage, we risk a feud with the North. Robb Stark is already king in the North, commanding an army that bested the Lannisters at Riverrun. We can ill afford to antagonize him. We need a plan that satisfies both sides, or at least keeps them from turning on us. Olenna moved to a chair and settled herself with a weary sigh. At the moment, the North is separate, focusing on its own war for independence. They might not care whom Margaery marries if they believe the Southern throne is irrelevant. But if Jon Snow reappears, any insult to him becomes an insult to the Starks, and we cannot dismiss that possibility. She gave Mace a glare. You see, dear boy? Rushing into Renly's arms might bring us short-term advantage but create a long-term disaster. Mace grimaced, fiddling with his signet ring. Perhaps we need more direct contact with the North. Some envoy to see Robb Stark, clarify our position. But the roads are dangerous. Any messenger could be taken by Lannister patrols or outlaws, and we still lack proof Ned Stark lives. His shoulders slumped. This war grows more complicated by the day. Margaery's heart ached, thinking of Ned's rumored imprisonment and the horrifying possibility that King Joffrey might already have beheaded him to send a message. She recalled how Jon had spoken of his father's rigid sense of honor, how that sense of right and wrong might spur him to defy the new royal claims. With the Lannisters wielding control in King's Landing, would they even hesitate to kill Eddard Stark if it suited their ends? She pressed trembling fingers against her temple, reining in the swirl of fear. We need to remain calm, she said softly. Renly demands a quick alliance, but we can stall. Perhaps we can offer him resources, grain, horses, without finalizing a marriage. Let him see we're supportive yet uncertain about changing my vow. Olenna's eyes brightened at that. Ah yes, a compromise approach. We can supply a portion of our harvest to Renly's forces, enough to keep him invested in Tyrell favor. But we make no mention of the wedding. When the messenger asks, we claim the union is under consideration until we know the North's stance. That might buy us weeks. Meanwhile, if Jon reappears, or if we learn the Lannisters have done something catastrophic, we can pivot accordingly. Loras nodded. That approach might work. Renly wants immediate results, but if we appear halfway committed, he won't abandon us. He might even press onward to gather more support in other regions, leaving us time. And if Jon is truly free, he may find a path to the North or send word to Margaery. Then we'll know how to proceed. Mace still looked flustered, but he seemed relieved at the idea of stalling. He tugged on his ring again and cleared his throat. Yes, let's do that. I'll instruct the messenger that House Tyrell stands with Renly in principle, providing supplies, opening trade, but that a formal wedding or fealty oath must wait until certain diplomatic matters are resolved. He shot Margaery a nervous glance. I only pray Renly finds it acceptable. He might interpret our hesitation as disrespect. Olenna waved a dismissive hand. He needs us more than we need him. He can't claim the throne without the Reach's bread and steel. Do not grovel, Mace. Present it with confidence, as though you're granting him a magnanimous favor. Now go see to it. We'll handle any fallout. Mace bobbed his head and bustled away. Loras followed, promising to keep a watchful eye. Left alone, Margaery turned to her grandmother. Thank you, she said, voice subdued. I can't express how grateful I am that you stand by me in refusing to break my vow. Others might see only advantage in discarding Jon, but I can't. Tears threatened to form, but she willed them back. Olenna reached for Margaery's hand, a rare gesture of tenderness. You've chosen a difficult path, child, but you do it with your eyes open. I admire that. As for me, I'm too old to let these pompous lords tear the realm apart without at least trying to preserve some measure of decency. Besides, you made that vow before two faiths. It should mean something in this wretched world. Margaery squeezed Olenna's hand, finding comfort in the older woman's formidable presence. I only hope Jon returns soon. Every day that passes, we risk 1,000 misfortunes. And if the Lannisters realize we're stalling Renly partly because of him, they might double their efforts to capture or kill him. Olenna's mouth set in a grim line. Yes, they might, but we must trust that his cunning and the help of decent folk will keep him alive. War rarely favors good people, Margaery, but sometimes fortune tilts at unexpected moments. Let's see if we can nudge that fortune in our favor. They parted. Margaery spent the next hours overseeing the writing of fresh letters. At her request, scribes penned messages to smaller houses in the Reach, urging them to stand ready for possible conflict but to refrain from swift alliances with any rival kings. She also prepared a personal note to the seneschal in White Harbor, hoping against hope that if Jon reached the north, he might appear there. She'd done so once before, but no reply had come. She refused to give up. As dusk settled, Margaery retreated to a secluded portion of the keep that overlooked the Mander far below. The river wound lazily through the fertile fields, tinted with the violet hues of twilight. She closed her eyes and let the hush of evening wrap her. A memory surfaced. Walking at Jon's side along a frosty path in Winterfell's Godswood, hearing the rustle of red leaves underfoot, she clung to that recollection. He was out there. He was strong. He loved her. She would not let the cynics tear them apart. Sometime later, a discreet knock interrupted her reverie. A servant bowed, informing her that Renly's messenger had accepted Lord Tyrell's terms for the moment. Less than fully satisfied, but willing to wait. Margaery exhaled relief. For now, at least that threat was contained. The indefinite stalling might not last forever, but each day counted. She thanked the servant, dismissed him, and lingered by the window until stars brightened the sky, each pinpoint a silent vow that she would stand firm, come what may. Far away, on a muddy back road north of Rosby, Jon Snow crouched behind a tangle of brush, ghost silent at his flank. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in dull embers. Jon's heart pounded as he surveyed the twisting lane that snaked through the thin woodland. Ahead, he'd spotted a small group of men, likely gold cloaks from King's Landing, carrying torches and scanning the shadows. The faint clang of armor reached his ears. They were searching for fugitives, and he was certain their orders included capturing a black-haired bastard who fled the Red Keep. His breath came in shallow pulls. He'd barely escaped the city with the help of a handful of unknown allies, men and women who despised the Lannisters enough to risk smuggling him out through hidden alleys. The final scuffle had scattered them all. Jon had taken a knife slash to the side, not too deep but enough to slow him. Ghost had helped fend off one pursuer, giving Jon time to slip into the labyrinth of buildings. Now, days later, he was half-starved, traveling at night, avoiding major roads. An old man on a farm had given him some bread and a ragged cloak. But the gold cloaks seemed to lurk everywhere, as though each shadow might reveal him. He patted Ghost's head, signaling silence. The dire wolf tensed, a low rumble in his throat. Through the branches, Jon watched the torchlight flicker. For men advanced along the lane, swords unsheathed. Their murmur drifted on the breeze. "He's got a huge white wolf," one said. "Hard to hide that. Keep your eyes open." Another spat. "If we catch him, maybe the captain'll give us a bonus. Word is he's some bastard tied to the Tyrells up north. Probably a spy." A third let out a short laugh. "I heard he nearly caused a riot in the city. Let's just kill him if we see him. Easier that way." Jon's jaw clenched. The gold cloaks were mere foot soldiers, but their casual talk of killing him reignited the anger he felt at how quickly King's Landing had become a trap for him and his father. He recalled how, upon arriving, he'd discovered that Ned Stark was indeed imprisoned, that Joffrey had seized power, and the city bristled with tension. He tried to contact Ned's loyal men, but everything moved too fast. Rumors flew that the Lannisters aimed to execute Eddard Stark. Jon never even got close to a rescue. Now all he could do was survive. The longing for Margaery gnawed at his every thought, but he pushed it aside to stay alive. He remained still as stone. The 4 gold cloaks advanced slowly, but the gloom masked him well. Ghost hunched low, ready to pounce if needed, yet Jon prayed they'd pass without noticing. Finally, they moved on, their torchlight wavering among distant trees until they vanished. Jon let out a measured breath. He had to keep moving. If he stayed too long in one place, they'd corner him eventually. Gathering his scant strength, he rose carefully and slipped deeper into the woods, Ghost at his side. For several more nights, he traveled under the cover of darkness, forging east, then curving northward again to confuse any trackers. His mind raced with half-formed plans. If he reached the neck, maybe he could push on to Winterfell or find Robb's army. He'd heard scattered tales that Robb had marched south, capturing Jaime Lannister, that the North now recognized no king but Robb. Was that rumor even true? Jon knew the realm had fractured, but the details were murky. The Tyrells might still be neutral or leaning toward some other claimant. A pang stabbed him at the thought of Margaery left alone among those who might coerce her into a new arrangement. But he refused to believe she'd ever give him up, vow or no vow. One evening, stumbling from fatigue, he took refuge in a deserted stable behind a burned-out farmhouse. The night air was cold, and the dull ache in his side reminded him of the slash that needed better tending. Wrapping a threadbare cloak around him, he sank onto a pile of musty straw, exhaustion clouding his vision. Ghost curled protectively nearby. In that ragged moment, Jon whispered her name, Margaery, imagining her grace in Highgarden, the sweet fragrance of roses that clung to her hair. He had no illusions left about chivalric rescue. They were both pawns in a brutal war. But if the gods had any mercy, they'd let him see her again. When dawn's pale light broke, he forced himself onward, crossing farmland with caution until he reached a lesser-known traveler's path. Foot traffic was minimal here, but occasionally a local peasant rode past on a donkey or cart. Jon kept his hood pulled low. More than once, the sight of distant smoke plumes told him that armies or marauders had ravaged a village. Grim dread settled deeper in his bones. War was no heroic saga. It was scorched earth, fearful peasants, roving soldiers. He'd never felt such longing for the quiet of Winterfell, or even for the orchard paths of Highgarden, guarded by Margaery's gentle voice. As the days blurred, that slash in his side took on an angry red hue. Infection threatened. Feverish, he barely held to his senses. More than once he nearly collapsed. Ghost whined, standing over him as if urging him to press on. By luck or fate, Jon encountered a traveling hedge knight who recognized the wolf's presence and took pity. Sir Martin, a grizzled man with a battered shield, had no love for the Lannisters. He shared bread, offered a half-clean cloth for Jon's wound, and led him to a slow-moving stream to wash away the worst of the infection. The man asked few questions, suspecting enough to guess Jon was a hunted fugitive. Yet he saw the determination in Jon's eyes and gave him what help he could without endangering himself. "I ride north," the hedge knight murmured, eyeing Jon's battered form. "I hear the young wolf's armies gather near the twins. If you can reach them, you might find allies. But the roads are perilous. They say the Freys stand watchful at the crossing, and the Lannisters prowl the eastern paths." Jon took the advice, grateful for even that crumb of direction. After resting 2 nights with the knight, he parted, forging toward the path that might lead him to Robb or to the Tully stronghold at Riverrun. He tried to recall old maps, the geometry of river forks. The fever receded slightly, but exhaustion dogged him. Each step was an effort, and always the knowledge that gold cloaks or sellswords might appear kept him alert. He prayed Ghost could sense danger before it fell upon them. Let them lead him deeper into. At one point, he stumbled across a farmstead blackened by recent fire. The acrid smell of charred wood clung to the air. A few crows circled overhead, feasting on something Jon forced himself not to examine too closely. War had touched this place too. Gritting his teeth, he skirted the rubble and pressed on. If he managed to reach Robb, he might at least pass on word that the Lannisters held Ned captive, unless that was already outdated news. He feared the worst for his father but clung to scraps of hope. Each night, Margaery's image guided him. When he faltered, he imagined her gentle resolve. When fear seeped in, he remembered the vow he'd spoken, how she'd sworn to remain by his side. He could not abandon that vow. Though he had no illusions about a straightforward rescue, he lacked an army, had no power but his sword arm and the loyalty of a single direwolf. He refused to surrender. The realm might be plunging into chaos, but their love would not be ground to dust if he still drew breath. Step by step, he moved northward, determined to survive. In Highgarden, the war drums thundered daily. Renly Baratheon declared himself rightful king, summoning thousands to his banner. The Tyrell lords mustered knights, conscripting small folk to bolster the ranks, forging new arms in the castle's forges. Lords Mullendor, Fossaway, and others prepared to march. Mace Tyrell oversaw endless logistics, though he still balked at forming a binding treaty with Renly without the wedding arrangement. Renly's final ultimatum loomed. If House Tyrell refused to join him wholeheartedly, he threatened to march alone, possibly forging an alliance with the Dornish or the Vale. But something in Renly's entreaties rang hollow, for if he could have found an alternative bride with equal influence, he would not have pressed so hard for Margaery's hand. On a warm afternoon, Margaery supervised the distribution of fresh supplies to the men mustering outside the walls. She walked among the newly arrived foot soldiers, ensuring the bread was not stale, the water casks filled. She felt uneasy seeing so many young men about to march off to an uncertain fate. A pang of memory struck her. Jon, practicing in Winterfell's yard, eyes steady on his blade. War made soldiers out of good souls who might rather have tilled fields or minded flocks. She forced a small smile, offering reassurance where she could. Her tasks complete, she turned to find her father riding out from the stables. He was accompanied by Ser Talon, a close retainer who carried Mace's personal banner. Spotting Margaery, Mace pulled on the reins and paused. "Daughter," he greeted, a forced brightness in his tone. "We gather more men daily. Soon, our forces will be large enough to break any Lannister line. Renly sends word from Bitterbridge. He's gathering Stormlander knights. Together, we'll form an army so grand, the capital cannot stand against it." Margaery moved closer, lowering her voice. "If we truly commit to Renly, father, it means war in earnest with King's Landing. Are you prepared for that? If the North remains separate, we might face the Lannisters alone. The Tullis might side with Robb Stark, leaving us to fight for Renly's cause without Northern aid. That's a dangerous road." Mace's face reddened. "I am aware, but we cannot remain idle. The Lannisters have seized the capital, threatened or killed Eddard Stark. Who knows? And brandished Joffrey as a king. They'll crush us eventually if we do nothing. Renly has made a strong claim. He seeks to unite the realm under better rule, so he says, we must choose." Margaery sighed. "Has grandmother endorsed this decision?" She seemed inclined to wait longer. Mace bristled. "Mother is wise, yes, but she clings to caution. The realm is on fire, Margaery. We can't tiptoe around the flames forever. I've summoned the bannermen to gather in full. We'll hold a grand war council in 3 days. Renly himself will come, or so he promises. Then we decide once and for all." She realized it might be unstoppable at this point. The Tyrell banners had been unfurled, and the march of men echoed day and night. Let it come, she thought, heartsick. With luck, the war council might still yield a compromise that didn't nullify her marriage. "Very well. I'll be there," she said. Mace rode on, spurring his horse toward the mustering field. Margaery rubbed her temples, fighting a headache. The horizon seemed to darken with every passing hour, the realm's fate a juggernaut careening beyond any single person's control. That evening, she dined in private with Olenna. The older woman was subdued, nibbling bread in small bites. "Renly's arrival," Olenna said at length, "will force the issue of your marriage. He wants to show the lords a queen at his side, a queen of the Reach. Mace might fold under the excitement, despite our warnings." Margaery's stomach lurched. "Then we must stand firm. I will not break my vow. If Renly insists, I will refuse him publicly." Olenna set down her bread, face solemn. "That might cost us everything, child. If you publicly humiliate him, he could leave with half our knights, or brand us traitors. Mace fears that scenario. He might well override you. The only card we hold is that the faith might not bless a wedding while you remain wed to Jon Snow. But in wartime, kings often ignore the faith's niceties." Margaery swallowed. Then we find another reason. Perhaps we claim we need the North's acceptance, or that we must confirm Eddard Stark's fate. If Father truly sees the risk of alienating the North, maybe he'll stall longer. And if Jon returns in time— She broke off, voice trembling slightly. Olenna's expression softened. We pray he does, but we must prepare for the possibility that he might not. War devours hope swiftly. If it comes to a final confrontation, I will stand by you. One cannot so lightly cast aside a vow. Let Mace and Renly huff and puff. The Queen of Thorns still has a few tricks left. They parted on that uncertain note. Margaery returned to her chamber, paced restlessly, then sank onto the bed. She fingered the edges of the token Jon had given her, imagining his presence. The memory of their betrothal vow, spoken in Winterfell's godswood and then blessed in the sept, burned in her mind. She repeated the words silently, vowing not to let a new war king tear them asunder. She drifted into uneasy sleep, haunted by dreams of battlefields blooming with bloodied roses. Far to the north, daybreak found Jon standing before a wide river crossing, nerves on edge. He had, through many detours, drawn near the Fry lands at the Twins. Rumor said Robb Stark's host might be encamped beyond, but the terrain bristled with potential enemies. More than once, he spotted the red and gold sigils of House Lannister in the distance. The Freys themselves were notoriously fickle. Gaining safe passage required cunning, if not some arrangement or bribery. Jon hoped the Stark name might grant him some measure of safety. Ghost, at his side, sniffed the air warily. The morning sun glinted off the slow waters, a swirl of mist rising from the surface. A handful of battered structures dotted the riverbank. Jon recalled that the Twins were actually two castles, one on each side of the water, joined by a fortified bridge. House Fry demanded tolls or alliances from those who wished to cross. He had little coin, no official permission, and a battered sword as his only real asset. But if Robb Stark was indeed near, maybe the Freys would hesitate to harm someone claiming kinship to the Starks, bastard or not. Steeling himself, Jon advanced, mindful that he looked ragged. His wound had mostly scabbed, but he was hardly presentable. The few local folk he passed eyed Ghost with alarm. One fisherman hissed under his breath, "Gods preserve us, that's a wolf big as a horse." Jon ignored the mutterings. Reaching a lonely checkpoint, he encountered a pair of Fry guards wearing the Twin Towers sigil. They scowled at him. "You lost, traveler? This crossing is for those with legitimate business. Or are you a deserter from some army, bringing that beast to cause trouble?" Jon cleared his throat. "I am Jon Snow, son of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell. I seek passage to find my brother Robb Stark, who leads the northern host. I mean no harm." He tried to keep his tone even, though anxiety churned in his gut. The guards exchanged suspicious looks. "Jon Snow? We heard rumors of some bastard in the south. Heard he was making trouble. Suppose you can prove your identity?" Jon hesitated, lifting the edge of his cloak. Beneath was a simpler tunic bearing a small direwolf sigil, worn and stained but recognizable. "I have no official documents, but if you take me to Lord Walder Fry or his sons, they can decide whether to let me cross. I pledge on my father's name I speak truth. My direwolf, Ghost, will remain calm if not provoked." One guard spat in the dust. "The old Lord Walder doesn't see every stray, but I'll pass word up. You stay here. If you try anything, we'll put arrows in that big wolf." Jon nodded, resisting the urge to bristle at their tone. Ghost merely narrowed his gleaming red eyes, unflinching. The guard hurried off toward the near castle. Jon remained with the other, tense minutes dragging. Eventually, a pair of Fry men arrived to escort him inside for questioning. They eyed Ghost warily but let him follow, crossbows half lowered. Jon was marched through narrow corridors until they reached an anteroom, where Ser Ryman Fry, one of Walder Frey's many descendants, waited with a sneer. "What's this? A ragged bastard claiming Stark blood?" Ryman demanded, leaning back in a creaking chair. He wore a chainmail shirt under a surcoat of gray and blue. We hear the North crowned Robb Stark as king. That makes you, what, a half-prince? His mocking grin set Jon's teeth on edge. I don't seek crowns, Jon said, voice taut. I seek only to join my brother's cause, if he'll have me. My father was Eddard Stark. That's all the claim I can make. Let me pass, or at least send word to Robb that I'm here. He'll confirm who I am. Ryman considered it. The Northmen marched this way not so long ago. They had dealings with old Walder. Some arrangement was made, but I wasn't privy to all the details. If you're truly Eddard's get, you might be welcomed. Or you might be a liar hoping to slip behind our lines. Hardly matters to me, but I'll fetch one of Walder's favored sons or grandsons. They can decide. Jon swallowed frustration. Thank you. I'll wait. Ryman snorted. You'll do more than wait. We'll keep you under watch. That wolf stays close, or we'll kill it. Jon bristled. Touch my wolf and I... He stopped himself. Hostility wouldn't help. We'll do as you ask, so long as no harm is done to him. Fair enough, Ryman said. Now, follow me, bastard. He rose and gestured for guards to flank Jon, who noted the crossbows. He let them lead him deeper into the twins' labyrinthine passages, Ghost at his heel. They stopped in a cramped side chamber that smelled of old rushes and moldy straw. Ryman shoved the door open. You can stay here until someone decides your fate. I'd not get too cozy. Jon stepped inside, scanning the dim corners. Ghost padded in, hackles slightly raised. The door slammed behind them. Heavy footsteps retreated. Jon exhaled, running a hand through his tangled hair. At least they hadn't taken his sword or threatened immediate violence. He sank onto an ancient wooden stool, trying to gather his wits. The day's tension weighed on him, but a flicker of hope sparked. If Robb's men were near, he might soon reunite with them. Outside the walls, the muffled sounds of men drilling or calling orders echoed. War was everywhere now. Jon wondered if Robb had heard anything about Ned's fate or about Margaery's precarious position. The uncertainty tore at him. Wearily, he patted Ghost's side and settled into wait, ignoring the rumble in his stomach. Time stretched. Eventually, the door opened. A narrow-faced youth in Frey colors stepped in, flanked by guards. I'm Elmar Frey, the youth said stiffly. My father commanded me to question you. Says you claim to be Jon Snow. If that's so, you might be of interest to King Robb. But we must confirm. Jon rose. Ask what you will. Elmar eyed him critically. What's the name of Eddard Stark's father? Some say it was Rickard, some say something else. Do you know the truth? His name was Rickard, Jon answered at once. He was burned alive by the Mad King. Ned Stark seldom spoke of it, but I heard the story from Maester Luwin at Winterfell. A flicker in Elmar's gaze suggested that was correct. And your mother's name? He pressed. Jon tensed. I do not know. My father never spoke of her. Some say it was a woman named Willa, but he never confirmed it. Elmar nodded slowly. You speak like a man with some knowledge. We'll see if that's enough. We'll send a raven to King Robb's host. If he confirms your identity, we might allow you to cross. Until then, remain here. We'll bring you food. Jon forced himself to remain calm. Thank you. That's all I ask. And, if you do send a raven, please inform him I must speak with him about urgent matters. Our father's fate, and the Lannisters. Elmar gave a curt nod and left. The door slammed again. Jon exhaled, relief tempered by frustration. Days might pass before a raven returned, if it came at all. Still, this was the best progress he'd made since fleeing King's Landing. If Robb's camp was close enough, perhaps he'd soon receive word. With luck, he'd be freed to join the northern host. Maybe then he could glean news of Ned. And eventually, just maybe, he'd find a way to help Margaery. Settling onto the stool, he scratched Ghost's ears. The dire wolf huffed softly, settling beside him. Soon, Jon murmured, though he wasn't sure if he spoke to the wolf or to himself. We'll see them soon. While Jon awaited that uncertain verdict, Highgarden stirred with the arrival of Renly himself. His column swept through the gates in a swirl of bright banners. Green and gold for the Tyrell rose mingling with Renly's stag in vibrant blue. Trumpets blared. Mace Tyrell stood in the courtyard, beaming, flanked by dozens of knights. Olenna observed from a balcony, cane tapping in disapproval of such pomp. Margaery, in a modest but elegant gown, waited at her father's side, steel in her spine. She'd been warned that Renly meant to press the marriage question. She prayed she could dissuade him without tipping the realm into chaos. Renly dismounted with practiced grace, all smiles, exuding that signature charm. He wore green accented armor, a golden crown shaped like antlers perched on his dark hair. Around him milled knights from the Reach and Stormlands, exchanging salutes and pleasantries. Mace Tyrell stepped forward, arms wide. "Your Grace," Mace boomed. "Welcome to Highgarden. We are honored." Renly inclined his head. "Lord Tyrell, the honor is mine. I come seeking to unite our forces to restore peace and justice to the realm. King's Landing stands enthralled by the Lannisters. With your help, we shall break their hold." Mace nodded eagerly, gesturing for Renly to accompany him. As they proceeded inside, Margaery followed behind, conscious of the watchful eyes from all sides. Courtiers parted, whispering. Flowers had been strewn along the floor, perfuming the air. Margaery forced a cordial smile. She knew all too well what illusions Renly might foster. She recalled hearing rumors in King's Landing that Renly wore a pleasant mask but had ambitions swirling beneath. Yet it was crucial to keep him as a potential ally, or at least not an enemy. They wound through the corridors to the Great Hall, where a small welcome feast was laid out. Once everyone settled, the conversation began with broad declarations about the realm's woes, how the people deserved a benevolent king, how Robert's death was a tragedy but needn't doom the Seven Kingdoms. Renly's knights toasted to the downfall of House Lannister. Mace Tyrell offered enthusiastic agreement. Olenna sipped her wine, silent, while Margaery contributed mild remarks about protecting small folk. All the while, she sensed Renly's gaze flick toward her. He seemed determined to speak to her alone. Sure enough, after the initial toasts, Renly asked if Margaery might show him Highgarden's famed rose garden. Mace, excited, quickly assented. Olenna shot Margaery a look of warning, but Margaery held herself tall, following as Renly led her out to the garden walkway. It was early evening. Lanterns glowed among the trellises, lighting blossoms of white and pink. A slight breeze ruffled Margaery's hair. Renly paused near a flowering arbor, turning to her with an amiable smile. "My lady," he said, "I've long heard tales of your beauty, yet you surpass them, and I'm told your grace is matched by keen intelligence. We should speak plainly." Margaery inclined her head, keeping her features composed. "I welcome plain speech, your grace. Many in this realm prefer half-truths." Renly's expression was carefully friendly. "I admire that. I'll not pretend I'm here simply for feasting. I'm assembling an army. I know the Tyrells have the largest force in the Reach. Your father has offered arms, but I need more. I need a union that shows the realm we stand as one." He hesitated, perhaps for dramatic effect. "I would ask for your hand, Lady Margaery. Become my queen. Let the world see the Baratheon stag and Tyrell rose joined, guiding Westeros to a brighter future." She willed herself not to tremble. "I understand your reasoning, your grace, but you must know I am already wed to Jon Snow, recognized by House Stark. The vow was taken before the old gods and the new. That cannot be brushed aside lightly." Renly's gaze shifted, perhaps revealing a flicker of frustration. "I am aware. Yet rumors speak that this Jon Snow might be dead or vanished, that the marriage was never recorded at the Great September, that it stands on shaky ground. If we produce the High Septon's ruling, he might grant an annulment, especially in these desperate times. I do not say this lightly, but the realm's future hinges on stable alliances. A queen from House Tyrell would rally all hearts." Margaery's voice hardened, though she kept it soft. "I made vows, your grace. Jon Snow is not dead, to my knowledge. Even if he were, I would not cast him aside. Our alliance with House Stark remains a matter of honor. Let me be frank. I cannot in good conscience break a sacred oath. The faith may be swayed by kings, but my own soul will not." Renly exhaled slowly. "Then you force me into a corner. Without a Tyrell queen, many lords might withhold total support. They yearn to see Highgarden fully committed. If you refuse, I may lose the war before it begins." Margaery gently shook her head. "House Tyrell can still support you with resources, soldiers. We need not unify by marriage. There are other ladies in my family or other houses that you might wed. I cannot do what you ask." For a moment, Renly's mask slipped. A flash of disappointment and anger crossed his features. Then he collected himself, offering a tight smile. "I see. Well, I shall speak with Lord Tyrell. Perhaps we can arrange a lesser betrothal or some other measure. I only hope the realm does not suffer because of what you—" Her chin rose. "Honor is all that remains when war devours everything else, my lord." Renly studied her face, then gave a small, curt nod. "You are resolute. Very well. I won't press you further tonight." He offered his arm politely, and she had no choice but to take it. They walked back inside. Margaery's heart pounded with the realization that she might have angered him. The fate of Highgarden, and perhaps her own, balanced on a knife's edge. At the feast's end, Renly took Mace Tyrell aside for a private conference that stretched into the late hours. Olenna watched from across the hall, her expression unreadable. Margaery waited in an antechamber, half expecting her father to burst in, furious that she'd refused. But no one summoned her. She glimpsed Loras slip away to speak with some of Renly's knights. Eventually, servants announced that the king had retired to guest apartments, leaving Mace and Olenna to debate in hushed tones. Around midnight, Margaery was summoned to the Solar. There, she found Mace pacing, Olenna seated, Loras leaning by a window. Mace whirled as Margaery entered. "Daughter," he began, face flushed. "Renly is furious. Not openly, but I see it. He demands we commit fully. He expects you to capitulate or for the Tyrells to produce another suitable bride. He's threatened to march away if we keep him waiting, forging alliances with others." Margaery stood firm. "I told him I cannot break my vow." "Grandmother agrees, yes." Olenna nodded slowly. "Indeed I do. Mace, we must find a different bride if he insists on a Tyrell match." "What of Eleanor Tyrell? She's comely, of decent lineage." Mace spluttered. "But Eleanor is not half as famed as Margaery. Renly wants the rumored Rose of Highgarden. Half the realm calls her the most gracious lady in the south. Another cousin might not hold the same allure." Margaery's cheeks flamed at the uncomfortable praise. "Father, I'm flattered, but I cannot break my vow, no matter how grand a throne. If Renly will not accept an alternative bride, then we must find another means to keep him from turning on us." Loras cut in, voice tight. "I spoke to some of Renly's knights. They say he's leaving tomorrow unless we promise a wedding. But he might be bluffing. He knows he needs our grain, our steel. If he rides away with an unfulfilled alliance, House Tyrell might remain neutral or turn elsewhere. If war spreads, no single king can survive without major allies." Olenna tapped her cane. "A stalemate, then. Perhaps we do nothing. Let Renly huff and puff. If he truly leaves, so be it. He'll be weakened without us, likely forced to scrounge for alliances. Meanwhile, we remain in the reach, a power in our own right. And if we receive word from the north, well, that might shift the scales again." Mace slumped into a chair, burying his face in his hands. "I never asked for this. Robert's death, these warring claimants, the realm tearing itself asunder. We Tyrells feed half of Westeros. Why must we also suffer?" Olenna gave a mirthless chuckle. "Because the Game of Thrones spares no one, Mace. Now, I suggest we all retire. At dawn, we'll see if Renly tries one more time to sway us. We stand firm, and if he leaves in a fury, so be it." They agreed, each retiring to a restless sleep. Margaery lay awake for hours, dreading the morning confrontation. Could she stand before a crowned Baratheon and reaffirm her refusal? She thought again of Jon. how he'd faced unimaginable perils to fulfill his duty. She drew strength from his example. She would not betray that vow. If House Tyrell turned on her, if her father disowned her, she would bear it. Better that than to live a lie. At last, exhaustion claimed her. Morning dawned bright, ironic in its cheerful sunlight. News arrived that Renly had ordered his men to pack. The courtyard teemed with activity. Horses saddled, supplies gathered. Margaery dressed, pinned up her hair, and forced herself to eat a little bread. Then she ventured outside. She found Renly near the stables, speaking curtly with Mace. A cluster of knights hovered, tension crackling in the air. Margaery approached, expecting another confrontation. But to her surprise, Renly paused, surveying her with a forced civility. "Lady Margaery," he said, "I wish to bid farewell. Your father informs me you remain bound by your vow. I lament the lost opportunity to bring a queen of Tyrell blood to my cause. But I respect your convictions, though they might hamper us both." She dipped her head. "I regret that we cannot find a simpler resolution, Your Grace." Renly shrugged, a flicker of bitterness in his eyes. "War seldom deals kindly with simpler resolutions. Very well. I march east. If House Tyrell changes its mind, you know where to find me. I trust you'll provide the promised supplies, if not your presence." Mace interjected quickly, "Yes, of course, Your Grace. We shall send what men and grain we can, pending further negotiations." Renly snorted softly. "That might be enough to see me crowned in truth if I reach King's Landing first. Farewell, Lord Tyrell. Lady Margaery." With that, he swung astride his charger and spurred it forward. His host filed out, a grand display that left the courtyard choked with dust. Mace stared after them, face pale. Olenna, from a balcony, watched with narrowed eyes, her cane resting on the stone. Margaery released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. The immediate crisis had passed. Renly was gone. She'd held her ground. Yet she felt no triumph, only a growing dread. The war raged on, and the Tyrells stood half-committed. Any day might bring new demands, or an invading army. She prayed once more for Jon's safety, for some sign from the north. In the swirl of uncertainty, only the vow of faith she'd kept gave her strength. In the deep halls of the twins, Jon Snow paced the cramped chamber that served as his lodging. Several days had passed since he'd been taken in. Each morning, a guard brought meager food and water, but no word on whether a raven had returned from Robb. Tension coiled within Jon's chest. If the Freys decided he was an imposter, they might turn him over to the Lannisters for a reward, or simply hang him themselves. Walder Frey's reputation was not of generosity or loyalty. The waiting gnawed at Jon's nerves. At last, near midday on the 5th day, the door banged open and a senior Frey strode in. Black Walder Frey, a tall, humorless man with piercing eyes. He wore a mail shirt and had a sword belted at his hip. Behind him stood 2 armed guards, crossbows ready. Black Walder regarded Jon with a sneer. "Well, bastard, seems a raven returned with some interesting news. King Robb confirms that Eddard Stark had a son named Jon Snow who traveled south. That might be you. He says you're likely loyal to the north." Jon exhaled relief. "That is correct. I mean no harm to House Frey." Black Walder's lip curled. "No harm, We've already brokered deals with King Robb. The lad promises to treat us well if we let him cross. Now he's king in the north, or so they say. My grandsire isn't entirely sure how to handle it. But the letter says to release you if you're the real Jon Snow. So it seems you're free to go under guard for an audience with my grandsire, Old Lord Walder. Then we'll decide the next steps." Jon managed a nod, heart thudding. "I appreciate that. I'm eager to join King Robb. If Lord Walder allows me passage, I'll go at once." Black Walder gave a humorless chuckle. "You think it's so simple? My grandsire might demand a favor or vow from you as well. The Freys rarely give anything for free. But let's not linger. Come along. The old man hates to be kept waiting." He gestured, and the guards parted. Jon followed, ghost padding with silent menace. though the guards kept their crossbows aimed. They traversed corridors lit by flickering torches, the air thick with damp. At length, they emerged into a larger hall where a cluster of frykin had gathered, men, women, and children of various ages, all overshadowed by the presence of Walder Frey himself. The ancient lord slouched on a cushioned seat, a blanket over his lap, watery eyes peering from a wrinkled face. He coughed loudly when Jon approached. "Ha!" Walder Frey rasped. "So you're the bastard claiming Stark blood. Let me see you." Jon halted a respectful distance away, dipping his head. Ghost loomed at his side, drawing murmurs from the gathered phrase. Walder squinted. Dark hair, sullen face. "That's near enough to a Stark for me. My new liege, King Robb, says you're to be allowed to come to him if we find you genuine." "Humph. We rely on old Walder to do everything, do we?" Jon drew a breath. "I'm grateful, my lord, for your willingness to follow King Robb's instructions. I only wish to serve my father's house." Walder barked a laugh. "Your father's house, but your father's dead or captured, from what the crows say. Maybe you'll serve your brother's cause. Fine, fine. But I'll not feed any more strays for free." He leaned forward, mouth twisting. "You'll owe me a favor, boy. Sometime, somewhere, if old Walder calls it in, you answer." "Understood." Jon hesitated, distaste curling in his gut. But he had little choice. "I understand. If it does not conflict with my loyalty to the Starks, I shall repay this kindness." Walder's eyes glinted. "We'll see about that. Black Walder, arrange an escort. Send him across the bridge tomorrow at dawn. Let him find his precious king in the north. But keep watch until he's well away, in case the Lannisters come sniffing. The last thing we need is more trouble under our roof." Black Walder bowed stiffly, glaring at Jon. "Yes, grandsire." He turned to Jon. "Consider yourself fortunate. You'll travel at dawn. Meanwhile, you can spend the night in a less dingy chamber. Don't roam freely, or you'll regret it." The crowd parted. Jon met Walder Frey's gaze a final time, murmured a quiet thanks, and allowed himself to be led away. Relief warred with dread. He was one step closer to joining Robb, yet now he bore a vague debt to a cunning old man. The Freys were infamous for calling in favors at inconvenient times. Still, it was a small price to pay for freedom. They led him to a modest guest room with an actual bed, a stark upgrade from the squalid cell. That evening, he was given a bowl of stew, overly salty but far better than stale bread. After scarfing it down, he sat with Ghost near the chamber's narrow window, staring at the watery moonlight on the river. Relief coursed through him. He would see Robb share what he knew. Perhaps together they could mount a rescue for Ned, if he still lived, or negotiate something. And if the North allied with other factions, maybe they could undermine the Lannisters entirely. Then, once the war ended, if it ever did, he might find a path back to Margaery. That slender hope sustained him. When morning came, Black Walder arrived with half a dozen mounted men. They hustled Jon across the fortress bridge that spanned the river, walls looming on each side. The muddy water churned below, thick with silt. On the far bank, the eastern castle glowered, watchers posted on ramparts. Once beyond the gates, they rode north along the Green Fork. After several miles, the Freys reined in. "This is the edge of our domain," Black Walder said curtly. "We have scouted beyond. Word says King Robb's forces lie near the Trident. You'll find them if you keep heading north. Don't come crawling back to us for help. We're done." Jon bowed stiffly. "I understand. Thank you. I'll remember this." They turned and rode away without a backward glance. Jon was left alone on a dirt road, Ghost panting by his side. For a long moment, he simply breathed in the morning air. Freedom, uncertain but real. He mounted the scrawny horse the Freys had reluctantly provided, urging it forward. The animal was no war horse, but it would carry him more swiftly than going on foot. He patted Ghost, who trotted alongside. At last, he could truly head for Robb's camp, hoping to rally what remained of House Stark's cause. At Highgarden, Margaery read fresh dispatches from the war front. Battle lines had formed all across the realm. The Westerlands under Tywin Lannister, the Riverlands under the Tullis, the north under Robb, the Stormlands largely behind Renly, and Dragonstone behind Stannis. The Crownlands were a battleground of sorts, with King's Landing as the seat of Joffrey's shaky throne. Rumors spread that Eddard Stark was publicly executed after refusing to denounce his claims about Joffrey's parentage. Margaery's heart twisted at the thought of Ned's final moments, the father of her beloved Jon. She prayed the rumor was false, but the sources seemed too many. If true, that tragedy would further inflame the North's wrath. She could only imagine Jon's pain upon learning of it. The day the rumors arrived, she found Olenna alone in a parlor, writing letters with a trembling hand. Margaery barely recognized her own voice as she asked, "Have you heard it, grandmother? That Ned Stark was beheaded on Joffrey's orders." Olenna paused, quill midair, eyes grim. She nodded. Margaery choked out, "Then, that means, how will Jon endure this?" Olenna set the quill aside, pressing thin lips together. "If Jon Snow is alive, he must be in anguish. Eddard was an honorable man by all accounts. This will surely solidify Robb Stark's rebellion. The war just turned even darker. The Lannisters have spilled noble blood brazenly. Now every house that despises them will sharpen its swords." Margaery's eyes glistened. "Poor Jon, his father murdered. I fear this war might consume us all." Olenna's tone softened. "We must hold fast. Eddard's death might unite the North, the Riverlands, and perhaps even other regions. If the Tyrells eventually see a path to dethrone Joffrey, that might be the lesser evil." Renly marched east, but we've no word on whether he's joined forces with other factions. Stannis claims he's the rightful heir, but that man is about as warm as a winter wind. War devours reason. Margaery struggled not to weep. "I only wish I could comfort Jon. If he learns of this, it might break him. But I know he'll fight on, for the Starks, for justice. I only hope he doesn't do something reckless. The Lannisters must hunger for his head as well." Olenna squeezed her granddaughter's hand. "Hold to your vow, child. That's all we can do. The realm will spin on. Let us craft a future where you and Jon can reclaim your peace." With that meager comfort, Margaery returned to her tasks, each day overshadowed by fresh war news. She insisted on sending out discreet riders to glean more about Ned's execution, to confirm if Sansa or Arya Stark were captives. Meanwhile, Mace Tyrell toyed with the idea of dispatching small forces to harass Lannister supply lines, though he hesitated without a formal alliance. The entire castle braced for the next big shift. Margaery often found herself drifting to a vantage point overlooking the southwestern horizon, hoping beyond reason that Jon might appear. Jon did learn of Ned's fate, and it struck him like a physical blow. He was nearing Robb's camp on the eastern banks of the Trident when a band of northern outriders encountered him. He revealed his identity, was taken to Robb's main encampment, and found his half-brother in a war tent alongside men like the great Jon Umber, Roose Bolton, and the Blackfish Brynden Tully. The moment Jon stepped inside, the swirl of tension parted. Robb froze, recognition dawning. "Jon," Robb murmured, stepping forward. They embraced, raw relief mingled with sorrow. Jon felt tears threaten. He saw that Robb looked older, harder, each day of war scarring him. A hush fell among the assembled lords. They parted, and Robb clasped Jon's arms. "I heard rumors you'd gone to King's Landing to aid father, but I thought, we heard you might have been captured or killed. Thank the gods you're alive." Jon swallowed hard. "A handful of brave souls helped me escape, but I couldn't reach father. They imprisoned him. Is he truly gone?" Robb's eyes shone with grief. "Yes, executed by King Joffrey's command after father confessed something. Or so they say. They put his head on a spike." His voice broke. "I'm sorry, Jon. There was nothing we could do in time." Jon bowed his head, anguish tearing through him. He'd clung to some faint hope that Ned might be ransomed, but the Lannisters had snuffed it out. He felt hollow rage building. "Then I come to fight," he managed, voice raw. "To avenge father, to free Sansa and Arya if they still live in that viper's nest. I'm yours to command, my king." Robb flinched at the last phrase. Ah yes, the lords named me king in the north. I never asked for it, but we stand at war with the Iron Throne. We'll free our sisters if we can, and we'll make the Lannisters pay." He studied Jon's battered form. "You'll have a place here, but I must warn you, we're in a precarious fight. Tywin Lannister rallies in the west, Joffrey sits in King's Landing, and we have word the southern lords are stirring. We can't trust any. Even the Tyrells remain uncertain." Jon forced a shaky breath. Margaery's image flared in his mind. The Tyrells, not all. Some remain honorable, but their lord is pressured by many. I can't speak for House Tyrell, but I know Margaery stands with me. I only pray they don't force her to break our bond. Robb's expression softened. "I remember how you two were, finding solace in each other. If you believe she supports us, I'll trust you. But is House Tyrell truly an ally, or might they join Renly or the Lannisters?" Jon shook his head. "It's complicated. Margaery's father might side with Renly, or remain neutral for a time. Margaery refused to abandon our marriage. She's bound by oath, and her grandmother seems to uphold it. If the Tyrells ever unify behind us, it might tip the scales. But I can't guarantee it." He paused, tears burning behind his eyes. "I only know she's fighting to keep her vow. That vow means everything to me." Robb placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. "Then we fight on. We'll see if the Tyrells remain open to an alliance. Right now, our focus is the Riverrun front. Tywin's forces loom. We aim to push them back, secure the Riverlands. If an opportunity arises to contact the Tyrells, we'll send a raven. For now, rest. I'll arrange a proper bunk for you, food, a fresh horse. You look half dead." Jon nodded numbly, weariness crashing over him. The next hours passed in a haze. Men greeting him with respectful nods, a place by a campfire where he ate hot stew, the constant drumbeat of war talk in every corner. When night fell, he lay on a cot under a rough canvas. Ghost curled protectively at his feet. Despite the grief roiling inside him, a strange calm settled. He was with family now, Robb, the Northern Lords. They would stand together. Perhaps that was all that kept him from being consumed by rage at the Lannisters. Before drifting into restless sleep, he fingered the small direwolf sigil over his heart, remembering Margaery's rose pinned near his collar in Highgarden. They were parted by 1,000 battle lines, but he whispered a vow to see her again, to share the sorrow of Ned's death and defy the war that tried to drive them apart. Let the realm shake. Some bonds would not be sundered. Days turned into weeks. Jon served in Robb's host, scouting, training new recruits, and forging fragile alliances with Riverland lords. They engaged in skirmishes with Lannister outriders, tested the edges of Tywin's main camp. Ghost's presence often startled lesser foes, sowing fear. Through it all, Jon's grief smoldered into determination. He penned letters to Margaery when possible, sending them by riders who ventured south. Whether they reached her, he could not know, but he poured his heart into them, describing the tragedy of Ned's death, the uncertain state of the war, his unwavering devotion to her vow. If House Tyrell could stand with the North, they might find a path to dethrone Joffrey. If not, at least she would know he was alive. In Highgarden, some of Jon's letters did indeed reach Margaery's hands, though not all. She read them secretly in her chamber, tears mingling with hope. He spoke of Ned's beheading, of Robb's efforts to rescue the Stark girls, of his own heartbreak and resolve. Over and over, he reaffirmed their vow. She kissed each parchment before hiding them away, her soul alight with renewed resolve. Let Renly posture, let father falter. She would not yield. Olenna watched her granddaughter's strengthening resolve with approval. The Tyrell matriarch quietly confided in Margaery that some of the lesser lords were leaning toward an eventual alignment with the North, if the North formed a bigger coalition. Others still eyed Renly. Tension sharpened each day, but as summer slid inexorably toward autumn, war's toll weighed on all sides. Famine threatened in contested regions. Bandits roamed. Even the orchards of Highgarden felt gloomier, rumors of armies overshadowing the once peaceful vistas. Then, a shock wave swept the land. Word came that Stannis Baratheon had used some dark trick to slay his brother Renly in the night. Men whispered of shadows and sorcery. The Stormlander host fractured, many knights fleeing or joining Stannis. Others retreated. Renly's grand ambitions vanished as swiftly as they'd arisen. Mace Tyrell, upon hearing the news, nearly collapsed from shock. He had pinned so many hopes on a Renly alliance. Now that path was gone in an instant. What do we do? Mace demanded in a crisis meeting with Olenna, Margaery, and a cluster of lords. Stannis is rumored to be marching on King's Landing. The Lannisters remain entrenched. If Stannis takes the city, do we become his allies? Or do we let the Lannisters bleed him? Perhaps the north is a better route? Gods, I can't see the best move. Olenna's knuckles whitened on her cane. Stannis is formidable, but he lacks the realm's love. The Lannisters have the advantage of holding the capital. The north is separate. We must consider that if the Lannisters weaken Stannis, the north might sweep down eventually, or a stalemate might grip the realm for years. Best keep our forces intact. Margaery spoke quietly, yet her words carried weight. Perhaps we should consider a direct overture to the north. Let us see if King Robb will treat with us. We share a common enemy in the Lannisters. My husband, Jon Snow, stands beside Robb. If we unify, we might break the Lannister hold. Then we can address Stannis. Mace hesitated, but one of the lords, Ser Eustace Mullendor, nodded vigorously. Yes, House Stark and House Tyrell once found common cause in older times. And if Lady Margaery's marriage to Snow ties us to them, that might persuade the North we're sincere. Olenna tapped her cane. It's risky, but at least it's a cohesive plan. The North is strong on land, we're strong in provisions. If we can coordinate, the Lannisters would face war on multiple fronts. With Renly gone, that path is closed. We either remain neutral or side with Stannis or the North. I'd prefer the North. Stannis is no friend to southern ways. Mace rubbed his temples. Very well. We'll try. We'll send a formal missive to King Robb, offering a potential alliance. But we must emphasize we hold no ill will if he means to remain king in the North, separate from the Iron Throne. We only want to oust the Lannisters from power. Let's do it carefully. Margaery's heart leapt. At last, a real chance to unify with Jon's cause. I will compose the letter, Father. I'll speak of the vow I share with Jon Snow. We can show we're genuine. She paused. Though the Lannisters might intercept our ravens, we must send multiple couriers, multiple routes. Ensure one gets through. So it was decided. Over the next days, Highgarden scribes drafted a formal proposal, guaranteeing that if the North would coordinate to oust the Lannisters, the Tyrells would supply food, cavalry, and a united front. In return, the Starks would recognize the Tyrells as allies, ensuring any final settlement spared the Reach from pillage or northern aggression. Margaery wrote her own personal letter to Jon, telling him of the shift, begging him to stand firm. And with that, half a dozen riders departed, each traveling a different path across the war-torn realm. By the time the riders reached Robb's forces, it was late autumn. After bloody confrontations with the Lannisters, the northern host was reeling, though still formidable. Jon had proven himself in several skirmishes, earning respect from men who'd once eyed him warily as merely a bastard. He'd fought with a grim determination that reflected the pain of losing Ned, the fury at Joffrey's cruelty, and the longing for a future with Margaery. Whenever a raven arrived, he hoped for her word. More than once, he found messages from her, smuggled by uncertain means. They kept him sane. At last, a battered courier staggered into camp, carrying the Tyrell proposals. Robb's war council gathered in a large tent, torches casting flickering shadows. Lords like Great John Umber, Roose Bolton, and Edmure Tully were there, as well as Catelyn Stark, who had arrived from Riverrun bearing her own grief at Ned's death. Jon stood near Robb, tension coiling tight. The courier bowed, presenting sealed parchments. One bore Margaery's personal seal, a small rose entwined with a direwolf. Jon's throat clenched, but he forced himself to remain composed as Robb read the main letter aloud. The letter proposed an alliance to dethrone Joffrey and hamper the Lannisters, promising supplies and cavalry from Highgarden. In return, the North would officially confirm a non-aggression pact and possibly an ongoing trade arrangement once the war ended. The letter also acknowledged the tie between Margaery Tyrell and Jon Snow, offering that as a bond-forging mutual trust. Jon's heart soared at the acknowledgement. She'd done it. She'd kept their vow in the face of intense pressure. The letter closed with an invitation for envoys of the North to visit Highgarden and finalize terms. A murmur of excitement rippled through the lords. Great Jon Umber guffawed. "Ha! The Tyrells with us? That'd be a blow to the damned lions." Roose Bolton remained calm, eyes calculating. Edmure Tully was openly delighted, seeing it as a chance to squeeze the Lannisters from both sides. Catelyn Stark, eyes ringed with sorrow, raised a hand. "We must be cautious. The Tyrells are canny. They might betray us if fortunes shift. But it's a promising offer indeed." Robb set the letter aside, turning to Jon. "There's a personal note for you. Read it and share what you will." He passed a sealed parchment. Jon took it, hands trembling. He broke Margaery's seal, scanning her neat script by torchlight. She spoke of House Tyrell's decision to reach out, of her refusal to break their vow, of Renly's demise. She yearned for peace but recognized war was inevitable. Every line breathed her unwavering loyalty. At the end, she wrote, "I stand with you always, my beloved. I pray the gods keep you safe, that we might see each other again when the snows melt and the roses bloom. Forever yours, Margaery." Emotion choked Jon's throat. He gripped the parchment, tears threatening. Robb watched him quietly. After a moment, Jon exhaled and said, "She remains true. The Tyrell lords are sincere in forging alliance. We can trust Margaery's sincerity, though we must weigh her father's caution. But I believe them. My father's name once commanded respect. They want justice for Ned's death, too, in their own way." Robb nodded. "Then the question is, do we accept? If the Tyrells march from the south, the Lannisters face a two-front war. We might corner Tywin, or even push toward King's Landing. But we also must consider King in the north. We swore never to kneel to another southern king. The Tyrell letter acknowledges that, it seems." Catelyn spoke softly. "Yes, they only mention an alliance to bring down Joffrey. Afterward, we remain free, or so they claim. It might be beneficial. We'd have more leverage. The realm might break into separate kingdoms. But as long as the Lannisters hold the capital, we have little hope of saving Sansa or Arya. Perhaps with Tyrell support, we can force a negotiation or a rescue." Jon's pulse raced at the mention of the Stark sisters. He recalled that Margaery had wanted to help rescue them if possible. Maybe together, the North and the Reach truly could break the Lannisters' hold. He clenched a fist. "I say we accept. The Lannisters are too strong for us to face alone forever. If the Tyrells supply their cavalry and blockade the capital's food, the Lannisters might crumble." Roose Bolton's voice slithered in. "Agreed, though we must send strong negotiators. The Tyrells might demand more than we're prepared to give. Let me volunteer for the diplomatic mission. I have experience with southern ways." Jon stiffened, uneasy about Bolton's reputation. But Robb spoke before he could protest. "I appreciate the offer, Lord Bolton, but perhaps a more recognized envoy is better. My mother is skilled at negotiations, though she's still mourning. Also, Lady Brienne of Tarth once served Renly. She might have insight, but she's not with us currently. Another approach might be to send Edmure. He's highborn in the Riverlands, recognized in the south." Catelyn shook her head gently. "Edmure is needed to manage the Riverlands' defense. Let me handle it, Robb. Though my heart is heavy, I can speak for the North in this. I might also glean news about Sansa and Arya from the Tyrells, who keep eyes on King's Landing." She turned to Jon. "Would you come as well? Your connection to Lady Margaery is crucial." Jon's heart thudded. To see Margaery again, to help finalize an alliance, yes, he yearned for it. But he also worried about leaving Robb's side in the midst of war. Robb offered him a faint smile. "You should go, Jon. It's your vow that ties us to the Tyrells. If they see you safe and hale, their resolve to help might strengthen. We trust you to secure fair terms. I'll continue leading our main force. Lord Bolton can remain to manage certain tasks. Mother, you and Jon will go to Highgarden with a respectable guard, forging the next step. Catelyn bowed her head. As you wish, my king. We'll set out within the fortnight. We must plan carefully to avoid Lannister patrols. Relief, joy, and trepidation mingled in Jon's heart. He would see Margaery. He would make the vow tangible in the eyes of both houses, forging unity to avenge Ned and free Sansa, Arya, everyone. The path ahead bristled with danger, but at least it offered a glimmer of hope in a war that had taken so much. Thank you, he managed, voice husky with emotion. I'll do my utmost. The council concurred, and soon preparations began. Letters were drafted to confirm the northern acceptance of the Tyrell approach. Scouts charted safer routes. Catelyn, grief-worn but resolute, readied herself for yet another journey. Jon tried to steady his fluttering heart as he oversaw the packing of supplies. Each night, he lingered by the campfire, thinking of how soon he might stand with Margaery under the arches of Highgarden's orchard, how he might find the words to share his sorrow for Ned's death, and how they might claim a shred of solace in each other's arms. 2 weeks later, under a slate-gray sky, Catelyn Stark's small party rode south. They followed obscure trails, guided by outriders who knew the land. Jon led on a sturdy northern mare, Ghost loping in the brush. Catelyn rode behind with several seasoned guards. The nights grew chill, autumn's bite deepening. At times, they spotted signs of conflict, charred homesteads, shallow graves. War had touched every corner. Yet they pressed on, determined to avoid Lannister patrols. Through cunning and caution, they circumvented dangerous roads, forging a path into the Reach. As they neared the Mander's fertile region, the landscape brightened with farmland that had seen fewer raids. Late harvest grains rippled in gentle breezes, orchard leaves turning gold. Jon inhaled the shift in the air, remembering Highgarden's floral scents. Each step closer quickened his heart. Would Margaery be safe? Would House Tyrell truly greet them with open arms? He recalled Walder Frey's lurking demand for a favor. Allies could be fickle. Finally, they crested a low rise, and in the distance rose Highgarden's graceful spires. The late afternoon sun caught the pale stone walls, lighting them in a soft glow. The Mander glinted below, meadows stretching on either side. Jon's chest tightened with a swirl of longing. He felt Catelyn's gaze, sensing her empathy at the personal stakes. She offered a small nod of encouragement. They approached the gates, flying a banner of truce. A direwolf on a gray field. Guards recognized them, letting them pass. Within the courtyard, a bustle erupted as Tyrell servants and knights emerged, curious or wary. Then, Mace Tyrell himself, with Olenna in a curtained litter, advanced to greet them. But Jon barely noticed the formal words of welcome, for behind Mace stood Margaery. Their eyes locked. She wore a simple gown of green, her face alight with undisguised emotion. He dismounted hurriedly, stepping forward. Protocol be damned. Jon, Margaery breathed, tears glistening. For a heartbeat, neither moved. Then, in full view of lords and guards, he wrapped her in his arms. She buried her face in his shoulder. The tension of months melted in that moment. The war, the politics, the sorrow, they all receded, leaving only the two of them, a vow tested by the fires of conflict. After a long beat, they drew apart, regaining composure. Mace coughed, blinking. Olenna observed with a sardonic tilt of her head, as though to say, let them have this. Catelyn dismounted, stepping forward to greet Mace with measured courtesy. Lord Tyrell, we come under a flag of alliance. King Robb thanks you for your outreach. We hope to formalize mutual support. Mace managed a beaming smile. Yes, we do too, my lady. Come, let us speak in the solar. We have much to discuss. My mother, Lady Olenna, will join us, along with my daughter and your Jon. He hesitated, but then nodded respectfully to Jon. We welcome you to Highgarden, young man. My daughter's devotion has indeed been unwavering. Jon swallowed thickly, bowing. I'm grateful for your acceptance, Lord Tyrell. I serve the North, but I also hold your daughter's vow as sacred. Margaery squeezed his hand, cheeks flushing. Father, let us not stand on ceremony. The war grows ever darker. Let us find a path to cast down the Lannisters before they destroy us all. Mace nodded, exhaling. Very well. This way, then. They entered the castle. Jon marveled at how familiar yet surreal it felt to walk those corridors again. He recalled sneaking quiet moments with Margaery, glimpsing her bright laughter among the roses. Now war overshadowed every step. Tapestries still decked the walls, but the hush was tense. Servants seemed anxious, for they knew armies might soon pass these gates. In the solar, Olenna perched on a cushioned seat, gesturing for Catelyn and Jon to take chairs. Margaery stood close by. Mace poured wine with slightly shaky hands, while a couple of local lords hovered. Without delay, Catelyn spoke of Robb's readiness to coordinate with the Tyrells, to share intelligence, and to mount a two-front push if the Lannisters refused any just settlement. Olenna listened, occasionally interjecting questions about numbers, supply lines, possible winter rations. Margaery chimed in, confirming that the orchard yields could feed thousands if war dragged on. Through it all, Jon watched, heart full of gratitude that this alliance now took shape, and that he sat at Margaery's side, no longer parted by 1,000 hazards. When the practical matters were hashed out, Olenna turned a piercing gaze on Catelyn. We must have clarity on the North's aims, Lady Stark. Do you intend for Robb to remain an independent king after the war, or to claim the Iron Throne? We cannot sign a blank check of resources if we don't know the end goal. Catelyn clasped her hands. Robb was named king in the North by his lords, largely in reaction to the crown's brutality. He does not seek to rule the entire realm. His goal is to free the North from Lannister tyranny, rescue his sisters, avenge Eddard Stark. If the Tyrells likewise wish to see Joffrey unseated, we can coordinate. We need not become one kingdom, only allies to break Lannister power. Mace frowned. And after Joffrey is deposed? Suppose Stannis or another claimant rises. The realm might remain fractured. Catelyn nodded. We accept that possibility. The North may remain separate, though we'll maintain amicable relations with friendly regions. If House Tyrell wishes to crown its own king or find another arrangement, that's your decision. For now, we share a common foe. Olenna stroked her chin. That might suffice. We have no desire to bow to a Lannister puppet. War is messy, but if we coordinate, we might force the city to yield, especially if Stannis attacks from the sea. We'll want written assurances about trade with the North once the dust settles. Catelyn inclined her head. We can negotiate those terms in detail. I'm sure King Robb will sign an agreement ensuring fair trade routes and mutual respect. Your regions produce, our regions timber and metals. Both sides benefit. Olenna shot a glance at Mace, who nodded in relief. Then her gaze flicked to Margaery, and finally to Jon. And the vow between your daughter and this northern bastard, pardon the phrase, serves as a living symbol of that pact. She raised a brow. We'll publicly affirm it, yes? Let the realm see that House Tyrell stands beside House Stark, if not in name, then in spirit. Margaery's cheeks warmed, but she stood tall. I welcome that, grandmother. I have never wavered. Jon spoke quietly, heart pounding. Nor have I. I would be honored to reaffirm our vow publicly, so no one can question it. Catelyn gave a small, kind smile. It might rally the North, too, seeing the Tyrell Rose and the Stark Direwolf truly united. My son will be pleased to know his brother has found unwavering support. Mace cleared his throat. Then we have a course. We'll finalize a formal alliance with the North, at least in writing, and we'll hold a symbolic reaffirmation of your marriage here at Highgarden, to show unity. No new wedding ceremony is needed, but a declaration of your bond might help quell rumors. Let the bards sing of the rose and the wolf. We shall ensure the Lannisters know we stand together. Jon's heart soared. He turned to Margaery, eyes glistening. She returned his gaze with equal emotion. In that moment, the tragedies of war faded, and a spark of hope glowed. They had defied the storms, kept faith when all seemed lost. Now, from the battered corners of the realm, North and Reach rose in defiance of the Lannister grip. If the road ahead was fraught with battles, at least they would walk it. Olenna clapped her hands. Enough sentiment. Let's draft the official documents, then plan the public declaration. If we're to outmaneuver the Lannisters, time is pressing. Mace, fetch the scribes. Lady Stark, Jon Snow, please remain while we set the terms. As Mace hurried off, the tension in the room gave way to a shared sense of purpose. War was not ended, but a new alliance took root, one that might shift the balance of power. Jon gently clasped Margaery's hand beneath the table. She gave a slight squeeze, the corners of her mouth lifting in relief. For the first time since he'd left Highgarden in secret, they were together in the open, forging a future none had predicted. The orchard's promise of roses still thrived, even in a land ravaged by steel and fire. They spent the next hours working through details, borders, trade, lines of supply, contingencies if Stannis took King's Landing. Olenna's barbed wit clashed with Catelyn's measured courtesy, yet they found common ground. Margaery took notes, occasionally offering suggestions. Jon quietly lent his perspective on northern needs, ensuring that the alliance recognized the old gods as well as the new. By evening, they had a preliminary pact. Olenna announced that in 3 days' time, a public gathering in Highgarden's courtyard would proclaim the alliance, reaffirm Jon and Margaery's vow, and commemorate the bond with a modest feast. Jon felt a rush of nerves. He recalled his original wedding in Winterfell's Godswood, overshadowed by tension. Now, a public reaffirmation in the heart of Highgarden. Margaery smiled at him, a promise in her eyes that this time, no one would question their union. When the meeting ended, Margaery offered to show Catelyn to her quarters. The older woman accepted gratefully, leaving Jon in the solar with Olenna for a moment. She eyed him, cane-tapping. "You're a stubborn boy, surviving all that nonsense in King's Landing, forging your way back." I suppose Margaery's faith was not misplaced. Jon bowed his head. "I owe her everything. I owe you thanks, too, my lady, for protecting her from forced betrothals." Olenna sniffed. "Humph. I simply loathe seeing the realm's few decent souls trampled. Keep her safe now. War is unkind to love stories." He nodded solemnly. "I will, until my last breath." She studied him, then turned away. "Go find her. I suspect you have much to catch up on." Her voice, though gruff, carried a note of approval. Jon left the solar, heart-pounding. In the corridor, he followed the sound of Margaery's soft laughter. It led him to a quiet antechamber where she stood, having just bid farewell to Catelyn. On seeing Jon, Margaery's eyes shone. She stepped toward him, and he drew her into a fierce embrace. For a moment, they were alone in the hush of evening, no courtiers to watch. He buried his face in her hair, inhaling the faint perfume of lavender and roses. They parted slightly, her hands pressed against his chest. "Jon," she whispered, voice thick with emotion. "You look thinner, paler. I've worried so much. Did you truly fight your way out of the Red Keep?" He nodded, brushing a strand of hair from her cheek. "It was chaos. Allies I never even knew risked their lives to help me. I nearly didn't survive. The gold cloaks hunted me, yet I kept your face in my mind, the vow we made. It gave me strength." Tears slipped free, and she laughed softly through them. "I knew you'd find a way. I never believed you dead, not for a moment. But oh, Jon, I'm so sorry about Lord Eddard. You must be grieving." Pain lanced him. He pressed his forehead to hers. "I am. They cut him down for no reason but cruelty. I can't dwell on it too long or I'll go mad with rage. But we'll see them pay, Margaery. The Lannisters will answer for Ned's death, for all the suffering they cause." She nodded, tears shining. "We stand with you. Promise. The Tyrell banners will march. The orchard's harvest will feed your armies. We'll drive the Lannisters from their stolen throne." His heart brimmed with gratitude. He kissed her gently, a tender meeting of lips that carried the weight of all they'd endured. She responded with equal fervor, clinging to him as though the war might tear them apart if they loosened their grasp. The corridor's lanterns flickered over them, two silhouettes entwined in the swirl of conflicting loyalties. At last they drew apart, breath mingling. A ghost of a smile quirked Jon's lips. "I never realized how much I missed you until this moment. Every day away felt like a wound." She pressed her hand to his cheek, eyes warm. "We're together now. Let's make the most of it, even if the realm is on fire." Then she glanced around with a small smirk. "Let's find somewhere less public. I've had enough of watchful eyes." Jon agreed wholeheartedly. They walked hand in hand through a side passage, ignoring the curious stares of passing servants. He followed her to a secluded balcony overlooking the orchard. Nightfall's hush settled, the silhouettes of trees rustling in the breeze. There, free from the day's demands, they spoke in low, urgent whispers of all that had happened since their separation. Jon recounted his escape, the hardships on the road, meeting Robb's host. Margaery described Renly's visit, her refusal to break the marriage vow, the terror of hearing new rumors each day. Under the moonlight, they embraced again, tears mingling with the promise of a renewed bond. War might rage for months or years, but for this sliver of time, they had found each other. And soon, in a public reaffirmation, they would show the realm that neither Lannister cunning nor the cruelty of fate could sever the vow made between the Rose of Highgarden and the Wolf of Winterfell. 3 days later, the courtyard of Highgarden filled with lords, ladies, and soldiers in a subdued but earnest gathering. A dais was set near the ancient statue of Garth Greenhand, bedecked with ribbons of Tyrell green and stark gray. Olenna presided, her posture straight despite her cane. Catelyn Stark stood by her side, wearing a simple but dignified gown. Mace Tyrell hovered, anxious yet determined. As the sun climbed above the castle walls, the crowd hushed. Margaery and Jon stepped forward. She wore a gown of muted green, embroidered with a small silver direwolf near her heart. He donned a dark surcoat bearing the wolf sigil, with a subtle golden rose stitched on the left sleeve. Ghost padded behind, drawing gasps from the onlookers. Together they faced the dais. Olenna lifted her hand. "Hear us, all who stand beneath these walls. We gather to proclaim an alliance between House Tyrell of Highgarden and House Stark of the North, united in purpose against the tyranny of the Lannisters. In furtherance of that accord, we reaffirm the vows shared by Jon Snow and Margaery Tyrell, vows that bind our houses in sacred trust." She turned to Catelyn, who spoke next in a clear voice. "I speak on behalf of King Robb Stark. The North acknowledges the fidelity of House Tyrell and pledges mutual defense and respect. Let this vow stand as a beacon in dark times." She offered Margaery a small, reassuring nod. Jon swallowed, stepping closer to Margaery. Before the gathering, he clasped her hands. His voice rang out, steadier than he expected. "Margaery, I pledge to you before the gods old and new. Though war parted us, my vow never wavered. I stand ready to unite our houses, to protect you, to honor you, and to defend this realm from those who would oppress it." Margaery's eyes shone with unshed tears. She lifted her chin. "Jon Snow, I pledged my troth to you in Winterfell's halls and in Highgarden's gardens. I have never forsaken that oath. Now, before our families and allies, I reaffirm. I stand beside you. Let our bond symbolize a unity stronger than war." A hush cloaked the courtyard. Olenna nodded with a hint of satisfaction. "So let it be witnessed. House Tyrell and House Stark stand as one, defiant of false kings. May the gods bless this union." Cheers rippled through the crowd, subdued but genuine. Catelyn offered a gentle smile, relief coloring her features. Mace Tyrell let out a breath, mustering a broad grin. Loras, standing nearby, clapped softly, pride in his eyes. Servants scattered rose petals underfoot. Jon and Margaery exchanged a brief, tender kiss, sealing the moment. Then the applause swelled, men calling out blessings, women tossing more petals. An old bard in the corner struck up a subdued melody on a lute, the notes mingling with laughter and sighs of relief. For the first time since the war's outbreak, hope bloomed in Highgarden. They might not be guaranteed victory over the Lannisters, nor a swift end to bloodshed, but a formidable alliance had been forged, anchored by a vow that had withstood every test. As Margaery and Jon stepped down from the dais, hand in hand, they felt the acceptance of onlookers, the sense that old boundaries were being rewritten. The Rose and the Wolf shared a single cause, forging a path in a realm of uncertain futures. In the days that followed, Tyrell messengers rode forth to coordinate military plans with northern envoys, while supply caravans were ready to move north. Scouts relayed information on Lannister troop movements, and late at night, after the day's burdens, Jon and Margaery found solace in stolen hours within Highgarden's quiet corners. An orchard seat where they whispered about the future, a balcony where they watched the stars. Each moment carried the sweetness of hope and the bitterness of a world set aflame. Yet they pressed on, determined that neither the cruelty of King Joffrey nor the manipulations of cunning lords would tear them apart. Ned Stark was gone, but his legacy of honor endured in his children and in those who'd learned from him. House Tyrell, once swayed by other powers, now stood with the North. War would test every vow, every plan. But so long as the Rose and the Wolf stood together, they believed some dawn might break through the darkest night. In time, they would march to distant battlefields, negotiate with other claimants, and face heartbreaks yet unknown. But on that day, in the courtyard of Highgarden, a vow reaffirmed set the stage for a new chapter of defiance. A promise that love and loyalty, forged across the fires of war, could reshape the fate of a kingdom. And though the horizon darkened with storms yet to come, Margaery Tyrell and Jon Snow walked forward, hand in hand, ready to stand against the fury of a realm in turmoil. The war might claim many souls, but theirs would not yield to fear or despair, for they had pledged to face every trial together. They stood hand in hand at the dais's edge, petals scattered in the courtyard and drifting across the worn stones. Though war pressed ever closer, Jon Snow and Margaery Tyrell found a fragile moment of peace in the aftermath of the reaffirmation ceremony. Lords and knights of the Reach joined men sent by Robb Stark, cheering in subdued but genuine approval. The hush that followed was charged with possibility, a hush that might herald the forging of an alliance powerful enough to change the shape of the conflict engulfing the realm. Jon gently squeezed Margaery's fingers. Her eyes, bright with tears held in check, told him that she felt the same swirl of emotions. Around them, sunlight gilded the stone arches of Highgarden, and the orchard's fragrance drifted on the warm breeze. It was a place that seemed designed for beauty rather than bloodshed. Yet the clang of swords, the presence of armed guards, and the endless dispatches detailing troop movements reminded everyone that warfare lurked beyond these cultivated walls. In the front row, Catelyn Stark watched with a measured smile, tears glinting at the corners of her eyes as well. For her, the ceremony honored more than just two young people's vow. It symbolized the uneasy hope that her son Robb, the king in the north, might find the partner he needed in House Tyrell to stand against the Lannisters. Some of her sorrow eased as she observed Jon's posture. Taller than she had remembered, weathered from his trials, but standing firm. The boy who once lingered in Winterfell's shadows now strode with a sense of purpose. When Margaery stepped down from the dais, the crowd parted in a polite wave. Jon followed close, smiling faintly in response to the occasional nods of support. On the platform, Lady Olenna Tyrell and Lord Mace Tyrell conferred quietly with the scribes who had overseen the drafting of official documents. They would soon finish copies of the alliance, set down in the presence of the old gods and the new, validated by noble witnesses from both the North and the Reach. Diplomacy sealed in ink might prove more enduring than any feast or fanfare. As the midday sun climbed higher, servants guided the assembled guests into the great hall for a modest reception. There would be no grand feast. War demanded caution in all things, but the tables were set with fresh bread, cold meats, and pitchers of minted water and fine wine from the arbor. Fewer than 100 souls attended, but Margaery insisted on a welcoming atmosphere. She glided through the crowd, exchanging words of thanks. Jon was never far behind, stepping in when she introduced him to a lesser lord or southern knight who had once doubted his authenticity. They lingered at a table where Lady Alice Beesbury stood, an older woman known for her sharp tongue. Alice offered Margaery a quick curtsy and turned her full attention on Jon. "Lord Snow," she said, eyes narrowed in appraisal. "The realm has changed since you first came to Highgarden, has it not?" She used a tone that might have been condescending if not for the faint tremor hinting at underlying nerves. Jon dipped his head. He was not a lord by name, but courtesy demanded certain forms. "It has changed for us all, my lady." Alice pursed her lips. "Indeed, we Beesburys have long served House Tyrell, but these are uncertain times. My hope is that your bond with Lady Margaery brings unity, not more strife." She studied Margaery for a moment. "Take care, child. Our beloved orchard blooms in summer, but it can wither if war cuts off the Mander's lifeblood." Margaery matched the older woman's concern with quiet resolve. "We will protect the orchard and the people who tend it. The alliance with the North stands for more than just banners in the field. We seek an end to needless bloodshed." Alice gave a reluctant nod before drifting off to join others. Jon, exhaling, let his shoulders loosen. "That was less scathing than I expected," he murmured to Margaery. "She seems frightened by the war's toll rather than resentful of me." Margaery nodded, her eyes flicking around the hall. "Many in the Reach worry about feeding the armies. If battles devour the countryside, the orchard might see ruin. We must move carefully." The conversation ebbed as Lady Olenna beckoned them from across the room. Jon and Margaery parted the crowd, trailing behind them Catelyn Stark, who had noticed Olenna's gesture as well. They formed a small circle near a sideboard stacked with fresh fruit. Olenna's eyes darted between them. "Let us not linger in half measures," the old woman said softly. "We have an alliance to finalize, but also logistics to discuss. If the Lannisters catch wind that the Tyrells have allied with the North, they might lash out swiftly. Our garrisons must be ready." Catelyn spoke with calm precision. "Agreed. Lord Tywin Lannister remains a formidable commander. Though my son has won victories in the Riverlands, we cannot be sure how Tywin will respond to a second front opened by the Reach. We must coordinate. Part of why I'm here is to finalize the details of joint operations or the possibility of cutting off King's Landing from the harvest." Olenna tapped her cane, leaning forward. "Yes, the harvest. The crown depends on our grain. If we close off the Mander's shipping routes, the capital might face shortages. That could break the Lannisters' grip without a protracted siege, but it also risks angering the small folk or turning them desperate." Jon inclined his head. "Desperation might breed chaos inside King's Landing, which could be used against the Lannisters. But we must also ensure they don't try to raid your farmlands in retaliation." Margaery's features tightened with worry. Any blockade or embargo might force the Lannisters to act sooner, but we can't keep letting them enjoy free supplies. If we are at war, we must accept some measure of risk. Our objective is to end the war, not prolong it. Olenna's gaze flicked to Catelyn. "We'll put that in the official strategy. Meanwhile, House Tyrell can muster a large force near Bitterbridge. We'll keep it stationed there, ready to move north to join King Rob's army, or to shield the Mander from Lannister raids. It all depends on how the Lannisters respond once they learn of this alliance." Catelyn's eyes gleamed with cautious optimism. "Yes, if the Tyrell troops fortify Bitterbridge, that places them in a position to either march on the capital or pivot toward the Stormlands if another threat arises. My son's host currently holds significant ground in the Riverlands. Coordinated movement from both sides might trap Lord Tywin." Margaery let out a measured breath. "We must also consider that some of the smaller houses in the Reach remain uncertain. They might fear House Tyrell's shift in loyalty. We must reassure them that this alliance is for the good of the region, not a reckless gamble." Jon nodded, recalling how House Tyrell had nearly thrown its support behind Renly Baratheon before his mysterious death. "Once your lesser lords see the practicality of dealing a decisive blow to the Lannisters, they might come around, but we should expect some to hedge their bets." Olenna's mouth curled. Hedging bets is the southern pastime. Still, we hold the main might of the reach. Others will follow if we show conviction. Let's proceed with the blockade plan. We'll instruct caravans to reduce shipments to the crown and reroute crucial supplies to our own men or to the north. Meanwhile, we'll finalize the documents. Catelyn, you and I will see to that before the day ends. They agreed. The old woman gave a curt nod, then excused herself. Margaery and Jon exchanged a glance. They had achieved a measure of unity, but the road ahead promised no easy paths. Still, their hearts felt lighter. If the first steps were always the hardest, they had taken them together, forging ahead despite the war's looming shadows. A few hours later, the short reception concluded, and the castle returned to its subdued wartime routine. Scribes worked in small rooms, copying the alliance texts. Soldiers patrolled the walls. Grooms cared for the horses of visiting northern riders. Through it all, Margaery kept close to Jon. After so long apart, the simple act of walking side by side in the corridors was precious. They spoke quietly of everyday matters, castle chores, the orchard's late summer fruit, but never lost sight of the greater storm. In a spare moment near dusk, they stole away from the bustle, finding a quiet parapet overlooking the Mander. Warm lamplight glowed in the windows behind them, but here in the open air, the hush of evening settled. Jon rested his arms on the stone ledge, gazing at the broad river beyond Highgarden's slopes. The water took on coppery hues beneath the setting sun. Ghost dozed a short distance away, tail thumping lazily whenever Margaery drew near. She leaned against Jon, letting her head rest on his shoulder. "It feels unreal," she murmured, voice lost in the gentle sigh of wind. "We were parted so long, trapped in crisis, and now we stand here making plans to defy the Lannisters." Jon turned, pressing a soft kiss to her hair. "Life changed so swiftly for us. There are moments I still can't believe I'm free of King's Landing. If not for you and the help of strangers, I might still be in chains or worse. Every day I live now is a gift." Margaery lifted her gaze to his. "We both owe so many. I've prayed each dawn that the gods would guide us, and I see part of those prayers answered. But I worry about tomorrow's battles. Are we strong enough to endure what's coming? Will the realm drown in blood?" Jon's jaw set. "We can't pretend otherwise. The Lannisters have proven they'll kill mercilessly to keep power. Word of King Joffrey's cruelty spreads. My father died for that cruelty, and I fear for your people if the Lannisters strike at the Reach. But it's better to fight with allies than alone." She reached up, touching his cheek. "I'll stand by you no matter the outcome. That vow I made isn't just words. You carry the North in your heart, and I carry the Reach in mine. Perhaps together we can shield both." Silence enveloped them, a tender moment amid the roiling uncertainties. Below, the castle gates opened and shut as another pair of scouts rode out. Jon wished fervently that the war would not devour these fleeting instants of peace. He remembered Ned Stark's wisdom, that each day, men must choose how to face the dawn. Through the worst trials, they held to honor or lost themselves to despair. Now, with Margaery at his side, he resolved never to let despair claim him. He turned to her again, voice hushed. "Will you walk with me in the orchard tomorrow? Show me what's changed since last I saw it." She smiled, delicate yet bright. "Yes, I'd love that. A moment of calm before we fling ourselves into treaties and war councils again." Her expression turned thoughtful. "And maybe we can plan how to reassure the smaller houses. A personal touch might help." "Agreed," Jon said. Then, with a final glance at the fiery sky, they descended the parapet to rejoin the living maze of Highgarden's corridors. Morning brought mild sunshine, and together they roamed the orchard. A few guards followed at a respectful distance, mindful that the realm's chaos could produce assassins or saboteurs, though none seemed likely to appear in the heart of House Tyrell's seat. Margaery wore a light cloak of pale green, modest enough for practicality, while Jon donned simple traveling leathers, the embroidered rose near his left shoulder proclaiming ties to the south. They passed rows of fruit trees and carefully tended flower beds. Late summer blooms painted pockets of color. salmon-pink petals on drooping stems, honey-gold blossoms that swayed in the warm breeze. Margaery reached out, touching a cluster of pale blossoms as if to reassure herself that beauty still existed outside war's shadow. Jon noted that some of the orchard staff, anxiously at work, paused to bow or smile in greeting. Word of the reaffirmed vow had spread. Ghost padded along behind, occasionally sniffing the grass. One or two orchard lads gaped wide-eyed at the white direwolf. Margaery reassured them that he posed no threat. Jon's presence, once an oddity, was now something of a symbol. The orchard workers seemed curious but cautiously hopeful. Some even murmured blessings that the Union might bring an end to the war. They stopped near a row of apple trees bearing pale green fruit, not quite ripe. Margaery brushed a leaf with her fingertips. "We normally gather apples here for the autumn harvest. If the Lannisters bring war this far, I fear these orchards could be trampled. But with the north behind us, perhaps we can hold them at bay." Jon gazed upward, admiring the dappled sunlight through leaves. "I grew up in a land where winter's chill can kill crops easily, so these trees seem miracles. We must protect them. The small folk need their harvest." A gentle rustle made them turn. Lady Olenna stood a short distance away, leaning on her cane, a pair of attendants shadowing her. She inclined her head. "Am I intruding, children? I had heard you were here. I'd see this orchard for myself." Margaery smiled faintly. "Not intruding at all, grandmother. Are the negotiations proceeding well?" Olenna sighed, stepping closer. "They proceed, with Catelyn Stark as a steady hand. We've drafted initial outlines for troop coordination. The northern men stationed here will remain a token presence, but eventually King Robb may send more envoys or a small retinue. Meanwhile, we must keep watch for Lannister spies. Word that the Tyrells and the North have joined forces will spread quickly. We'll see how the Lion responds." Jon nodded. "Thank you, my lady, for helping shape this alliance. It may be our best chance to break the Lannisters' stranglehold." Olenna's gaze flitted around the orchard. "I do it for Margaery, for our people, and yes, for the realm, though my cynicism remains. The Lannisters are cunning devils. Don't assume one or two battles will end them." Margaery's expression turned grim. "We don't. We aim to starve King's Landing of supplies, push Tywin Lannister from the field, and hopefully free those who remain captive under Joffrey's rule." She trailed off, recalling rumors that Sansa Stark was still in the capital. Arya Stark's whereabouts remained uncertain. The Lannisters had countless hostages. Olenna nodded, patting Margaery's hand. "Well enough, child. Let's hope we can spare the orchard from ruin. It's always a pity when war burns our green lands to ash." She looked to Jon. "Carry on with your stroll. I'll hobble back before my old bones give out." She departed, her attendants helping her navigate the winding path. Jon sighed. "Every day, it seems we balance hope against grim reality. I wish we had a sign that House Lannister would break sooner rather than later." Margaery slid her arm through his. "The realm's wheels turn slowly, but they do turn. Let us be patient, prepared to strike if opportunity arises." They continued, eventually exiting the orchard to cross a broad courtyard where cavalry drilled. The crisp ring of steel on steel, the snort of horses, the barked orders from master-at-arms. These sounds punctured the orchard's gentle calm. Jon recognized House Tyrell's training yard from earlier visits, though now it bustled with thrice the men. He paused at the fence, observing young knights testing each other with wooden lances. Margaery followed his gaze, her brow wrinkled in mild worry. "We must ensure these knights remain disciplined. Too many are untested in real war. The battles near King's Landing or in the Riverlands will be no tourney." Jon nodded. "Real combat isn't about show or courtesy. I can help train them. I've some experience now fighting Lannister patrols. War taught me lessons no yard can replicate." A swift intake of breath signaled her relief. "I think that would help. They respect your skill more so because you survived King's Landing's dangers. If you can instill realism in their training, they'll be less likely to falter in battle." Jon felt a pang, recalling how real that danger had been. I'll do whatever I can." He paused, then pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, ignoring the possible stares from the men. "We'll see them ready. Let me speak with your father about it." Margaery's cheeks warmed. "He should be in a conference with local lords, but I'll guide you there." The two of them left the courtyard, weaving through corridors that led to a chamber near the council hall. They found Mace Tyrell seated with half a dozen minor lords, reviewing supply ledgers. He waved them in, somewhat flustered, but obviously determined to show leadership in these times. Margaery stood at his side while Jon proposed the idea of offering advanced training to some knights. Mace, relieved to delegate any matter of martial preparation, agreed enthusiastically. "Yes, yes," Mace said, cheeks ruddy. "Any improvement in readiness is welcome. The Lannisters might be cunning, but we'll meet them with sharpened swords. Some of our knights are fresh, but with your instruction, perhaps they'll catch the northern grit." Jon forced a small smile. He recalled how in the north, men honed themselves against the threat of dire winters and savage wildlings. Here in the Reach, the climate seemed gentler. He hoped that gentleness would not hamper them when steel clashed. Shortly after, Mace and the lords returned to supply issues, so Jon and Margaery excused themselves. The day wore on as they tended a dozen small tasks in Highgarden's labyrinth of corridors and offices. By evening, the war plans advanced another step, and the alliance's wheels turned more smoothly. Catelyn Stark, reviewing progress, expressed quiet satisfaction. "We're building something that might truly stand," she told Jon privately. "Your father would be proud." Jon's heart twisted at the thought of Ned, but he allowed himself to hold onto the notion that Ned's memory could guide them. Perhaps it was enough. Over the next few weeks, life in Highgarden fell into a wary rhythm. Dispatches arrived daily from the north, describing how Robb Stark maneuvered to keep Tywin Lannister pinned near Harrenhal while forging a potential link with the Riverlords. Catelyn sent back updates that House Tyrell was now cutting shipments to King's Landing and intensifying local defenses. Whispered rumors claimed that in the capital, Joffrey raged over bread shortages and that the Gold Cloaks struggled to contain unrest. Confirmation was elusive, but if true, it signaled that the blockade might be working. In the training yard, Jon worked tirelessly, demonstrating practical swordsmanship and sharing cautionary tales of skirmishes. Many young knights, initially dazzled by the ideal of martial honor, found his unromantic approach sobering. He insisted they learn to fight in a shield wall, to recognize cavalry charges, to adapt to ambushes. Now and again, Margaery observed from a distance, heart clenching at the thought of these men riding to real battle. Yet she admired Jon's dedication. His presence lent credibility to the war effort. Rumor had it that the Northern Wolf trained Tyrells best. Outside the keep, Margaery pressed forward with efforts to calm local lords. She visited houses near Highgarden, accompanied by a small retinue. Ghost's imposing figure startled some, but Margaery's warmth won them over. She listened to concerns about harvest yields and roving bandits. Promising that House Tyrell's alignment with the North would bring security, she left them feeling less uncertain. By the time she returned, dusty and tired, she found Jon waiting in the courtyard. Even so, the specter of war never dimmed. Ravens sometimes brought dire tidings from the Riverlands, burned villages, raids by soldiers loyal to House Lannister. In turn, Lannister parties tested the edges of the Reach, scouting for weaknesses. A few small skirmishes occurred near Bitterbridge, with Tyrell outriders clashing against suspicious foes. Each incident stirred alarm. Margaery dreaded the day a full-scale battle erupted. She prayed it would not come to Highgarden's orchard. One mild afternoon, while finishing a training session with the knights, Jon was approached by a courier bearing House Stark's sigil. The man, panting from a long ride, delivered a sealed message from Robb. Jon opened it, scanning the lines, his face tensed. He dismissed the courier gently and hurried to find Margaery and Catelyn, who had been reviewing alliance documents in a side chamber. He burst in without preamble, apologizing only after their startled reactions. "What is it?" Margaery asked, seeing Jon's expression. He read the short letter aloud. To Jon Snow and Lady Catelyn, we have fresh intelligence that Joffrey's court now knows of the Tyrell-Stark alliance. The Crown blames House Tyrell for withholding vital grain shipments and publicly condemns the North as rebels. A Lannister strike force has begun gathering near the Blackwater to march south, presumably to punish the Reach. Tywin remains engaged with me, so these forces must be commanded by other Lannisters, perhaps Kevin or the Kingsguard. They may attempt to set your fields ablaze, or even lay siege to Highgarden. The time has come for House Tyrell to move. If you can muster your men near Bitterbridge, we can coordinate an advance from the Riverlands. We must not let the Lannisters overrun your territory. I await your response. Robb Stark, King in the North. Catelyn closed her eyes, tension etched in her brow. It's as we feared. The Lannisters will not stand idle while their capital starves. They strike at the source of the blockade. Margaery paled slightly but steadied herself. Then we must gather our armies. Father has men at Bitterbridge, but not yet enough for a pitched battle against a large Lannister force. We may need to call on the lesser lords of the Reach more decisively. Jon nodded grimly. Robb suggests a combined movement. The Lannisters can't fight both the North in the Riverlands and the Tyrells in the South without stretching themselves. If we strike first, we might drive them back. Catelyn rose from the table, smoothing her dress. Let's find Lord Tyrell and Lady Olenna. We must finalize a plan at once. War truly knocks at the door now. They left in haste, seeking the Tyrell leadership. Mace Tyrell convened an immediate war council in Highgarden's main audience chamber. Attending were Lady Olenna, Margaery, Jon, Catelyn, several Tyrell bannermen, and a smattering of knights from the north who had accompanied Catelyn. The chamber buzzed with urgent debate. Lord Tarly, known for his stern discipline, advocated marching the entire Tyrell army to meet the threat. Others feared dividing forces might expose Highgarden. Olenna's voice cut through the cacophony. Let us not lose our heads. The letter states the Lannister strike force aims to punish us, not necessarily to hold our lands. We should gather a strong defensive host at Bitterbridge while we continue the blockade. If Robb's move from the Riverlands pinches Tywin, the Lannisters might be forced to pull back. Lord Tarly scowled. A purely defensive posture cedes the initiative. We should march a bold host to the Rose Road, block the Lannisters from even reaching Bitterbridge. Show them the Reach won't be so easily cowed. A younger bannerman chimed in, voice quivering with nerves. But if the Lannisters outmaneuver us, they could slip around to the Mander, burning farmland. Our advantage is in forcing them to commit to a direct confrontation near Bitterbridge, where we hold stronger supply lines. Mace Tyrell, face flushed, said, I see wisdom in both arguments. Perhaps a compromise. We station the main host at Bitterbridge but send swift cavalry to harass any Lannister vanguard on the Rose Road, slowing them until we can reinforce if needed. Jon exchanged a glance with Margaery. She gave him a slight nod, encouraging him to speak. He cleared his throat. I agree that dividing the army too thinly is risky, but if we do nothing, the Lannisters might rampage through farmland. A force of cavalry used for harassment could deter them from straying too far. Meanwhile, a solid central defense at Bitterbridge ensures we aren't lured away from our strong point. Lord Tarly measured Jon with a stern gaze but eventually nodded. A balanced approach. We'll need to ensure the cavalry is well led. I can command that group if it pleases Lord Tyrell. Mace waved a hand, half relieved. Yes, Tarly, you have the experience. I'll remain with the main host at Bitterbridge. We'll muster every able-bodied knight who can arrive quickly. We must stand prepared within a fortnight. Meanwhile, the Orchard and Highgarden remain our seat. If the Lannisters come close, we'll recall more men to defend. Olenna's cane tapped the floor. And ensure the smaller lords are compelled to supply what we need, horses, men, grain. We can't allow half measures now that war threatens our doorstep. Catelyn watched from beside Jon, arms folded. I'll send word to Robb that you're assembling a force at Bitterbridge. He'll time his moves accordingly. With luck, the Lannisters won't anticipate a two-front threat. With decisions made, the council dispersed in a flurry of activity, each lord or knight rushing to gather men, secure supplies, and finalize orders. Margaery stayed behind with Jon, Olenna, and Catelyn. They lingered near the chairs, tension crackling in the air. Margaery let out a trembling breath, her knuckles whitening on the table's edge. "This is it," she said quietly. "We've talked and planned for weeks, but now the real test begins. Our orchard, our farmland, could soon see blood." Jon rested a hand on her arm. "We'll do everything to stop them before that. War has come, but we stand together." Olenna cleared her throat, eyes narrowed. "You'd best keep your nerve, both of you. In war, couples are often separated. If it becomes necessary, Margaery might remain in Highgarden to oversee civilian matters while you, Jon, ride with the main host. Are you prepared for that?" The prospect twisted at Margaery's heart. Jon felt it too, a pang of dread at the idea of parting again so soon. Still, he forced himself to remain resolute. "If that is what's needed for the alliance to function, we'll abide. But we'll coordinate as best we can." Margaery swallowed. "I want to do my part, but I can't abandon the orchard or the people who look to me for guidance. I also refuse to stand idle if our knights ride to battle. This is an impossible choice." Catelyn's voice softened with empathy. "War seldom offers easy choices, but perhaps you can remain near the seat of power at Bitterbridge if the main host is stationed there. Should the Lannisters break through, you'd have a chance to retreat. And if negotiations or quick decisions are needed, you'd be close enough to manage them." Margaery nodded, relief mingling with concern. "That might be wise. Father will be at Bitterbridge, so I can help him. Jon, you'll be free to maneuver as needed, perhaps leading or advising in the field. We'll not be far apart." Jon exhaled, thankful for small mercies. Better than the alternative. "Let's hope we can stop the Lannisters before they come within sight of Highgarden's walls." Olenna's lips tightened. "Best hope indeed. We must move swiftly. I suggest you each gather what you need. The marshalling begins tomorrow." They parted to undertake the final tasks. Margaery, her heart pounding, helped coordinate logistics, ensuring wagons of supplies would travel from Highgarden to Bitterbridge. Meanwhile, Jon oversaw weapons distribution, verifying that newly minted blades and spears were up to standard. Their shared vow had once seemed a personal bond. Now, it knit together entire forces, each moving in tandem against the looming Lannister threat. That night, in the hush of their private quarters, they met with a sense of fleeting intimacy that only war's approach can heighten. Margaery, doffing her day's attire, stood near the window, the moonlight tracing pale shapes across her figure. Jon stepped behind her, placing gentle hands on her arms. Through the open shutters, the orchard rustled with a midnight breeze. The knowledge that they might soon march away stirred an ache within them both. "Remember Winterfell's godswood?" Jon whispered, brushing a soft kiss to her temple. "The hush among the red leaves, the stillness when we pledged ourselves? Sometimes I close my eyes and imagine we're there again." Margaery leaned into him, letting her eyes drift shut. "I remember the vow, the sense that we stood on the edge of something vast. I never imagined it would lead us here, forging alliances, preparing for war." He turned her to face him, lips meeting in a soft collision of breath and longing. In that kiss, they poured the fears and hopes that had no place in the clamor of day. War might claim them, yet at least they had this moment. When they parted, Margaery reached up, stroking his cheek. "I fear what morning brings," she murmured, "but we'll stand firm. We owe it to those who trust us, and to your father's memory." Jon nodded, voice rough. "We do. Let's face dawn together." They moved to the bed, slipping under the blankets, hands entwined. Outside, the orchard sighed with the night air, but within the quiet chamber, they found respite in closeness and the promise that, no matter how the realm convulsed, their vow would endure. If there was any comfort in these dark times, it lay in that unwavering bond. They slept eventually, fitful yet comforted by each other's warmth. At first light, horns sounded across Highgarden. The yard bustled with men loading wagons, knights donning armor, squires rushing with saddles. The clang of metal underscored the tension in the air. Lord Tarly assembled his cavalry for the harassment strategy. Mace Tyrell prepared to lead the main host, with Margaery at his side to assist in strategic decisions. Jon would ride with a contingent that could respond flexibly, helping coordinate with the northern envoys. Lady Olenna, though old, managed to appear on a balcony to watch the march. She refused to travel with the army, opting to remain at Highgarden to oversee local defenses. "I'll guard this orchard if I must," she declared with typical bluntness. "Your father can handle the front, Margaery. Do not let him bungle it." Margaery embraced her grandmother, then climbed onto her horse, a mare named Evening Star. She wore practical riding garb, a dark green cloak embroidered subtly with the Tyrell rose. Jon, astride a sturdy brown gelding, approached from the ranks. Ghost padded beside him, prompting a few horses to snort nervously, but most had grown accustomed to the direwolf's presence. They exchanged a fleeting, tender look. Catelyn Stark, mounted nearby, noted their silent communication and smiled grimly. "We ride as one," she said to them, voice carrying. "Let the Lannisters face the unity they scorned." Mace Tyrell signaled, and the army began to file out. Rows of infantry in Tyrell green, cavalry with polished helms, banners snapping overhead. Among them rode a smaller group of northern men sent by Robb to help coordinate. Leading that group was a quiet soldier named Hallis, who had fought in the Riverlands. He would carry messages back to Robb. The line streamed through Highgarden's gates, onto the roads that led toward Bitterbridge. Farmers paused in the fields, lifting hats or bows in respect, though fear flickered in their eyes. They had seen armies march before, many of them for Robert's rebellion or other southern skirmishes. War was never gentle. Days of travel followed, the host moving steadily. The roads near Highgarden remained peaceful, but once they ventured beyond the central region, signs of unrest grew. A few times they encountered bandits who fled at the sight of the main army. Smoke in the distance hinted at burnt farmsteads or accidental fires. At each halt, Margaery and Jon went among the soldiers, encouraging them, ensuring order. At night, they camped in large encampments, pickets set in wide perimeters. Margaery found the routine taxing. Accustomed to the comforts of her castle, she adjusted to sleeping in tents and eating rations. Yet her determination never flagged. She oversaw the distribution of fresh water, insisted on checks for hygiene to prevent disease, and conferred with the quartermasters on supply lines. Jon, meanwhile, trained small squads in night watch procedures, taught them to remain vigilant for enemy scouts. Ghost prowled the edges of camp, unnerving any potential intruders. On the fourth evening, they reached Bitterbridge, where Tyrell bannermen had already gathered. The fortress at Bitterbridge rose over the wide waters of the Mander Crossing, its walls bristling with new defenses. A sprawling camp of thousands spread around it. Men from various corners of the Reach, plus a few from the north who had come south earlier as envoys. The bustle was immense, reminiscent of a tournament in more peaceful times, yet overshadowed by the knowledge that a true battle might loom. Mace Tyrell conferred with local lords, planning how to station the main force. Lord Tarly took charge of the cavalry detachments, scouting up and down the Rose Road for any sign of a Lannister column. Jon and Catelyn pitched in, sending ravens to Robb, describing the muster. Margaery found a measure of relief that the orchard fields were distant enough that if the worst came, at least Highgarden's immediate farmland might be spared. But that comfort did not quell her worry for the peasants who lived near Bitterbridge. While the main host formed ranks, Margaery and Jon took time to address morale. They walked amid the tents, speaking with foot soldiers, hearing their concerns. Some were fresh recruits, not even peasants but sons of small merchants. Others were hardened men who had fought in sporadic skirmishes. The presence of Margaery, the famed Tyrell daughter who refused to forsake her vow, and Jon, the northern warrior with a direwolf, lent a sense of unity. A sense that maybe, just maybe, they would stand a chance. After a week fortifying Bitterbridge, news came from Lord Tarly's outriders. a Lannister force had been spotted far up the Rose Road, slowly advancing south. Rough estimates put them at 6,000 strong, likely a mix of infantry and cavalry under someone's command, though Tywin himself remained in the Riverlands. The men wore the Lion's Sigil, carried banners of House Lannister, and marched in disciplined columns. Whether they aimed to attack or simply posture remained unknown. Mace Tyrell called a war council that night in the castle's stone hall. Flickering torches lit the old tapestries. Lords from across the Reach jostled for position at the table. Margaery stood near her father, Jon at her side, while Catelyn joined them. They listened as Lord Tarly described the scouting reports. "They're still days away, traveling at a measured pace," he said, frowning. "That means they're either waiting for more forces or they want to approach carefully. We have superior numbers, if all our bannermen stand firm." Mace Tyrell drummed his fingers on the table. "Then we should meet them in open field, force them to turn back. If they retreat, we can pursue. If they fight, we have the advantage of numbers and supply lines. The question is, do we wait for them to come near Bitterbridge, or do we march forward to intercept them?" Jon exchanged a glance with Margaery. She gave him a subtle nod. He spoke. "If we let them come close to Bitterbridge, we risk letting them scout for weaknesses. But if we march far out and they're more numerous than we suspect, we might be out of position. Perhaps a midpoint approach is best. We ride out partway, find ground suited for our advantage, and make them face us there." Lord Tarly nodded. "A carefully chosen battlefield can tip the scales. We have knights aplenty for a cavalry charge if the ground is favorable. Also, we can keep some men in reserve in case they feign retreat. The Lannisters are cunning. We must ensure we don't chase them into a trap." Catelyn raised a hand. "A sound plan, but be prepared to adjust. The Lannisters might only be testing your strength. If they see a large host, they could withdraw without a full battle. Then again, that might achieve our goal, driving them away from these lands." Mace Tyrell rubbed his chin. "Yes, indeed. I prefer to push them back entirely. But ensuring minimal casualties must also matter." "Very well, Tarly. Gather the cavalry. We'll form a vanguard and an infantry corps. I'll remain with the main force. Lady Margaery, you'll assist me in coordinating supply lines from Bitterbridge. Jon Snow, would you join the vanguard or remain with us?" Jon's pulse quickened. He wanted to be in the thick of it to help shape the fight, but he also worried about staying close to Margaery. She caught his eye, a flicker of concern evident, but she pressed her lips together in a thin line and gave him a faint nod, as if to say, "Do what you must." He spoke calmly. "I'll ride with Lord Tarly's vanguard. If we encounter the Lannisters first, I can relay messages swiftly back. Ghost can help sniff out hidden threats." Mace Tyrell nodded, relieved. "Good. Then it's settled. Tomorrow we begin mustering outside the castle. The cavalry will ride to find suitable ground, with infantry following at a controlled pace. Let us hope the Lannisters see reason and turn tail." When the council broke, Margaery pulled Jon aside in a quiet corridor. The torchlight cast flickering shadows on the stone walls. She held his arm, voice low. "You'll be out there again, risking your life. I want to beg you to stay here, but I know that's selfish. You're needed. Still, the thought of losing you." She bit her lip, eyes misting. He touched her cheek, heart heavy. "I'll be careful. Promise. And if it comes to battle, I'll fight with everything I have. I'm no fool. I want to return to you." She leaned in, letting her forehead rest against his. "Then go with the gods' protection. I'll do my part here, ensuring Father doesn't do anything reckless. Every time a raven arrives, I'll pray it's word of your safety." They kissed, a gentle exchange that held the weight of all the unspoken fears. In the hush of that corridor, they found a measure of solace. Beyond, war beckoned. The next dawn, the cavalry marched out in a cloud of dust, sabers clanking. Jon rode near Lord Tarly, scanning the horizon with narrowed eyes. Ghost loped alongside, eliciting wary glances but also quiet respect. Behind them, at a measured distance, columns of Tyrell infantry followed. The Rose Road stretched ahead, winding toward the uncertain threat of Lannister steel. Days later, the vanguard reached Rolling Plains. Scouts relayed that the Lannister force was not far off, perhaps a day's ride. Lord Tarly ordered the men to set up a temporary camp, a forward position from which to assess the terrain. They discovered a low ridge near a bend in the Rose Road, flanked by gentle slopes and patches of scrub. A decent spot for a defensive stance if needed. Tarly's cavalry patrolled the perimeter, while the rest dug shallow fortifications and readied for possible engagement. Night fell under tense silence. Jon, seated by a small fire, sharpened his sword with methodical strokes. The men around him spoke in hushed voices. Some boasted bravado, others offered silent prayers. Ghost rested at Jon's feet, ears twitching at every distant sound. The faint rustle of wind across the plains reminded Jon of nights spent in the north, the hush before a storm. He gazed at the flickering flames, imagining Margaery's face. Would this be the turning point? Before dawn, watchmen sounded an alarm. Lannister scouts spotted. Men tumbled from tents, arming themselves. Tarly barked orders, sending outriders to push back the scouts and prevent them from mapping the entire camp. A skirmish ensued in the dim pre-dawn glow, shadows clashing at the edge of the ridge. Jon rode out with a handful of cavalry, intercepting one group of Lannister riders. Steel flashed. Ghost darted in, knocking a horse off balance. Jon's sword took down a startled foe. The rest scattered, leaving 2 dead behind. When the sun rose, the battered survivors of the Lannister scouts retreated to rejoin their main force. Tarly surveyed the horizon from the ridge. "They know we're here," he muttered. "They'll either come at us soon or try to skirt around. We must hold this position until the main host arrives." By midday, dust clouds on the northern horizon signaled the approach of the Lannister column. The watchers' hearts pounded. Jon clenched the reins, Ghost snarling softly at his side. Tarly kept the cavalry half-hidden behind the ridge, preparing for a possible charge. Their plan was to let the Lannisters see some of the Tyrell forces, hopefully luring them close enough to commit. Meanwhile, a messenger galloped back to warn Mace Tyrell that battle might be imminent. As the Lannister host drew nearer, the lion banners were plainly visible. Perhaps 6,000 or 7,000 men, but some might have lagged behind. Jon's pulse thundered. He'd faced Lannisters in skirmishes before, but this felt grander, 2 armies bracing for collision. Would they attack outright or seek to negotiate? War seldom welcomed parley. The Lannisters deployed in partial formation across the plains, a wave of red and gold. Jon spied knights in half-armor, lines of spearmen, horse archers. A standard-bearer flew a large lion banner. Another rider carried a lesser banner, marking a commander. Through his vantage, he noticed their slow movement, as though they were assessing the Tyrell position. Perhaps they realized the Tyrell vanguard was not alone, that more men likely waited behind. Time stretched, neither side advanced. Tarly quietly ordered a small cavalry group to feign a forward move, testing the Lannister reaction. The Lannisters responded by shifting their lines, archers knocking arrows. A few arrows sailed harmlessly, and the Tyrell cavalry withdrew. It was a tense standoff, each force measuring the other's strength. Jon breathed slowly to steady himself, scanning for any sign of a flanking maneuver. War seldom ended without bloodshed, but maybe the Lannisters would hesitate. Morning bled into afternoon. A messenger from Mace Tyrell arrived, panting, reporting that the main Tyrell force was marching at haste, expected by nightfall or the next dawn. Tarly nodded curtly, instructing the men to hold defensive positions. The Lannisters, apparently cautious, made no bold move, though they inched nearer, as if daring the Tyrells to strike first. This silent dance of armies felt like lightning waiting for the thunderclap. When twilight arrived, the plains shimmered under an orange sky. The 2 forces remained locked in place, each reluctant to commit fully. Soldiers lit fires in respective camps. Scouts roamed the perimeter, ensuring no surprise assault. Jon spent the night dozing fitfully in armor, Ghost prowling restlessly. The tension was nearly unbearable. He wondered if Margaery, far behind, knew how close the armies were to clashing. Possibly another day might see them locked in open battle. Was there a chance the Lannisters would retreat? At dawn, horns sounded from the south. A wave of relief swept through Tarly's men as the main Tyrell host appeared on the horizon, banners fluttering. Leading them was Mace Tyrell, flanked by several highborn knights. Behind marched ranks of infantry and contingents from various houses. The combined might of the Reach had arrived, swelling the Tyrell lines to well over 10,000. Catelyn Stark was there too, riding with Margaery near the center. Jon glimpsed Margaery's form from afar, her banner trailing in the breeze. Relief flooded him that she'd come safely, though worry for her lingered. The Lannisters, now outnumbered, might attempt to fight, retreat, or sue for a parley. For a time, they drew their lines back, possibly waiting for orders. Mace Tyrell's arrival emboldened the Tyrell ranks. Lord Tarly rode to greet Mace with Jon at his side. They met near the ridge, exchanging quick updates. Mace's face gleamed with perspiration, tension in his eyes. "They haven't attacked?" Tarly shook his head. "No, they posture, likely waiting to see if we'd commit. Now that you're here with superior force, we might press them to yield or flee." Mace spat. "Let them flee. We can chase them all the way to the Blackwater if need be." Catelyn and Margaery approached. Margaery's gaze swept over Jon, relief plain in her face. Catelyn spoke sharply. "Be cautious, Lord Tyrell. A cornered lion can lash out viciously. Perhaps we should offer terms. Demand they withdraw from the Reach or face battle." Mace wavered. Tarly scowled. But Margaery said softly, "We stand for an end to Lannister aggression, not needless slaughter. Let us send riders with a demand. Retreat and cease harassing our lands, or face the consequences." Tarly shrugged. "We can attempt it, though I doubt they'll yield easily. But it might buy time to deploy our lines advantageously." Mace nodded. "Very well, I'll dispatch a herald." Jon exhaled. At least they would attempt reason. He stayed with Margaery as the herald rode forward under a banner of truce, delivering Tyrell demands. The Lannister lines parted, letting the herald approach a knight who seemed to command. From a distance, Jon couldn't make out words. Tension thickened. Half an hour passed. The herald returned, face grim, bearing a refusal. "They say the crown decrees House Tyrell must resume shipments or face punishment for treason. They will not withdraw unless we end the blockade and pledge fealty to King Joffrey." Mace Tyrell's jaw tightened. Tarly cursed. Catelyn pressed her lips into a thin line. "We cannot yield to that. The war is set." Lord Tarly turned to Mace. "Shall we form up for battle? Our men outnumber them. Let us drive them from the Reach once and for all." Margaery's throat bobbed. She placed a hand on Jon's forearm, speaking in a tight whisper. "Stay safe, you two, father. Let's do what must be done. But remember, each life lost is a tragedy." Mace gave her a stiff nod. "I'll lead the main lines. Tarly, take your cavalry on the left flank. Jon, you may join him or coordinate from the ridge. Margaery, you remain here with the command staff. Should we need to adjust, we'll send messages." Thus, the Tyrell host prepared for open battle. Thousands of swords glinted under the rising sun. Horns blared. Drums thudded. The Lannisters responded in kind, forming ranks, archers behind infantry, cavalry on their flanks. Dust rose from the plain as each side advanced in measured steps. A hush of finality settled. Negotiation had failed. War demanded blood. Jon parted from Margaery with a lingering glance. She raised her chin, eyes reflecting both fear and faith. He spurred his horse to join Tarly's flank. Ghost raced alongside. The pounding of hooves rattled Jon's bones as they positioned themselves, adrenaline coursing. He tightened his grip on the sword's hilt. This was it. He recalled Ned's last words, how family and duty must endure. For Margaery, for the orchard, for all who had suffered under Lannister tyranny, he would fight. Across the field, Lannister horns blared. The lines surged. Tyrell infantry marched forward, spears leveled. The Lannister front braced. Tarly's cavalry thundered, seeking to sweep the Lannister left flank. Arrows whistled overhead, men screaming as they fell. Chaos erupted in that instant, steel clashing, horses whinnying in panic, dust swirling, war cries echoing. Jon rode with Tarly's vanguard, blade raised. They crashed into Lannister cavalry. Ghost lunged at a mounted foe, toppling him with savage force. The clang of swords on shields surrounded Jon. He parried one blow, thrust at another knight's flank, unseating him. Blood spattered. A Lannister spearman lunged for Jon's horse. Jon twisted aside, Ghost snapping at the man's leg. The rider behind Jon hammered the spearman's skull with a mace. Bodies littered the ground. The stench of sweat and terror thickened. Somewhere behind, Tyrell infantry advanced in formation, pressing the Lannister center. On the far right, Mace Tyrell himself led a contingent bellowing orders. The Lannisters fought fiercely, refusing to break. Archers loosed volleys that scythed down men on both sides. Jon glimpsed a hail of arrows slicing the sky, slamming into the cavalry near him. He guided his horse to dodge, though one arrow grazed his shoulder. Pain flared. He gritted his teeth, pressing on. Time lost meaning in the maelstrom. Tarly's voice boomed, rallying men to push deeper into the Lannister flank. Jon followed the surging cavalry, cutting through pockets of resistance. The Lannisters slowly gave ground, yet refused to collapse. A knight in golden armor lunged at Jon with surprising skill, their blades meeting in a flurry of sparks. Ghost prowled at the knight's side, snarling. In a final clash, Jon forced the knight's sword aside, delivering a blow to the chest. The knight toppled, gasping as blood stained his tabard. Jon swallowed revulsion, spurring onward. At last, it seemed the Lannister left flank began to crumble under the cavalry assault. Shouts of retreat rippled. Tarly signaled the men not to chase too far, wary of a trap. Meanwhile, at the center, the Tyrell infantry battered the Lannister line. Mace Tyrell's presence lent morale. The lion banner wavered. A swirl of dust obscured all but shapes. Men died by the dozen. War's cruelty left no illusions. Soon, the Lannister center faltered, some units peeling back. The right flank, seeing the left broken, also withdrew. The horns of retreat sounded. The field, sodden with blood and strewn with the fallen, belonged to House Tyrell. A ragged cheer rose among the survivors. The Lannisters pulled back, leaving their dead and dying behind. Tarly reined in, breath heaving. Jon halted, chest pounding, scanning for any sign of a new threat. When none came, the battered Tyrell forces regrouped. The cavalry circle parted to let the infirm gather. Corpses littered the plain, Lannister and Tyrell alike. Groans of the wounded punctured the triumphant shouts. A messenger from Mace Tyrell galloped up. Lord Mace says the Lannisters are in full retreat northward. He orders the cavalry to chase them as far as the next ridge but not risk ambush. The day is ours. Jon sat slumped in the saddle, exhaustion washing over him. He wiped blood-spattered sweat from his brow. Ghost emerged from the dust, panting, muzzle smeared with gore. Jon reached down, placing a trembling hand on the direwolf's neck. They had survived. The orchard, for now, was safe, but so many had fallen. He felt no joy, only a hollow relief that the Lannisters were driven back. Following Tarly's command, part of the cavalry advanced to ensure the Lannisters kept retreating. Jon joined them at a careful pace, though weariness gnawed. They rode half a league before confirming the foe had scattered. Satisfied, they returned to the battlefield. The sight was grim. Wounded men crying out, medics trying to stanch wounds, friends searching for the lost. Margaery's vow of peace felt fragile here among the gore-soaked dust. Yet victory had been won. Eventually, at the center of the field, Jon dismounted, stiff with fatigue, and found Margaery picking her way through the carnage, face pale, accompanied by a few guards. They had arrived with fresh medics to help the wounded. When their eyes met, she ran to him, ignoring the blood caking his armor. He caught her in a fierce embrace, She gasped softly at the spatter of gore, but relief flooded her expression. "You live," she managed, tears forming. "Gods, I prayed so hard." Jon's voice cracked. "I'm alive. We won." The Lannisters pulled back. "But it's a horror, Margaery. So many died." She pressed her cheek to his chest, heart hammering. "War is monstrous, but you're here. We'll treat the wounded, bury the dead, and we'll hold the orchard. We must keep faith." He kissed her hair, the ache of loss mingling with the solace of her presence. "We will. This was only one battle, though. The Lannisters won't surrender so easily." She nodded, eyes somber. "No, they won't. But if each victory pushes them further from our lands, it's a step toward the realm's freedom." Together, they moved among the survivors, giving what comfort they could. Lord Tarly methodically organized the disposal of bodies. Mace Tyrell oversaw the muster, ensuring the battered Tyrell lines remained coherent. Catelyn Stark helped gather intelligence on the Lannister casualties. The grim aftermath reminded them that even a well-fought victory carried a brutal cost. That night, fires burned across the plain as the living tried to sleep among memories of violence. Jon and Margaery found a quiet spot near the ridge, out of sight of the worst carnage. They shared a simple meal with Catelyn, exchanging low words about the next steps. The alliance had been tested by blood, proven in a field of death. Each heart carried a scar from what they'd seen. In the days that followed, Tyrell scouts confirmed the Lannister force retreated fully toward the Blackwater, presumably rejoining other Crown forces. The Rose Road lay clear, though the risk of another incursion remained. Mace Tyrell debated pushing deeper, but Catelyn advised caution until a plan with Robb Stark could be coordinated. Ultimately, they decided to hold the ground, secure the region, and keep up the blockade. The orchard fields, at least for now, were spared a second wave of devastation. By the time the army returned to Bitterbridge for rest, the men carried themselves with a battered pride. They had faced the lion's wrath and emerged standing. Margaery oversaw efforts to treat wounded survivors, carefully distributing supplies. Jon aided where he could, though the horrors of war haunted him. Some nights he woke in cold sweats, recalling the blood. Margaery, too, found sleep elusive. She dreamed of flames consuming the orchard, hearing the screams of the dying. Yet amid that darkness, they found comfort in each other. Each dawn, they rose, still bound by their vow, forging hope. Letters from Robb brought cautious congratulations. The North commended Tyrell bravery. Another piece of the puzzle had fallen into place. Slowly, the Lannister grip on the realm loosened, though it was far from broken. War still raged in the Riverlands, and King's Landing had not fallen. Life at Bitterbridge thus became the new center of Alliance operations. Margaery learned how to lead in a war camp, bridging the gap between soldier and peasant concerns. Jon remained at her side, or at times rode with scouting parties to ensure no fresh Lannister incursion threatened. The orchard fields behind them gave silent testimony to why they fought. Each time Margaery gazed south, she pictured Highgarden, its gardens in the bloom of summer's end, and felt the urging to defend that beauty from the ravages of a tyrant's war. One afternoon, she and Jon strolled along the battlements of Bitterbridge's old castle keep. Archers stood at intervals keeping watch. A mild breeze stirred Margaery's cloak, and she turned to Jon with a wistful smile. "Do you remember telling me about the northern snows?" she asked, voice subdued. "How cold they can be, yet how they shine in the moonlight." Jon blinked at the abrupt shift in topic but nodded. "Yes, winters in the north are harsh beyond words, yet strangely beautiful." She sighed. "I wonder if our orchard could ever see that kind of snow, or if it would kill the trees. Different worlds, yet we stand together. War might separate us from normal life, but I cling to the thought that one day we might walk in Winterfell's yard or Highgarden's orchard without fear." He placed a hand over hers. "We fight for that dream of peace, of home. We have to believe it's possible. If we let despair swallow us, the Lannisters have already won." She searched his eyes. "Then I'll keep believing, even if the road is long." They gazed out across the fortress walls, the sky tinted with the promise of dusk. Banners fluttered below, men moving about their tasks. In that moment, the orchard seemed distant, but they held it in their hearts. The orchard's promise of life, the vow that bound a northern wolf to a southern rose. Such a vow had carried them through betrayal, captivity, battles, and heartbreak. However many storms still lay ahead, they faced them as one. They woke the next morning to a sea of low-lying mist that drifted around Bitterbridge's walls. The previous evening's orange-streaked sky had dissolved into a pale wash of dawn, with the sun struggling to break through a shroud of cloud. Margaery stood at the parapet where she and Jon had shared that quiet moment, gazing over tents and banners, the shapes blurred into ghostly silhouettes by the morning haze. She reflected on how much had changed, how war, once a distant threat, now shaped their every waking thought. Yet she found calm in these hushed minutes, holding to the hope that unity, rather than ceaseless bloodshed, would claim the final victory. Jon soon joined her, his footfalls muffled on the dew-slick stone. Ghost prowled behind him, ever watchful. Their gazes met in a gentle exchange of relief. They had survived the battle, repulsed the Lannisters for now, and staved off a deeper invasion into the Reach. Despite the carnage witnessed, their alliance stood strong. For Jon, the memory of his father's fate in King's Landing still stung like an unhealed wound. Yet he sought to honor Ned Stark's memory by protecting the orchard lands and those who toiled among them. Margaery, in turn, thought of her grandmother's unwavering counsel and her father's efforts to keep the region's morale from collapsing. They were all bound together in a precarious unity. Starks, Tyrells, their bannermen, and the small folk who followed because they had nowhere else to go. Catelyn Stark soon appeared on the walkway, offering them each a faint smile of greeting. The chill in the air made her wrap her cloak more tightly, but her bearing was resolute. She gestured for them to come down to the yard, where messages from the Riverlands had arrived in the late hours. Together, they walked the steps that led inside Bitterbridge's fortress keep, passing armed guards who saluted out of mixed respect for Margaery's Tyrell lineage and Jon's reputation as a northern warrior. In the keep's antechamber, the scattered parchment laid upon a rough-hewn table seemed to carry the fate of half the realm within its folds. One letter bore King Robb's seal, the wax imprinted with the direwolf. Jon lifted it with careful hands, his pulse quickening at the possibility of urgent news. Margaery stood close, curiosity alight in her eyes. The letter was succinct. Tywin Lannister's forces near Harrenhal had pulled back from direct confrontation with the North but still menaced the Riverlands, ready to pounce if Robb's army showed any weakness. Meanwhile, the Crown in King's Landing had issued a furious decree naming House Tyrell traitors. Any house that aided the Rose and the Wolf would be branded an enemy of the Iron Throne. The letter concluded with Robb advising vigilance, cautioning that the Lannisters might attempt subterfuge or sabotage if open battle proved unfavorable. Margaery exhaled as Jon read the words aloud. The tension in the antechamber thickened, reflected in the worried looks of the Northern and Reach knights who lingered within earshot. Catelyn pressed her lips into a thin line. "It sounds as though King's Landing attempts to isolate us politically," she observed. "They want to frighten smaller lords into submission. But if we hold strong, if we show that the alliance can protect its supporters, that fear may dwindle." "How do we keep smaller houses from wavering?" Margaery murmured, glancing at Jon. "Many have pledged their swords under House Tyrell's banner, but if the Crown publicly names them traitors, they might seek an exit if they sense we could fail." Jon grimaced, recalling how quickly allegiances had shifted in the war's early days. "We must demonstrate that the Tyrell-Stark alliance isn't faltering. The recent victory on the battlefield will help. We've proven the Lannisters can be driven back. But we need more than martial might. We should provide security for caravans, ensure farmland remains safe, show that we defend them better than the Crown ever would." Catelyn agreed, adding that word had to be spread across the Reach and into the Riverlands. Stories of how the orchard lands were spared from a full Lannister incursion, how the alliance had kept families from ruin. Margaery realized that part of their challenge was not only to fight battles with steel, but to win hearts, ensuring the realm's frightened inhabitants saw promise in their cause. She personally felt the weight of that duty. She was the daughter of House Tyrell, the new partner to a bastard-turned ally of the North, and her name carried a certain mystique in the South. Perhaps that status could be wielded to steady trembling loyalties. They spoke further over a quick breakfast of crusty bread and dried fruit, each bite a reminder of the meager rations that war times afforded. Outside, the day brightened, burning off some of the morning mist. Margaery felt a stirring of restlessness. She knew her father would soon call another war council. Mace Tyrell had been buoyed by the victory but was still uneasy about the possibility of a renewed Lannister push if King's Landing redirected more troops south. The blockade on the Mander continued to starve the capital of goods, further escalating tensions. The realm, already bruised, risked fracturing beyond repair should any new cataclysm strike. When the War Council assembled in the fortress's great hall, the atmosphere was strained. Lord Tarly sat with an expression of dour concentration. Lord Mullendore, slender and pensive, stood at a map pinned to a wooden frame. Catelyn and Jon took seats near the head of the long table. Margaery joined them, while Mace Tyrell strode in at last, adjusting the gold-trimmed cloak that signaled his station. The conversation opened with Tarly's report on current scout findings. No sign of immediate Lannister mobilization, but rumors suggested that certain Stormland lords might be wavering, uncertain whether to join Stannis, the Tyrells, or remain neutral. Meanwhile, Stannis Baratheon apparently consolidated forces at Dragonstone, but his next move was unclear. "It's a precarious balance," Tarly said, arms folded. "With the Lannisters battered here, they may pull more men from other fronts. If so, Tywin might risk leaving Harrenhal vulnerable to King Robb, or even risking King's Landing to Stannis. Each day we hold the blockade, we add pressure. But each day also increases the chance they'll lash out in desperation." Mace Tyrell rubbed his brow. "We must keep the Orchard lands intact. That was the entire impetus for this alliance, to protect Highgarden's domain and punish the Lannisters for their tyranny. But we also can't simply stand idle if an opportunity arises to end the war by seizing the capital. If King's Landing falls, Joffrey's hold collapses." Catelyn interjected. "Seizing King's Landing would require a massive push. The city's walls are strong, and the Lannisters will defend it fiercely. A siege could drag on, causing more suffering. And the moment we commit, Tywin might strike from behind. My son remains in the Riverlands, trying to contain Tywin's forces. If we advanced on the capital, we'd need perfect coordination." Jon studied the table's map, where lines drawn in charcoal indicated the major thoroughfares. "We can't make that move alone. We'd need to be sure Robb can pin Tywin. Or if Stannis makes a move, we coordinate so the Lannisters fight on 2, possibly 3 fronts at once. But trusting Stannis is no simple matter. He claims the Iron Throne by his rights, not by alliances. House Tyrell once nearly sided with Renly, but Renly is dead. Rumor says Stannis used dark magic. It's complicated." Margaery's heart twinged at the memory of Renly's abrupt demise and the swirl of rumors about shadows. "Stannis's methods might be as ruthless as the Lannisters, though for different reasons," she said carefully. "My grandmother never trusted him. I doubt he'd welcome sharing power with the North or the Reach. We'd have to weigh the cost." Mace Tyrell inhaled sharply, frustration coloring his features. "Then for the present we hold our ground. We keep the blockade, guard the orchard and farmland, and wait for either Tywin or Joffrey to flinch. If we can continue to starve the city, perhaps the small folk there will turn on the crown, as rumor suggests. That might give us an advantage." Tarly nodded in agreement. "We can fortify more. We can also spread word among the smaller houses that the Lannisters were repelled at Bitterbridge. Let them see the orchard thrives. The roads are ours. Fear is a powerful persuader, but so is confidence in a strong defense." The War Council concluded with a consensus. Maintain readiness, avoid reckless offensives, and steadily tighten the blockade. Margaery felt a mix of relief and anxiety. Relief that no immediate, massive assault on the city was planned. She hated the thought of fresh slaughter. Anxiety that the conflict might stretch out indefinitely, each day bringing new twists. She clung to Jon's presence as a steady factor, though she knew his duties would again lead him to reconnaissance or training missions. With each week of war, their vow faced fresh trials. After the council, Margaery ventured beyond the fortress walls into the sprawling encampment. She wanted to see conditions for herself, to speak with soldiers and small folk who had been displaced by the fighting. She wore a cloak that bore both a subtle rose emblem and a small direwolf sigil stitched at the hem. Her own touch, reminding all that the alliance between House Tyrell and House Stark was no passing whim. The midday sun beat down on the canvas tents, forging a stifling heat that mingled with the reek of sweat, horses, and cooking fires. She passed groups of children playing near a shallow stream, their mothers eyeing her with curiosity. One older woman approached, clasping Margaery's hand. "My lady, you have my gratitude," the woman said. "Your father's men keep the bandits away, and we have bread. We fled from a hamlet burned by Lannisters a fortnight past. If not for House Tyrell, I don't know where we'd be." Margaery's eyes softened. "We do what we can. I'm sorry for what you've lost. This war spares no one. But if you or your family need anything, seek me or my stewards. You have my word." The woman dipped a curtsy, tears in her eyes. Scenes like this repeated as Margaery moved through the camp. She offered kind words, listened to grievances about ration shortages, and took mental notes of which areas needed better sanitation or safer water. She recognized that even if the orchard had been spared major devastation, war's effect radiated outward, uprooting entire communities. Each time she heard a child's cry or an old man's weary sigh, she vowed anew that she would not let cynicism corrode her empathy. Toward the edge of the camp, she found Catelyn Stark engaged in conversation with a pair of northern soldiers. They stood near a battered wagon loaded with supplies from the Riverlands. Margaery joined them, inclining her head in greeting. Catelyn explained that these men had recently arrived with messages. A minor skirmish in the Riverlands had ended with Robb's forces victorious, capturing a small group of Lannister outriders. The men also brought some letters. One was addressed to Jon, the other to Margaery herself. They bore a neutral seal she did not recognize. Puzzled, she broke the seal of her letter in a quiet moment, stepping aside from the soldiers. The parchment contained a brief message. "Lady Margaery Tyrell, word travels of your orchard's alliance with the North and your success at Bitterbridge. I represent a circle of individuals in King's Landing who share a distaste for the Lannisters' brutal rule. We labor quietly to protect innocence and subvert tyranny where possible. The blockade strains the city, and unrest grows daily. We implore you, maintain your stance. If the crown falters, we may open a path to free certain captives and destabilize the regime from within. In due time, more may be revealed. Stand firm. A friend in the shadows." Margaery's heart quickened. A secret contact within King's Landing, encouraging the blockade, hinting at rescuing prisoners. Could it be that Sansa Stark or others might be freed if chaos grew in the capital? The letter bore no signature beyond that cryptic line. She wondered if it might be the same network that had once helped Jon escape. So they remained active. A swirl of hope and unease gripped her. Hope that their cause had allies even in the city. Unease that clandestine efforts might provoke savage reprisals. She moved to find Jon, longing to share this revelation. He had been drilling a squad of archers behind the fortress but was returning to the main yard. She practically hurried toward him, the letter folded carefully in her cloak. As soon as they stood face to face, her chest still heaving slightly from the swift walk, she handed him the note. He scanned it, brow furrowing. "A friend in the shadows," he muttered. "They might be the same group who helped me flee the Red Keep. I recall whispers of hidden networks opposed to the Lannisters." Margaery exhaled. "It means we're not alone. If they can help rescue captives or sow dissent, that might hasten the downfall of Joffrey's regime. But it also means we must keep the blockade strong. The city must feel the pressure so the Lannisters can't simply quell uprisings with bribes." Jon nodded, handing back the parchment. "We should inform Catelyn and your father. This changes little in our immediate strategy, but it's valuable to know." If a moment comes when we can coordinate from both inside and out, it might end the war faster. They approached Mace Tyrell's command tent. Inside, they found him in a heated discussion with Tarly about fortifying their perimeter. Margaery waited politely for a break, then presented the letter. Mace read it with parted lips. "Intriguing," he murmured. "I'll not rely on secret conspirators to save us, but if they can free hostages, that might help. If Sansa Stark is indeed in the capital, this could be our chance to rescue her." King Robb would be overjoyed. Lord Tarly, ever pragmatic, remarked, "We can't let illusions of clandestine help weaken our vigilance. But any wedge that undermines the Lannisters from within is welcome. We continue the blockade, keep them starving, let discontent fester. If there's truly a ring of dissidents in the city, they'll thrive on that discontent." Agreement settled over them. The Orchard Alliance, newly aware of possible inside assistance, pressed on with blockading King's Landing, denying the capital shipments of grain and produce. Days piled into weeks, each marked by tension. Scouts brought word of Lannister convoys turned back at the Rose Road or circumventing through the Crownlands at great cost. Whispers from the city spoke of bred riots, of Joffrey's increased cruelty to quell protests. The Tyrell Stark alliance braced for either the Lannisters to lash out or for some internal collapse to spark in the capital. During that span, Margaery and Jon found fleeting moments of warmth. Bitterbridge's fortress became a second home, where they established modest quarters. They took comfort in the orchard's memory, a reminder of what they fought to preserve. In the evenings, they'd share quiet dinners, discussing the day's developments. Jon would recount the new recruits' progress or the concerns of northern soldiers pining for word from home. Margaery, in turn, described the distribution of resources to peasants, the worry that winter might still come harshly even this far south if war dragged on. Each day tested them, yet each day they clung to hope. One afternoon, as she strolled the battlements, Margaery saw a small party riding in from the east. Banners fluttered in the distance, some neutral device, possibly a messenger. Jon joined her, curiosity etched in his features. They hurried down to meet the arrivals, accompanied by a handful of guards. The riders turned out to be men from the Stormlands, bearing a letter from one of Renly's former bannermen. They sought an audience with Mace Tyrell. Inside the keep's hall, the leader, Ser Harald of House Penrose, explained that Stannis' presence at Dragonstone troubled some Stormland lords. They knew House Tyrell had once nearly pledged to Renly, so they suspected the Tyrells might harbor resentment toward Stannis. Now, with the Orchard Alliance gaining ground, these Stormland lords wondered if they might ally with the Tyrell Stark cause instead of bending the knee to Stannis. But they demanded assurances that House Tyrell wouldn't force them into subservience or let them be devoured by Lannister reprisals. Margaery and Jon observed from the side while Mace Tyrell and Tarly spoke with Ser Harald. It was clear that the war's shifting lines gave a new chance for old loyalties to be tested. If the Stormlands joined the Orchard Alliance, the Lannisters would face an even larger coalition. But forging that unity required delicate promises. Mace Tyrell, cautious after the fiasco with Renly, probed Ser Harald's sincerity. Tarly insisted that these Stormland lords must accept the Orchard blockade and the leadership of House Tyrell in southern matters. Ser Harald asked what role King Robb had, and whether the Stormlands would be forced to accept the North's independence. It was a swirl of complicated demands and half-formed trust. Margaery stepped forward, using her calm demeanor to soothe tempers. "None here would forcibly subjugate the Stormlands," she assured the visitor. "We ask only for a common stand against Lannister tyranny and a recognition that the Orchard Alliance upholds certain principles: protection of the small folk, equitable sharing of resources once the war ends. The North has no designs on ruling the Stormlands, nor does House Tyrell. We seek an end to this cruel conflict." Ser Harald listened intently, exchanging a look with his companions. He admitted the Stormlands had grown weary of chaos. If House Tyrell and King Robb could offer stable governance, it might persuade them. But Stannis claimed the Iron Throne legally, so some lords hesitated to forsake a potential rightful king. Margaery suppressed a flicker of frustration. The intricacies of feudal loyalties never ceased. Yet she sensed a chance. Many in the Stormlands simply wanted to avoid the bleak fate of those who'd fought for Renly and found themselves cast aside when he died. House Tyrell's renewed strength at Bitterbridge, coupled with the orchard's symbolic flourish, might provide them the stability they craved. Ultimately, Ser Harald departed with cautious optimism, bearing a draft proposal for Stormland lords to consider. If the Stormlands accepted, they would join the Tyrell-Stark alliance in a defensive pact, promise not to ally with Stannis or the Lannisters, and keep their local autonomy. Margaery felt a glimmer of hope that more houses across the realm might choose alliance over subjugation. The Orchard vow, once just a personal bond, had begun to reshape the chessboard of war. Outside, as dusk fell, she and Jon strolled the courtyard. The sky flared in violet and orange, a gentle memory of the orchard's blossoms. Jon admired how the day's negotiations had concluded, but he tempered his praise with caution. If the Stormlands do join, it's another front that Joffrey can't count on. But we must be ready for a sudden shift. War changes alliances in an instant. Margaery pressed her arm into his. We keep watch. At least we no longer stand alone. Perhaps, if the Stormlands tip our way, King's Landing will feel hemmed in from every angle. The Orchard blockade remains a thorn in their side. She took a shaky breath. Sometimes I think about how Robert Baratheon, Ned Stark, and my father once navigated the rebellion, forging bonds that shaped the realm for decades. Now we're forging a new shape. If only it didn't cost so many lives. Jon softly agreed, recalling how many had fallen in the battles so far, good men and women snuffed out by the wheels of power. We have to ensure we shape something better. That orchard we long for, a kingdom that isn't forever at war. Maybe that's a dream, but dreams can matter. They continued talking as the final glow faded into night. Margaery's steps felt lighter, imagining a scenario where Lannister tyranny broke and the realm found some measure of peace. She knew the path was littered with pitfalls, yet with Jon at her side, she believed. They parted near the keep's entrance, each to separate duties. She gave his hand a final squeeze, a silent promise that they'd find each other again before sleep, sharing the comfort of unity in these uncertain hours. But the night did not remain serene. A breath before midnight, distant shouting broke the quiet. Margaery, half-dressed for bed, rushed into the corridor. Guards dashed past, lanterns bobbing in the dark. Jon appeared from the opposite end, blade strapped to his waist, hair tousled. They exchanged alarmed glances, then followed the echo of frantic voices toward the eastern battlements. The clamor intensified. Steel scraping on stone, urgent cries. Atop the walls, they found a cluster of archers peering into the gloom below. By flickering torchlight, Margaery glimpsed shapes moving beyond the fortress moat. Someone hissed, "Scouts! Saboteurs!" Another soldier muttered that they'd found men crawling through drainage channels, possibly aiming to infiltrate. Jon stepped forward, scanning the rampart. He quickly directed the archers to fan out, ensuring no corner lay unguarded. Ghost crouched near a crenellation, ears pricked, sniffing at the night air. Down below, moonlight revealed shadows scurrying into the reeds that flanked a shallow bend of the moat. The guards loosed a few arrows, but the intruders slipped away, leaving behind a single figure pinned by a shaft to the ground. Soldiers rushed to secure the captive. Jon muttered a terse command for caution. Margaery, heart thudding, watched as they hauled the figure up, ignoring his groans of pain. The flickering lanterns revealed a young man in dark leathers, no obvious sigil, though a faint lion motif on his belt suggested Lannister affiliation. A sergeant hustled the prisoner inside the courtyard. Jon and Margaery descended to question him. Blood smeared the man's leg where an arrow had punctured flesh. He trembled, pain etched into his face. "Who sent you?" Jon demanded, voice low. "We have no desire to kill you if you'll speak." The captive spat. "Better to die than betray my cause. The Orchard's days are numbered. You think you can choke King's Landing forever?" Margaery stepped forward. "We choke the Lannisters, not the city's innocent. You're a fool if you believe differently." But we can help that wound if you talk." His eyes flashed hate, but pain weakened his defiance. "We were told to gather intelligence. Maybe sabotage your stores, open the gates for a larger force. But your watch was too sharp." Jon's jaw clenched. Another infiltration attempt, just as they feared. "Are more coming? Or was this just a small band?" The prisoner grit his teeth. "Small band, for now. But bigger hunts are planned. You lot can't hold the orchard forever." Margaery signaled for the sergeant to secure the man in a guarded chamber, ensure he was treated so he didn't bleed out. She and Jon exchanged grim looks, realizing that the Lannisters had begun stepping up sabotage. This infiltration might be the first of many. The orchard blockade strategy was biting the crown deeply. Now King's Landing sought every means to break it. If such covert missions multiplied, the Orchard Alliance would be stretched thin trying to defend all corners. The rest of the night passed in sporadic alarms, though no more infiltrators were found. By dawn, Margaery felt frayed, as though the war's fangs sank deeper with each passing day. She found Jon in the courtyard, talking with Catelyn, Tyrell, and a group of outriders. They planned new patrol patterns, placing double watch on drainage channels and postern gates. The orchard blockade would remain, but infiltration attempts might intensify. If sabotage succeeded, it could ruin their supplies or poison wells. War was waged not just in open battles but in shadowy corners. Later that morning, Mace Tyrell called a short gathering. He announced a new directive. Each fortress and supply depot across the Reach would enhance security, coordinate watch rotations, and dispatch roving patrols to catch saboteurs before they infiltrated. Messages would spread to allied houses in the Stormlands, advising them of these tactics. Meanwhile, the orchard's core farmland near Highgarden would see new perimeter defenses. Lady Olenna's scribes had already begun forming volunteer militias among local peasants to spot suspicious strangers. Margaery and Jon approved. It was a sign the orchard vow reached deep into the southern populace. People wanted to protect their livelihood from a slow strangulation by cunning foes. Despite the ramped-up vigilance, pockets of normalcy refused to vanish entirely. Even in war, life insisted on continuing. Farmers still coaxed crops from the earth. Cooks in the fortress prepared stew from whatever local produce they had. Courtiers occasionally played music in the evenings, hoping to lift morale. Once, Margaery heard the soft notes of a harp drifting through the hallways and paused, letting the tune wash over her. She found the musician was a traveling bard, half-blind, who had wandered from village to village until seeking refuge with the Tyrell host. She offered him thanks and a small coin. The orchard might be overshadowed by war, but the human spirit endured in these small acts of grace. Another letter arrived from King Robb, praising them for repelling the infiltration attempts and urging caution. He was making slow gains in the Riverlands, capturing minor Lannister outposts, but Tywin's main force stayed elusive, neither risking open battle nor retreating fully. A stalemate loomed. Catelyn read the letter in a subdued tone, her gaze straying to Jon. They both knew that until a decisive stroke fell, the war could drag on for months, even years. In the midst of these concerns, Margaery and Jon carved out a rare afternoon to speak with wounded soldiers. She had insisted on checking the field hospital they'd established in one of Bitterbridge's outer baileys. Rows of cots housed men convalescing from the battle near the Rose Road. The memory of that bloody day still clung to them. Some men, bandaged and pale, managed hopeful smiles upon seeing Margaery, murmuring thanks for her kindness. Others asked Jon about the prospects of returning to the fight. Margaery watched him handle these conversations with quiet compassion, bridging the stoicism of a warrior with the empathy of a man who had tasted fear and grief. At one cot, they found a young soldier named Roland, a farmer's son who had taken up arms not out of love for war but out of duty to House Tyrell. He struggled with a badly injured leg. Margaery knelt, softly asking how the pain was. Roland's eyes flicked to her with gratitude. "Hurts something fierce, my lady, but the maester says I might walk again, if I rest properly." He tried a feeble grin. "I just want to see my mother's orchard once more." Jon placed a hand on the man's shoulder. You will. Focus on healing. Once the orchard is secure for good, you can return to it with your head high. His words rang with sincerity. Margaery felt a surge of warmth. This was the vow in practice, a promise to restore normal life to the orchard's sons and daughters. It wasn't about petty conquests, but about ensuring that Roland and others like him could farm in peace. The days slid into a hazy pattern of vigilance, supply management, and intrigue. Tarly's cavalry scouted the Rose Road at intervals, encountering minimal Lannister presence. The blockade showed results, with caravans rerouted or halted, while the capital's suffering reportedly grew. Margaery heard rumors of bread riots intensifying, and though she disliked the notion of any small folk starving, she knew the Orchard Alliance had little choice. The Lannisters would never capitulate if King's Landing remained comfortable. A part of her dreaded each new dispatch from King's Landing that might speak of brutal repressions. But she forced herself to remain steady. One evening, just as the lamps were lit in the keep's corridor, Lady Olenna arrived at Bitterbridge, escorted by a sturdy guard. The old matriarch insisted on traveling despite the hazards, wishing to consult face-to-face with Mace Tyrell and the Alliance's leaders. When Margaery heard her grandmother had arrived, she rushed to greet her in the fortress courtyard, concerned that such a journey might be too taxing. Olenna shrugged off the worry with a wave of her cane. I'm old, child, not dead. War doesn't wait for old bones to rest. Where is your father? I must speak with him about these infiltration attempts and the Stormlands overtures. Margaery led her to a smaller hall where Mace, Tarly, Jon, and Catelyn had gathered for an impromptu meeting. Olenna wasted no time, seating herself briskly. I've come to ensure we're not missing opportunities. The orchard blockade is crucial, but we should look for a finishing blow. Rumor grows that King's Landing teeters on the brink of chaos. If a well-timed push or internal uprising occurs, we might end the Lannisters' hold. Have you considered pushing a small, elite force near the capital, not to besiege it outright but to coordinate with any rebels within? That letter from a friend in the shadows might be key. Mace Tyrell leaned forward, pondering. A covert approach? Our numbers would be minimal, but if the city is truly near revolt, a small strike could sow panic among the Crown's men. Yet we risk losing that force if the gates remain in Lannister hands. We have no guarantee the city's walls will open to us. Tarly's face darkened. Our main strength is the orchard host. Splitting off an elite unit for infiltration is dicey, but perhaps a handful of cunning knights, guided by knowledge of secret routes, could slip in, link with these dissidents, and do serious damage. If they freed Sansa Stark or others, it might break the Lannisters' morale. We can't rely on chance, though. Jon considered quietly. I know some hidden paths out of the city from my escape. But infiltration is different from capturing or overthrowing a regime. If we coordinate with these shadows inside, maybe we can free hostages or spark an uprising, forcing the Lannisters to lose control. But I'd not place false hope in a single mission. War rarely folds that neatly. Olenna's eyes glittered. We keep it in mind. If the stalemate drags on, a bold stroke might end it. The orchard's people deserve an end, child. War is not a state we can endure forever. At that, Margaery felt gratitude that her grandmother's mind remained as sharp as ever. She looked at Jon, who nodded, both sensing that this infiltration scheme might eventually come to fruition. The rest of the discussion revolved around practicalities. Renewed guard patrols, the possibility of enticing more storm landlords. Olenna also met with the local stewards who handled supply lines, scolding them for lax records. Margaery watched the older woman's formidable presence, reflecting on how vital she was in keeping House Tyrell from fracturing under stress. If the orchard vow had roots, Olenna's iron will was part of the fertile soil that nourished them. In the following weeks, news drifted in from various corners. Stannis was said to be building a fleet at Dragonstone. Balon Greyjoy stirred on the Iron Islands, threatening the northern coasts. Tywin hovered near Harrenhal, fighting skirmishes with Robb's forces. The Orchard Alliance maintained the blockade, though some bold smugglers tried to run cargo up lesser rivers. Tarly's cavalry hunted them, capturing or sinking small ships. The Lannisters' anger seethed. Sporadic infiltration attempts continued, though none succeeded as thoroughly as the Orchard's defenders had dreaded. During this relative lull in large-scale hostilities, Margaery and Jon focused on strengthening the Orchard Vow's moral core. They arranged small gatherings where Tyrell bannermen and northern representatives shared stories, forging camaraderie beyond mere orders from above. Margaery orchestrated distribution of Orchard produce among the rank and file to remind them why they fought, for the Orchard's bountiful future. Jon, for his part, taught northern songs around the campfires, bridging differences of culture. The Orchard and the Wolf found a synergy that bolstered morale even as the war's grim realities hovered. Then, on a crisp morning that signaled autumn's approach, a raven arrived bearing the seal of House Tully. Catelyn opened it with trembling fingers, recognizing her brother Edmure's handwriting. The letter spoke of a significant clash near the Red Fork, where Robb's forces had finally cornered a segment of Tywin's troops. The North had scored a victory, capturing a Lannister cousin. Tywin himself, enraged, had pulled back further. Meanwhile, word from King's Landing rumored that unrest grew by the day. Bread riots were near constant, and discontent simmered among the gold cloaks, some of whom refused to keep slaughtering starving small folk. Catelyn relayed these tidings, her voice trembling with relief that Robb's fortunes remained positive. She smiled faintly at Jon, who felt a surge of pride for his brother's successes. Margaery placed a gentle hand on Catelyn's arm. It all points to the Lannisters losing their grip. Perhaps soon they'll be forced to negotiate or face total collapse. Olenna, who had remained at Bitterbridge for the time being, squinted at the letter. If Tywin withdraws entirely, Joffrey might be left with only the Kingsguard and whatever gold cloaks remain loyal. That could be the moment to strike. Or perhaps an internal uprising will do the work for us. We must keep watch for signals from that friend in the shadows. A chance might come swiftly. Margaery's heart fluttered. She didn't relish more violence, but if capturing King's Landing ended the war, then it would be a lesser evil. She thought of Sansa Stark, young and vulnerable under Joffrey's tyranny. Freeing her and all the others the crown held hostage was a promise they owed to Eddard Stark's memory. The Orchard Vow demanded not just that the Orchard lands be safe, but that cruelty be rooted out from the realm's heart. That same day, as the sun tipped past noon, Margaery and Jon sat beneath a canvas awning near the fortress's interior garden. This small garden served as a miniature echo of Highgarden's orchard, with a handful of fruit trees and a fountain trickling softly. Margaery had chosen this spot to share a rare moment of quiet. She poured watered wine for them both, then took a seat on a wooden bench. Jon, removing his gloves, rubbed his temples. Ghost lay curled at their feet, eyes half closed. Margaery spoke softly, mindful that watchers might lurk. "You've grown thinner," she observed, tracing a finger along his jaw. "All these burdens weigh on you. You carry so many responsibilities for the men, for the Alliance, for memory of your father." He closed his eyes momentarily, exhaling. "I do feel stretched, but so do we all. You have the Orchard's future in your hands, and half the realm's eyes on you. I can't imagine that's any lighter." She leaned close, pressing her forehead to his. "Sometimes it frightens me. I never asked to shape kingdoms, but I see no other way. We're bound to this vow, and I believe in it. If we can preserve a better future for these lands, for the North, it will be worth every sleepless night." He gently caught her chin and kissed her, a soft meeting of warmth that defied the war's chill. The fountain's trickle underscored the hush of that hidden moment, as though the Orchard's spirit whispered, "Hold fast, hold each other." When they parted, Margaery murmured, "Even if the city soon collapses from within, we must be ready to secure peace, not just conquest. The Orchard Vow means caring for what comes after." Jon nodded. "We'll not repeat the cycle of betrayal and backstabbing. If the Lannisters fall, we must show we stand for something better, a realm that doesn't devour itself. I imagine Ned Stark would say the same. And your grandmother, no matter her sharp tongue, also sees beyond mere power." They lingered in that oasis, the sunlight filtering through leaves overhead. For a time, they let themselves dream of a realm where orchard blossoms could bloom every spring without fear of war's ravages. Then, summoned by the responsibilities they could not escape, they rose. Duty awaited. The orchard vow might guide them, but it demanded tireless vigilance. That twilight, as they finished another round of meeting with quartermasters, a hush swept the fortress. A raven arrived bearing the Tyrell seal, but from an unusual location, a small holdfast near the Mander's lower course. The letter was short, penned hastily. To Lord Tyrell, Lady Margaery, and allies, we have intercepted an urgent whisper from King's Landing. A group within the city claims that if the orchard blockade continues just a bit longer, riots will reach a breaking point. They beg us to stand ready for a swift thrust to the capital. They will attempt to open a gate from inside when the moment comes. They say Joffrey's men can't hold the city if the people erupt. This message is uncertain, but we pass it on. If it's a trap, caution is advised. If genuine, we may see the Lannisters undone from within. Ser Alistair Flowers, scouting near the Mander. Margaery's pulse quickened. This echoed the letter from a friend in the shadows, suggesting an internal uprising in King's Landing. Could the orchard vow find its culmination in a decisive push on the capital, timed with the city's own revolt? Lord Tarly and Mace Tyrell both eyed the letter warily. Jon felt the tug of possibility. Redeeming Ned's memory by toppling the Lannisters from within sounded like the swiftest route to end the war. Yet everyone recognized the risk. If it was a trap, marching on King's Landing might lead them into a lethal ambush. Catelyn suggested sending swift riders to Robb so he could coordinate. If he advanced from the Riverlands at the same moment the Orchard Alliance pressed from the south, and the dissidents inside the city rose up, the Lannisters would be caught in a triple pincer. Lord Tarly remained skeptical but acknowledged that waiting forever had its own perils. Mace Tyrell, torn between caution and ambition, glanced at Margaery and Jon for their input. They conferred. The orchard vow was not about recklessness, but if this inside help was genuine, it could save countless lives by ending the war abruptly. Finally, a consensus emerged. Prepare an army to move within days, but wait for clearer confirmation. Scouts would push closer to King's Landing, carrying hidden signals to the dissidents. If a sign appeared that the city was on the brink, they would march. If not, they'd hold. Mace Tyrell placed Jon and Tarly in charge of mustering a strike force near the Rose Road, large enough to break through Joffrey's final lines, but not so large as to leave the orchard unguarded. Margaery would remain behind or follow at a safe distance to manage supply lines, while Catelyn advised and carried messages from Robb. Soon, the Orchard Alliance crackled with fresh tension. Men sharpened swords. Horses were readied. Wagons prepared to move. Everyone sensed a turning point. If the city truly erupted, the Orchard vow might see final victory, or they might ride into a cunning Lannister snare. Margaery felt her heart pound each time she locked eyes with Jon, wondering if the next farewell might be the last. But though fear threatened, she steeled herself with resolve. The orchard vow was meant for these exact crossroads. Time crawled, days blurred under frantic preparations. Then, near the week's end, another letter arrived, this one from an informant traveling with the Orchard Alliance's scouts. It reported that King's Landing was indeed boiling over with unrest. Bred riots, open defiance of gold cloaks, rumors that half the city's gates were undermanned. The letter stated that if the Orchard Alliance advanced swiftly, the conspirators inside would attempt to open a gate by night, letting them in. The letter used a code phrase matching the earlier message. The orchard's bloom is nigh. That same evening, Mace Tyrell summoned a final war council in Bitterbridge's Great Hall. Torches flickered on stone walls, painting the gathered faces in dancing shadows. Margaery, Jon, Catelyn, Tarly, Olenna, and other key lords listened as Mace read the letter. The hush was absolute when he finished. Olenna tapped her cane. "This is the moment, dear boy. Unless we're content to let the city fester further, now is the time to strike." Tarly exhaled. "We risk riding into a city of chaos, but that chaos might be our ally. If we time it well, The Orchard Alliance enters while the Lannisters scramble. We must coordinate with King Robb, ensuring Tywin doesn't fall upon us from behind. Catelyn held up a fresh dispatch from the north. Robb just pinned Tywin near Harrenhal again, enough that Tywin's movement would be slow. If Tywin tries to rush back to King's Landing, Robb can pursue. This might truly be our opening. Jon's pulse hammered. If we do this, we must move quickly in disciplined ranks. The Orchard vow stands for liberation, not a massacre. We should instruct our men to minimize harm to civilians. We come to free them from Joffrey's cruelty, not pillage the capital. Margaery lifted her chin. I agree. We must keep order. The Orchard vow is meaningless if we replace one terror with another. Let it be known that we march to break the Lannisters' hold and restore peace. If the gates open from within, we secure them, free hostages, and stabilize the city. Mace Tyrell looked at each of them in turn. Then we ride. The Orchard Alliance will gather a core force here. Lord Tarly leads the cavalry, Jon at his side. I'll lead the main infantry with Lady Margaery assisting. Catelyn, will you join us or remain to coordinate messages? Catelyn answered calmly. I will ride with you. If Sansa or Arya is inside that city, I want to see them freed. Olenna, with a faint smirk, said, I'll remain at Bitterbridge to manage the Orchard lands and keep watch for betrayal. I'm too old for the final charge, child, but you have my blessings. Thus, they finalized the plan. At dawn, the Orchard Alliance would march for King's Landing, relying on their hidden friends to open a gate. If it succeeded, they might take the city with minimal bloodshed. If it failed, they faced a brutal siege or a trap. But war's dice were thrown. Margaery and Jon clasped hands briefly before the council parted. Their vow led here to the capital's gates, the seat of the Lannisters' power. One more roll of fate might decide everything. Morning broke with banners rustling in a brisk wind. War drums sounded a low cadence. Squads of spearmen, archers, and cavalry mustered in the courtyard, morale heightened by the promise of decisive action. The Orchard vow's symbol, rose twined with wolf, fluttered beside the Tyrell and Stark sigils. Margaery felt each drumbeat reverberate in her chest. She mounted her mare, Evening Star, while Jon readied his gelding. Ghost bounded at their side. Catelyn and Tarly joined Mace Tyrell at the front, receiving salutes from lines of men. A hush of anticipation hung over them all. Margaery caught Jon's gaze amid the swirl of activity. No words were needed. They had come so far, tested by fire and steel. Now they rode to the heart of the realm. If the Orchard vow triumphed, the land might finally see an end to Joffrey's monstrous reign. The Orchard blockade had starved the city, rousing the small folk against the crown. Allies in the shadows would fling open the gates. It sounded like a dream or a cunning play, but the Orchard vow had taught them that even improbable hopes could flower if nurtured by steadfast hearts. At Mace Tyrell's shouted command, the Orchard Alliance marched. Hooves clattered on stone. Infantry boots pounded the ground. Wagons rattled with supplies. They left Bitterbridge behind, forging east along the Rose Road. Scouts ranged ahead, scanning for Lannister ambushes. The sun climbed higher, bathing them in autumn's golden glow. Hours passed in a steady rhythm, the men's spirits bolstered by the sense that they advanced not merely to fight but to liberate. Margaery and Jon rode near each other, exchanging quiet words about the Orchard lands left behind, how Lady Olenna would keep them safe. The Orchard vow was in good hands. 3 days of travel brought them within sight of the Crownlands. The Rose Road unfurled toward the distant walls of King's Landing. Smoke rose from the city in thin plumes, a testament to the restless riots within. Tarly's outriders returned with news that the outer farmland lay under poor guard. Only a few gold cloaks patrolled, and they scattered at the approach of a large host. Mace Tyrell ordered the men to advance carefully, camping out of immediate sight of the walls, waiting for nightfall. The plan hinged on stealth and cunning. At dusk, their hidden allies would signal whether the gate could be opened. If so, the Orchard Alliance would sweep in. Tension built like a thunderhead. Men whispered that they might be storming the capital by the next dawn. Some prayed for a quick victory, others feared a trap. Margaery worked tirelessly to keep them calm, reminding them that they fought to free the city's oppressed, not to raise it. She joined Jon in reviewing final instructions for each unit: archers to hold the perimeter, cavalry to exploit an open gate. The orchard vow shaped every order, emphasizing discipline, protection of civilians, no looting or torment. They would not become the monsters they opposed. Night fell with a waning moon. The Orchard Alliance's camp lay among rolling hills, a mile from the city walls. Torches were carefully shielded. The men spoke in hushed tones, nerves on edge. Jon and Margaery stood with Mace Tyrell, Tarly, and Catelyn near a vantage point. Through a spyglass, Tarly observed the city's gates. At the designated hour, they expected a signal, perhaps a lantern flash or some coded flicker. Each passing minute dragged in taut silence. Margaery's heart raced. Was this the pivot of the entire war? Suddenly, Tarly stiffened. There, a flash at the southern gate tower. Twice, then once. Mace Tyrell peered through the spyglass, confirming the pattern. The Orchard Alliance's inside allies had presumably taken control of that gate. Cheers rose among the watchers, stifled quickly so as not to betray themselves. Mace turned to Catelyn, who nodded. "We move now," she said. "We can't give them time to lose that gate. Forward quietly, then rush if we must." The Orchard Alliance roused in near silence. Cavalry readied, infantry assembled. Ghost prowled at Jon's side, a silent sentinel. Margaery felt her pulse thunder. She prayed no betrayal lay in wait. Within the hour, their columns approached the city's southern gate. Dim torchlight on the walls revealed shockingly few defenders. An abrupt shout rose from somewhere above, answered by the Orchard Alliance's clarion call. Then, as though the city had turned on itself, the gate creaked open from inside. For a heartbeat, the Orchard host hesitated, disbelieving. Then Tarly roared, "Advance! Secure the gate!" Horsemen surged forward, Margaery and Jon among them. The gate swung wide, revealing a cluster of ragged figures wearing improvised armor, beckoning them in. The Orchard Alliance poured through. No hail of arrows rained down, only pockets of gold cloaks who rushed to respond. But the infiltration had come too swiftly. Margaery glimpsed city dwellers in tattered clothes cheering the Orchard host, cursing Joffrey's name. The Orchard Vow's promise had found an echo here, in King's Landing's own angry hearts. Once inside, the chaos heightened. Streets twisted in gloom, with small folk surging out to watch or join the cause. Some gold cloaks flailed in disorganized resistance. Tarly's cavalry pressed them aside, aiming to reach the main thoroughfares. Mace Tyrell, directing infantry, called for discipline. Catelyn, on horseback, urged them to find the Red Keep. The Orchard Vow had no desire to let the city descend into anarchy, but their priority was to depose Joffrey and free any Stark hostages. Alongside them, men wearing no obvious sigil guided them, presumably the conspirators from the shadows, leading them around blockades. Jon's sword was drawn, though he dreaded using it on city defenders who might simply be following orders. Margaery rode at his flank, eyes scanning for danger. Ghost ranged ahead, startling the few gold cloaks who tried to rally. Cries of death to the false king echoed from alleyways. Flames flickered from some distant structure, riot or sabotage. The Orchard Vow advanced, funneling more men through the opened gate as the southern part of King's Landing fell under their control with astonishing speed. Near the Street of Flower, a band of gold cloaks attempted to form a shield wall, shouting that the Orchard traders must be driven out. Tarly's cavalry hammered the line from the flank. Margaery winced at the clash, but the Orchard Vow's momentum proved unstoppable. The gold cloaks broke, scattering. Small folk emerged, pelting them with stones. Freed of fear, the populace turned on their former oppressors. Margaery trembled at the raw fury unleashed. She prayed the Orchard Vow's instructions about protecting civilians would hold. War in city streets could become a bloodbath if not contained. Catelyn guided Margaery and Jon forward. "We must secure the Red Keep quickly, or else the city might dissolve into chaos." she urged, spurring her horse. A handful of orchard knights followed, forging a path through narrow streets. Rebels cheered them on. A swirl of burning debris choked one intersection, forcing them to backtrack. Margaery coughed in the smoke. Jon shielded her with his arm, guiding them around an alley. Each turn brought glimpses of turmoil. A looted guard post, a building ablaze, small folk chanting for the orchard's victory. Then, in the near distance, rose the Red Keep's outer walls, lit by torches and the glow of scattered fires. Soldiers in Lannister livery were massed at the main gate. Atop the battlements, crossbowmen aimed into the dark. The orchard vow faced a final stand. Tarly and Mace Tyrell arrived with fresh reinforcements, forming ranks along the wide courtyard before the gate. The Lannisters had not crumbled entirely. Margaery spotted the flicker of gold among them. Kingsguard, perhaps, loyal to Joffrey. This might be the war's apex. Orchard Alliance facing the last citadel of Lannister power, the once unassailable seat of the Iron Throne. Tarly bellowed for the orchard host to form up, shields interlocking. Arrows and quarrels hissed from the walls. Screams rose as orchard men fell. Mace Tyrell commanded the archers to return fire. Jon, sword ready, searched for a path. If only they could breach the gate or scale the walls from inside, they'd corner Joffrey. But the Red Keep had always been formidable. The Orchard Vow's conspirators had not seized this stronghold. They'd run out of help within. This would be a brutal push. Suddenly, a horn blast from the city behind them signaled that more orchard men had arrived. The watchers on the ramparts faltered at the sudden wave of fresh forces surging around the corners. Margaery spurred her horse to the side, scanning for an opening. She glimpsed a postern door at the far end of the curtain wall, seemingly less guarded. "Jon!" she called, pointing. He nodded, eyes narrowing. If they could slip a squad there, they might flank the defenders at the main gate. Catelyn overheard and signaled Tarly. He dispatched a contingent of orchard knights to follow Jon. Margaery insisted on accompanying them, despite Jon's worried glance. "You'll need me," she said firmly. "I'm done standing at a distance." Reluctant, Jon yielded. They led a group through winding side paths, forging across rubble-strewn courtyards. Crossbow bolts whizzed overhead, but the orchard squad pressed on. Ghost bounded ahead, sniffing at shadows, occasionally letting out a low growl that warned them of lurking Lannister men. They found the postern gate locked from within. A pair of guards in Lannister colors barred the way, startled by the orchard knights' sudden arrival. In a flurry of steel, Jon and the orchard men overpowered them, though one orchard knight took a spear to the shoulder. Margaery, breath-catching, assisted in dragging the wounded knight aside. With a battered iron key from one guard's belt, Jon unlocked the postern. The hinges squealed. Beyond lay a narrow passage leading into the Red Keep's outer yard. The orchard squad advanced cautiously, torches flickering. Shouts echoed from overhead battlements, where orchard archers now dueled with crossbowmen. Margaery held her breath, adrenaline spiking. This was the final stronghold of the Lannisters' rule. If they could open the keep from inside, Tarly's main force could flood in. At the corridor's end, a heavy wooden door blocked their path, presumably leading deeper into the fortress. They heard the clang of metal from beyond, defenders scrambling to hold this access. Jon hefted his sword, glancing at Margaery with fierce determination. Together, they pushed forward, orchard knights at their back. The door burst open as Lannister soldiers rushed in, swords raised. The clash was brutal in the confined space. Margaery stayed near the rear, heart pounding as orchard men locked blades with the defenders. Blood spattered the walls. Jon engaged a tall sergeant in gold-trimmed mail, their swords ringing. Ghost lunged, snapping at ankles. The orchard vow demanded they kill only out of necessity, but this battle left no room for mercy. The Lannisters fought with the desperation of cornered wolves. Finally, the orchard knights prevailed, forcing the Lannisters back or cutting them down. With the corridor cleared, they pressed on. Margaery tasted copper in the air, tried not to retch at the sight of fallen men. She reminded herself that each step might save countless lives if it ended Joffrey's tyranny. They emerged into a larger courtyard, part of the Red Keep's inner ward. Shouts of alarm rang. She glimpsed more gold cloaks rallying near a door that presumably led to the throne room. Could Joffrey himself be inside, cowering, or brandishing that cruel crossbow? Jon motioned Orchard Knights to fan out. If they could hold this courtyard, Tarly's main force could push from the outer gate. Margaery saw a battered portcullis mechanism in the wall. If triggered from within, it might open the Red Keep's main gate. She called out to a knight who understood siege machinery. He rushed to the mechanism, fiddling with gears. The Orchard Vow had the advantage of surprise. Another wave of Orchard men poured through the postern behind them, reinforcing the courtyard. Gradually, the defenders realized they were surrounded on two sides. Orchard squads inside and Tarly's men pounding at the main gate outside. A thunderous crash echoed as Orchard forces battered the main gate from without. Simultaneously, the Orchard Knight at the portcullis lever managed to shift the gears. With a groan of chains, the main gate parted. A roar of Orchard men flooded the courtyard, led by Tarly, Mace Tyrell, and Catelyn. The Lannisters in the yard reeled under the combined assault. Panic seized them. Some tossed down arms, crying for mercy. Others fought to the death. The Orchard Vow advanced methodically, subduing or slaying the last pockets of resistance. In the chaos, Margaery spotted a tall, blonde Kingsguard knight sprinting away through an arch, presumably to guard Joffrey or rally survivors. Jon locked eyes with her. They nodded as one. They had to see this through, find Joffrey or whomever commanded, and end the conflict. Racing after the fleeing knight, they wove through corridors draped with Lannister banners. A few Orchard men followed, but the winding halls soon parted them. Margaery's breath rasped in her throat. She prayed they wouldn't stumble into a trap. Ahead, the corridor widened into a grand hallway. Torchlight flickered upon marble pillars. Stained glass windows depicted Targaryen dragons, remnants of an older era. At the far end, a set of ornate doors, likely the throne room. The blonde Kingsguard stood before it, sword drawn, flanked by two more. One Orchard Knight at Margaery's side muttered in awe at the formidable sight. The Kingsguard wore shining plate, each ready to defend their liege to the last. Jon tightened his grip on his sword, stepping forward. "Stand aside," he said, voice echoing. "We have the city. Joffrey's tyranny ends now." The lead Kingsguard scoffed. "You come to murder a child king? No, we defend the throne. You Orchard traitors have no right here." Margaery met the man's cold gaze. "We come to free the realm from a false king who executed Ned Stark unjustly, who starves his own people, who murders for sport. Surrender. Save your lives." He spat. "I swore an oath. I'll not yield to traitors." Then the Kingsguard attacked with furious speed. The Orchard Knight at Margaery's side moved to block, but a swift slash cut him down. Margaery gasped. Jon sprang into action, clashing blade against the lead knights. The hallway resounded with steel. Another Kingsguard lunged at Margaery, but she dodged aside, her training and reflexes sharpened by war. She carried a dagger, but facing a fully armed Kingsguard was daunting. She backed up, hoping to keep him at bay. Ghost leapt, snapping at the knight's arm, forcing him to pivot. Jon fought with measured ferocity, remembering the Orchard Vow's purpose. He found an opening in the lead knight's defense, driving his sword beneath the arm joint. The Kingsguard gasped, eyes wide. Blood stained the polished white plate. He collapsed, sword clattering. Meanwhile, Ghost's intervention let Margaery's Orchard Knight land a strike on the second foe, though the Orchard Knight was wounded. The third Kingsguard pressed the attack, cornering Jon. Yet Jon sidestepped, parrying a downward slash. In a final thrust, he struck the knight's exposed visor slit, a blow that ended the fight. The hall fell silent except for ragged breathing. Heart-pounding, Margaery rushed to Jon's side. He stood unsteady, shoulders heaving from the battle, sword reddened. She touched his arm gently, relieved he still lived. The Orchard Vow demanded they not glory in bloodshed, but it had been kill or be killed. They turned to the ornate doors. No other defenders emerged. Carefully, they pushed the doors open. Beyond them lay the throne room, cavernous and silent. The Iron Throne loomed at the far end, made of twisted swords, a grim symbol of power. And there, near the base of the dais, crouched Joffrey Baratheon. He wore a crown askew, face pale, clutching a crossbow with trembling hands. 2 gold cloaks stood behind him, uncertain whether to flee or fight. Joffrey snarled, voice cracking, "You dare invade my city? I am your king." Margaery stepped forward, dagger in hand. "No, Joffrey. You lost the city the moment you starved and brutalized its people. The Orchard Alliance enters to free them from your cruelty." Joffrey's eyes blazed with fear and fury. "The Orchard? Stark's bastard whore? I'll kill you all." He raised the crossbow, arrow aimed wildly. But Jon, with reflexes honed by countless battles, lunged, sword flicking. The crossbow bolt went wide, thudding into a pillar. Joffrey stumbled, screaming as the tip of Jon's blade grazed his arm. The gold cloaks behind him dropped their weapons, hands raised in surrender. Joffrey shrank back, tears streaking his face. Margaery felt an odd pang. For all his cruelty, Joffrey was just a twisted boy taught to revel in power. She steadied her voice. "Where is Sansa Stark? Where are the others you hold captive?" Joffrey whimpered, blood trickling from his arm. "Gone. Sansa's locked in a tower, so she won't escape." "Aye!" A sudden clang behind them announced Orchard Knights pouring into the throne room. Tarly among them. Margaery and Jon stepped aside, letting Tarly seize Joffrey's arms, wrenching him upright. The boy king screeched, calling them traitors, flailing. Tarly pinned him with practiced efficiency. The Orchard vow had succeeded. The city was theirs, the Lannister king dethroned. Margaery exhaled a tremulous breath, relief mingling with heartbreak at the carnage outside. As Orchard Knights secured Joffrey, Margaery and Jon hurried to find the tower where Sansa might be. A gold cloak, cowed by fear, guided them. With a small group of Orchard men, they ascended winding stairs. At the top, they found a locked chamber. A single guard stood watch, but seeing Orchard arms, he surrendered. Inside the room, they discovered Sansa Stark, wan and trembling but alive. She shrank back at first, unsure if new tormentors had come. But when she recognized Jon, a flood of tears overcame her. Jon rushed forward, calling her name, arms open. Sansa collapsed into his embrace, sobbing. Margaery watched, eyes misty, recalling how Sansa's fate had weighed on them all. Sansa murmured, voice raw, "Is this real? Are you truly here, Jon? How did you?" He shushed her gently, smoothing her matted hair. "We came with the Orchard Alliance, Sansa. You're free now. The Lannisters, we have Joffrey in custody. The city is ours." A sob of relief, a second wave of tears. Margaery stepped forward, placing a hand on Sansa's shoulder, saying softly, "We've long waited to rescue you. King Robb and your mother rejoice. The Orchard vow guided us here." Sansa barely managed a nod, still trembling from the shock. Margaery's heart broke for this girl who had endured so much cruelty. She resolved that no one would ever harm Sansa again. They guided her downstairs, Orchard Knights clearing the way. In the throne room, Joffrey still ranted under guard, while Orchard men removed Lannister banners. Tarly demanded the gold cloaks lay down arms. The Red Keep belonged to the Orchard Alliance. Margaery saw tears shine in Catelyn's eyes as she beheld Sansa safe at last. A hush fell. War had not ended, but the seat of Lannister power had fallen. Outside, the city roiled, some celebrating, others fearful. But the Orchard vow had entered the capital triumphant. Jon wrapped an arm around Margaery's waist. "We did it," he whispered, voice thick with exhaustion. She nodded, tears glimmering. The Orchard vow, forged in Winterfell's godswood and reaffirmed in Highgarden, now carried them to the halls of the Iron Throne. A future free of Lannister tyranny beckoned. The Orchard lands, the North, perhaps the entire realm, might at last know a dawn without the shadow of war. Though challenges lay ahead, restoring order, negotiating new governance, ensuring Tywin didn't counterattack. This moment stood as a testament to unity. The Orchard vow had withstood every trial, culminating here in the capital's heart. In the Red Keep's courtyard, dawn brightened. Margaery and Jon stood among orchard banners, the city's battered small folk peering from windows. Freed gold cloaks cautiously joined them, uncertain but docile. As the sun's first rays touched the orchard's symbol, Margaery's gaze traveled to Jon. She recalled the orchard flowers at Highgarden, the northern snows he described, the vow they'd shared so long ago in quiet corridors. "We hold to that vow," she murmured. "For all that's come before, and all that must be rebuilt, the orchard stands." Jon pressed his forehead to hers. "Yes, and we stand with it. Always." Their clasped hands reminded them that they would face the realm's next challenges. Together, King's Landing might need healing, Tywin might yet try a counterstrike, and the Orchard Vow's ideals would be tested once more. But in that dawn, they tasted the promise of a realm not forever at war. A realm where orchard blossoms might bloom each spring, where a wolf and a rose could guide men from cruelty's darkness into a gentler sunlit path. And so, side by side, they stepped forward, forging a new day in the heart of the realm, certain that no matter the storms to come, their vow would endure. They emerged from the Red Keep into a morning awash with the color of possibilities. The high, slanting sunlight cut through the lingering smoke of the night's upheaval, revealing a city battered and exhausted. Along the streets leading up to the Keep's great gates, Orchard Alliance banners hung in place of the Lannister lion, each snap of cloth in the breeze marking a new order. Here and there, folk peered from windows or doorways, still wary. Others, emboldened by rumor and dawn's calm, ventured forth to confirm the swirling tales. Joffrey dethroned, the gold cloaks in disarray, a northern-southern alliance holding the city. For Margaery Tyrell, the morning air felt thinner, as though she could draw a full breath for the first time since the Orchard Vow had begun winding its way toward King's Landing. The city's oppression, long and intangible weight, now slid from her shoulders, but fresh burdens replaced it. Questions of governance, fears of a Lannister counterstroke, and the moral duty to guide a traumatized populace. She stood in the Keep's outer courtyard, where Orchard Knights had formed a makeshift perimeter. At her side, Jon Snow rested an arm across Ghost's broad back, his gaze sweeping the sprawl of rooftops below. "Word will spread quickly," Jon murmured, voice hoarse from battle. "The realm will know King's Landing has fallen. Tywin might respond soon." Margaery nodded. The Orchard Vow demanded they protect the small folk, not merely oust Joffrey. Ruling or reorganizing the capital would test them in ways that simple conquest could not. "Yes," she agreed. "We must ensure we hold the city with discipline. We can't let victory degenerate into chaos." A short distance away, Lord Tarly conferred with Orchard officers over the disposition of prisoners. The Lannisters who had not fled or died now faced captivity. Some gold cloaks were kneeling in lines, disarmed, while Orchard men discussed whether to let them rejoin under new command or keep them under watch. Mace Tyrell had retreated to the throne room, where a swirl of Orchard Knights stood guard, Joffrey having been taken deeper into the keep for safekeeping. The Boy King's shrill curses had given way to fits of frightened sobbing once he realized his power was gone. Catelyn Stark strode out from the keep's interior, leading Sansa. Though Sansa looked pale and still wore ragged garments from her confinement, she seemed steadier on her feet than before. A faint flush touched her cheeks when the Orchard Knights bowed in recognition of her status as King Robb's sister. Margaery crossed to meet them, extending a gentle hand. "Lady Sansa," she said, "I'm relieved you're free of that horror." A tremor quivered in Sansa's shoulders, but she met Margaery's gaze with genuine gratitude. "Thank you," Sansa replied softly. "You and Jon, everyone here. I only believed rescue might come in my hopes." The city felt so unstoppable. Jon stepped closer. Sansa turned to him, her voice trembling. "Arya, do you know if she's alive?" Jon's chest tightened. We don't know yet, he admitted. The last we heard, she escaped the city around the time father was killed. Robb's men have been searching. If she's out there, she may be under the protection of some loyal soul. I'm sorry I can't say more. Sansa exhaled, her eyes brimming. It's enough that you came. We'll look for Arya together. She glanced at Margaery again, a trace of wonder in her expression. They whispered that a Tyrell rose and a northern wolf had joined forces. I never imagined such a bond could dethrone Joffrey. Margaery gave a small, sad smile. We only did what was needed. Now we stand at the threshold of a new dawn, but it'll be fragile. We must rebuild. Keep the orchard vow. In the next hour, orchard officers fanned across the city's crucial points. The barracks near the Mudgate, the harbor district along the Blackwater, and the Great September of Baelor. Disorder persisted, with pockets of violence flaring where old resentments met suddenly lax authority. But orchard men carried the vow's code. No unnecessary bloodshed, no looting. Word traveled that the Orchard Alliance had come as liberators. Some small folk even hailed them as heroes, though others kept their distance, fearing any new regime might prove cruel. Margaery circulated among the Orchard Knights near the Great September, urging them to protect septons and supplies from ransacking. She listened to a harried septon describe how Joffrey had threatened to burn the sept if the faith defied him. The Orchard vow had arrived in time to avert that atrocity. Meanwhile, Jon checked in with cavalry units patrolling the streets, ensuring gold cloaks who surrendered were not mistreated. Occasionally, Orchard squads encountered Lannister loyalists barricaded in corners, but these groups mostly scattered or yielded. By midday, the Orchard Alliance had a tenuous grip on the capital. Margaery and Jon reconvened in the Red Keep's Grand Hall, where a temporary command center bustled. Catelyn hovered at a table layered with maps, speaking with Tarly about how to fortify the city's gates. Mace Tyrell paced at the far end, brow furrowed. He turned as they approached, relief flickering in his eyes. We're securing each gate, Mace said briskly. We'll keep strong patrols. The city is ours for now. But we can't assume the populace will remain calm. Margaery nodded, weary but resolute. We should offer them reassurance. If we present Orchard Alliance leadership that's fair, it might quell fears. Mace considered. Yes, let's gather the city's key figures. Guildmasters, septons, a few gold cloaks willing to be resworn. We can hold a short assembly, promise an end to cruelty. He hesitated, glancing at Jon. Also, we must decide Joffrey's fate. The boy is locked away in a tower cell with a few orchard guards. He rants about rightful kingship. I doubt we can simply free him. Jon's jaw tightened. Whatever we do, it must align with justice. He was no rightful king, but executing him without a trial might rouse sympathy from those still loyal to the crown. We've condemned the Lannisters for brutality. Let's not mirror it. Margaery touched Jon's shoulder gently. I agree. Father, we must treat Joffrey's crimes seriously, but fairly. A formal trial, presided over by recognized lords, might show the realm we stand for something better than savage vengeance. Mace let out a breath. Yes, a trial. So be it. If King Robb arrives soon, or if other southern lords come, we can assemble a proper tribunal. Let the Orchard vow remain a beacon of measured justice. Meanwhile, Joffrey stays confined. Tarly spoke up, voice firm. Tywin Lannister remains a threat. Even if his grandson is dethroned, Tywin might gather forces. We must hold King's Landing in readiness. The Orchard Alliance can't simply relax. Jon nodded. We'll fortify the city, yes, and keep sending ravens to Robb. If Tywin tries a swift counterattack, we'll rely on the city's walls. But if the city is starving, we must also bring in some supplies. We can't let the small folk starve under our watch. Margaery felt that last point keenly. The Orchard vow demanded a kind of stewardship. We open the roads from the Orchard lands under Orchard Alliance supervision, she said. Yes, we fought to starve Joffrey's regime, but now that the city is ours, continuing the blockade makes no sense if we wish to heal. Let the orchard flow in, feed the people. That might secure their loyalty. Mace's eyes brightened. An excellent idea. We can arrange guarded caravans from Highgarden, ensure no Lannister saboteurs intercept them. The city's small folk will see that House Tyrell and House Stark come not as conquerors but as saviors. Their course set, the Orchard Alliance spent the afternoon spreading calm. Margaery took part in a small, impromptu assembly at the Great September Square. Surrounded by Orchard Knights, she addressed a throng of nervous citizens. Onlookers included septas, market vendors, and men who once wore gold cloak uniforms. "We come not to destroy," she declared, voice echoing. "We remove the cruelty that held this city in fear. Now, with Orchard Produce and Northern Resolve, we can restore peace. Keep your homes safe. Do not turn on each other. A better dawn awaits if we stand together." Her words drew scattered applause and murmurs. She glimpsed tears of relief in the crowd. Some harbored anger for how the blockade had starved them. But seeing Orchard men vow to bring in new food, many softened. Old resentments lingered, but hope flickered. Meanwhile, Jon led a squad to subdue the last pockets of Lannister loyalists holed up in a barracks near the river gate. After a tense standoff, they surrendered. Jon's men escorted them to a makeshift camp for prisoners, ensuring no summary executions occurred. The Orchard vows discipline won grudging respect. By nightfall, the city lay mostly under Orchard control. Fires were doused. The frightened retreated indoors. In the keep's central hall, Margaery, Jon, Catelyn, and Tarly shared a simple meal. Sansa also joined, leaning tiredly against Catelyn's shoulder. Mace Tyrell popped in briefly, announcing that a courier had left to summon Robb. The young wolf, hearing that King's Landing had fallen, would surely hurry to secure or confirm the Orchard Alliance's triumph. All prayed Tywin would not strike the city in the interim. After the meal, Margaery escorted Sansa to more comfortable quarters, far from the cell where Joffrey had kept her. Sansa's gratitude was quiet, overshadowed by residual trauma. "One day, I'll wake up and truly believe this nightmare ended," she whispered. Margaery offered a comforting squeeze of her hand, promising that the Orchard vow meant caring for each soul battered by war. Jon, weary from the day's struggles, found Margaery late that night in a corridor overlooking the keep's gardens. They stood by a stone railing, the torches below flickering in rows, patrolling Orchard Knights pacing among hedges. The city's hush was eerie, and aftermath's calm. Margaery leaned her head on Jon's shoulder. "We've done so much," she murmured. "Yet it feels like a beginning rather than an end." Jon wrapped an arm around her waist, gazing at King's Landing's spread of rooftops, the silhouette of the Great September, the pitch-dark harbor. "It is a beginning. We must unify the realm, ensure no new tyrant arises. The Orchard vow must shape how we govern, not just how we fight." She nodded, exhaling softly. "What of Joffrey, the trial, and Tywin beyond our walls?" Jon's eyes were somber. "We handle each step carefully. If we hold a fair trial, let Joffrey face charges for Ned's murder and other crimes, the realm will see we're different from the Lannisters. As for Tywin, if he tries to storm the city, we can fortify. If he sues for terms, we consider them. The Orchard vow stands for justice, not endless revenge." Margaery's lips curved into a faint smile. "We'll do it together. The Orchard vow saved the city from Joffrey's cruelty. It can guide us now." They lingered there, finding solace in each other's presence amid the uneasy quiet. In the distance, the faint glow of scattered fires in outlying districts reminded them that not all corners of the city were stable. Still, King's Landing was theirs, if only they could hold it. Morning brought fresh tasks. Margaery met with septons and guild representatives to discuss distributing orchard produce as soon as caravans arrived. She designated orchard men to guard distribution sites, ensuring no black market or profiteering. The city's small folk, though hungry, responded with surprising order once they realized real food might come. Margaery's vow to feed them signaled the Orchard Alliance as more than occupiers. Jon convened Orchard Knights to patrol the walls. The city gates had to remain secure. If Tywin advanced, the Orchard vow must repel him. Messages flew to the Reach, instructing Lady Olenna to organize supply caravans and coordinate with minor lords. They'd keep the Orchard region stable while funneling aid to the capital. On the third day, an Orchard scout raced back from the Rose Road with news. A northern cavalry unit approached, flying the direwolf banner. Robb Stark's arrival. The Orchard Alliance assembled at the city gate to welcome him. Sansa, eyes bright with longing, insisted on coming. Catelyn too. Margaery and Jon joined them, Orchard knights lining the street as Robb rode in with a retinue of 50 men. Robb dismounted, scanning the city's battered streets with disbelief. "It's true, then," he said, voice subdued. "King's Landing. The Orchard vow has done what armies for years feared to attempt." Jon clasped Robb's arm, relief flickering. "It wasn't easy. We had inside help. The city rose against Joffrey. We arrived at the right moment. But your hold on Tywin at Harrenhal was a major factor." Robb's gaze shifted to Sansa, who stood trembling. Tears welled as brother and sister fell into an embrace. A hush fell among the Orchard knights, who recognized the raw emotion of a family reunion. Margaery watched with quiet sympathy, recalling how war had scattered the Starks. Sansa clung to Robb's cloak, sobbing. He stroked her hair, murmuring that he would never let her be taken again. Once the surge of emotion softened, Robb turned to Margaery, offering a solemn bow. "Lady Margaery, or perhaps I should say the Orchard's Rose, my thanks. You've saved my sister from an unthinkable fate. The North owes you a debt." She inclined her head. "We stand together, my lord. The Orchard vow was forged to end Lannister cruelty. Sansa's freedom is one step on that path." The entire retinue proceeded into the keep, where Mace Tyrell greeted Robb with formal courtesy. Tarly explained how the Orchard Alliance maintained order. Robb listened gravely. He then expressed relief that the city's fall had not devolved into a bloodbath. "It speaks to your discipline," he said. "Father would have approved." At mention of Ned Stark, a hush settled. Catelyn dabbed her eyes, Sansa standing close, and Jon bowed his head. Margaery felt the weight of loss overshadow the moment of triumph. They were all shaped by Ned's honorable legacy, fighting to restore justice. Perhaps they had taken the first real step toward that goal. They reconvened in the throne room, the twisted iron throne looming behind them. Joffrey was held elsewhere under close watch. The Orchard Alliance, and now Robb's men, stood along the hall's edges, battered Lannister banners torn down or replaced with Orchard sigils and direwolves. A hush fell as Robb approached the dais. Margaery and Jon flanked him. Sansa lingered with Catelyn, uncertain, glancing warily at the monstrous seat of swords that had once threatened her every day. Robb faced the throne, exhaling. "I didn't seek this seat," he said quietly. "The North named me king, but I never dreamed we'd stand in King's Landing. Now, with the Orchard Alliance, we hold the capital. But I do not want the entire realm as my domain." He turned to Mace Tyrell, Tarly, Margaery, Jon, and the Orchard Knights. "What we do next must shape the realm for a lasting peace, not endless war. We have Tywin yet to face and half a dozen other threats. But for now, this throne stands empty. Let us rule not by fear, but by something better." A wave of agreement murmured through the Orchard men. Mace Tyrell bowed to Robb, then to Margaery, clearing his throat. "We might keep a caretaker administration until Tywin's threat is settled. Perhaps the Orchard Alliance chooses a council to govern the city, feed the small folk, and arrange the trial for Joffrey. If we do so, the realm will see we take no single tyrant's place." Robb nodded. "Yes, a council, representatives from the Orchard vow, from the city's guilds, from the North, and from the faith. That might keep the capital calm." He glanced at Sansa. "Sister, I'd not burden you with governance, but your presence can assure the city that a Stark is part of the solution." Sansa nodded timidly, leaning on her mother's arm. At that moment, an Orchard knight entered, bowing. "My lords, my lady, word from the dungeons. Joffrey demands an audience, claims he'll speak. Should we ignore him?" Margaery and Jon exchanged glances. "He can't be allowed free rein. But we might glean something from hearing him, Jon reasoned. He might reveal whether Tywin or others planned some final cruelty. Robb shrugged. Let him be brought here under guard, but keep him shackled. We won't fear a caged lion cub. Shortly, a pair of orchard men dragged Joffrey into the throne room, wrists chained. His once regal clothing was soiled, his hair matted. Yet a flicker of arrogance remained in his sneer. As orchard knights forced him to kneel, he spat, "I am King Joffrey, rightful ruler by the laws of gods and men." Margaery kept her composure, stepping forward with Jon. "You have no claim," she said coolly. "Not after the cruelty you wielded, the father you murdered, the city you starved. We will convene a trial." Joffrey's eyes bulged. "Trial? Ha! This is my seat." He jerked his chains, glaring at Sansa, then at Catelyn, then at Jon. "You can't hold me forever. My grandfather will come. He'll burn your orchard, flay your wolves." Robb stepped in, voice firm. "Your grandfather might attempt rescue, but we're prepared. Meanwhile, you'll remain a prisoner of the Orchard Alliance. The realm will learn of your crimes." Joffrey snarled. "Lies. Everyone knows I was gracious. It's the Orchard blockade that starved the city." Margaery's stomach twisted at how he twisted facts, but she forced calm. "You starved them with your tyranny long before the blockade, Joffrey. Our blockade only prevented the crown from hoarding food while the small folk suffered." He spat at her feet. "Traitors, whore." In an instant, orchard knights yanked his chains tight, stifling further insults. Sansa trembled near Catelyn, unsettled by the boy who had tormented her for so long. Robb exhaled, addressing the orchard men. "Take him away. We'll schedule a formal trial once we've formed a proper council. Let him rot in the dungeons for now." Joffrey was dragged out, his curses echoing in the corridor. A hush lingered, the Orchard Alliance exchanging uneasy glances. The city's liberation had brought them face to face with the raw venom of the dethroned Child King. Margaery closed her eyes briefly, thankful that nightmare was contained. She prayed Tywin's vengeance would not topple their fragile victory. After a moment, Tarly cleared his throat. "Lord Tyrell, King Robb, we have stability in the city for the moment. Food caravans from Highgarden should arrive in a week. The Orchard vow stands. Let us see to forging that council." They moved from the throne room to a side chamber, where a large table had been cleared for planning. A swirl of orchard men, northern advisors, and a handful of city guildmasters joined. Margaery recognized the master of the Baker's Guild, still anxious from months of Joffrey's oppression. Another figure was a septon from the Great September, wearing a threadbare robe. They hovered uncertainly, unsure whether to trust these new lords. Robb took the lead. "We propose a king's council, though not for a king, rather, for the Orchard Vow's stewardship of the city. Representatives from the Orchard Alliance, the Faith, the guilds, and from the city's watch, once reformed, will ensure fairness. We must see that there's no renewal of tyranny." Margaery rose, speaking gently to the guildmasters. "Your city endured horrors under Joffrey's reign. We aim to rebuild trust. The Orchard Vow stands for life, not oppression. We welcome your input on distributing the new supplies so no one starves." The guildmasters, exchanging glances, nodded cautiously. One of them, a middle-aged man with a flourish of mustache, said, "If you truly feed us and end the random cruelty, you'll find the city's trades support you. But we fear Tywin's wrath." Jon answered, voice measured, "We're prepared. The Orchard Alliance has the city walls, and we expect reinforcements. Tywin can't starve the city as we did. We'll hold. And if the people stand with us, we can't be undermined from within." Catelyn chimed in. "The Orchard Vow means that, once the war ends, the city and realm transition to stable governance. We have no interest in an endless occupation. The realm has endured too much blood." That last statement eased some tension. The guildmasters and Septon agreed to join the proposed council, though they asked for explicit assurances that old Lannister loyalists would not be persecuted blindly. Margaery granted them that guarantee: no blanket punishments, only a fair trial for the worst crimes. The Orchard vows justice would not replicate Lannister vengeance. Days ensued where the Orchard Alliance worked tirelessly to restore normalcy. Margaery oversaw the distribution of small amounts of orchard produce already trickling in from the Reach. She walked among the markets, orchard knights standing guard as merchants reopened stalls. The city's mood shifted from fearful shock to cautious optimism. People whispered that maybe these orchard folk, with their vow, truly meant to protect them. Jon threw himself into reorganizing the city watch. He found a few honest gold cloaks who despised Joffrey's cruelty and reswore them to orchard principles. Others, too corrupted, were imprisoned or exiled. Meanwhile, Tarly set up archers on the walls, ensuring no infiltration or sabotage threatened. The Orchard vows discipline again made an impression on city dwellers. In the evenings, Margaery and Jon would meet in the keep's smaller halls with the new council members, hashing out procedures for a city tax that didn't burden the starving. The master of coin post had belonged to a Lannister crony who fled, so for now, an orchard steward oversaw finances, with input from guildmasters. Sansa occasionally joined them, quietly absorbing the swirl of governance. She took small comfort in tasks like reviewing lists of distributed rations, wanting to help mend the city's wounds. Despite these earnest efforts, war's shadow loomed. Tywin remained free, and fresh word arrived from the Riverlands that he seemed to be massing troops near Harrenhal. A raven from Robb's men reported sightings of Lannister banners in unexpected concentrations, hinting Tywin might attempt a forced march to King's Landing. The Orchard vow braced for a siege. Mace Tyrell ordered Tarly to station cavalry along the Rose Road to hamper Tywin's approach, if he dared. Margaery trembled at the possibility that the Orchard vow would have to defend the city against Tywin's armies. Late one night, Margaery found herself in the keep's old solar, standing at a window that overlooked the city's rooftops under a half-moon. Lantern lights twinkled in pockets, fewer than in peacetime, yet enough to show that people lived and breathed in those winding lanes. The Orchard vow had saved them from Joffrey's cruelty. Now Tywin threatened. She almost felt that if she closed her eyes and listened, she could hear the orchard's quiet rustle from far away, reminding her of the vow's purpose. A soft knock drew her from reverie. She turned to see Jon entering, a candle in hand. "You're up late," he said, stepping inside. Ghost waited in the corridor. "Couldn't rest." She smiled wryly, pushing hair back from her face. "Too many thoughts. I keep replaying the chance that Tywin might arrive with thousands of men. This city, so scarred already, might see another inferno." Jon set the candle on a side table. "If Tywin comes, we'll hold. The Orchard vow has the city's walls, the people's favor. We can endure a siege better than Joffrey did. We can rely on supply lines from the Orchard region. And if the city's small folk truly stand with us, Tywin won't find it easy to conquer." She nodded, though a quiver of anxiety remained. "I believe that too, or want to, but war has taught me never to assume safety. We must remain vigilant." Jon slid closer, taking her hands in his. "We'll remain vigilant, yet we must also let ourselves feel the hope we've earned. We freed thousands from Joffrey's tyranny, saved Sansa, and formed a council. That's no small feat." A gentle hush lingered. She leaned into him, drawing warmth from his presence. The candle's glow cast their shadows against the old tapestries, none of which showed orchard images. Another epic's artistry, overshadowed by a new vow. The Orchard vow promised life, yet the realm was not done with death. At length, Margaery exhaled. "Yes, we must carry hope. Tomorrow we continue fortifying, distributing food, and maybe in time hold that trial. Joffrey remains in a cell, but he's still a symbol of everything the Orchard vow rose against." Jon's gaze flickered. "The trial, we need lords from across the realm to witness it, so no one cries foul. Perhaps once the city's stable, we call them. If Tywin tries to rescue his grandson, we confront him. If not, the realm sees the Orchard vow's justice." She squeezed his hands. "We'll shape a realm we can be proud of. The Orchard vow demands it." Dawn found the Orchard Alliance's men already on the walls. Tarly declared the city gates must stay shut except for controlled trade. He left a small opening at the southern gate for orchard caravans to enter. People busied themselves clearing rubble, extinguishing any leftover fires, and continuing to sweep for Lannister loyalists. The new watch performed admirably, though tension remained. If Tywin advanced, they'd see dust clouds on the horizon. Near midday, the orchard's first substantial caravan rolled in. A line of wagons laden with grain, fruit, salted meats, escorted by Tyrell knights. Cheers erupted along the streets as the wagons trundled toward designated distribution centers. Margaery rode beside them for a short distance, ensuring the orchard vow's presence. The small folks' faces lit with cautious jubilation. So much had changed in mere days, from hunger and fear to the prospect of actual nourishment. She paused by a bustling square, where orchard men organized a ration line. A local man with a tattered cloak stared at her, eyes brimming, then sank to his knees. "My lady," he whispered. My children, thank you." She gently urged him to stand, telling him no one need kneel to the orchard vow. Jon arrived soon after, bearing news that the harbor might reopen for essential shipping under orchard supervision. Step by step, a battered capital started to function again. Yet that same afternoon, an orchard scout arrived breathless at the gates, reporting that a Lannister host was sighted heading south from Harrenhal, possibly 2 weeks' march away. The orchard vow braced for a siege. Tarly had orchard knights position extra ballistae on the walls, stored the new grain in deep cellars to withstand a prolonged blockade, and readied watchers on every gate. Robb's men and orchard men mingled in regiments, each side forging a cohesive defense. Despite the looming threat, life endured. Margaery took Sansa to the keep's old library, letting her find some measure of solace among dusty tomes. The girl found a volume describing the histories of the 7 kingdoms before the Targaryen conquest, losing herself in old tales. Meanwhile, Catelyn joined orchard men in the courtyard for regular announcements, so the city's populace knew exactly what the new administration did. The orchard vow sought transparency, a stark contrast to the Lannisters' secret cruelty. On the 7th day after capturing the city, Margaery convened a meeting of the newly formed council in the throne room, albeit the dais no longer showcased the Iron Throne as the seat of absolute power. Instead, a simple table was set near the throne. Around it sat Robb, Mace Tyrell, Tarly, Catelyn, a half-dozen city representatives, and Jon. Joffrey, conspicuously absent, remained in the dungeons. They debated the timeline for his trial. Some insisted on immediate proceedings, but others argued key lords, like those from the Stormlands or the Riverlands, should attend, as well as Lady Olenna representing the orchard's homeland. They agreed to wait at least 2 weeks, ensuring enough time for envoys to gather. In the interim, Joffrey's conditions would remain humane but secured. Next, they discussed the uncertain stance of the Iron Throne itself. Robb once again declared he would not sit there. The orchard vow envisioned a different future, perhaps where the North remained independent and the rest of the realm found a new equilibrium, maybe under a reformed monarchy or something else. Margaery recognized the complexities. They had dethroned Joffrey, but not crowned another. The orchard vow fought tyranny, not just one tyrant. At the close of the council, Margaery stepped outside the Red Keep onto a high terrace. The midday sun fell on the city below, the roofs now less weighed by dread. Yet tension remained. She sensed someone approach, turning to see Sansa, who wore a borrowed gown of pale blue courtesy of orchard seamstresses. Sansa's expression was pensive. "Lady Margaery," she said softly, "I want to help. I can't fight with swords, but I can speak to the city's people, show them that we Starks support the orchard vow. Perhaps it'll reassure those who feared the blockade." Margaery reached for her hand, heart warmed by the girl's resolve. "Yes, Sansa, you can speak for the North's grace. Promise them we won't abandon the city to a new wave of cruelty. The orchard vow belongs to everyone who believes in it. We need every voice." Sansa managed a small smile. "Thank you. I'd never have believed I could do such a thing, but the city must know we aren't monsters." In the days that followed, Sansa joined Margaery on short visits to market squares, each speaking gentle words about the orchard vow's fairness. The presence of a Stark woman, once Joffrey's prisoner, helped quell suspicion. Meanwhile, orchard caravans kept arriving, distributing more food. The city's mood cautiously brightened, though rumors of Tywin's approach stoked fear. Some nights, orchard knights glimpsed signals from watchers outside the walls. Lannister scouts probed the roads. A confrontation loomed. At last, near the 14th day, horns blared from the walls. Dust rose on the Rose Road horizon. The Orchard Alliance prepared for the worst, but soon discovered it was not Tywin but Lady Olenna herself, escorted by a modest but formidable guard. She arrived at the gate, was recognized, and welcomed inside. Her sharp gaze took in the city's battered state. As Orchard Knights bowed, she waved them aside with typical impatience. Margaery, hearing of her grandmother's arrival, hurried down to greet her with relief. Olenna was spirited, though the journey taxed her. She scolded Margaery for not sending more regular updates, then demanded to see how the Orchard Vow managed the capital. Mace Tyrell joined them, offering a proud overview. Olenna sniffed as she listened, retorting that they must remain wary of infiltration. She asked about Joffrey's captivity, the supply lines, the reorganization of the City Watch. Margaery answered each question. Finally, Olenna gave a curt nod. "It seems you've done adequately, child. This city needed a firm but fair hand. The Orchard Vow might provide it, if Tywin doesn't ruin everything." That afternoon, a second messenger galloped in, announcing Tywin's army was only days away, possibly less. The Orchard Vow braced for war. Tarly and Orchard men manned the walls. Robb assigned some northern soldiers to sally out if needed, coordinating with cavalry. Margaery felt the city's tension simmer anew. The Orchard Vow had undone Joffrey, but the realm's greatest warlord still approached. Evening brought a council of war in the keep's hall. Olenna, Mace, Robb, Tarly, Catelyn, Margaery, and Jon circled a map of the Crownlands. Reports indicated Tywin had perhaps 15,000 men, still formidable. The Orchard Vow had a slightly smaller force, but they held the city's walls, plus the city guard. The question was, would Tywin assault them directly, or try to starve them? Robb mused. "He can't easily starve us if orchard caravans slip in from the south. We can hold. If he assaults, we have the advantage of fortified walls. Could he attempt subterfuge, bribes, or inside help? We must remain vigilant. But if we hold him here, the north and orchard lands remain free of his threat." Olenna's cane tapped the floor. "Exactly. We let him come, break himself on the city's defenses. If he starves for a fight, we meet him with arrows from the ramparts." Catelyn added, "We might also consider sending envoys. If Tywin is rational, he could be forced to negotiate, seeing the capital lost." Jon frowned. Negotiation might lead to peace if Tywin's pride doesn't blind him. The Orchard Vow stands for an end to bloodshed, if possible. But we can't trust Tywin not to try deceit. Let's prepare for siege or battle, but remain open to parley. They agreed. By dawn, watchers reported Tywin's vanguard had reached a broad plain north of the city, pitching tents. The Orchard Vow's archers manned the walls, the city gates barred. Tarly rode out with a small escort, observing from a distance. He returned with the news that Tywin's main host was close behind, preparing a full encampment. Tension in King's Landing soared. The Orchard Vow urged calm among the populace, reminding them food was available. That afternoon, a Lannister herald approached, bearing a white flag. Tarly, Robb, and Margaery met him outside the gate under Orchard Guard. The herald read a proclamation. "Lord Tywin Lannister, Warden of the West, demands the immediate release of King Joffrey Baratheon, the lifting of the Orchard blockade on all Crownlands, and the withdrawal of the Orchard Vow from King's Landing. Failure to comply means war." Margaery felt a pang of disgust, recalling how Joffrey had never truly been rightful king. Robb answered coldly, "Joffrey stands accused of murder and other crimes. The Orchard Vow will not yield the city. If Tywin wants a full war, let him come. We stand behind these walls, but we are open to negotiation if he'll accept terms." The herald blanched but repeated Tywin's threat, then departed. Tarly grimaced. He might attempt a direct assault or a lengthy siege. We must be ready. And so the Orchard Vow prepared for another test of steel. Over the next days, Tywin's army formed a massive ring around the city's northern and western approaches. The Orchard Vow's southern gate remained open for orchard supply lines. Tarly placed archers and ballistae on every rampart. Catapults were readied within the city's walls, stones piled high. Margaery oversaw the distribution of rations, ensuring the city's people might last a siege. She prayed no storms or disease ravaged them. At last, near the 8th day of standoff, Tywin signaled a request for parley. The Orchard Vow's leaders agreed, meeting in a no-man's land beyond the walls. Mace Tyrell, Robb, Tarly, Jon, and Margaery rode out under orchard banners. Tywin arrived with a handful of Lannister knights. No one smiled. The space crackled with tension as orchard men glared at gold lions on Lannister surcoats. Tywin dismounted. His face was a mask of austere pride. He surveyed the orchard group with cold eyes, lingering on Margaery. "So House Tyrell betrays the crown," he said. "You deliver the capital to the north and hold my grandson captive. I expected more cunning, Mace." Mace Tyrell bristled. "We stand with the Orchard Vow, forging a realm free of your cruelty. Joffrey was no rightful king, and the city rose against him. We ended his tyranny." Tywin's lip curled. "Tyranny? Ah, the orchard blockade starved thousands. Now you claim moral high ground." Robb folded his arms. "We do. This blockade ended so we might feed them once Joffrey fell. Your grandson murdered Ned Stark, tortured innocents, let the small folk starve while feasting in the keep. And you unleashed war upon the Riverlands." Tywin's eyes flashed. "A king must quell traitors. My grandson's methods were harsh, but we cannot have half the realm rise in rebellion. Release Joffrey, vacate King's Landing, and the realm might find peace. If you refuse, I break your Orchard Vow by force." Jon stepped forward, refusing to be cowed. "Joffrey stands accused of murder and cruelty. He'll face a fair trial. If you want peace, accept that he must answer for his crimes. If not, try to storm the city. You'll fail." Tywin studied Jon with contempt. "You, Ned Stark's supposed bastard, now playing hero. A trial is meaningless. We do not bargain with traitors. The Orchard Vow is a band of upstarts." Margaery's blood ran hot, but she kept her voice even. "We're done bandying insults, Lord Tywin. If you wish to negotiate, do so earnestly. If you demand we free Joffrey and yield the city, the answer is no. Your threat of war doesn't frighten us. This city stands behind orchard walls and orchard hearts." Silence stretched. Tywin's fists clenched. He realized orchard discipline held the advantage. Breaking King's Landing by force would cost him thousands of lives. The city's defenders had archers, ballistae, enough provisions to withstand a siege. The Orchard Vow's moral stance also swayed the small folk. He couldn't rely on infiltration or sabotage as easily. At last, Tywin exhaled, controlling his fury. "If you will not yield Joffrey, perhaps we discuss terms for a settlement. But I demand my grandson's safety. If you dare harm him, I'll raze the orchard to the ground." Robb nodded curtly. "We have no intention of harming him before trial. Meanwhile, the Orchard Vow ensures the city's welfare. We propose you withdraw your host a safe distance. We might discuss a final arrangement, possibly the realm's future monarchy or structure, so we end this war." Tywin's gaze flickered. "An interesting notion. I will not cede Joffrey's birthright, but if you treat him as a lawful prisoner, I might consider a partial withdrawal while we negotiate. Let me speak with my captains." They parted in a swirl of uneasy possibility. Margaery exhaled as she rode back, her heart pounding. Tywin's pride was ferocious, but he must see the Orchard Vow's position was strong. A final pitched battle might break both sides. Perhaps the Orchard Vow's moral stance, their vow not to replicate Lannister cruelty, would force Tywin to the table. If so, the realm might see peace after so much blood. Days of tense negotiation followed, with envoys passing between the Orchard Alliance in King's Landing and Tywin's camp outside. Tywin demanded the Orchard vow relinquish claims on the Iron Throne. They insisted Joffrey stand trial. Tywin balked, calling it an insult to his family's honor. The Orchard vow refused to relent. Meanwhile, Orchard watchers ensured no stealth attack crept in under the cover of night. The city's gates remained shut except for Orchard caravans. At last, near 2 weeks from Tywin's arrival, an agreement took shape, a partial stand down. Tywin withdrew his main camp several miles away, halting an immediate siege. The Orchard vow prepared to hold a trial for Joffrey in public, with lords invited to witness. Tywin might attend or send representatives, ensuring a fair hearing. If the Orchard vow executed Joffrey without trial, Tywin threatened war. But if the trial was just, he implied readiness to abide by the verdict, so long as Orchard men guaranteed no torture or extrajudicial killing. Margaery recognized the risk. Tywin's grudging acceptance might be a ploy, stalling for time, but at least it postponed a massive assault. The Orchard vow had shown that brute force alone might not end the war swiftly. They pinned hopes on a lawful judgment of Joffrey's crimes, believing the realm's lords could not defend him once the evidence was laid out. If Tywin refused to accept that outcome, the Orchard vow would stand firm behind the city's walls. As the city braced for this unprecedented trial, couriers raced across the realm, inviting major houses to witness. Some might demur, but the Orchard vow insisted the realm see that they did not stoop to Lannister barbarity. Margaery oversaw plans for a large, open-air gathering in King's Landing's main courtyard, so commoners might watch. The Orchard vow's cause was popular among the small folk by now. They had never truly loved Joffrey. If the Orchard vow's justice shone bright, any attempt by Tywin to disavow the verdict might shatter Lannister credibility entirely. Time passed in a strange lull, no open war, but no lasting peace. The Orchard vow fed the city, patrolled the streets, and watched Tywin's camp from the walls. Lords trickled in from the Stormlands, the Reach, even some from Dorne, each curious whether the Orchard vow truly offered a new future. The northern lords allied with Robb also arrived, lodging in King's Landing's half-ruined mansions. Tensions flared occasionally between Orchard men and resentful Lannister loyalists, but the vow's discipline mostly kept calm. One dusk, Margaery stood with Jon on a balcony overlooking the courtyard, where workers set up wooden benches and a raised platform. Preparations for the trial. She felt a swirl of apprehension. So many powerful figures in one place, she said. If Tywin tries to sabotage this, chaos might ensue. Jon nodded. We'll maintain strong Orchard guard. If Tywin wants to attack, he'd have to do it in front of everyone. That might break whatever legitimacy he clings to. He might prefer to see if the trial spares Joffrey or imposes a lesser punishment. Margaery sighed. He might be disappointed. The evidence of Joffrey's crimes is vast. Sansa's testimony alone condemns him. Your father's murder. So many testimonies from small folk who saw how he tormented them. Jon pressed a comforting hand to her shoulder. We only present the truth. If Tywin rejects it, so be it. The Orchard vow stands for justice. Let the realm see the difference between us and Lannister tyranny. At dawn the next day, a hush blanketed King's Landing. The Orchard vow's banners fluttered in a crisp breeze. People gathered, curiosity mingled with dread. Margaery dressed in a subdued gown, the Orchard rose stitched near her heart, the dire wolf near her sleeve, symbolic of the vow that had guided them. Jon wore plain leathers with Orchard colors. They joined Robb, Catelyn, Mace, Tarly, and others in the courtyard, where a large dais had been erected, overshadowed by the keep's tall walls. Guards ushered Joffrey from the dungeons, shackled at wrists and ankles. He looked pale, eyes darting nervously. Tywin arrived with a small entourage, face an inscrutable mask. He did not greet Joffrey, but stood near the dais. Sansa clutched Catelyn's hand, trembling, ready to testify. Dozens of lords and knights formed a ring. The small folk crowded behind a rope line, orchard men keeping order. A hush as thick as the smoke of war settled when Tarly, acting as presiding official, stepped forward. Lords, ladies, and folk of King's Landing. He began, voice carrying. We stand for a trial of Joffrey Baratheon, formerly called King. Here we weigh charges of murder, cruelty, and treason against the Orchard Vow's rightful cause. Let all speak truly, so the realm may see justice done. A line of witnesses followed. Sansa testified to Joffrey's torments, how he forced her to watch her father's execution, threatened her life often. Tears glistened as she recalled the day Ned was killed upon Joffrey's whim. Another witness was a city guard who recounted Joffrey's orders to punish small folk harshly. A trembling baker told how Joffrey once had his men flog a child who spilled a morsel near the keep's gate. The Orchard Vow let each speak, no matter how damning. Joffrey snarled denials, calling them liars, occasionally shouting for Tywin to intervene. But Tywin stood silent, arms folded, face tight. He recognized the realm was watching. If he stormed out or threatened violence, it confirmed the Orchard Vow's narrative. Tarly invited Joffrey to present evidence in his defense, but the boy only ranted about rightful kingship, demanding release. No one came forth to support him. Even the few Lannister loyalists present seemed reluctant to speak, fearful of the Orchard Vow's wrath or ashamed. Near the end, a hush fell as Jon delivered brief testimony about Eddard Stark's murder, how Ned was threatened in King's Landing's dungeons, forced into a false confession. Jon's voice shook. He was a just man, a father to me. Joffrey's whim ended his life. We gather here so the realm never again bows to such whim. Margaery watched Tywin's expression flicker with the faintest trace of discomfort. He'd known Ned Stark once. Perhaps memories of that old war pressed on him. The Orchard Vow had laid out an undeniable tapestry of cruelty, from small outrages to monstrous executions. At last, Tarly consulted with Mace, Robb, and a few others. They conferred quietly, then Tarly stepped forward. The evidence is overwhelming. Joffrey Baratheon caused the wrongful death of Lord Eddard Stark, terrorized innocents, starved the city, and ruled by cruelty. The Orchard Vow's code demands justice. We sentence Joffrey Baratheon to forfeit all claims and titles. For his crimes, the Orchard Vow pronounces a sentence of death, to be carried out swiftly unless the realm's lords unify behind an alternative punishment. Does any speak for clemency? A weighty silence. Tywin's gaze smoldered, but he held his tongue. He recognized the city's mood. Defending Joffrey publicly would spark fury, might tear any negotiation to shreds. A few lesser lords shuffled, uncertain. Joffrey shrieked in fear, chains rattling. The Orchard Vow's watchers remained impassive. Margaery's heart pounded. She despised the wanton cruelty Joffrey inflicted, yet taking a life, even his, was no small matter. She glanced at Jon, reading the tension in his stance. Then, unexpectedly, Tywin strode forward. The Orchard men bristled, hands on hilts, but Tarly raised a hand, letting him speak. Tywin's voice was hard. My grandson stands guilty, that much is clear. Yet, Orchard Vow, if you kill him, you set a precedent of slaughter. I propose an alternative. Lock him away at the wall, forced to serve the Night's Watch, never to threaten this realm again. A stir swept the crowd. Margaery and Jon exchanged startled glances. Exile to the wall for Joffrey? The Orchard Vow had pledged a better justice than wanton death. But the North also considered the Night's Watch a sacred order, ill-suited for a monstrous boy-king. Robb's eyes narrowed. The wall is not a dumping ground, he said. The Watch demands men of honor, men seeking to atone or forced by tradition. But Joffrey's presence might cause turmoil. Tywin pressed on, ignoring Joffrey's shrill protests. If the Orchard Vow truly abhors cruelty, spare his life. Imprison him in black, stripped of rank. Let him freeze beyond the wall. You want to claim you are not tyrants? Show mercy. A hush. Some Orchard men whispered that Joffrey deserved the sword. Others recalled that mercy might confirm the Orchard Vow's moral high ground. Sansa trembled, tears streaming, uncertain what to want. Margaery swallowed hard, sensing the realm's eyes upon them. Jon spoke up softly. "I was once bound to join the Night's Watch. It is not a place for kings, but if it spares the realm further bloodshed, we might consider it. However, it's not purely our choice. The Lord Commander of the Watch must accept him, and Joffrey must never again leave that duty." Tarly looked at Mace, at Margaery, then at Robb. Tension crackled. Tywin's gambit was clear. Keep Joffrey alive, possibly as a distant piece in future intrigues. But the Orchard Vow's vow of justice did not relish an execution. After a moment's hush, Mace Tyrell turned to Robb, inclining his head in deference. Robb measured Tywin's grim posture. "If the Orchard Vow spares him, do you, Tywin, pledge no more war to restore him? That you accept the Orchard Vow's authority here?" Tywin's lips thinned. "I do," he said quietly. "Let the boy vanish from history behind the wall. I won't champion a lost cause." Stunned silence. Catelyn glanced at Sansa, who shut her eyes, relief and sorrow mingling. Margaery felt a surge of complex emotions. Joffrey deserved to face the consequences of his crimes, but if sparing him truly ended more bloodshed, it might be worth it. She whispered to Jon, "What do we do? Is this mercy or a trap?" Jon exhaled. "Mercy can also be strength. If the Orchard Vow stands for a realm free of endless revenge, we can accept banishment to the Wall, provided the Watch agrees. Should they refuse, we revert to the original sentence." Tarly rapped his knuckles on the dais, calling for silence. Then, seeing the Orchard Vow's leaders nod, he pronounced, "So be it. Joffrey Baratheon, stripped of all titles, shall be exiled to the Night's Watch, with no chance of release, pending the Watch's acceptance. Should they refuse, you face death. Tywin Lannister shall not wage war for his grandson's claim. This is the Orchard Vow's final decision." Joffrey looked stunned, torn between relief and indignation. Tywin's face remained impassive. Then Orchard Knights seized Joffrey's chains, dragging him away. The courtyard erupted in a low hum of conversation. Some Orchard men expressed dismay they hadn't executed him, but Margaery sensed that the small folk might see this as a sign the Orchard Vow truly was different from the Lannisters. No Child King's head on a spike, no gruesome spectacle, only a forced exile that ended his threat. Tywin lingered briefly as Orchard Knights parted. Robb stepped toward him. "Will you keep your word?" he asked quietly. "No more war to restore Joffrey, or to avenge your pride?" Tywin inclined his head. "I gave my oath. I'll withdraw from the Crownlands, but do not expect me to yield to all Orchard demands. The realm's future is uncertain. We may parley for broader peace, but for now, I accept the Orchard Vow's victory." With that, Tywin departed, Orchard men keeping watch so no mischief arose. Margaery and Jon felt a rush of cautious triumph and profound exhaustion. The Orchard Vow had not spilled Joffrey's blood. They had ended his tyranny through a lawful trial. The realm might see a new dawn. If Tywin withdrew, King's Landing could rebuild, and the Orchard Vow would stand as guardians of a fragile peace. As the day wore on, the city stirred with the news. Joffrey was exiled, not beheaded, and Tywin's host was pulling back. More Orchard caravans arrived. Robb walked the streets with Sansa, reassuring the small folk. Margaery assisted in finalizing the new city council's tasks. Tarly maintained vigilant watch. Catelyn wrote letters to northern lords, explaining the Orchard Vow's resolution. Lady Olenna busied herself conferring with Mace on how to unify the Orchard region's commerce with the city. That evening, they gathered in the Red Keep's once foreboding throne room, now repurposed as a grand hall of the Orchard Vow. The dais remained, but no one sat on the Iron Throne. Instead, orchard banners and direwolf insignias adorned the walls, along with garlands of greenery shipped from Highgarden's orchards. Candles glowed, illuminating the battered stone. A modest feast had been arranged, with orchard produce and northern fare combined. A sign of unity. Lords from the Stormlands, the Riverlands, and the Reach mingled with northern representatives. Margaery and Jon stood near the dais, hand in hand, watching as guests sampled fruit-laden platters. There was no excessive revelry, too many had died for that. Yet a sense of relief, even hope, threaded through the gathering. Tywin's partial withdrawal meant the Orchard Vow controlled King's Landing without daily siege alarms. The city's small folk had begun to trust them. Sansa, though still haunted, found fleeting moments of a timid smile as she spoke with northern bannermen about returning home one day. Robb raised a cup, calling for attention. Quiet fell as Orchard knights and assembled lords turned. Catelyn stood at his side, eyes shining. "We gather in a city once enslaved by a cruel throne," Robb said. "Now the Orchard Vow holds it, not for conquest, but for healing. We vow that no single tyrant will rule here again. We vow to protect small folk from want and cruelty. We vow to let each region shape its destiny in peace. Let the orchard's blossoms spread across the realm. Let us close the wounds of war." Cheers, subdued but genuine, echoed. Margaery saw Orchard men exchange satisfied nods, while Stormland lords looked thoughtful. The night passed in careful celebration. Mace Tyrell conversed with southern knights about re-establishing trade. Olenna inspected each table, ensuring not a morsel was wasted. Tarly reminded them all to keep watch. Jon drank sparingly, ever vigilant. Margaery found the hush of contentment unsettling yet sweet. Could the Orchard Vow truly remake the realm? By midnight, the feast ended. Margaery and Jon slipped out into a corridor, stepping onto a small balcony overlooking the keep's gardens. The moonlit paths below glimmered, Orchard knights occasionally strolling the perimeter. The hush carried the fragrance of night-blooming flowers that some gardener had coaxed from the ravaged plots. Margaery inhaled the cool air. Jon gazed at her, a faint smile playing on his lips. "We stand at the end of one nightmare and the start of a new, uncertain journey." She nodded, leaning into him. "Yes, the Orchard Vow achieved what many called impossible. But we must keep nurturing peace. Tywin's departure, if genuine, opens the door to a realm without constant fear." Jon wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "For me, the Orchard Vow was always about forging something beyond old grudges. We lost so much, my father, your people's safety, but we kept hope alive. Today we saw that hope breathe. I'd not have believed it if I hadn't lived it." Margaery's lips quirked. "And I see the orchard every time I close my eyes, remembering how we vowed to protect it. Now that orchard spirit has spread here, to these once cruel streets. We feed them, guide them. It's more than I ever dreamed possible." They fell silent, letting the hush cradle them. The distant murmur of orchard men on patrol, the flicker of torches, the faint sigh of the city beyond the walls. These were the sounds of a place in transition. Margaery realized that though war's threat remained, the Orchard Vow had proven unstoppable. With each act of mercy or justice, they set themselves apart from the old cycle of cruelty. If Tywin truly upheld his pledge, the realm might see the Orchard Vow endure, bridging the North's independence with the South's yearning for stability. At last, they turned to re-enter the keep. A swirl of tasks awaited in the morrow, finalizing the city's watch reorganization, planning Sansa's eventual return north if she wished, deciding how to approach the Stormlands lords, and sending more letters to distant houses. But in that fleeting moment on the balcony, Margaery allowed herself a quiet sense of fulfillment. They had walked a long road, from Winterfell's courtyard vow to Highgarden's orchard reaffirmation, from sacking Joffrey's illusions to forging a just governance in King's Landing. As she and Jon stepped away, arms linked, she recalled how many times she'd feared losing hope. War had tested them, dethroning Joffrey, facing Tywin, forging alliances among suspicious lords. None of it had come cheaply. Yet the Orchard Vow stood. The Orchard Vow endured. If the realm needed a new symbol, something beyond the Iron Throne's terror, let it be that vow. A promise that across snowdrifts or blossoming fields, from the North's cold winds to the Reach's fertile plains, they could unite for a realm free from a single tyrant's shadow. In the week following Tywin's partial withdrawal, the Orchard Vow consolidated. Robb and Mace Tyrell worked on a formal statement regarding the realm's future. Lords from Dorne, the Vale, and even the Iron Islands sent cautious inquiries. Margaery and Jon crisscrossed the city, listening to small folks' concerns. Grain continued arriving from orchard territory, feeding thousands. Slowly, King's Landing stirred to life as markets reopened, children played in the alleys, and shrines welcomed worshippers praying for a lasting peace. Sansa, assisted by her mother, began planning her departure, wishing to see Winterfell again. But she hesitated, not wanting to abandon Margaery's cause so soon. Margaery assured her that the orchard vow spanned both the north and south. If Sansa felt more secure in the city, she was welcome. Or if she traveled north to heal, orchard escorts would ensure her safety. Sansa decided to remain a bit longer, for she wanted to see how the orchard vow's governance might shape the capital, at least until the city's new order was stable. Meanwhile, Tywin's men lingered a few miles away, never fully disbanding. From time to time, orchard scouts glimpsed new tents in Tywin's camp, possibly reinforcements. Yet Tywin refrained from aggression. Margaery suspected he hoped the orchard vow would unravel on its own. The tension frayed everyone's nerves, but life pressed forward. One mild afternoon, Margaery stood on a walkway that bordered the keep's topmost ramparts. She surveyed the city with a thoughtful air. The orchard vow, once only an idea, now shaped daily life in this massive hub of humanity. It was humbling. She thought of the orchard's literal blossoms, how they needed pruning and care to thrive. So, too, did this new regime in the capital. Jon joined her, bringing a small bag of apples from the latest orchard caravan. He offered her one with a half-smile. "Fresh from Highgarden's fields," he remarked. "A taste of home." She took it, biting into sweet flesh. The tang reminded her of summer breezes amid the orchard's rose. "Thank you," she murmured, cherishing how far they'd come. They ate in companionable silence, gazing at the city. Jon swallowed a bite, turning serious. "We should probably finalize what becomes of the Iron Throne. Robb refuses to claim it, but the realm might splinter if we don't propose some alternative. House Tyrell might want to seat someone, or House Baratheon's remnants in the Stormlands might stake a claim, ignoring Joffrey's illegitimacy. Stannis still lurks. The orchard vow can't hold the city in limbo forever." Margaery winced. She knew the question loomed. Who rules if not Joffrey? Did the orchard vow intend to restore a monarchy or let each region govern itself? "You're right. That conversation can't be delayed. But with Tywin out there, we might face another war if we pick a certain line. Yet we can't remain indefinite caretakers." They resolved to raise the matter at the orchard's next full council. The orchard vow might propose a grand assembly of lords, deciding the realm's fate collectively. Some might advocate multiple kingdoms, the way the north was separate, the orchard region independent, the Stormlands free. Others might want a new king altogether. Margaery dreaded potential conflicts, but a realm overshadowed by indefinite war was no realm at all. A month after King's Landing fell, orchard lines stabilized. Tywin still hovered but made no move. Envoys from all corners braved the roads to the capital, curious whether the orchard vow truly offered a path beyond the Lannisters. The orchard vow called a great council in the Red Keep's throne room, minus the ominous presence of Joffrey or the newly vacant Iron Throne's occupant. Margaery, Jon, Robb, and Mace Tyrell prepared to welcome lords from Dorne, the Vale, the Stormlands, the Iron Islands, the Westerlands, the Riverlands, each representing a piece of the realm's puzzle. On the morning the council began, orchard knights escorted each delegation inside. The dais had been cleared except for a large table. The Iron Throne still stood behind, draped in orchard banners. Lords milled about, exchanging wary glances. Some wore the memory of Lannister rule heavily. Others eyed the orchard vow with skepticism, suspecting it might be a disguised tyranny. Margaery and Jon walked amid them, offering cordial greetings, reminding them that no one need fear retribution. When the time came, Robb rose, flanked by Catelyn, Tarly, Olenna, Margaery, and Jon. Mace Tyrell stood with orchard men behind them. In a formal voice, Robb welcomed the lords to this great council, called to decide the realm's future. "Joffrey Baratheon is dethroned," Robb said. "He stands exiled to the Night's Watch pending acceptance." Tywin Lannister acknowledges that the Orchard vow controls King's Landing. Now we must determine how we move forward, united or divided, with one king or many. The Orchard vow stands ready to abide by the realm's consensus, provided no tyranny returns. A ripple of conversation spread. Lords from the Vale rose, inquiring about Sansa Stark's condition. Catelyn assured them she was safe. Lords from the Reach expressed relief that House Tyrell's orchard blockade had eased, but they also worried about the cost of keeping a massive orchard host in the capital. A Stormland spokesman raised the claim that Renly's line had supporters, though Renly was dead. Dorne's emissary listened quietly, occasionally remarking that Dorne might prefer independence if the realm fractured. Meanwhile, the Iron Islands delegate boasted of Balon Greyjoy's strength, though Robb glared at mention of raids on the North's coast. Margaery, noticing tensions spike, cleared her throat. She reminded them that the Orchard vow's main impetus was to end Lannister cruelty, not to dictate each region's subjugation. If the realm wants a single monarchy, we can discuss who sits the throne. If the realm prefers multiple independent kingdoms, we can discuss alliances. The Orchard vow only insists on no tyranny. Let no single region crush the rest. Some lords scoffed. Others weighed the practicality. Jon added, "We stand at a crossroads. The Orchard vow has the capital, but we do not claim absolute authority. Let each region speak for itself. Let each voice be heard." They spent hours debating. The Vale expressed interest in a renewed monarchy, but only if it was bound by strong checks. Dorne demanded autonomy or major concessions if a single king reemerged. The North reiterated it saw Robb as king in the North, but Robb repeated he didn't want the Iron Throne. The Stormlands were fractured, some leaning toward Stannis, others uncertain. Over it all, the Orchard vow's presence reminded them that the city remained in Orchard hands. If Tywin attacked, he attacked all who cooperated with the Orchard vow. Eventually, a compromise took shape. The Orchard vow would remain stewards of King's Landing temporarily. Each region would retain autonomy, forging a loose confederation for mutual defense. No new king would be crowned until further consultation. If any region wanted to join a shared monarchy, they might. If not, they recognized each other's sovereignty, as the North was already separate. In effect, they'd try a patchwork realm united by trade and alliance treaties. No iron-fisted monarchy reimposed from the city. Tywin's acceptance was uncertain, but if he attacked, the Orchard vow and whichever lords aligned with them would stand firm. It was an unorthodox arrangement, but Margaery sensed the Orchard vow's spirit in it. A realm that refused to kneel to a tyrant's whim. Over the next days, envoys hammered out details. Mace Tyrell assured the Orchard region's support if any outside threat emerged, like Stannis or the Iron Islands. The Vale's regent indicated a willingness to trade. Dorne remained aloof, but left open the door to commerce. The Stormlands, leaderless after Renly's death, hovered on the fence, but Orchard negotiators enticed them with Orchard goods. If Tywin insisted on reestablishing full monarchy, he'd find little support. As these negotiations concluded, a final night of feasting took place in the keep's courtyard. The Orchard vow's men mingled with lords from across the realm. Margaery, presiding with Jon at the dais, felt relief that no immediate wars erupted. They were not forging a perfect realm, but a realm free from Joffrey's oppression, shaped by local autonomy. The Orchard vow, once just a vow between a bastard from the North and a Tyrell rose, had blossomed into a guiding principle for the entire land. In the late hours, Margaery and Jon slipped away from the feast to wander a quiet portion of the keep's gardens. Moonlight fell across clipped hedges. The hush carried only faint echoes of laughter from the courtyard. Margaery's heart felt full of exhaustion, of wonder, of the Orchard vow's triumph over unimaginable odds. She turned to Jon, her voice trembling. "We've done so much, yet it isn't a tidy ending, is it?" He smiled ruefully. "Endings rarely are, but we gave the realm a chance to choose its own path. Our Orchard vow stands, Margaery. That's enough to begin healing." She reached for his hand. "It is, and we keep to it, always. Our vow shaped us, shaped the Orchard. Now it shapes King's Landing and, in some measure, the realm's destiny. Together, they continued through the garden paths, the fragrant memory of orchard blossoms drifting in the night air. Each step recalled the journey. The vow in Winterfell's Godswood, the reaffirmation in Highgarden, the battles that freed the orchard region and toppled Joffrey, the occupation of King's Landing that fed the starving, the trial that upheld justice over revenge. They had bent but never broken, forging alliances across lines no one believed could be bridged. As dawn neared, they circled back to the Orchard Vow's new seat of power. A hush cradled the city. Tywin's presence still lingered beyond the horizon. But inside these walls, Orchard men and the people they protected slept without Joffrey's terror. The Orchard Vow was more than an alliance now. It was a standard for the realm, a promise that no single tyrant's cruelty would be unchallenged. Time moved on. Caravans from the Orchard region became a constant flow, sustaining the capital. Robb, after ensuring stability, departed with Sansa and some northern men, set on returning to Winterfell. Sansa parted tearfully from Margaery, but hopeful about forging a link between the Orchard Vow and the North for years to come. King's Landing's new council oversaw daily governance, with Orchard Knights rotating out so the City Watch included local recruits, sworn to Orchard principles of fairness. Letters trickled in from Tywin's camp, sometimes hinting he might accept the new confederation if his house retained its western dominion. Tarly and Mace Tyrell negotiated carefully, aware that one misstep could reignite war. But Tywin's impetus to rescue Joffrey was gone, as the exiled Boy King awaited acceptance at the Wall. The Lord Commander eventually, albeit grudgingly, agreed to confine him, understanding the Orchard Vow sought mercy. Joffrey, in black garb, marched north under heavy orchard guard, never to return. Margaery, in the capital, continued to champion orchard-based reforms, ensuring farmland was cultivated, building stable trade routes, establishing relief for war orphans. She and Jon found small joys in routine, moments of quiet in the keep's renovated gardens, a tradition of nightly walks where they'd reflect on each day's progress. The Orchard Vow had demanded they sacrifice much of their personal rest, but they shared the burden, supporting each other when doubts crept in. One evening, after an especially long day finalizing an orchard-inspired system of shared granaries, Margaery and Jon retired to a vantage point high on the keep's walls. The city stretched below, lights glowing warmly, no longer the sullen darkness of Joffrey's reign. A breeze carried a faint hint of orchard perfume from caravans resting outside the gates. They leaned against the stone, shoulders touching. Ghost paced nearby, content in the city's new calm. Margaery turned to Jon, voice thoughtful. Sometimes I wonder if we'll look back and see this as the day the realm changed course, or if fresh storms await, lurking beyond the horizon. Jon caught her hand. Both, I suspect. We can't guarantee eternal peace, but we've planted seeds. The Orchard Vow reminds people that cruelty needn't rule. The orchard's fruit now feeds the capital, bridging divides. Lords once at each other's throats sit at our tables, and we stand as we vowed. She felt tears prick her eyes, recalling every desperate moment, each leap of faith they'd taken. You're right, and we'll keep tending the orchard, whether literal fields or the city's spirit. That's our vow. He nodded, resting his forehead against hers. Yes, always. They gazed out across the moonlit city, hearts brimming with the quiet fulfillment that came from forging something better. The Orchard Vow, once a slender bond, had blossomed into a living testament. North and Reach united in purpose, war-weary lords embracing a gentler possibility, and the capital freed from Joffrey's tyranny. Threats remained. Tywin, the uncertain realm. But as Margaery held Jon's hand, she felt certain they'd face those trials as they had all others, with courage, compassion, and the Orchard Vow guiding their every step. And in the hush of that final moment, the orchard's promise stretched across the land like dawn's first light, bringing new color to fields long soaked in blood. If that was not the perfect ending to war, it was at least the beginning of a peace sown by two hearts that refused to let cruelty define their world. They rose together before first light, awakened by the distant echo of wagon wheels rumbling somewhere in the lower streets, where orchard caravans and city-bound traders now passed in regular intervals. Jon Snow opened his eyes to a quiet hush in the chamber he shared with Margaery Tyrell. The single window let in a sliver of pale dawn. Though the red keep's old stones held a memory of cold, the place felt infinitely gentler than it had during Joffrey's brutal reign. 6 months had slipped by since the Orchard Vow toppled that tyrant and seized King's Landing, forging a precarious peace with Tywin Lannister, a man who still lurked on the realm's periphery like a gathering storm. Yet through each difficulty, the Orchard Vow persevered, welding the scattered pieces of a realm in flux. And so, on that new morning, Jon rose quietly from bed, mindful not to wake Margaery, who lay half-curled beneath a thin blanket. Only when he stretched with a faint groan did her lashes flutter, and she looked at him through an almost smile. They shared a silent moment, recalling how often they had woken to urgent calls, alarms of infiltrators, or clamor at the gates. Now the city was calmer. "You needn't get up so early," she murmured, voice thick with sleep. "You deserve a rest." But Jon shook his head. They had never let comfort dull their vigilance. A realm that had come so far still risked backsliding if their watch faltered. Margaery sighed softly, pushing a stray lock of hair from her face. "I'll join you then," she said, and rose with her usual quiet grace. The old challenges of war had given way to new ones of governance, each day demanding fresh attention. A short while later they left the chamber and descended narrow steps to a corridor overlooking the keep's inner gardens. Dawn light streaked the sky, revealing rooftops in hazy pink. Nearly every morning, Jon liked to do a circuit of the walls, ensuring all watchposts reported no trouble from Tywin's forces beyond the Trident. In the courtyard below, orchard men prepared to mount their horses, the clang of bridles muted by distance. City folk bustled in the emerging light, carrying baskets of produce from the orchard caravans to the distribution squares. Once, the capital had braced at the very sight of armed men, but the Orchard Vow's discipline had taken deep root in King's Landing, and the people, though cautious, had come to accept them. "We'll meet at the courtyard," Jon said to Margaery, voice pitched low in the hush. "I'll speak with Tarly's new watch captains about last night's infiltration attempt. You might see to Lady Olenna's arrival." Margaery raised an eyebrow. "My grandmother arrives today, does she?" Jon exhaled, nodding. "Raven said her party reached the Rose Road. She'll be in by midday. Likely she'll scold us for some oversight. But it's good to have her watchful, I hear again." Margaery smiled fondly. Indeed, Lady Olenna Tyrell remained a force unstoppable by age or distance, especially when it came to preserving the Orchard Vow's moral spine. After a brief kiss, they parted ways, Margaery descending to greet a steward who was sorting new orchard goods in the keep's lower galleries. Meanwhile, Jon passed 2 orchard knights standing guard at the broad doors, exchanging curt nods of acknowledgement. Outside, a fresh autumn breeze swept in. The city's broad avenues were already dotted with laborers. In the distance rose the faint clang of blacksmith hammers. The Orchard Vow had spurred new industries to supply their forces, forging arrowheads and refurbishing old arms. Many gold cloaks had sworn loyalty to the Orchard Vow's code, though a fraction still languished in dungeons for past crimes. Rumor said some Lannister loyalists among them prayed daily for Tywin's return, but that day had not come. In the main courtyard, Lord Randall Tarly, still the Orchard Vow's chief military mind, conversed with a cluster of watch captains, men who oversaw city gates and the southwestern walls. Tarly nodded upon seeing Jon approach. "Good morning," he said. "No major concerns, but last night, a pair of suspected saboteurs were caught near the stables. We found a small stash of poison, presumably meant for orchard supplies. They claim ignorance, but the evidence is strong." Jon frowned. "Any sign they're part of a larger conspiracy?" Tarly shrugged, features grim. "Hard to say. We're interrogating them gently. Possibly just desperate rogues. But it might be a Lannister agent or two." Jon's jaw set. Though the Orchard Vow had governed King's Landing for half a year, pockets of sabotage persisted. No broad infiltration had succeeded since the city's fall, but small incidents kept them on edge. "We'll keep vigilant," Jon said. "I'll speak with them if needed." "Where are they now?" "Cells beneath the Tower of the Hand," Tarly answered. "Captain Grey's men stand watch. So far they refuse to name conspirators." Jon nodded. "I'll check later. First, we have other matters." He glanced at the city's main gate, where Orchard Knights let in a small line of produce wagons. "Lady Olenna arrives by midday, I hear. She'll want an update on supply distribution, the City Watch's reorganization, the ongoing negotiations with Tywin. Also, we must finalize an invitation for the Great Confederation Council in the spring." Tarly's mouth twisted. "That's a lot to handle, but better than open war. I prefer these tasks to pitched battles. We heard Tywin still licks his wounds near Lannisport, mustering forces. Word says the Westerlands resent the Orchard Vow's hold on the capital. Tywin might attempt a fresh strike come winter's end." Jon nodded. "If he does, we have the city's walls, the Orchard region behind us, and alliances with the Stormlands, the Vale's regents, and half the Riverlands. Not to mention King Robb stands in the north, prepared to intervene if needed. Tywin can try, but it won't be easy." Tarly looked marginally reassured, then turned back to the watch captains for final instructions on gate security. Jon parted from them, heading to the stable yard. In the months since the Orchard Vow's victory, the once sinister corners of the Red Keep had begun to feel more open. Even so, he remembered the day they'd stormed these courtyards. He could picture Orchard banners flapping, Lannister crossbow bolts hissing. Now Orchard watchers tended the stables, each face reflecting a sense of routine instead of fear. Ghost padded behind Jon, quietly observing. The stable yard was no mere stable. It housed the Orchard Vow's cavalry presence in the city. Over 200 mounts lived there, plus lines of feed troughs and tack. Jon found Captain Hallis, a northern officer who had joined him after the Riverlands campaign. They discussed the readiness of horses for any urgent ride south to quell banditry. A trickle of Orchard men from the farmland reported that bandits had tried to raid caravans in the last fortnight. Hallis promised that mounted patrols would handle it. The Orchard Vow's reach stretched far beyond the city, requiring constant vigilance. Finished with these tasks, Jon directed Ghost to remain outside as he made his way to the keep's interior corridors. Passing a few Orchard Knights, he climbed a winding staircase that overlooked the city. The vantage revealed a tapestry of rooftops, some repaired from old fires, others newly built. The great September's dome gleamed, less tarnished now that Orchard men had cleared away debris. He reflected on how war had battered King's Landing but not broken it. People clung to life, forging fresh routines under Orchard rule. Inside, he crossed a hallway leading to the small council chamber, now repurposed for Orchard leadership. The door stood open, Orchard men posted as guards. Peering within, he saw Margaery, Lady Olenna, and Sansa Stark conversing. Sansa, although shy, had found ways to assist Margaery, helping with record-keeping. Margaery spotted Jon and beckoned him in. Olenna gave Jon a curt nod, her cane resting by a chair. "You look well, boy," she remarked. "Not too exhausted by the city's burdens, I trust?" Jon suppressed a wry smile. "The burden never leaves, my lady, but we manage." Olenna hummed and turned back to Margaery, who was examining a scroll. "Your grandmother arrived just an hour ago," Margaery explained. "She's pointing out flaws in the Orchard caravan's timetables." Olenna sniffed. "Flaws indeed. Caravans are tardy, sometimes forcing local farmers to hold produce too long. We must refine the schedule so the city's ration lines remain predictable. The Orchard Vow's success depends on steady supply." Jon listened attentively as they elaborated. Since the Orchard Vow had ended the blockade, they ensured King's Landing was well-fed, forging trust among the small folk. But any disruption frayed that trust. "We'll speak to the Orchard stewards," Jon said. "Perhaps coordinate with Stormland roads, so if the Orchard region has a delay, Stormland produce might fill the gap." Sansa looked up, surprising them with a soft suggestion. "We could store surpluses in the old city granaries near the Dragon Pit. Then if caravans are late, we have an emergency buffer." Margaery brightened. Wise notion, Sansa. The dragon pit area was cleared of rubble. We can station orchard guards there to prevent hoarding or sabotage. Olenna nodded approvingly. A sensible plan, child. She then waved her cane at Margaery. We also have the matter of next week's Confederation meeting. The Vale's envoys keep asking about trade tariffs. They say your orchard vow promised low tariffs, but so far we've only waived certain fees. We risk accusations of double standards. Margaery sighed. Yes, that must be resolved. Our orchard vow overcame tyranny, but we can't let finances slip. We do rely on tariffs to fund the City Watch. Let's schedule a session with Vale envoys. We'll refine new rates. Sansa, perhaps you can help compile comparative data of orchard-produced costs. Sansa nodded, a faint flicker of pride in her eyes. She had blossomed from a frightened captive to an eager assistant, though nightmares still haunted her. Each day she found small ways to reclaim a sense of purpose. They spent the next half-hour drafting notes on caravan logistics, tariff adjustments, the new distribution plan for granaries. Then Olenna requested a brief recess, muttering that her old bones needed rest. She ambled away, guided by orchard knights. Margaery suggested to Sansa that they meet again in the late afternoon. Sansa departed as well, leaving Margaery and Jon alone in the chamber's hush. Margaery sank onto a wooden bench with a sigh. We handle day-to-day crises so often, I forget there's a larger realm beyond these walls. How fares Tywin's camp, or Dorne, or the Iron Islands? Jon joined her, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Still quiet. Tarly says Tywin keeps a token force near Riverrun, possibly hoping to retake the west. The Iron Islands remain restless, but Balon Greyjoy hasn't launched new raids. Dorne stands aloof. They wait to see if Orchard rule collapses. Margaery gazed at the small council table, cluttered with parchments. We've held longer than many predicted, yet so much remains uncertain. We keep the city fed, we keep watch, we talk to envoys. Meanwhile, the Orchard Vow's moral beacon must not go dim. We must ensure no corruption creeps in. Jon nodded, well aware that power sometimes corrupted even the virtuous. A vow is only as strong as those who uphold it. We must remember why we came, protecting small folk, ending cruelty. If we slip, we become no better than Joffrey or Tywin. She offered a tired smile. We won't slip, not while we watch each other. Come on, let's walk the orchard greenhouse. I hear the keep's gardeners revived a small corner to grow herbs. Jon agreed. The orchard greenhouse, once neglected, had been partially restored by city gardeners eager to reintroduce greenery within the castle's walls. They rose from the bench, stepping into the corridor. Outside, orchard knights saluted. Margaery and Jon proceeded down winding halls until they reached a modest greenhouse nestled against the keep's southern side. It was no grand glass garden like the famed ones at Highgarden, but it contained rows of potted herbs and a few young fruit saplings that might one day bear produce. Warm air greeted them as they ducked beneath a wooden arch. Sunlight streamed through panels of glass overhead. Tending these plants was a middle-aged gardener named Jeremy, who bowed upon seeing them. "My lord, my lady," he said quietly. "All is well here. We coax these saplings, hoping they'll thrive. The city folk love seeing living green within these walls. Reminds them of the orchard vow's bounty." Margaery knelt by a small sapling that clung to the soil in a wooden tub. "This is a peach tree?" Jeremy nodded. "Yes, from cuttings Lady Olenna sent. Might bear fruit in a year or two, if we keep it warm and fed. A symbol that no stone walls can keep out orchard life if we tend it carefully." Margaery smiled, running her fingers lightly over the tender leaves. The orchard vow had always been about sustaining life where once only tyranny reigned. Jon observed quietly, recalling the battered farmland they'd once fought to defend. "Thank you, Jeremy," he said. "Your work gives hope." With a humble dip of his head, Jeremy returned to pruning. Jon and Margaery drifted among the rows, breathing the herb-scented air. A hush settled. For one merciful moment, the burdens of war receded, replaced by the soft rustle of leaves. If a single greenhouse could bloom in the seat of old cruelty, Perhaps the orchard vow's spirit really could reshape the realm. Eventually, Margaery took Jon's arm and led him out, task still waiting. By midday, they rejoined the orchard leaders, who had reconvened in the keep's war room. Tarly paced around a large map pinned to a table. Robb Stark's northern envoys had arrived, explaining King Robb's plan to consolidate the North's hold on the Neck, ensuring no reemergence of Ironborn raids in that region. The orchard vow needed to coordinate. The war room filled with measured voices. Mace Tyrell, who had taken on a partial regent role in the city, presided at the head. With Robb absent, busy in Winterfell for the last 2 months, Mace shared leadership with Tarly and Catelyn, while Margaery and Jon often served as bridging figures among them. Margaery listened as the northern envoys described King Robb's expectation that the orchard vow maintain stability in the south. If Tywin marched, Robb would come, but the North could not station a huge force in King's Landing indefinitely. Tarly nodded. We manage with orchard knights. If Tywin truly attacks, we send word to the north for reinforcements. Meanwhile, the city's watch can handle minor threats. That's right, Margaery said. We need no great northern host if our orchard watch is steady. The small folk trust us now. Then the Vale envoy chimed in, reminding them that tensions in the Vale had calmed but might reignite if the orchard vow insisted on certain trade rules. Mace Tyrell responded carefully, explaining new tariff proposals. Margaery supported him with specifics, gleaned from Sansa's data. After an hour, they had the framework for a new trade arrangement that favored orchard produce while imposing mild tariffs on Vale imports. The Vale envoy seemed grudgingly satisfied. The meeting ended with Tarly's stern reminder. All these arrangements hinge on continued orchard vigilance. No one must think orchard discipline is lax. The realm had grown used to seeing orchard men as protectors. Lapses in that role would sow chaos. The group dispersed. Margaery lingered behind with Jon, each exhausted by the swirl of negotiations. But they had promised to check on the new distribution center in Flea Bottom that day, ensuring the poorest quarters still received orchard rations. So they left the keep. Outside, orchard knights had readied 2 horses. Ghost followed behind. They rode through the city, flanked by half a dozen orchard men. The streets were busy but far from the desperate crush of Joffrey's era. Children darted along alley corners, while vendors hawked fresh fruit. The orchard vow's symbol, a green rose entwined with a direwolf, adorned banners at intersections. People bowed or curtsied as they passed. Margaery always smiled, encouraging them to see orchard power as benevolent. Flea Bottom was still poor, its muddy lanes jumbled with ramshackle huts. But orchard watchers patrolled regularly, preventing old abuses from returning. A makeshift distribution center had been built in a corner courtyard, where orchard men stacked crates of apples, onions, turnips, and barley. A queue of people stretched around the corner, awaiting measured rations. Margaery and Jon dismounted. The orchard guards parted the crowd gently, letting them approach the distribution tables. Margaery spotted a steward named Eleanor Beesbury, once a minor Tyrell cousin, now entrusted with ensuring fairness. She exchanged quick words of welcome. "How goes the ration line?" Margaery asked. Eleanor smiled. "Steady, my lady. We see families who once starved, now with at least a portion of orchard produce each day. The difference is immense. We track each household, so no hoarding occurs. No black market emerges." Jon nodded. "Any trouble?" Eleanor shrugged. "Minor scuffles. Some resent waiting in line. But orchard guards keep calm. The people are mostly grateful." Margaery turned, scanning the line. A mother cradled a child, receiving a small sack of apples. An old man with a cane smiled wearily as orchard men handed him barley for his pot. Though the city was not suddenly prosperous, these scenes spoke of dignity returned. "Let's speak with them," Margaery murmured to Jon. They walked the queue, exchanging brief words of encouragement. Some recognized Margaery from her announcements in the Great September. Others peered at Jon's face in awe. This was the northern warrior who had helped dethrone Joffrey. One elderly woman even clasped Jon's hand, tearful, whispering that Ned Stark would be proud. He swallowed, nodding humbly. After ensuring no pressing issues, they mounted again and rode back, hearts heavy with the awareness that so many families still struggled. Yet the Orchard Vow's presence kept them from starving, offered a path forward. On their return to the keep, an Orchard Knight intercepted them at the gate, reporting a messenger from Storm's End had arrived, requesting an urgent audience. They proceeded inside to find this messenger in the keep's foyer, trembling from fatigue, dust caked on his boots. A Stormlander, by his accent, he bowed stiffly, then explained that pockets of ex-Renly loyalists had begun feuding with Stannis's men along the coast. Some sought Orchard Vow assistance, or else hostilities might spark anew. Margaery sighed. The Orchard Vow had promised an alternative to endless warfare, yet the realm's old grudges simmered. She escorted the messenger to a small side chamber, where Tarly joined them. The messenger pleaded for Orchard arbitration, claiming the Orchard Vow had the moral authority to mediate. Stannis remained a threat, still claiming the Iron Throne from Dragonstone, though he lacked the support to press war. Meanwhile, Storm's End sat uncertain, torn between Orchard alliances or possible fear of Stannis's future wrath. After hearing him, Tarly confirmed the Orchard Vow would send an envoy to the Stormlands, urging calm. Possibly they could broker an agreement that left the Orchard region free from another front of war. Margaery offered the messenger a safe place to rest. Satisfied, he collapsed from relief, promising to guide Orchard envoys to the feuding factions. By day's end, Margaery felt mentally drained. She retreated to the keep's corridors, seeking a breath of quiet. Eventually she found Jon near an arched window, reading a parchment from Tarly about city defenses. He looked up, sympathy in his eyes. They stepped aside, exchanging a few words about the new Stormland crisis. "We must send an envoy soon," Jon said. "We can't let old Baratheon loyalties ignite. If Orchard presence stabilizes the Stormlands, it spares the realm more chaos." Margaery nodded, pressing her lips together. "I'll volunteer to go if Father agrees. A short trip, maybe with Orchard Knights. Calm them, reaffirm our vow. Or if that's too dangerous, we send Tarly or a lesser lord." Jon frowned. "I hesitate to see you travel in uncertain territory, but your voice might carry more weight. You're the Orchard Vow's rose, after all." She smiled wryly. "A burden I accept. Let's see how the Orchard Vow can quell these feuds before they fester." That night, during dinner in a modest hall, they discussed the plan with Mace Tyrell, Catelyn, and Tarly. Mace worried about his daughter's safety, but Tarly noted that Orchard Knights en route to Storm's End could handle bandits. Catelyn offered a further suggestion. Sansa might go as well, representing a northern perspective of Orchard unity. Sansa, upon hearing this, admitted she feared leaving the city but also wanted to help unify the Stormlands. "If I can speak of how the Orchard Vow saved me," she murmured, "maybe that convinces them not to fear Orchard rule." Margaery gently took Sansa's hand, praising her courage. So they said it. A small contingent, led by Margaery with Sansa at her side, plus Orchard Knights and Tarly's deputy, Ser Graham. Within 3 days they would depart. Meanwhile, Jon and Tarly would remain, ensuring King's Landing stayed secure. That final evening before departure, Margaery and Jon strolled the keep's rear garden. She wore a cloak despite the mild air, habit from her travels. The Orchard Vow might have ended major bloodshed, but fragments of tension abounded. He stepped near a tall rosebush transplanted from Highgarden, running his fingers lightly over the petals. "Seems like only yesterday we reaffirmed our vow in Highgarden's orchard," he said softly. "Now that vow keeps an entire city fed, unites half the realm, and we haven't truly paused to reflect." Margaery joined him, inhaling the faint perfume. "We might never have the luxury of pure rest, but each time I see Orchard produce in a child's hands, or Lannister oppression undone, I remember why we sacrificed. The Orchard Vow stands for living growth, not stasis." Jon nodded. "If your mission to Storm's End eases tensions, it further proves the Orchard Vow's worth. Remember to be cautious." She gave him a playful glance. You assume I rush headlong into danger. I'll have orchard knights, and Sansa, who can recite everything you taught her about watchfulness." He smiled. They parted when orchard duties demanded, though a current of longing ran between them. The vow that once bound them in secrecy was now a pillar of the realm's fragile peace. In the morning, Margaery rose before dawn, packed essentials, and met Sansa in the courtyard. Sansa wore a traveling cloak of gray, orchard men in matching livery forming around them. Ser Graham, Tarly's deputy, prepared 15 knights to ride. Margaery clasped Jon's hands briefly in farewell. "Look after the city," she whispered, and he pressed a tender kiss to her forehead. "Return safe. The orchard vow remains incomplete without you." She swallowed emotion, then swung onto her mare, Evening Star. Sansa mounted a less imposing horse, looking anxious but determined. With orchard banners fluttering, they rode out the southern gate, the same gate orchard caravans used, leaving behind the city's walls as dawn tinted the horizon in rose gold. It felt odd for Margaery to watch King's Landing recede. For half a year, that city had demanded her every effort. Now she traveled a road that might lead to further alliances or new hazards. The orchard vow's future might hinge on how the Stormlands responded. During the ride, orchard knights kept watch for brigands, but all was quiet. They passed farmland that had begun to recover from war's ravages, orchard caravans occasionally crossing their path. Local villagers, seeing orchard banners, waved or bowed. Margaery realized she felt strangely free out here in the open. No immediate crises on her shoulders except the Stormlands mission. Sansa rode alongside, sometimes pointing out a stretch of hillside or asking if that orchard up on the slope was part of Tyrell lands or a local holdfast. Margaery answered gently, reminding Sansa that the orchard vow encompassed both. Ser Graham scouted ahead, verifying the roads were safe. By late afternoon, they reached a modest inn near the Rose Road Fork, planning to spend the night. The orchard men secured the stables, ensuring no infiltration. Margaery and Sansa took a small private chamber, furnishing it with bedrolls. Hardly luxurious, but they were used to hardships. Over a simple supper of bread and stew, they spoke with local travelers who confirmed tensions in the Stormlands. A minor lord loyal to Renly's memory feuded with a baron who sought to align with Stannis. Some shipments from Storm's End had been seized. The orchard vow's arrival might help broker a settlement. Margaery gleaned details, making mental notes to address the dispute once they reached Storm's End. Sansa asked gentle questions, her timidity mingling with curiosity. Later that evening, orchard knights set watch. Margaery paced the small courtyard behind the inn, letting the autumn stars overhead soothe her. The orchard vow had come so far, yet so many skirmishes remained. She thought of Jon in King's Landing, reading reports by candlelight, ensuring no sabotage. She thought of the orchard vow's final goal, a realm where no region lived in tyranny. That dream, once intangible, had changed the capital. Might it anchor Storm's End? 2. At dawn, they resumed travel. The sky remained bright, the roads less cluttered. They passed small hamlets that had never fully recovered from the earlier war. Some villagers, seeing orchard banners, approached hopefully, but Margaery explained they traveled for a diplomatic mission, not distributing rations. Still, she spoke kindly, promising orchard caravans would pass soon. By midday, they crossed the old border marking Storm's End's domain. A Stormland knight in battered armor hailed them from a watchtower. Recognizing orchard insignias, he offered cautious respect, confirming that Storm's End awaited them. Wariness flickered in his eyes, but Margaery saw no immediate hostility. As they approached Storm's End's imposing fortress, walls thick and weather-worn, the orchard party felt the weight of centuries. This seat had survived countless sieges. Banners fluttered on high ramparts, some bearing the stag of Baratheon, others a plain field. No sure sign of united leadership. The orchard vow's arrival might well be the pivot for these lords to bury differences. They halted at the gatehouse, orchard knights raising their banners. Margaery and Sansa dismounted. A stern-faced guard conferred with Ser Graham, then waved them inside. Through the winding courtyard, groups of Stormlanders paused to stare, uncertain how to greet Orchard envoys. Margaery observed signs of disrepair in some structures, likely from old skirmishes. She also spotted a few men wearing old Renly surcoats. That memory pinched. House Tyrell had once nearly joined Renly's cause. Now, ironically, House Tyrell came as Orchard arbiters. A steward guided them to a hall where local lords had assembled. The largest presence was Lord Corlys Penrose, looking frail but determined. Opposite him sat Ser Brant Fellwether, who Margaery guessed was Prostannis. The tension in the room felt like a powder keg. Both sides parted as Orchard Knights led Margaery and Sansa forward. A hush fell. Margaery introduced herself as daughter of House Tyrell and co-guardian of the Orchard Vow. She introduced Sansa as sister to King Robb, living testament of Orchard justice. Then Margaery spoke quietly but firmly. "We come to see peace in the Stormlands. We know Renly's death sowed division, and Stannis still claims legitimacy. Yet the Orchard Vow overcame Joffrey's tyranny without enthroning a new tyrant. We stand for a realm where local lords rule fairly, or join confederations by choice. We ask you not to let old loyalties spark fresh war." Ser Brant Fellwether scoffed. "Easy to say. Stannis remains rightful king. The Orchard Vow dethroned Joffrey but let him live, exiled to the Wall. A mockery. Why not crown Stannis, then?" Margaery kept her temper. "Because that is for the realm to decide. Stannis never came to claim the city while Joffrey reigned. The Orchard Vow stepped in. If Stannis wants to negotiate, we stand open, but not to enthrone a new tyrant. We can't allow more bloodshed." Lord Penrose spoke in a brittle voice. "Renly was the only Baratheon we trusted. Now he's gone, and our lands see petty fights. We're weary. If Orchard men can guarantee no invasion from Stannis or Lannister loyalists, we might accept Orchard Council." Margaery inclined her head. "We do guarantee it. The Orchard Vow is open to forging a pact with Storm's End. We can help defend if Stannis or Lannister strike. In return, we only ask you cease these local feuds, unify under a fair code, and trade freely with Orchard caravans." Sansa, mustering courage, added, "I was once Joffrey's captive. The Orchard Vow rescued me, yet they did not execute him without trial. That is their code, no cruelty. If you yield to Orchard wisdom, you may see your region prosper too." Her voice trembled a bit, but the sincerity shone through. The lords exchanged glances. Some resented Orchard interference. Others saw potential relief from endless squabbling. After several hours of discussion, they agreed to a preliminary accord. Storm's End recognized Orchard Vow leadership in the capital, pledging not to join Stannis unless forced. They would disband local militias that had warred with other Stormlanders. In return, Orchard caravans would flow regularly, Orchard Knights might station small patrols to deter raids, and the Orchard Vow would help Storm's End maintain its autonomy from any central monarchy. It was a fragile agreement, but a start. That night, Margaery and Sansa stayed in Spartan guest quarters. Storm's End boasted thick walls but little comfort. Sansa voiced quiet relief that no violence had erupted. Margaery agreed, though she suspected tensions still simmered. In the morning, Orchard Knights oversaw the signing of a short treaty. Fellwether grumbled but signed. Lord Penrose affixed a seal. Then Margaery's party prepared to depart. As they mounted, Penrose bowed stiffly, saying he hoped Orchard Produce might reach Storm's End by winter. Margaery promised it would. Another step in uniting the realm under Orchard principles, one region at a time. The return trip was swift. Margaery felt satisfied that the Orchard Vow had prevented more war. Sansa relaxed, chatting about how she'd found her voice in the negotiations. Though tired, they pressed on. Only once did they pass a suspicious group of armed men, who fled upon seeing Orchard banners. By the time they reached King's Landing's southern gate, Orchard watchers welcomed them with relief. No bandits had impeded them. Re-entering the city, Margaery again felt the tug of home, the Orchard Vow's seat, where their discipline held tyranny at bay. Word spread that the Stormlands had forged a pact with the Orchard Vow. further proof that House Tyrell and their northern allies were not mere conquerors. Tarly and Mace greeted Margaery warmly in the courtyard. Jon arrived with a smile that lit his face, ghost close by. Sansa, dismounting, rushed to find Catelyn, eager to share her success. Margaery lingered near Jon, exhaustion mingling with contentment. "We settled it peacefully," she said. "No battles, no blood. Storm's end sees orchard logic." Jon nodded, gripping her hand. "That's precisely what we hoped for." Another corner of the realm steadied. "Tywin can't easily exploit the Stormlands now." She exhaled, tension easing. "All we do is hold back storms, literal and figurative. But each success stands on the Orchard Vow's foundation. No cruelty, no forced subjugation, but unity in defense and trade." Jon squeezed her fingers. "We keep going, day by day." The next morning, Margaery reported to a large assembly in the keep's throne room, joined by orchard men and city representatives. She recounted her Stormlands mission, read the treaty. Applause echoed. Tywin's ambassador, a steely-faced cousin of his, observed from the sidelines, lips pressed in a thin line. He took note that orchard influence grew stronger. The Orchard Vow had no illusions. Tywin might test them yet again. But for now, the city breathed easier. More orchard produce arrived. Some Stormland shipments trickled in. People referred to orchard rule with a grudging respect. Summer drifted into a crisp autumn, each day weaving orchard values deeper into the city's fabric. By the time the leaves turned gold on faraway orchard slopes, Margaery and Jon walked each evening in the keep's replanted gardens, tended by Jeremy the gardener. The greenhouse thrived, tiny peach buds forming on the saplings. "A year or two more," Jeremy insisted, "and we'll taste orchard peaches right here." Margaery smiled, content. The Orchard Vow had turned a capital from horror to renewed growth. Sansa grew in confidence, often assisting Margaery. On certain afternoons, they visited small folk who once barely survived under Joffrey's tyranny, now living in modest security. Meanwhile, Tarly kept the watch strict, punishing any orchard knights who lorded power over civilians. The Vow's discipline allowed no abuse. In this way, they prevented corruption from rotting their cause. Then, near the year's end, as chill winds signaled winter's approach, a fresh word arrived from Tywin's domain. An envoy brought overtures of a more formal peace arrangement. Tywin, seeing orchard alliances expand, might have decided a direct confrontation was unwise. Tarly relayed that the envoy proposed a meeting on neutral ground. Mace Tyrell, thoughtful, decided such a meeting might end any lingering threat. If Tywin recognized orchard authority in the capital, the realm might see genuine stability. Robb, from the north, signaled cautious support. Margaery and Jon joined a war council to discuss the invitation. Many orchard men distrusted Tywin's sincerity, but the Orchard Vow had no interest in perpetual war. They agreed to respond, setting a site along the crossroads near an old holdfast. Tarly would lead a strong orchard contingent to ensure safety. Margaery and Jon would attend, representing orchard governance. Should Tywin attempt betrayal, orchard knights would defend them. So it was settled. Weeks later, they marched from King's Landing with 200 orchard cavalry, plus a few wagons of supplies. Lady Olenna insisted on staying behind, calling the entire parley a foolish risk. But Margaery felt no choice. She assured her grandmother they would keep vigilance. The Orchard Vow did not cower from diplomacy. The weather grew colder. Hoarfrost rimed the roadside grass. Sansa and Catelyn remained in the city, continuing orchard tasks, while Margaery, Jon, Tarly, and orchard men pressed north, crossing the same roads once trodden by battered armies. Huts and small hamlets re-emerged, many now bearing orchard flags by their doors, signifying support or just respect for the vow that fed them. After a week, they reached the designated site, a broad clearing near a disused stone holdfast. Tywin had pitched a camp of perhaps 300 men. The Orchard Vow set up camp on the opposite side, ensuring a neutral gap between. Tent flaps snapped in a biting wind. Tarly arranged perimeter guards, anxious about ambush. Margaery and Jon tried to keep hearts steady. That evening, Tywin's herald delivered terms for the parley. Next morning, each side would meet in the holdfasts courtyard, unarmed except for minimal bodyguards. The orchard vow accepted, though Tarly bristled. He posted orchard archers out of sight but near enough to intervene if needed. Dawn arrived under iron-gray clouds. Margaery wore a warm cloak, orchard men at her back. Jon donned leathers, sword left behind except for a small dagger hidden at his ankle. Tarly accompanied them with a half-dozen orchard knights, eyes alert. From Tywin's camp, a similar group emerged. Tywin, stern in posture, golden hair streaked with silver, advanced without flourish. Around him stood a handful of Lannister guards bearing that crimson lion. The holdfast courtyard was ringed by crumbling walls, a silent witness to old wars. Each side halted in the center, a mere 10 paces apart. Tywin assessed Margaery with a gaze like a measuring blade, then glanced at Jon. "We meet again," he said, voice low. "Without city walls or thousands of men to overshadow us. Let's see if orchard courtesy endures." Tarly stiffened. Margaery stepped forward calmly. "You proposed negotiations. We accepted, seeking peace. The orchard vow has no desire for endless war. If you do not challenge orchard rule in the capital or our alliances, we might reach accord." Tywin's mouth tightened. "We want no illusions. The orchard vow dethroned my grandson, exiled him to the wall, and upended half the realm's order. Do not feign innocence." Jon's chest constricted. Joffrey was tried lawfully. He was found guilty of murder and tyranny. We spared his life. That was orchard mercy. Tywin's gaze flicked to Tarly. "Yes, a mercy that you exiled a king. He was a fool, but my family honor remains. Even so, we see orchard men feeding the city, forging pacts with Storm's End, the Vale, the North. War might bring more ruin. Perhaps we can find a settlement that acknowledges House Lannister's domain in the West." Margaery exhaled. "If House Lannister remains in the West, we have no objection. We only object to attempts to retake King's Landing by force or to reimpose Joffrey. We demand no oppression of Riverland's folk either." Tywin paused. "The Riverlands were a battlefield, true. If orchard men hold the capital, I can focus on rebuilding the West. But if you challenge Lannister lands, war resumes. We demand the orchard vow not extend its confederation forcibly into the Westerlands." Tarly nodded, exchanging glances with Margaery and Jon. They stepped aside briefly to confer. Tarly reasoned that if Tywin truly withdrew from claiming the throne or avenging Joffrey, the orchard vow could accept Lannister rule in the West. The orchard vow never aimed to unify the entire realm under one banner, merely to prevent tyranny. "Let's propose a final condition," Jon said quietly. "No reprisal raids on the Riverlands. They've suffered enough. Let them decide their allegiance." Tywin must agree to that. Margaery agreed. They returned to Tywin, enumerating those points. The orchard vow keeps King's Landing, fosters alliances with other regions, does not claim Westerlands, and Tywin ceases aggression. The Riverlands remain free to choose alliances. Tywin weighed the terms. His pride warred with pragmatism, but he recognized orchard discipline. Another war might cost him everything. Ultimately, with a slight dip of his head, he said, "Very well, but if the Riverlands trouble our borders, we reserve the right to defend ourselves." Tarly accepted that caveat, noting orchard men would also defend the Riverlands from incursion. Thus a precarious peace formed. They set quills to parchment, drafting a formal treaty. Each side would witness. Within the day, orchard knights and Lannister guards parted with the knowledge that a new epoch might dawn. Margaery sensed Tywin's grudging acceptance. He would not be a friend, but perhaps a neutral factor. As orchard men and Lannisters signed the parchment, the wind carried a faint promise of winter. The orchard vow's dream extended its roots deeper. By sunset, the orchard vow had said their formal farewells, each side withdrawing to respective camps. Margaery, bone-tired, reflected by the campfire with Jon. They'd spent so long entangled in war's coils. Now it seemed they had brokered the realm's broad peace, or at least a truce that might last. If Tywin keeps his word, she murmured. The orchard vow secures the south, the capital, the north stands strong and Dorne stands aloof, but no open war. We might have ended the conflict that began with Robert's death. Jon gazed at the stars overhead. Ned Stark's murderer dethroned, Tywin's aggression halted, the orchard vow forging trade alliances. We came a long way. So many doubted us. She nodded, leaning her head against his shoulder. They doubted a northern bastard and a Tyrell rose could reshape the realm. But the orchard vow was always bigger than us. We simply carried it. He wrapped an arm around her. Yes, and now the orchard vow stands triumphant. We still must watch for subtle threats, but at least the realm breathes free of constant terror. They fell silent, letting the night's hush cradle them. The orchard vow had turned a savage war into a fragile confederation of regions. Another day's sunrise promised renewed tasks, but for this single moment, they savored the fruit of their labor. In the months that followed, King's Landing stabilized further. Lady Olenna guided Mace in reorganizing finances, ensuring orchard caravans funded city improvements. Streets once choked by filth were cleaned, a modest city watch academy established. Sansa journeyed north at last, tearfully bidding Margaery farewell. The orchard vow thrived. No tyrant on the throne, no forced monarchy. Each region charted its own course. Tywin, true to his word, turned inward to rebuild the Westerlands. Letters from the Iron Islands indicated quiet. Stannis lingered on Dragonstone, but with no mass support. The orchard vow's code of discipline prevented any internal corruption from gaining a foothold. Freed from daily crises, Margaery and Jon at last found time to stand back and see the orchard vow's influence. The greenhouse in the Red Keep bore fruit. Tiny peaches, claimed by Jeremy with glee. The city's small folk ate orchard produced daily, children healthy again. The roads were safer, bandits fewer. In the orchard vow's second year of rule, a final great council assembled in King's Landing. Lords from Dorne, the Vale, the Reach, the North, and even the Westerlands sent envoys. All recognized orchard stewardship of the capital. Margaery presided at the dais, Jon by her side, Tarly at her back. Together, they ratified the Confederation Charter. Each region governed locally, allied under orchard principles. No single king reimposed. Freed from the cycle of top-down tyranny, the realm discovered new forms of unity. Lords parted with cautious optimism. Some whispered it was only a matter of time before old rivalries flared. But for the moment, orchard discipline gave no cause for new wars. At last, Margaery and Jon found a day to themselves. Deep in the keep's orchard greenhouse, they walked between rows of peach saplings that had grown taller, some bearing small but sweet-smelling fruit. Jeremy fussed over them, urging careful picking. Margaery plucked one peach, offering it to Jon. He bit into it, smiling at its tang. "A taste of Highgarden," he remarked. She nodded, remembering how the orchard vow began with her father's letter, suggesting an alliance with a northern bastard. The vow had carried them through unimaginable trials. "We did it," she said quietly. "We kept the orchard vow alive, protected these lands, ended tyranny." Jon offered her the half-eaten peach. She took a bite, savoring the juice. "The orchard vow might never be finished," he observed, "but we can say we guided it to bloom." She swallowed, tears prickling her eyes. "Then let us stand watch forever, so no cruelty takes root again." He leaned in, pressing a gentle kiss to her lips, peach flavor mingling between them. In that hush, they could almost forget the endless responsibilities, finding solace in each other's warmth. The orchard vow was neither a monarchy nor a fleeting rebellion. It was a living testament that hope and decency could uproot even the darkest thrones. They parted from the greenhouse to rejoin the keep's daily bustle, peach in hand, laughter faint on their lips. Over the next year, orchard watchers patrolled the roads. The city's markets bustled with trade from the Stormlands and the Vale, and local lords in the Riverlands found relief from war. Tywin Lannister never again marched on the capital. He grudgingly accepted orchard rule, focusing on wealth in the west. A new normal emerged. confederated regions, orchard caravans uniting them, while King's Landing served as a symbolic heart of orchard principle. Some called it the Orchard Confederation. Others still scoffed, claiming the Orchard Vow's moral code was naive. But day by day, cynics saw results. Food, fairness, an end to random brutality. A generation grew up recalling the Orchard Vow's discipline, not Joffrey's monstrous reign. On one brisk autumn afternoon, Margaery climbed the Red Keep's highest turret, gazing out across the city's sprawl. Leaves of the orchard shipments turned the squares into scenes of color. She reflected on how far they had traveled from that vow in Winterfell's courtyard or the reaffirmation in Highgarden. She wondered if the realm might remain stable another century or if strife would one day return. Either way, the orchard vow had carved a path. From behind, Jon approached, wearing a smile. "Tarly says the Riverlands are quiet, Tywin stirs no trouble, and even Stannis hasn't made a move in months. Could we dare call it true peace?" She leaned against him, letting the breeze tousle her hair. "True peace might be an illusion, but we've given them a chance. The Orchard Vow stands. That's worth more than anything we dared imagine." He wrapped an arm around her. They stayed there, letting the panorama of a realm in cautious harmony fill their sight. North and south, orchard and wolf, rose and direwolf entwined, forging a new era. No monarchy commanded them from that ugly iron throne. Instead, orchard men and local councils shaped policy. Hardly perfect, but infinitely better than cruelty. In time, the Orchard Vow became legend, a story of how a bastard from Winterfell and a daughter of Highgarden overcame tyranny with a single vow to feed and protect. To those living in a realm once shredded by war, the Orchard Vow's governance felt like a miracle. People no longer cowered at night, bracing for gold cloak raids or Joffrey's sadistic whims. Instead, orchard watchers patrolled, ensuring each alley was safe. Each farmland had recourse if raiders threatened. But Margaery and Jon never let illusions lull them. They patrolled the city themselves, each day or so, greeting folks, listening for rumors. Twice they uncovered infiltration attempts by ex-Lannister zealots. Twice they thwarted them. Each time the Orchard Vow's code was tested, it held firm. If the saboteurs had starved peasants or burned caravans, orchard discipline forced them to stand trial, the same justice that condemned Joffrey. Some orchard men asked if they should punish such traitors more harshly, but Margaery refused. She recalled the vow's heart: no cruelty, no needless violence. So the Orchard Vow gave fair trials, sentencing convicts to labor or banishment. Over time, fewer infiltration attempts occurred. Meanwhile, the orchard produced trade expanded, fueling a modest prosperity that brightened King's Landing streets. The Great September thanked them in prayers, even if some septons worried about a realm without a single anointed king. Freed from absolute monarchy, the city discovered how to govern itself, with orchard watchers ensuring corruption did not creep back. Some said it was a new golden era. Margaery simply called it a reprieve from nightmares. In that reprieve, love thrived. Margaery and Jon found stolen hours in the keep's orchard greenhouse or quiet corridors. Each time they locked eyes, they recalled how the vow had grown from personal devotion to a shield for millions. Even Sansa, traveling back for visits from the north, remarked how the Orchard Vow's symbol, rose twined with wolf, had become a fixture in city squares. One mild spring day, Margaery and Jon presided over a festival in the city's main square, where orchard men distributed fruit. Children laughed, chasing each other among bright ribbons. Tarly recounted how such gatherings replaced the grim punishments that once plagued King's Landing. Folk whispered that no queen sat the Iron Throne, but Lady Margaery Tyrell and her Orchard Vow governed by reason, with no coronation, no crown. The Orchard Vow was intangible yet felt everywhere, from laws that prevented unscrupulous lords from exploiting peasants to the discipline orchard knights maintained. As the festival ended, Margaery spotted an old man humming a tune about orchard blossoms in winter. He stopped to thank her for the Orchard Vow stewardship. She answered that it was not hers alone, but an entire confederation's choice to spurn cruelty. He bowed, tears shining. "My grandchildren will grow up in peace," he said. All thanks to your orchard vow. Margaery felt her throat tighten, bowing in return. Jon joined her, hearing the old man's gratitude. They continued weaving through the crowd, each thank you or smile a testament to what they'd built. In quiet reflection later that evening, Margaery and Jon sat on a high balcony, gazing at the city lights. The orchard vow's rule had spanned years now, forging what once was unimaginable. Think we can step down one day? Margaery asked gently. Let others carry the vow? Jon considered. We can train successors, orchard men, city council members, a new generation. Our vow was always bigger than us. Eventually, they'll manage without us at the forefront. We might return to the orchard fields or travel north to your orchard in Highgarden. Margaery smiled at that image, visiting the orchard farmland without the burden of war councils. Yes, one day, but for now we stand watch. So long as the realm needs this vow, we remain. He clasped her hand. Agreed. They rose as the last light faded, returning inside to finish the day's reports. Over the next months, the Orchard Vows Confederation matured. Storm's End thrived. Vale trade flourished. Dorne remained aloof but not hostile. The Iron Islands stayed quiet. Tywin, firmly in the west, ceased threats. The Orchard Vow had become the realm's anchor, bridging once lethal divides. Freed from the yoke of a single throne, people found new ways to connect. With time, those orchard caravans that once doled out rations now carried vibrant commerce. They passed farmland healing from past scorched earth, returning fertility to fields that once lay barren. Farmers realized orchard men truly meant to protect them. Great roads were safer than in living memory, patrolled by orchard watchers who enforced laws fairly. Indeed, rumors spread that orchard justice punished orchard knights themselves if they transgressed, earning the vow a reputation for impartiality. One evening, Margaery and Jon received an unexpected envoy from across the narrow sea. A merchant who had heard stories of a land freed from tyranny by an orchard vow. He offered trade prospects, curious if the orchard vow welcomed foreign commerce. Margaery saw potential. She recalled how King's Landing once had sea routes. Now, orchard watchers controlled the harbor. The vow, committed to open trade, might expand its reach further, forging ties that secured the city's prosperity. Step by step, the orchard vow's branches spread across the known world. More time passed. Margaery found herself in a replanted orchard just outside the city walls. An experimental grove orchard knights had nurtured for fresh fruit closer to the capital. The trees had taken root well, some bearing blossoms. As she walked among them one afternoon, memories swelled. Forging that vow in Winterfell's courtyard, reaffirming it in Highgarden, toppling Joffrey, forging uneasy truces with Tywin. Each blossom was a reminder that from the darkest soils, new life could emerge if tended with care. She paused by a thriving apple tree, hearing footsteps in the grass behind her. Jon approached, a soft warmth in his eyes. Tarly's final message arrived, he said quietly. Tywin has formally recognized the Orchard Vows Confederation, renouncing any claim to the Iron Throne. He'll keep to the west, focus on local rule. Margaery closed her eyes, absorbing the news. So the last lingering shadow of large-scale war had dissipated. We're free, then, she whispered. The Orchard Vow truly shaped a realm without that old terror. Jon stepped nearer, his hand finding hers. We are. The vow holds. We can remain guardians, but perhaps we can also live, truly live, after so many struggles. She turned, eyes shining with the reflection of petals overhead. In that orchard, so near the capital once drowned in Joffrey's cruelty, they shared a tender embrace. The Orchard Vow had carried them through war, culminating in a calm neither could have imagined. The realm breathed, the orchard blossomed, and a new generation grew up hearing how a rose from Highgarden and a wolf of the north forged a vow that banished shadows. As they parted from that orchard, they spoke of traveling one day, seeing the north snows, showing Margaery the places Jon once roamed. The city no longer needed them daily. The Orchard Confederation functioned with local councils, orchard watchers, trade pacts, and a code of justice. Each region had found stable ground. Maybe, in time, Margaery and Jon could explore corners of the realm that war had once closed. The Orchard Vow's final harvest, perhaps, would be the chance for them to live as more than war-scarred leaders. 2 years later, they did precisely that. After grooming Orchard Watchers for leadership, ensuring Tarly's structure endured, Margaery and Jon quietly departed King's Landing in early summer. A farewell ceremony saw the small folk cheer them, orchard men saluting, city council members pledging to uphold orchard discipline. Margaery's heart ached at leaving behind a city she had grown to love, but she also felt relief, trusting orchard structures to maintain the vow's spirit. They rode south first to Highgarden, welcomed by Mace Tyrell with open arms, Lady Olenna with an arch remark that they'd finally earned rest. A portion of Orchard Watchers remained in King's Landing, upholding the vow, while many here continued patrolling the orchard region. Margaery felt tears well when she saw the orchard that started it all. Rows of fruit trees, thriving after years of careful tending. She and Jon walked under boughs heavy with apples and peaches, recalling the first uncertain steps that united them. Then they turned north. With a small retinue, they journeyed across the breadth of the realm. Everywhere they traveled, they saw traces of orchard influence. Caravans carrying goods, city squares referencing orchard laws, children chanting rhymes about rose and wolf. No monarchy overshadowed them, no armies clashed. The Orchard Vow's confederation was not utopian, but it kept tyranny at bay. Rebels or bandits still lurked, but Orchard Watchers rarely let them gain ground. Arriving in the north, they met King Robb at Winterfell. Sansa too, older and calmer, greeted Margaery with a gentle hug. Winterfell's halls had been repaired from prior strife. The Orchard Vow's northern ties remained strong. Feasts in the Great Hall toasted them, men praising the vow's success. Jon reacquainted himself with his siblings. Late one night, while Margaery walked Winterfell's courtyard, she felt the chill but savored the sincerity of the Stark domain. Here, Ned Stark's memory lingered, an echo that shaped the Orchard Vow's moral heart. She realized how far her vow with Jon transcended mere politics. It had bridged Winterfell's snowdrifts and Highgarden's blossoms, kindled by love and sealed by shared ideals. Time wove on. The Orchard Vow continued shining. Tywin stayed in the west, never breaching the truce. Stannis eventually retreated from Dragonstone into obscurity, lacking support. The Iron Islands squabbled among themselves, ignoring Orchard Watchers who monitored the seas. Dorne remained aloof but traded peacefully. King's Landing thrived under Orchard stewardship, no single throne overshadowing them, just a balanced confederation. Satisfied that the Orchard Vow endured, Margaery and Jon settled into a gentler life. They traveled between Winterfell and Highgarden, sometimes visiting King's Landing if the Orchard Council requested guidance. Their vow, once so fraught with war, became an emblem of hope for those who dreaded a return of tyranny. In the end, the Orchard Vow was never about one battlefield or a single king's downfall. It was a living promise that through discipline, kindness, and unyielding resolve, even the mightiest cruelty could be uprooted. People whispered for generations about the Rose and the Wolf who claimed King's Landing without crowning themselves, who exiled a monster king rather than slay him, who forged a confederation instead of a dictatorship. Some found it naive. Others rejoiced that, for once, power did not breed fresh tyranny. And so, in orchard-shaded fields, in city squares lined with orchard produce, in northern strongholds and stormland coasts, the vow's blessings spread. No perfect utopia, yet freer than the realm had been in living memory. The Orchard Vow's guardians themselves found contentment not in a throne room but in the hearts they had won. One final evening, years later, an older Margaery and Jon stood on a ridge above the orchard region, gazing at the endless rows of fruit trees in bloom. The sun set behind them in a blaze of orange and pink. They said little, for words felt small against the vastness of what they'd done. Their Orchard Vow had reshaped a realm, saved multitudes from torment, and forged a new chapter in Westeros's story. Jon gently touched Margaery's hand. She turned, seeing in his eyes the same quiet determination that once guided him to dethrone Joffrey. She recalled every heartbreak, every triumph. Always, she whispered, and he echoed the word with a faint smile. They faced the orchard's horizon, letting the sun's dying light wash over them. In that glow, the orchard vow remained an unbreakable thread binding north and south, lords and small folk, all who yearned for a realm without tyranny. That vow had grown beyond them, an enduring promise that never again would cruelty reign unchallenged. And so, as twilight claimed the sky, the rose and the wolf found peace in the orchard's embrace, content that their promise had truly borne fruit. They sat together on the old balcony one last time, gazing out across the orchard's distant silhouettes and the soft haze that settled each evening over King's Landing. Many years had passed since that first tumultuous season when the orchard vow deposed Joffrey, brokered an uneasy peace with Tywin, and nursed a battered city back to hesitant hope. Now those times seemed both near and infinitely far, echoed in the wrinkles at the corners of Margaery's eyes and in the silvering of Jon's hair. Their hearts carried echoes of the battles they had survived, yet also the peace they had nurtured. Though the orchard vow had once seemed a radical dream, it had quietly entwined itself with the land and its people, shaping a generation that had never known the old cruelty. Jon rested his elbows on the stone ledge, letting the evening breeze stir his hair. Ghost was gone these past 4 years, laid to rest after a long life of steadfast service. An ache that still pulled at Jon whenever his hand drifted to his side, remembering that uncanny white presence. Yet memory had become a cherished companion. Everything had changed since the orchard vow's dawn. The Confederation's councils functioned on their own. Orchard watchers policed the roads with minimal corruption, and no single region lived beneath a tyrant's heel. If a traveler ventured from the orchard fields to the north snowdrifts, they would find trade fairs, safe inns, caravans that rumbled peacefully along well-patrolled roads. It was not utopia. Bandits still prowled remote places, old resentments still flared. But the orchard vow provided a framework, a standard of justice that outlasted its founder's prime. Margaery extended a hand, brushing her fingertips against Jon's arm. The gentle light of dusk caught the silver threads in her once burnished hair, giving her an almost ethereal glow. Age had not dulled the clarity in her gaze. Over the years, she had guided the orchard vow's expansion of produce routes, established new trade alliances with Dorne and even far-flung cities across the narrow sea, and helped local councils refine how they governed. Long gone were the days she'd had to browbeat suspicious lords into accepting orchard caravans. Now those caravans were lifelines many communities celebrated, and the orchard vow's emphasis on fair trials had replaced fear with cautious faith. "Remember," Margaery said softly, "how we once worried that letting Joffrey live would undo everything? We stood in the courtyard, facing Tywin's fury. And after all that, exiling Joffrey to the Night's Watch never broke the vow. It strengthened it, in a strange way." Jon gave a short nod. "He lasted a decade at the Wall, if the old letters from the Lord Commander were true. Then, as I recall, the final news was that he tried to desert in the far north and froze one winter. Fate does tend to catch up with the cruel, but I'm glad we chose justice over execution. Too many heads had fallen to keep fear as law." She hummed in agreement. "Yes, if we had beheaded him on the spot, we might have stoked legends of a vengeful orchard vow rather than a just one." A brief silence passed. "I wonder sometimes if we should have done more. Perhaps... Oh, I don't know. I recall how Sansa insisted it was enough, that Joffrey would never again harm anyone." Jon's eyes flickered with sorrow. Sansa found a measure of peace in the north, eventually forging her own alliances, building on the orchard vow's principles to unify some minor houses. She never shook all her nightmares, but she told me once that exiling Joffrey lifted a dead weight from her soul. She saw him as a living ghost of cruelty, undone by his own arrogance, forced to wear black in that frozen wilderness. Margaery squeezed Jon's arm gently. "Maybe it was a mercy both for him and for us. We remained what we claimed to be. No wanton tyranny, no vindictive retribution. People call us naive, but the orchard vow flourished because we didn't replicate old patterns. and Tywin recognized that we wouldn't fight him for the sake of fighting. I still remember the hush in that holdfast courtyard when we signed that final accord. Jon allowed a faint smile. He never liked us, but he accepted orchard rule in the city. No matter what old grudges lingered, a stable capital served him better than more war. Sometimes I think his grudging respect for you was the final piece that sealed it. He must have seen you negotiating with Storm's End, the Vale, the North, forging deals that endured. And after he died, the Westerlands never challenged the orchard vow again. That was the last real threat undone. She watched a pair of sparrows flutter to the keep's rooftop, nesting for the night. Strange how time moves. You and I wandered these halls decades ago, unsure if we'd even keep the city for a month. Now entire generations grew up with orchard watchers as their protectors, orchard caravans as a lifeline. We did our part, but so many others carried the vow, built upon it. Tarly, my father, Sansa, local councils, orchard stewards, each a rung on the ladder of change. Jon traced the stone railing, lost in memory. He recalled men like Tarly, stern but disciplined, forging the orchard watch into an incorruptible force. He recalled the slow, careful inclusion of local city leaders, giving them real power for the first time in living memory. He recalled the days he had stepped into the old libraries, drafting law codes that balanced orchard principles with local customs. Sometimes I wonder, he said slowly, whether the vow might fracture once we're gone. But I see orchard watchers so proud of their code, the city's folk so used to fair trials, the North comfortable with confederation, and I realize, the vow is bigger than any single generation. Exactly, Margaery whispered, half to herself. We hammered it into the city's bones, the farmland's seeds. Even if new leaders come, orchard justice has taken root. The people know they can hold their lords accountable. And the orchard watchers remember your father's example. Jon gave a small half-smile. Father's memory guided me more than I realized. That sense of duty and honor. The orchard vow, yes, was ours, but Ned Stark's legacy shaped my half of it. And you, from Highgarden, with your father's sense of loyalty to the land, your grandmother's cunning. We merged those lines into something that defied the cynics. Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. We lost so much at the start. Your father, war's brutality, Highgarden in fear, half the realm in flames. And yet we overcame it. And we found, well, each other. She rested her head against his shoulder, letting the hush linger. Do you regret not seizing any crown, not forging a pure monarchy? Some asked if you should have been crowned in the capital, or if I should have worn a queen's diadem. Jon shrugged. Never. The orchard vow was never about a single figure ruling from on high. We dethroned Joffrey for that exact reason. We wanted local freedom, confederation, moral law. A monarchy would unravel everything. We would have repeated the cycle. Margaery nodded. Exactly. And from that choice sprang so much goodwill. People recognized orchard watchers as guardians, not new tyrants. I wonder if, centuries from now, bards will spin it as an improbable romance that changed the realm. Perhaps they'll romanticize it all out of shape. He chuckled softly. Likely, but truth endures however it's spun. Let them speak of orchard blossoms and dire wolf howls. The realm stands, and no single tyrant holds it in thrall. That's what matters. They stayed on the balcony a moment longer, letting the city's hum rise as torches began to bloom in the winding streets. Then, hands still joined, they stepped inside, going about the final duties of the evening. The orchard vow might have receded from crisis mode, but small tasks filled each day. Letters from old allies, orchard knights needing direction, occasional squabbles to settle. They approached it all with the calm of those who had once wrestled with far greater storms. A short while later, they found themselves in a small chamber that served as an informal lounge. A snug nook where the orchard vow's top stewards sometimes met. On the table stood a lamp, flickering against logs that crackled in the fireplace. With them sat only two orchard knights, men from the new generation who had never known Joffrey's terror. Their eyes shone with devotion to orchard ideals. One was tall, mid-20s, a confident posture. The other was quiet, older by a few years, watchful. They had come to consult Margaery and Jon on next steps for expansions of orchard caravans to more remote enclaves in the Crownlands. The orchard vow had never fully integrated certain pockets, but the vow's watchers believed it was time. Margaery and Jon listened, nodding thoughtfully. The knights explained that these enclaves were suspicious, rumored to be old Lannister or Targaryen sympathizers, or just extremely isolationist. They might resist orchard watchers, but with gentle outreach that might shift. Margaery recalled how such encounters had once escalated into armed confrontation. But orchard watchers had learned tact over the decades. They promised the knights they would craft guidelines for courtesy, ensuring the enclaves were not intimidated. The orchard vow's strength lay in persuasion, not fear. As the conversation ended, the knights rose, saluting respectfully. "We'll depart at dawn," the tall one said. "Your guidance will be our map. We vow to uphold orchard principles." Margaery thanked them, seeing in their earnestness the orchard vow's future. When the knights were gone, Jon poured water into 2 cups, handing one to Margaery. They drank in companionable silence, remembering the distance they had traveled. Once they had been so uncertain, each day a scramble to avoid the Lannisters' wrath. Now orchard watchers approached new territories, carrying orchard ideals. Eventually, they retired to their quiet chambers, where they found a single letter waiting, a dispatch from the Stormlands, delivered by Raven. It reported that Storm's End remained at peace, the local lords abiding by orchard council. Minor disputes had been settled by orchard mediators. Margaery smiled at reading it. Storm's End had once been a flashpoint, but they had turned it into a model of orchard confederation. Another small triumph. Jon set the letter aside, lowering onto a cushioned seat. Peace, expanding orchard caravans. No sign of Tywin's aggression. Storm's End stable, he said. One might say we've reached the orchard vow's culmination. Margaery approached, brushing a kiss over his brow. It's strange to think how we once braced ourselves each sunrise for war horns or infiltration. We've grown into a quieter life, though never losing watchfulness. I wonder if we can someday truly step away, let orchard watchers run it all. Jon peered at her. We do have orchard watchers prepared. Some say we should let them handle the daily burdens. People would understand if we visited occasionally, guiding if needed. Tarly's still around but grows older too. The city might flourish under new leadership. She nodded slowly. Yes, I yearn for a simpler pace. Maybe travel to Highgarden more often, re-experience the orchard's calm, and perhaps journey to the north, see how Robb's family thrives. We can remain orchard guardians in name, but not chained to the city. He offered a gentle half-smile. Let's do it. Soon. We'll finalize a structured council that can function without us. And if crises arise, we return. That was always the vow's spirit. No single pair or monarchy overshadowing the realm. They agreed in quiet resolution. Over the next weeks, they shaped a final transition plan. Tarly and the Orchard Watchers, along with city guildmasters and local councilors, formed a robust leadership cadre. Margaery wrote new charters clarifying how orchard caravans operated, ensuring watchers had guidelines. Jon arranged with old stewards to confirm fair laws in the city. Then, on a mild day, they summoned orchard knights and city leaders to the throne room, still absent any occupant upon the Iron Throne. That monstrous seat of twisted swords stood behind orchard banners, unoccupied since Joffrey's dethronement. Now the Orchard Vow declared the city council official guardians, with orchard watchers enforcing laws. Margaery and Jon stepped away from day-to-day command, trusting that their successors would uphold orchard discipline. The announcement caused no major stir. The Orchard Vow had long functioned with distributed authority. People recognized Margaery and Jon as founding figures, but they had no illusions of them as absolute rulers. The Orchard Watchers remained strong, laws stable, trade flowing. Satisfied, Margaery and Jon discreetly prepared for departure. In a final feast, Tarly toasted them in a subdued manner, referencing all they had accomplished. Sansa, now a regular visitor from the north, arrived to bid them farewell, tears shining. Lady Olenna, though advanced in age, observed with a faint smirk, remarking that they had earned a proper rest, though the orchard vow never truly sleeps. And so they left King's Landing at sunrise, with a small escort of orchard knights just to ensure safety. Mace Tyrell, long comfortable in his partial caretaker role, waved them off from the city gates. Catelyn, older and grayer but serene, embraced them both, wishing them joy. The orchard watchers parted ranks, saluting. Jon and Margaery rode out, not in secret as they once arrived, but in a gentle farewell, crossing the roads they had made safe. They knew the orchard vow did not vanish with them. It persisted in the Confederation's bloodstream, an intangible force binding farmland to city squares, a code that spanned old boundaries. The first stage of their travel led them south, meandering through orchard farmland. They paused often, greeting local folk who recognized them as orchard founders. Many offered them fresh fruit or shared stories of how life had improved since the orchard vow replaced Joffrey's cruelty. Margaery and Jon listened with fondness. The orchard vow's seeds had sprouted across every acre, an unthinkable miracle years ago. Arriving at Highgarden, Margaery breathed relief at seeing the old rose-laden walls. Her father Mace had returned to the city, so the estate was overseen by local stewards. The orchard vow's legacy thrived here as well. Orchard rose heavy with produce shipped daily to the capital. Margaery wandered the gardens, recalling how she once pledged to guard these lands from Lannister aggression. She had succeeded beyond measure. The orchard vow had ended any threat to Highgarden's orchard fields. The orchard itself was more vibrant than ever, each row meticulously tended. She and Jon stayed for a few weeks, savoring quiet dinners in the old halls, walking the orchard paths at dawn. Memories of that vow's reaffirmation in Highgarden years ago flooded back. Then they felt the pull of further journeys. Next, they traveled west, crossing gently rolling hills to the region near Old Oak. The orchard vow's caravans were well known there, but the couple had never visited. Town after town welcomed them with quiet courtesy. They found no pressing need for orchard watchers to intervene. Each place had learned orchard discipline from the city's example. They continued onward, eventually curving north. Rumor said that in the Westerlands, new leadership invested in mining and local stability, rarely clashing with orchard watchers. Jon and Margaery nodded at each such rumor. The vow's influence indeed stretched wide, subtly reinforcing peace. They avoided the main roads to Casterly Rock, not wishing to stir old tensions with House Lannister. Instead, they skirted the region, leaving orchard watchers to maintain the Confederation's packs. Crossing the Riverlands, they visited villages once ravaged by war. Now fields lay green, farmers moving freely. The orchard vow's presence in King's Landing had stabilized trade routes, letting these villages flourish. Margaery was struck by how many remembered her or Jon, praising the vow. Some offered small tokens of gratitude, wooden carvings, woven scarves. Jon reminded them it was the orchard vow's watchers who truly kept them safe. The villagers insisted the vow began with him and Margaery, so they thanked them personally. They pressed onward, crossing the Trident, eventually entering the north. The nights grew colder, the air sharper. Jon felt his old familiarity with the north awaken, while Margaery marveled at the vast pine forests and the silent expanses. The orchard vow's influence here was mostly intangible, but the north recognized how orchard watchers had replaced the old monarchy in the south, forging a stable neighbor. King Robb maintained his seat in Winterfell, having integrated orchard principles into local governance, though the north retained its own ways. Approaching Winterfell, they found Sansa waiting with a warm welcome. She led them inside, pointing out improvements completed since the orchard vow replaced Joffrey's chaos. The castle's halls bustled with a sense of calm industry. They shared evenings reminiscing by the hearth, recalling the earliest days of the orchard vow's ascendance. Jon walked the courtyard where once he had trained with a wooden sword, re-experiencing a swirl of memory. Margaery admired how the North balanced orchard confederation with local identity. She sensed the vow's quiet acceptance here, Nobody dreaded an external king or an onslaught from King's Landing. Indeed, orchard watchers sometimes patrolled the neck, ensuring no stray bandits threatened travel. The vow spanned from orchard fields to frozen forests, an unbreakable line of fairness. After a restful stay, they bid Sansa farewell again, deciding on a final journey, to see the Wall and the Night's Watch, a place that once shaped Jon's destiny. Margaery insisted she wanted to understand that realm beyond orchard lands. So they rode north, fewer orchard men accompanying them, for the north was safe and watchers patrolled the roads. Snow flurries greeted them as they advanced. Margaery had never encountered such deep cold. Jon lent her heavier furs. She marveled at how distinct this land felt from the orchard region. Yet it was all part of the realm the orchard vow had helped unify. They reached Castle Black in the hush of a winter dawn. The Night's Watch, though never large, maintained stoic vigilance. Young recruits in black watched from ramparts, while older rangers performed daily tasks. The orchard vow had not changed the Watch's essential mission, guarding the wall, but it had improved supply lines. Regular orchard caravans traveled up the King's Road, ensuring the Watch didn't starve. The commander greeted Jon with respectful nods, acknowledging him as the orchard vow's co-founder. The men recalled how Joffrey had once been exiled here, an ignoble footnote in the Watch's annals. Margaery wandered the courtyard, hearing the ring of steel as recruits practiced. She asked about Joffrey's final days, learning that the boy king had never adapted to discipline, always cursing orchard watchers. In one fateful winter, he vanished beyond the wall, never returned. The Watch presumed him perished in the icy wilderness. A cautionary tale, they said. Standing at the wall's edge, Jon stared into the vast whiteness beyond, remembering old yearnings to join the Watch. That life had never come to pass, replaced by the orchard vow's destiny. Margaery stood beside him, shivering lightly in the cold, but her eyes lit with awe. She had seen orchard fields blossoming under gentle suns, but this harsh realm reminded her that the vow must embrace every corner, from blazing summers to these frozen wastes. And it had. Orchard caravans kept the Watch fed, bridging extremes. They lingered 2 days, then turned south again, hearts full of the realm's immense variety. Each step south reaffirmed how the orchard vow's network of watchers, roads, and local councils had turned a once fractious land into a tapestry of confederated regions. No king had reemerged to claim absolute rule. No tyrant overshadowed them. Old grudges simmered, but orchard watchers prevented them from boiling over. They saw caravans passing, each flagged with orchard insignias, fulfilling the vow's promise of shared prosperity. At long last, they returned to Winterfell, hugging Sansa goodbye once more, promising to see her in King's Landing or Highgarden someday if she traveled. Then they set out for the orchard fields below the neck, planning to end their journey in Highgarden. By now, they were well into midwinter, but orchard caravans handled the roads well, and orchard watchers kept them safe. Margaery and Jon found solace in the routine of each day. Ride, make camp, chat with local folk, share orchard tales. Decades of public service had not dulled the wonder of seeing farmland flourish. They had come from such strife and arrived at a land that, while not perfect, at least was free from the iron grip of monarchy or a single tyrant's lash. One evening, they stopped at a humble inn near a winding river. The innkeeper recognized them, though older and less fiery than in the orchard vow's earliest days. His eyes widened at seeing the legendary orchard pair. He stammered gratitude for how orchard watchers had rid the area of bandits. Over a supper of bread and stew, he recounted local improvements. Safer markets, no forced levies from distant kings, taxes set by Orchard Confederation guidelines, not random lordly whims. Margaery encouraged him to keep these successes alive. He nodded fervently, promising orchard watchers would remain welcome. Later, by the inn's hearth, Margaery and Jon relaxed side by side, enjoying the lull. The flicker of the firelight cast shadows across the worn beams. Jon watched a pair of traveling minstrels pluck a gentle tune. He murmured to Margaery, "If you had known all those years ago that your vow with me would change the entire realm, would you have believed it?" She smiled, lacing her fingers with his. No, I would have laughed at the scale of it. But life often grows from small seeds, like orchard saplings. With enough care, they become entire groves. A hush followed, each savoring the intangible weight of their shared accomplishment. That intangible orchard vow had once been a fragile promise. Now it felt like the realm's sturdy backbone, supporting peace from the capital to the edges of the map. At times, Margaery dreamed of the orchard in Highgarden's glass houses, how those carefully tended rows had symbolized life out of conflict. Now that symbol stretched across every road. So many had labored for it. So many had believed. She closed her eyes, giving silent thanks for the path fate had led her on. From timid bride to strong Confederation founder, never losing her gentleness or cunning. The orchard vow was a testament to how hearts entwined in love could reshape a kingdom. Their final leg of travel carried them south until they reached the outskirts of Highgarden once again. The orchard fields looked dormant in winter, but orchard watchers maintained them for the next year's planting. Margaery and Jon found the keep's gates open wide. Orchard banners hung in quiet celebration of their homecoming. They rode in, greeted by old stewards who bowed not in servitude but in genuine affection. In the keep's private gardens, Lady Olenna awaited, leaning on a cane. Though advanced in years, her wit remained as sharp as any orchard blade. She eyed them. Off gallivanting across the realm, were you? I suppose you'll say you've earned it. Well, I've kept matters in order here, child. Margaery grinned at her grandmother's familiar tone, relieved beyond words that Olenna still thrived. They embraced gently. Jon bowed. Olenna eyed him with mild exasperation. You haven't grown more foolish, I trust? Good. We can't have orchard watchers wandering astray. Now that you've seen how stable everything is, perhaps you'll stay, get underfoot. I might enjoy scolding you a bit more. Jon smirked, letting Margaery answer. We thought we might rest in Highgarden for a while, yes. The orchard vows in capable hands. We can lighten our burdens without abandoning the vow entirely. Olenna sniffed but relented. Fine, rest. The orchard fields can survive your presence, I suppose. And so they did. In the following weeks, Margaery and Jon settled into Highgarden's calmer rhythms, occasionally writing letters to orchard watchers in the capital, offering advice if needed. The orchard vow ran smoothly without them. They strolled the orchard rows daily, marveled at how fresh buds threatened to break out even in winter's mild days. At night, by the crackling hearth, they'd reminisce, letting warmth cradle old memories. They had once hammered out battle plans in these corridors. Now they shared quiet dinners, old but content, neither lusting for power nor haunted by open war. One late afternoon, Margaery ventured alone deeper into the orchard grounds. She paused beneath a leafless apple tree near the orchard's edge. Sunlight slanted low, painting the sky in oranges. The tree's bare branches swayed gently. She closed her eyes, recalling how she had once stood in an orchard during a war's hush, vowing to keep the realm safe from Lannister claws. That vow had grown, forging unity with Jon, saving countless souls from tyranny. She exhaled, tears threatening. It was not sorrow but release, a lifetime of tension unspooling. A sound of footsteps alerted her. Jon approached, cloak rustling. He smiled. They said you wandered out here. Mind if I join? She gestured for him to come, and he stood beside her. For a few minutes, they watched the horizon where orchard fields receded into soft haze. He broke the silence quietly. We made the vow for this orchard, freed it, freed the city, freed the realm from Joffrey's horror. And now we stand in peace. Do you miss the old rush? She considered. Sometimes I miss the feeling of impetus, the sense that each dawn we shaped the realm's fate. But I don't miss the fear, the burdens. We gave the orchard vow to the realm. Now it's theirs. Maybe that was always the vow's purpose, to belong to everyone who needed it. Jon nodded. It was never ours alone, just as these fields never belonged to a single tyrant, but fed all who came. I'm grateful we saw it through. The orchard vow outlives us. They lingered, arms twined around each other, letting the orchard's hush envelop them. The The sun slipped below the horizon, painting the sky in flames of orange and purple. Over distant fields, orchard watchers patrolled, unintrusive guardians ensuring no harm befell these peaceful lands. Nothing in that moment suggested the realm was less stable. War's memory felt like a shadow receding. At length they turned back. Night fell in quiet swiftness, but they navigated easily, guided by memory. Near the keep's entrance, a pair of orchard knights on duty saluted them. Margaery smiled, whispering a greeting. Jon returned the salute. Inside, the corridor lights glowed softly. Dinner would be simple but welcome. They would dine, perhaps talk with Olenna, then retire, content that the orchard vow remained unbroken, no matter how many seasons turned. Time, that ever-moving tide, carried them onward. Over the following seasons, no fresh threats arose to disturb orchard rule in King's Landing. Tywin's eventual passing did not spark new wars. The Westerlands continued under confederation. The Stormlands found stability. The Vale prospered. The North thrived, and Dorne maintained its distance. Gradually, orchard caravans expanded trade beyond the sea. Many spoke of it as the Orchard Golden Age, though Margaery and Jon demurred that no age was golden, only better than the horrors that had come before. But if the orchard vow prevented mass cruelty, that alone was a triumph. They grew older together, watchers on a land that no longer required their daily oversight. The orchard vow had become the Confederation's living framework, run by a new generation. On rare trips to King's Landing, Margaery and Jon walked among orchard watchers who barely recognized them, except by legend. The orchard vow's founders, glimpsed like living myths. Sansa's children sometimes visited, playing among Highgarden's orchard rows, hearing stories of how it all began. Tarly eventually passed on the role of Orchard Watch commander to a younger protege. Lady Olenna, who outlived many, finally passed away too, a quiet farewell in her old bedchamber. The orchard vow's older pillars gently faded, leaving the realm stable. Eventually, Margaery and Jon decided to stay mostly in Highgarden, letting city politics swirl without them. Letters arrived occasionally from orchard watchers, describing expansions or local tensions, but never war. Margaery found joy in simple orchard tasks, guiding workers on pruning or planting. Jon sometimes joined hunts with local riders, though he never took pleasure in killing, only the quiet exercise of riding across farmland. They lived in peaceful synergy, each day a gift earned by that vow so long ago. In the final years of their shared life, one might have expected them to regret not forging a dynasty, not taking a crown. Yet if you asked them, they would laugh softly. The orchard vow was always about ending tyranny, not grasping power. A monarchy would have undone all they fought for. Instead, they saw each region's councils forging new relationships. The orchard watchers kept corruption in check, and no single line of kings overshadowed. People traveled safely from the southern seas to the winter forests, citing orchard discipline as their reason for trust. That was enough. Legends abounded that one day, the orchard vow symbol, rose entwined with wolf, would vanish, and the realm might slip back to old feuds. Margaery and Jon recognized nothing endured forever, but the orchard vow had set a precedent. Once, the realm believed only kings and bloodlines could hold order. Now they saw a confederation did just as well or better. They found hope in that. If dark times came again, the orchard vow's memory might rekindle hearts to reject cruelty. The seeds had taken root in 1,000 orchard watchers and 1,000 city councils, spanning a generation that refused to be lorded over by fear. On the last day of their shared journey, many decades from the vow's chaotic birth, Margaery and Jon walked the orchard in early spring. New buds shimmered on branches, promising a bountiful harvest. The air smelled of fresh rain. Time had silvered their hair and slowed their steps, but their bond remained steady as ever. Margaery smiled at Jon, speaking quietly of the orchard vow's first days. He responded with a gentle laugh, recalling how improbable it felt to dethrone Joffrey. They remembered each moment that shaped the vow's expansion. Storm's End, Tywin's grudging truce, the city blossoming under orchard watchers. A swirl of memory warmed them in the soft morning light. They found themselves at a secluded bench near a tall apple tree. Margaery sank onto it, leaning wearily. Jon joined her, placing an arm around her shoulders. The orchard sang with birdsong. She breathed in the orchard's scent, memories swirling. The vow under Winterfell's trees, reaffirmation in Highgarden. The day they marched on King's Landing, Joffrey's trial, forging alliances. Every crisis surmounted. Now the orchard's peace endured. A hush settled as they gazed across rows of trees, each row a testament to the vow's triumph over war. At length, Margaery turned her face to Jon. Tears glistened. We began with a vow no one believed in except us. Look at it now, woven into the realm's heart. We did more than survive. We thrived. He nodded, voice husky. And the orchard vow will outlive us. Others keep it alive. I can rest knowing they'll guard it well. She closed her eyes, letting the orchard breeze brush her cheeks. Yes, let them keep watch. I have no regrets, only gratitude. They sat there, hands entwined, as the orchard rustled in the mild breeze. Petals drifted from newly bloomed branches, scattering around them in pale confetti. Neither spoke further. Words felt superfluous. In that silent communion, they recognized the vow had come full circle, from desperate dream to abiding reality. The orchard, once threatened by savage war, had grown lush with promise. The realm, once riven by Joffrey's cruelty, lived in confederated peace. And they, once raw with doubt, had become the vow's living guardians. Now it belonged to the next generation. Freed from the weight they'd carried, they found rest in each other's presence. When the sun rose to its zenith, orchard workers arrived from a distance, noticing the pair on the bench. A younger orchard steward approached softly, then halted upon seeing them. Margaery and Jon sat still, side by side, eyes closed, the orchard breeze tugging at their cloaks. The steward inclined his head in reverence, stepping closer. But as he drew near, he realized they did not stir. A hush fell upon him. Gently, he placed a trembling hand upon Jon's shoulder, felt no response. They had passed from this life together, lulled by orchard winds, hands clasped, hearts at peace. In that silent orchard, they found their final rest. Word spread across Highgarden by dusk, carried by orchard watchers who stood in solemn mourning. The orchard vow's founders, the rose and wolf who toppled a king, who kept the city free, who shaped an age of confederation, were gone in a single breath. Word traveled swiftly to King's Landing, where orchard watchers lowered banners in quiet tribute. City bells tolled at twilight, the populace pausing to bow heads for the vow's makers. In the north, the news arrived weeks later, and Sansa wept softly but recognized they had chosen their final moment with grace. The orchard's fields for miles around turned out for the funeral rites. Mace Tyrell, older and grayer, oversaw preparations, tears streaming unashamedly. Catelyn Stark, too far to arrive quickly, sent a letter praising the orchard vow's legacy. Tarly came from King's Landing, accompanied by a large contingent of orchard knights. They lined the orchard rows, each carrying a single bloom from the orchard. The ceremony took place in the orchard's heart, where two sturdy apple trees grew in symbolic unison, branches entwined. It felt fitting to bury them there, under the living canopy they had protected for so long. No grand tomb or gilded effigy was erected. That was not the orchard vow's way. Instead, a plain stone marker bore the entwined rose and wolf, along with a simple inscription. We grow, we guard, we guide. And so they rest. Lords and small folk alike gathered in silence, orchard watchers saluting with arms crossed over their chests. A hush settled on the orchard, a hush that carried more reverence than any royal mausoleum. The vow that once united farmland and fortress in defiance of tyranny now found its final guardians resting among the trees they loved. Stories say that after the rites, petals from those apple trees drifted across the graves, a gentle shower of white and pale pink. Birds sang a subdued melody. Tarly ended the ceremony with a single pronouncement. They gave us the orchard vow, so we give them the orchard's everlasting grace. People dispersed in quiet reflection, returning to the orchard vow's daily tasks. The vow outlasted all mortal concerns, forging new watchers, new confederations. Life marched on. Seasons turned. The orchard vow remained the realm's quiet guardian. The city still thrived, storm's end stayed calm. The Vale's mountains braced but rarely saw trouble. Dorne continued aloof but occasionally traded, and the Westerlands minded their own wealth. Generations grew up hearing how a rose from Highgarden and a Stark bastard overcame Joffrey's cruelty without becoming tyrants themselves. In ballads sung across taverns, minstrels spun tales of orchard blossoms scattering across an iron throne, a symbol of cruelty undone. People found comfort in these stories, even if time exaggerated or simplified them. In spring, orchard pilgrims sometimes visited the graves in Highgarden's orchard, placing small offerings of fruit or carved tokens at the base of those entwined apple trees. Some claimed the trees blossomed with unusual vigor each year, a sign that the vow's founders still blessed the orchard in spirit. Others, more practical, said it was good soil. Either way, orchard watchers maintained the spot reverently, letting no unscrupulous visitors defile it. The vow's memory lived in each petal that fell, each bud that opened to the sun. Meanwhile, the orchard vow's confederation advanced. Rare tensions between the north and certain river lords were settled by orchard mediators. The capital's markets bustled with fresh produce from Highgarden, the Stormlands, even the Westerlands. No crown weighed upon an iron throne, though the twisted seat still stood in the old throne room, draped in orchard banners, a silent relic of a monarchy that no one wished to restore. Councils formed from local representatives. Orchard watchers upheld law. The vow's heart was shared, not hoarded. Decades rolled on, forging an era known as the Orchard Confederation, a time of comparative peace, widespread roads, and minimal lords' oppression. In many corners, the orchard vow's name became half-legend. In truth, those were just tales, but they carried a warmth that reminded the realm how the vow had blossomed from love and necessity, forging unity out of chaos. Thus concluded a saga that began in war's bleakness, a vow sworn by two who refused to let cruelty stand unchallenged. Where once thrones devoured souls, the orchard vow planted seeds of fellowship. Where once tyrants thrived, orchard watchers pruned away corruption. Where once children starved, orchard caravans brought nourishment. And at the end, the vow's founders, worn by time, slipped away peacefully beneath orchard boughs, leaving a legacy that none could deny. Their final rest in Highgarden's orchard sealed the vow's circle. The orchard's silent rose, heavy with blossoms, served as living memorial. For centuries to come, travelers recounted how Margaery Tyrell and Jon Snow changed the shape of Westeros with no crown, no savage purges. They dethroned a boy king, exiled him mercifully, pacified a warlord through reason, built a confederation that spanned from the southern coasts to the icy north. The orchard vow replaced fear with measured discipline, bridging farmland and fortress, forging stable roads, releasing the realm from the iron grip of a single monarchy. And though they never claimed personal glory, their memory became woven into the Orchard Confederation's soul. Generations thrived under Orchard Watch, free from the horrors once inflicted by capricious kings. In the final telling, the Orchard Vow was a testament that hearts entwined in love and duty can remake the world, no matter how entrenched old evils seem. That one vow, born in Winterfell's courtyard, reaffirmed in Highgarden's orchard, tested in King's Landing's crucible, unfurled its branches until every region tasted its shade. Even when Margaery and Jon left this mortal coil, the vow's harvest continued, each orchard blossom scattering seeds of justice across the land. Through the quiet cycle of seasons, that vow underpinned a realm that never again bowed to a tyrant's lash, only to the gentle nurturing hand of shared purpose. So ended the Orchard Vow's founding era, a story that outlived its founders. The realm moved forward, shaped by orchard watchers and local councils. Conflicts still arose, for mortal hearts are flawed, but no single blade or crown overshadowed all. Trade routes thrived, knowledge spread, farmland prospered. Some said a new golden age dawned, a testament to what people can achieve when they set aside old grudges. Others, less poetic, simply shrugged and said orchard watchers did their job, that life felt fairer than the days of Joffrey. Both interpretations carried truth. The orchard vow was both a grand ideal and a daily practice. In time's great sweep, the orchard vow merged with the realm's identity. The capital's walls boasted orchard banners unchallenged for generations. The memory of monarchy turned into a cautionary tale. The Iron Throne remained in a dusty corner, symbolic of ambition's futility. Children grew up hearing bedtime stories of how a rose and wolf overcame the lion's cruelty. They might not recall every detail, but they cherished the vow's moral. Where cruelty rose, orchard watchers stood firm. Where tyranny threatened, orchard men sowed compassion. Over long centuries, the vow's name might fade, the realm might shift alliances again. But in that era, spanning decades, perhaps centuries, no king's shadow overcame the Orchard Confederation. No Joffrey resumed the seat of power. No Tywin mustered an army to terrorize. The Orchard vow had built a bulwark of hearts, stronger than any single blade. Thus we leave them, with memory and orchard blossoms drifting. A vow that began in fear ended in quiet triumph. War-weary souls found rest under orchard boughs. Freed from monarchy, the realm discovered something far better. A chance to live without cowering, to trade in peace, to trust that watchers guided by a vow of justice would never let cruelty fester again. And though Margaery Tyrell and Jon Snow passed into legend, their orchard vow carried on in every sunrise over farmlands once scarred by war, in every piece of fruit loaded onto a wagon bound for King's Landing, in every child skipping through city streets that no king's malice haunted. That was their final gift to Westeros. A confederation grown from a vow that no crown, no tyrant, could uproot. So it stands, a realm woven from orchard and wolf, rose and northern snow, each region bound by the memory of mercy triumphant. Even if centuries from now the orchard vow is tested again, the seeds remain, ready to bloom wherever men and women refuse to bow to cruelty. That is how stories end, never truly ending, but flowing into the next generation. The orchard ever renewed by new stewards. The vow, like a living orchard, cycles through seasons, each time returning to the same unwavering roots. Justice over fear, unity over tyranny, love over hatred. And so, with the orchard in perpetual bloom, the realm found contentment once denied. No thrones overshadowed them, only the orchard vow's enduring promise beneath a gentle sun.